terrified. Those who were able to receive invitations to attend the Wanyue Tower event were all from prominent families or people with important influence. However, Yi Qingyun, walking in the crowd, raised his chin slightly, giving people a feeling of arrogance. After all, these monks who come to attend this event need special invitations. But he was the only exception among them and did not need an invitation to enter Wanyue Tower. I guess there's no need for him to explain more about what this ingredient is, right? However, this inexplicable plot-driving effect did indeed increase his position in Qing Lier's heart. Even Nangan Waner's status in her heart has been significantly improved. I was right. Yun Outyan really is hiding a secret that no one knows about. Although it is not difficult for her to enter the Moonwatching Tower because of her identity as a princess of the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. But she is now dressed as a man and is deliberately disguising herself to hide her identity. She never expected that she would be able to enter Wanyue Tower directly without an invitation thanks to Yi Qingyun. The Moonwatching Pavilion is extremely huge, with a total of 13 floors, symbolizing the 13 heavens in mythology. Except for the top 3 floors, the remaining 10 floors are open to the public. And on this first floor, a grand auction is about to be held. Gu Han had just entered the first floor. There came a capable old man with a goatee, dressed in fine clothes, who was obviously of noble status, and brought several monks with him. They came forward with a warm attitude. "Sir, you are so honored to be here. We were a little rude for a moment. Please don't mind. May I know your name, sir? I am the one who introduced you to this trip to Moonwatching Tower." Seeing this scene, many monks immediately started talking about it. "No, what is the origin of this kid? How could Elder Wang of Moonwatching Pavilion come to greet us personally? That's not the point, okay? I'm curious. Why is Elder Wang so enthusiastic when he doesn't even know this person's name?" Upon hearing this, some people sneered, "Haha, isn't this obvious?" The higher-ups at Wanyue Tower must have received some news and arranged for Elder Wang to come here. Moreover, this person is most likely not one of the invited guests in Wanyue Tower's plan, but a big shot who suddenly appeared. We even made an exception and allowed him to enter the Moonwatching Tower without an invitation. Did you see the woman in the red dress next to him? She is definitely a top expert. The fact that he can have such a powerful person as his protector is enough to show how extraordinary he is. Looking at Elder Wang, who has always been arrogant, he was now leading the young man with a smile on his face, and there was a stunning woman in a red dress accompanying him. Some people are envious and jealous, but more are amazed. However, Yi Qingyun, who was inexplicably overshadowed in the crowd, was confused and looked unhappy at the moment. According to the normal development of the plot, shouldn't I be the one who made the exception and became the one in Wanyue Tower, and the one who attracted much attention after being found out? How come there is another guy who can make an exception and enter Wanyue Tower without an invitation? Besides, I was just a maid leading the way. That person was an elder leading the way. Comparing the two, the difference is obvious. It feels like I haven't even started to show off yet. He was knocked down for no apparent reason. Chapter 175, looks charming and hot, but is actually pure love? Su Chang'e. After reporting the pseudonym used for this identity, Guhan also noticed Yi Qingyun looking towards him with a look that was both surprised and slightly hostile. He was not surprised by this. After all, according to the normal plot, it should be that the protagonist Yi Qingyun exposed himself for some inexplicable reasons and was able to enter Wanyue Tower without an invitation. It attracts countless people to cast curious and envious glances. There were even some wealthy businessmen who thought he was of extraordinary status and took the initiative to approach him and make friends with him. But now all this has not even started, and he has already stolen the limelight. He didn't pay much attention to Yi Qingyun. Under the guidance of Elder Wang, Guhan quickly arrived at the auction venue. Each floor of Wanyue Tower is a separate space. The auction hall is divided into 3 floors. The first level consists of rows of individual seats. The second floor is composed of separate private rooms, with a total of 20 floors. The third floor is the most special and is where the most prestigious people can stay. It only has 3 private rooms. And Wanyue Tower also gave Guhan enough face. Box number 1 on the 3rd floor was specially used to entertain him. Master Changda, the auction will begin soon. Please take a seat first. Elder Wang looked very flattering. He asked the maid to bring spiritual tea and fruit, and ordered a beautiful woman to serve him. No need, I will take good care of my Ahan. You guys go and do your work first. Hua Jieyu smiled and directly rejected Elder Wang's kindness. Yes, yes. Elder Wang nodded repeatedly. At the same time, I felt more and more sad. Even though he was a powerful warrior at the Dawa realm, he felt quite nervous in front of this woman in red, and he felt as if he was being suppressed in all aspects. This is enough to indirectly show that the cultivation level of this woman in red is far above his. Generally, strong people who reach this level have their own pride. But the woman in red didn't mind at all, and even asked him to send the maid away and take care of Mr. Su herself. This person's background is so great that he can hardly imagine it. Soon, only Guhan, Hua Jieyu, and a little black chicken were left in the private room. Guhan sat on a lounge chair by the window, picked up the teacup, sipped the spiritual tea, and looked down. At this time, Hua Jieyu had already peeled the spiritual fruit and brought the crystal clear flesh to his mouth. You don't have to do this. Guhan felt a little embarrassed. After all, he had a pretty good relationship with Hua Jieyu, not to mention that the other party was a powerful supreme being. It always feels a bit strange that such a beautiful woman is now working as a maid for me. How? Are you embarrassed? Hua Jieyu covered her mouth and smiled, showing her charming demeanor. There are only 2 of us in this box. Also, there's a special silence shielding array engraved on it. We can only see the outside world through this window. People outside can't see through the window barrier and see what's happening in our private room. Do you think it would be exciting for the 2 of us to do something special here? While speaking, Hua Jieyu had already stuffed the peeled spiritual fruit into Guhan's mouth, and glanced at the little black boy in the corner. This little black chicken, could you please leave for 2.5 hours? I can, and I have something special to do next, and we don't want to be disturbed by a chicken. Xiao Haizi, who was standing on the windowsill, just glanced at her and ignored Hua Jieyu's deliberate teasing. As a witty demon. How could he not see that Hua Jieyu was a woman who was notorious for talking big but not doing anything? They can only stir up trouble verbally but don't dare to resort to real action. It looks charming and hot, but it is actually pure love. And a slightly obscene expression appeared on the little black man's chicken face. From this box, you can have a complete view of the entire auction hall. Especially at this moment, in a dark corner, there is a bold Taoist couple who are doing something sneaky and ruining the mood. Welcome all distinguished guests to my moon-watching tower. I am the host of this auction. As the auction officially opened, a beautiful woman with a graceful figure and a willow-like waist walked onto the stage. Now for the first lot. This object is called the Moon Reflecting Pearl. The competition at this auction organized by Wanyue Pavilion was very fierce. One by one, the auction items were sold. During this period, Guhan also took pictures of several special materials. In reality, these things were of little use to him. After all, with the help of the 2 major forces, the Blood Moon Demon Sect and the White Dragon Palace, he can get many of the things he wants. As for why I wanted to shoot. Of course, these are what Ji Qingyun wants. A qualified and excellent villain must always make things difficult for the protagonist, right? Damn it. Another thing that he wanted was bought by Guhan at a higher price. Yi Qingyun finally couldn't help but utter sweet words. He suspected that the guy in box number 1 on the 3rd floor was deliberately looking for trouble. Every time he tried to buy something, that guy would deliberately raise the price and try to steal it. Things that were originally very cost-effective for him were suddenly priced so high that he could no longer afford them. Damn it! Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have money? Qingyun, this guy of unknown origin may have malicious intentions towards you. Bai Lao's voice suddenly sounded. I can sense that there's a good treasure at this auction. If you continue to let him lead you by the nose, you'll most likely miss out on that treasure. How about this? I have a plan. I can make that guy who's targeting you bleed profusely several times. After hearing what Old Bai said, a smile quickly appeared on Yi Qingyun's lips. At this time, an item in the auction began to be displayed. As you can see, this is a Hunyuan sword embryo. It is also one of the core materials for forging peerless swords, and it is hard to come by. The starting bid is 150,000 spirit stones. The moment the female host finished speaking, Yi Qingyun quickly said, 250,000 spirit stones. Sure enough, shortly after he finished speaking. Soon, a voice came from the private room number 1 on the 3rd floor. 350,000 spirit stones. 700,000 spirit stones. Yi Qingyun bid without hesitation, directly doubling the price. The hall suddenly became quiet. Not to mention the 700,000 spirit stones, it has already completely exceeded the market price of the Hunyuan sword embryo. And everyone knows that those who can enter the 3rd floor of the auction house are all people of extremely noble status. Now, a guy on the 1st floor is so stubborn that he keeps raising the price to compete with the guy on the 3rd floor. Are you really not afraid of offending the big shot on the 3rd floor? Chapter 176. The princess didn't marry the general, she married the protagonist. He. Hua Jieyu, who was leaning lazily on Gu Han, couldn't help but chuckle at this moment. It seems this guy is starting to hold a grudge against you for repeatedly snatching the items he's interested in. Now he's deliberately raising the price. He's really trying to pick a fight with you. I know. Gu Han took a sip of the spiritual tea, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. After all, he had fought with Yi Qingyun for several lifetimes. This guy is not only very good at playing with public opinion, and he is also very good at setting traps for others. He knew without thinking that Yi Qingyun was deliberately raising the price with him just to provoke him, make him keep raising the price, and then suddenly give up the bidding. Under normal circumstances, a monk would raise the price at least twice. The first time was a test. The second time was to deliberately provoke anger, or to save face. If he guessed correctly, Yi Qingyun would definitely choose to give up decisively after he made another bid. But he won't give the other party this opportunity. Although the Hunyuan sword embryo is rare, he does not need it. When this guy makes his next bid, I'll decisively give up. The corners of Yi Qingyun's lips curled up, and he felt in his heart that he could control Gu Han severely. He definitely didn't expect that I would just give up on this lot after bidding twice, right? However, the next scene surprised him. The private room where Gu Han was completely silent, with no sound coming from beginning to end. 700,000 spirit stones. Deal. Instead, the voice of the beautiful host was heard. Congratulations to this fellow Daoist who successfully won the Hunyuan sword embryo at the price of 700,000 spirit stones. Yi Qingyun was completely stunned, and countless huge question marks suddenly appeared above his head. No. Isn't this right? According to the normal routine and plot development, shouldn't the other party follow it again? Why don't you follow the price after bidding once? You know, the guy followed me 6 or 7 times before. They even bought the auction items at prices far exceeding the market price. Now you're not going to follow me just this once. So when he woke up from his deathbed, the clown turned out to be himself? He was played again. Puff. There was suppressed laughter in the crowd. He's really smart. He spent 700,000 spirit stones to buy a Hunyuan sword embryo. I wonder which landlord's stupid son he is. After these words were spoken, Yi Qingyun, who had come back to his senses from his trance, became even more angry, his face red and his neck thick. I originally wanted to make that guy who kept disrupting my plans bleed. I never expected that I would be taught a severe lesson. He only had a total of 400,000 spirit stones on him. There was no way he could gather 700,000 spirit stones. The plan failed, and instead he dug a big hole for himself. Brother Outyen, you look so sweaty, is it because you don't have enough spirit stones? A clear voice suddenly sounded beside him. Nangong Wanner, disguised as a man, waved her folding fan and said with a smile, I was able to enter the moon-watching tower because of you, Brother Outyen. If you don't have enough spirit stones, I can lend them to you. Are you serious? Yi Qingyun's eyes suddenly lit up. He and Zhang Daoyuan also met during a bounty mission. I originally thought that the other party was even poorer than me, but now it seems that he has a mine at home. It is my great fortune to meet brother Zhang. Yi Qingyun laughed loudly and put his arm around Zhang Daoyuan's shoulder very intimately, acting like they were on good terms with each other. Zhang Fan, who was watching the whole scene from the side, frowned slightly. But before he could open his mouth, Nangong Waner gave him a cold look, and he swallowed back everything he wanted to say. How could he not know what his princess meant? It was a warning to him not to do anything unnecessary and expose his identity in advance. However, it was Nangong Waner's action that made Zhang Fan feel even more frustrated and angry. It may even take deep root in his heart and may even erupt completely one day in the future. Private room on the 3rd floor. Standing in front of the window, Gu Han looked down at the scene below and had a clear view of the performance of Yi Qingyun and his group. He could even clearly see the subtle changes in their expressions. As expected, Zhang Daoyuan has a great background. Although he looks like a mature and steady man, he actually exudes a certain femininity in his bones. Gu Han's mind was full of thoughts, and he suddenly thought of Nangong Waner, the princess of Taihua dynasty in his previous life who liked to dress up as a man. Plus what happened earlier on the sailboat. This Zhang Daoyuan is most likely the princess of the Taihua immortal dynasty. As for why he is so confident, there are certainly more reasons than just these two. There was another man sitting next to them, Zhang Fan, who was so jealous when he saw Zhang Daoyuan and Yi Qingyun hugging each other that tears were almost flowing out of his eyes. How could a grown man, unless he had problems with his sexual orientation, show envy and resentment when two other grown men were hugging each other? He has always liked to follow the principle of bold hypothesis and careful experimentation. Now let's make a bold assumption. Is it possible that this man named Zhang Fan is also someone close to Nangong Waner? Looking through the memories of past lives, it seems that the only one who has special feelings for Nangong Waner and often likes to be by his side is the eldest son of the Duke of Jinghua, Jun Moong. The reason why he was so impressed with this man was not only because of his own strength, but also because there was a period in his previous life when he could fight him on equal terms. There is another reason: he is Nangong Waner's most loyal bootlicker. Jun Maxiao can be regarded as the undisputed #1 genius in the entire Taihua immortal dynasty. He walks like a dragon and a tiger, with an arrogant demeanor. In the end, he became the youngest national guardian general in the history of Taihua immortal dynasty. At that time, Nangong Waner had become the only successor appointed by the king of Taihua immortal dynasty. When the time is right, she will be able to truly ascend the throne and become the supreme empress of the Taihua immortal dynasty. As Nangong Waner's loyal servant, Jun Maxiao single-handedly led the army of the immortal dynasty to expand the territory and achieved great military exploits. His purpose was simple: to intimidate other people in the court who had ill intentions, and let everyone know that with him, Jun Maxiao, around, no one was qualified or capable of shaking Nangong Waner's throne. They have guarded the border for 100 years and defeated the invading enemies time and time again. Just so that the one I love can sit safely on the throne. To be honest, Gu Han also admired such a powerful person from the bottom of his heart. But I am too in love with her. The princess did not marry the general, but married the protagonist. Finally, Nangong Waner is just like the other heroines in this book. He found a reason such as his achievements surpassed his masters and sentenced Jun Maxiao to death. But the fundamental reason was that Yi Qingyun was jealous. He felt that if he left Taihua immortal dynasty temporarily one day, his woman would be touched by Jun Maxiao. Nangong Waner tried to comfort him many times but to no avail. Finally, in order to make my sweetheart feel truly at ease, this patriotic general, who had made countless great military achievements and loved only one person in his life, was sentenced to death with a cup of poisoned wine. Chapter 177. Go to the White Dragon Palace alone and return him to me. I still think about this incident now. Gu Han found it a little ridiculous and sad. That was during his peak period. Not only could he fight him on equal terms, he was even more dazzling than the protagonist Yi Qingyun. But in the end, it was not like the ending of every legendary general, who died on the battlefield, killed by the sword of a powerful enemy, and wrapped in his horse's hide. Instead, he was killed by the person he loved most and the person he wanted to protect most with a cup of poison wine, interrupting his life which should have been glorious. How ridiculous is all this? It was just as ridiculous as when he had just traveled into this book and was thinking of changing his fate through a few junior sisters. However, I might be able to use Jun Maxiao to accomplish my goal. Guhan looked at Yi Qingyun and his group below, stroking his chin, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Everything in this life has not yet begun. Yi Qingyun and Nangong Waner had just met. Jun Maxiao has not yet become a professional bootlicker, national protector, and headed to the border of Taihua Immortal Dynasty to make achievements. As long as he uses some tricks to make him see Nangong Waner clearly, he will most likely have a chance to wake up. Moreover, he can use his hand to kill Nangong Waner directly, and indirectly help himself complete the villain system mission. It can even make him hate the protagonist Yi Qingyun and kill him at all costs. This plan can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. You have to plan it carefully. But what Guhan didn't know was that something related to him was happening. Xuanshu Continent, Tianhai region. There is an endless green mountain range with mist rising from it, and from time to time the roar of a dragon carrying a terrifying pressure can be heard from it. That area is the territory where the White Dragon Palace, the dominant force in the sea today, is located. Originally, it was the ancestral land of Tianhai Pavilion, the dominant force in Tianhai region. But after that great battle, Tianhai Pavilion was razed to the ground, and the top experts were either killed or surrendered. Naturally, the legacy they left behind was taken over by the White Dragon Palace. And now at the foot of this mountain, a woman wearing a snow-white skirt, with a beautiful face and a proud figure that even the wide sleeves could not hide, was holding a long sword and single-handedly broke into the territory of the White Dragon Palace. Roar! The next moment, some kind of restriction within the White Dragon Palace's territory was triggered. The terrifying dragon roar that shook the sky immediately spread in all directions. Several huge golden dragon shadows condensed from the majestic dragon energy broke through the clouds, and with unparalleled terrifying power, they showed their Dharma images in the world. This is Long Wei. Is this another cultivator trying to intrude into the White Dragon Palace's territory? Are they trying to save their lives? The White Dragon Palace is now attracting the attention of many forces and powerful people in the Tianhai area. Now such a terrible phenomenon suddenly broke out. It immediately attracted countless powerful people, who even used special divine thoughts to cast their eyes here. At the edge of the White Dragon Palace's territory, a huge golden dragon formed by dragon energy was seen looking down at a thin woman in a white dress. They had also heard of that woman. A famous beauty in Zixuanzu, but also a ruthless person who dares to go against the will of heaven. Mu Bailing. Mu Bailing, my White Dragon Palace does not welcome outsiders, please leave immediately. If you dare take another step forward, you will pay a heavy price. A grand and ethereal voice rang out from the shadow of the golden dragon, bringing a great sense of oppression to people's souls. Under such terrifying pressure, Mu Bailing did not show the slightest fear. A determined cold light flashed in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Is my honor related to you? I came here today to find him. Return him to me. The huge golden dragon figure fell silent. Guhan is the real master of their White Dragon Palace. They naturally knew what their master had experienced. I don't know too much about Mu Bailing. It was obvious that they had let down their master time and time again, and now that the master had severed ties with them, they were still so persistent and acted like a shrew. The other side. Moonwatching Tower. The auction had already ended. Guhan, who had embarrassed Yi Qingyun and bought a few rare items for Huajieyu, was in a very good mood. But at this moment, he suddenly received a message from the White Dragon Palace. Your Majesty, Mu Bailing came to our White Dragon Palace just now and said she wanted to see you. The strong man from the White Dragon Palace told all the details in detail. Guhan's expression suddenly turned ugly, and the good mood he had accumulated with great difficulty disappeared in an instant. Although he had a hunch, he didn't expect Mu Bailing to actually follow the clue and find out that the White Dragon Palace was related to him. However, her hands-on approach could only move herself, not him at all. After 9 reincarnations, I no longer owe her anything. Don't report such trivial matters to me in the future. Guhan's voice was cold, without any emotion in it. Just do what needs to be done, according to the rules of the White Dragon Palace. The expert from the White Dragon Palace who was in charge of transmitting the message was also slightly stunned. According to the rules of their White Dragon Hall, anyone who dares to trespass into their White Dragon Hall will be killed without mercy. This made him a little confused and difficult to deal with. After all, Mu Bailing was considered their master's master in the past. What if these subordinates killed their master's former master? This matter was taken advantage of by someone with ulterior motives, and the master was accused of killing his master. It's true that toads don't bite, but it's disgusting enough. The territory of White Dragon Palace. The powerful guard who had received the instructions from the higher-ups turned cold again. The dragon's eyes, gleaming with golden light, looked down indifferently at Mu Bailing below. My lord said he doesn't want to see you, nor does he want to have anything to do with you. Furthermore, I emphasize again that outsiders are not allowed to enter our White Dragon Palace. As he spoke, the aura of the golden dragon's shadow rose rapidly. The clouds in the sky changed color, and the terrifying dragon power brought down with it a huge storm. Violators will die. The voice, which was wrapped in the majestic might of a dragon, echoed in the ears of many powerful people who came from all directions to watch the show because of the commotion. What shocked them was not just the toughness of the White Dragon Palace. And then there are the words spoken by the powerful person from White Dragon Palace. He actually called Guhan Sir. The thoughts of various powerful people kept fluctuating in his mind. Some time ago, the rivalry between the Ice Glass Goddess and the Ice Phoenix Palace Master became known to everyone. Everyone also collected a lot of information about Guhan. I also know that Guhan has left the sword-asking sect after that incident. I originally thought that such a small figure would be like a drop in the ocean after leaving the sect, and would never be able to cause any waves again. Unexpectedly, it indirectly caused turmoil in Xuanchu continent again and again. He has even become the master of the famous White Dragon Palace. Such a shocking reversal was unexpected to everyone. Chapter 178, It's pointless to cling to someone, giving up is more honorable. Hiss. It seems that this Guhan really has a great background and is definitely extraordinary. I thought he was just a gigolo, but I didn't expect he was actually a hidden dragon king. Alright. He's both the gigolo king and the dragon king of the White Dragon Palace. Guhan gets all the benefits. Some people also sneered, it's a pity that the sword-asking sect is full of short-sighted people. I heard that Guhan was completely disappointed by the sect and eventually left the sect. If the people of the sword sect had a longer-term vision, perhaps they could use Guhan to rise to the top and even become a truly first-class force in our Xuanchu continent. When many powerful people discussed and expressed their feelings about this matter, the sword-asking sect was mentioned again. But I just treat it as a fun thing. And somewhere in the shadows of the clouds. At this moment, the middle-aged man seemed to have aged hundreds of years. He looked like he had suffered a great blow and seemed a little dispirited. He was the former leader of the sword-asking sect, the Taishu Sword Master. He also heard about what happened in Kongyaoport. In addition, due to some reasons of guilt, I plan to come here to investigate. I happened to be attracted by what was happening here and wanted to come and see what was happening. Unexpectedly, his own sect became the center of entertainment in the midst of the hustle and bustle. The person who suffered the most was not just Guhan. This golden dragon who could lead the Swordwind sect to rise to prominence was disheartened by their improper handling of the situation and completely left the sect. There are also Chu Yue and the other three, as well as Mu Bailing, who have now shown their own uniqueness. Especially Chu Yue, it is said that she has become the existence that the entire Samsara Cave Heaven sect wants to cultivate. He even used his own strength to make the Wheel of Reincarnation Cave cancel the wanted order for Guhan. This is enough to show how noble her status is in the Samsara Cave Heaven now. Mu Bailing also has an extraordinary sister. But just because Guhan left the sect with a broken heart, these people also chose to leave. Their sect not only missed out on one golden dragon of fortune, but several. While feeling filled with regret, a kind of boundless murderous intent and resentment also arose in the heart of Taishu's sword master. Yi Qing Yun, if I find you, I will grind you to dust. The edge of the White Dragon Palace territory. The sound emitted by the Golden Dragon's phantom echoed for a long time. Everyone's eyes were focused on the woman in the white dress, as if waiting for her answer. But everyone knows that unless you are a fool, you will choose to give in. The most respected strong one is not weak. But it is nothing but a pipe dream for a mere supreme cultivator to want to compete with the entire White Dragon Palace. I did. Mu Beiling's voice was very soft, but it drifted into the ears of countless people with the cold wind. I want to see him today and take him away. If he doesn't come to see me, then I will go in to see him. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Beiling ignored the dragon's might above the sky and took a step forward. This scene instantly caused the pupils of countless monks watching to shrink, and their faces were full of disbelief. Is Mu Beiling crazy? Such an action is simply a naked provocation to the strong men of the White Dragon Palace. Presumptuous. The Golden Dragon Phantom was furious, and the dragon's might was like a torrent bursting through a floodgate, pouring down towards Mu Beiling below. The message from the higher-ups was not to kill Mu Beiling directly, otherwise it would bring a lot of unnecessary trouble to their master. Therefore, the strong man from the White Dragon Palace did not hesitate too much. Don't kill him, just knock him out and throw him away. Mu Beiling reacted quickly. At the same time as the Golden Dragon Phantom launched the attack, he had already grasped the sword in his hand, raised his hand and slashed out a brilliant sword energy that was able to destroy everything in its path. Rumble. The sword energy and dragon energy suddenly collided violently in the void. The terrible energy storm stirred up by the explosion immediately caused the earth to collapse layer by layer. But before Mu Beiling could take the next step, the Golden Dragon Phantom concentrated all its strength in its tail, and suddenly it swung its tail like a dragon, directly blowing Mu Beiling away. Her talent in swordsmanship is very strong, and she can even compete with some ordinary powerful gods. But his physical talent was far too poor after all. He was hit by the Golden Dragon's tail and was completely unable to resist. Scarlet blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and he flew backwards several meters. It was not until she crashed into a distant mountain with a loud bang that her flying body finally stopped. However, she had just managed to stand up from the rubble, using her sword to support herself. Roar! The Golden Dragon Phantom had already spit out a blazing and dazzling golden dragon breath, which landed on the area where Mu Beiling was with incredible precision, causing another terrible explosion. The rolling storm of laws and smoke and dust instantly engulfed her entire body. Hiss! Such a scene made many monks watching gasp in shock. Someone suddenly frowned, looking a little sad. After all, Mu Beiling was once Gu Han's master, right? Besides, she had come all the way here today just to see Gu Han. Not only did Gu Han refuse to see her, but he also allowed the experts from the White Dragon Palace to attack her so cruelly. How could he be so heartless? One cultivator commented, "The experts at the White Dragon Hall have made it very clear that outsiders are not allowed to trespass into the sect without permission." Mu Beiling ignored the warnings of others and insisted on forcing her way in. This is all her own fault. This kind of self-indulgent behavior is not only meaningless, but also stupid. But under the thundering attack of the strong men from the White Dragon Palace, Mu Beiling actually managed to hold on. Although she was shaky, she didn't fall down. This scene shocked not only the onlookers but also the strong men in the White Dragon Palace. This suddenly made the strong men of the White Dragon Palace feel a little embarrassed. Even at this level, he couldn't be knocked unconscious. Does that mean he must be killed to end this meaningless battle? But soon, a voice command suddenly sounded in his mind. The powerful men from the White Dragon Palace who were in a dilemma suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Honor! I must see Honor today. Mu Beiling, looking disheveled and with her white skirt covered in blood and mud, raised her sword and wanted to fight again. He looked like he was going to risk his life if he didn't see Gu Han today. After all, in her opinion, she had finally found the real information about Gu Han here. If she missed it, she didn't know if there would be a chance to meet him again in this vast crowd. Mu Bailing, the master is not in my White Dragon Palace now. He left Xuanchu continent some time ago. Besides, he asked me to tell you something. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but the majestic voice of the strong man from the White Dragon Palace that originally fell into Mu Bailing's ears gradually became familiar to her, and even merged with the Guhan in her memory. You think I am very heartless and cruel now, right? But what qualifications do you have to think this about me? Haven't I given you enough chances? But what about you? Your sincerity has only been met with disappointment, and has led me to fall deeper into the abyss time and time again. I have already repaid all the kindness you and I have shown each other. It's pointless to keep pestering me. I hope you and I can be more respectful and not make things too embarrassing. This is my final advice. Chapter 179, Grudges Should Not Be Bringing This Life? Who will pay back the pain of the past? It was obvious that these words were only conveyed by the powerful person from the White Dragon Palace. But it was as if it was Guhan himself, conveying these words into her mind word by word. Mu Bailing, who had survived the two powerful attacks from the Golden Dragon's phantom, now looked pale and collapsed to the ground as if she could no longer hold on. She held her head in pain. She really wanted to say that the past life was the past life, and the grudges of the past life were just the grudges of the past life. Why bring the grudges of the previous life into this life? Why are you unwilling to believe her once in this life? She really knew she was wrong and was willing to spend the rest of her life making up for it. Why can't you just give her a chance? But the countless scenes he had seen in the realm of reincarnation appeared in his mind again. Guhan's despair when he was in trouble. And the helplessness you feel when you hit rock bottom. The pain she felt when she was finally pushed into the abyss by the person she trusted made her feel suffocated even if she just thought about it. Are you trying to say that we shouldn't bring past grudges into this life? Guhan's voice seemed to ring in her ears again. Why don't you try to be willing to believe in yourself in this life? Yeah. I used to think the same way, like a fool, like an idiot, over and over again. Mu Bailing looked up suddenly, but did not see the familiar white clothes. My mind had gone blank and my whole body began to tremble with extreme pain and sadness. Yes. What kind of gentle person is Honor? Doesn't she know yet? To make such a gentle person become so heartless and cruel now, I can only say that it was me who chilled his passionate heart time and time again. Eventually it died completely and no longer had any warmth. For several past lives, she did not choose to believe Honor, but became Yi Qingyun's accomplice and pushed him into the abyss. This is enough to explain her own problems. The pain could no longer be contained, Mu Bailing's blood rushed back up, and she immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood before fainting completely. It was quiet all around. Many of the monks watching were also shocked by this scene and were somewhat confused. Mu Bailing endured 2 waves of attacks from the top powerhouse of the White Dragon Palace with her body. Now, he was made to faint by just a few words. Should we say that she is strong or fragile? The strong men of the White Dragon Palace couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. My lord, you are indeed my lord, you are awesome. The man whom I failed to knock down with 2 consecutive moves was so angry that he vomited blood and fainted after just a few words. He is really strong. The White Dragon Palace did not pay much attention to the unconscious Mu Bailing. However, this time the strong men from the White Dragon Palace learned their lesson. He directly used his great supernatural powers to set up a defensive barrier, completely isolating the entire White Dragon Palace from the outside world. And put up a sign outside that read, Dogs, Mu Bailing, Lu Ruyan, Lu Obaiji, and Chu Yue are not allowed to enter. No one dared to touch the unconscious Mu Bailing. Although the other party is a stunningly beautiful woman with an extremely proud figure. But everyone knows who the other's sister is. If you dare to pick up corpses, you may not even know how you died. In the end, it was Mu Binghuang's subordinates who learned of this and rushed over to rescue the unconscious Mu Bailing. However, they did not dare to report this to Mu Binghuang. The people of the Ice Spirit Holy Sect knew very well what kind of personality their Hall Master had. After learning about this, there is a high probability that they will directly descend on the White Dragon Palace, causing a larger conflict to break out. inside the moon-watching tower. After giving instructions on matters concerning the White Dragon Palace, Guhan didn't care anymore. In his opinion, he and Mu Bailing and the others were no longer from the same world. No matter how much the other party threatens to kill himself, it has nothing to do with him. Yi Qingyun on the other side looked extremely ugly. I originally wanted to take advantage of this auction to buy some rare refining materials or alchemy materials. As a result, he spent 700,000 spirit stones to buy a Hunyuan sword embryo that was of no use to him at all. He even got himself into debt because of it. That guy in private room number 1 on the 3rd floor deserves to die. However, although he is crazy, he is not a fool. He was very clear about what Wanyue Tower represented. If anyone dared to cause trouble here, he would probably die without knowing how. Xing Yun, don't dwell on what just happened. There are some really good things in the Gambling Stone Convention on this floor. Bai Lao's voice suddenly rang out, the 3rd booth, the 5th rough stone from the left to the right, buy it, and you will probably have a good harvest. High probability? Yi Qingyun's eyes suddenly showed suspicion, so, there is a small chance that I won't get anything? Although he didn't mention it himself. But Mr. Bai's previous failures had brought him shame, and he had already begun to feel a little dissatisfied with Mr. Bai. What if I listen to Mr. Bai again and accidentally embarrass myself? The previous few times we failed were just due to some unexpected factors. Elder Bai seemed to see what Yi Qingyun was thinking and explained, when have I ever deliberately lied to you? It wouldn't do me any good to embarrass you, would it? As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Qingyun's doubts and suspicions immediately dissipated a lot. 2. The previous few times were just unexpected situations. Most of the time, Mr. Bai is still quite reliable. The Gambling Stone Conference on the 6th floor even surpassed the previous auction house in terms of grandeur. Most of the cultivators who entered the moon-watching tower gathered here. I heard that the selection of raw stones for this Gambling Stone Convention is not only very particular, but there is a high probability of producing rare and precious items. The Moonwatching Island Master even incorporated one of these rough stones into his own set of treasures as a prize. A set? Could it be the heaven engraving record in the hands of Moonwatching Island Master? One cultivator exclaimed in surprise, that is a treasure from heaven and earth that has accompanied the master of Wanyue Island for many years. I heard that the power of the talismans drawn by the heavenly record will be increased by several levels. That's right. The Moonwatching Island Master said that his talisman practice has reached a certain limit. If he keeps such a treasure, it would be a waste. Therefore, he wants to find a destined person here. I hope he can bring this treasure to the pinnacle of the true talisman path. Yi Qingyun has very sharp ears. As soon as I entered the exhibition hall of the Gambling Stone Conference, I heard a lot of discussions from people around me. A top-notch treasure that can be engraved with talismans? Isn't this tailor-made for him? He just happened to be lacking such a treasure. Moreover, Old Bai said that there is a top-notch master who is proficient in talismans hiding on Wanyue Island. I think it should be the mysterious island owner. Now he is ready to transfer the treasure in his hand to the right person. No need to think too much, this treasure must be destined for him. Chapter 180, Luck is not as good as the protagonist? That will affect his golden finger. Guhan, who had just arrived on this floor with Hua Jieyu. He also understood the whole story of this stone gambling conference through the discussions of the monks around him. Engraved heaven record. It feels a little familiar. As he murmured, Guhan's thoughts quickly diverged and he began to look through his past memories. As the protagonist of this book, Yi Qingyun is naturally the standard protagonist template, with extraordinary comprehension and the ability to master everything he learns quickly. Whether it is practicing Taoism, refining weapons, refining medicine, or engraving talismans, he is basically proficient in everything. In his previous life, Yi Qingyun used a special magic weapon, Tao as a pen and the sky as paper, to carve out a talisman to suppress the sky, which killed 2 and seriously injured one of the 3 powerful gods who were besieging him, directly shocking the people of the time. Thinking carefully, the special magic weapon in his hand seemed to be called the Engraving Heaven Record. At that time, He never understood where Yi Qingyun got such a miraculous treasure. Now it seems that it was in such an inconspicuous place. I have to say, the original plot setting of this book is really bloody. Villain cannon fodder like them have worse luck than the other. Running into the secret realm every day, experiencing all kinds of life and death, you can only obtain some relatively special treasures at most. As for those rare and precious treasures in the world, they have nothing to do with cannon fodder like them. Even if they obtain it, they will eventually die at the hands of the protagonist for various reasons, and the supreme treasure they have finally obtained will also be taken away by the protagonist as a trophy. But what about the protagonist? As long as you go to the secret realm, you will definitely gain something. Now, if you participate in an ordinary gambling stone conference, you can easily get a special treasure. This is the disparity in treatment between the protagonist and the villain. However, Yi Qingyun has the blessing of luck and plot, and he now has his own cheat. The next moment, a bronze compass engraved with ancient inscriptions suddenly appeared in his hand. This formation is the fortune-breaking compass that he had previously exchanged for villain points. The fate-breaking compass can not only temporarily cut off the connection between Yi Qingyun and Bai Lao's soul body, and in a certain sense, it can also mislead Bai Lao, who is a soul body, in his judgment of many things, and even affect Yi Qingyun's own luck for a period of time. Perhaps it was because Yi Qingyun's luck was too special and he was protected by the plot. In addition, even though Bai Lao is in soul form, he has his extraordinary qualities. The influence of the fortune-telling compass on one's own fortune is actually limited in the number of times it can occur. But Guhan could still accept this minor flaw. With Hua Jieyu's cooperation, while no one was paying attention, the fortune-breaking compass in Guhan's hand suddenly emitted a faint golden glow. Some invisible strange force was like ripples, covering the direction of Yi Qingyun. The other side. Following Mr. Bai's instructions, Yi Qingyun has already selected several pieces of raw stones. But he still seemed unsatisfied and continued to pick more raw stones. Brother Outyen, is that enough? Zhang Fan frowned as he took in the entire scene. This piece of raw stone costs a full 100,000 spirit stones. You picked so many, not to mention whether you can repay Brother Zhang's debt. What if there's nothing to gain? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Yi Qingyun no longer has any extra spirit stones on him. All the raw stones purchased at the gambling stone conference now are borrowed from his princess. Although his princess has enough spirit stones on her, they cannot be wasted by Yi Qingyun like this. No need to say more, this is something we both agree on. Nangong Wanner, who was dressed as a man, glanced at Zhang Fan calmly. Besides, I believe that Brother Outyen must have some knowledge of the art of gambling on stones to be so generous in buying these rough stones. Zhang Fan's expression suddenly became even uglier after he understood the hidden meaning in Nangong Wanner's words. I even felt a little ironic. Compared to her childhood sweetheart, in Nangong Wanner's heart, Yi Qingyun, whom she had known for only a month, was more trusted by her. A sense of regret also arose in Zhang Fan's heart. He regretted that he should not have met Yi Qingyun while on the bounty mission, and even brought him to the princess. That rough stone is pretty good too. Old Bai directed Yi Qingyun to buy one piece of raw stone after another. But from this moment on, Yi Qingyun's own luck has been affected to a certain extent. Moreover, under some deliberate guidance, Bai Lao's own perception deviated from the original judgment track. Therefore, the raw stones that Yi Qingyun bought under the guidance of Old Bai were basically a pile of waste. I think this rough stone is good. Yi Qingyun's eyes lit up and he reached out to buy a rough stone about the size of a basketball. There's nothing special about this rough stone. I didn't feel any special fluctuations. Buying it would just be a waste of spirit stones. It's better to choose another one. I think the one next to it is very good. Old Bai's voice sounded again. But some intuition made him unwilling to give up. I have a feeling there must be something good in here. I've already bought so much, so I might as well buy these two together. Only children make choices, adults naturally want them all. But soon, another slightly dissatisfied voice sounded. Brother Outyen, you've already picked out more than a dozen raw stones, large and small. The amount of spirit stones you owe Brother Zhang has reached an astronomical figure. Zhang Fan frowned and spoke again. Let's not talk about whether Brother Zhang has so many spirit stones on him, whether you can pay it back in the future is another matter. Although what Zhang Fan said was somewhat true. But these words still made Yi Qingyun a little dissatisfied. Zhang Fan is really interesting. Zhang Daoyuan hasn't said anything yet, but he stands out and keeps complaining again and again. He used to think that the other party was a very straightforward person, but now he feels a little disgusted. However, what the other party said was indeed correct, that is, he had already bought enough raw stones. It's okay. I have enough spirit stones on me for this trip. Nandong Wanner waved her folding fan and said with a smile, Brother Outyin is already an extraordinary person. The spirit stones are just external possessions. Just consider it as a token of our friendship. Brother Zhang is straightforward. Yi Qingyun was slightly stunned, then he hooked his arm around Nandong Wanner's shoulders and laughed happily. Yi Qingyun is determined to be friends with such a rich young man. However, Zhang Fan's previous remarks did make him feel a little embarrassed. After much deliberation, he chose the raw stone that Mr. Bai mentioned, and gave up the one he liked. What a pity! I thought he would be the destined one that the heaven engraving record was waiting for. It seems that he and this treasure are simply not destined to be together. In a private room on the top floor of Wanyue Tower, the Lord of Wanyue Island, who was watching everything happening below through a special mirror, shook his head and sighed. Hidden in that basketball-sized piece of raw stone is the special treasure he left for this gambling stone conference. Contained in the raw stone is the most precious treasure in the world that has been with him for a long time, the engraved heaven record. Chapter 181, with hands behind his back, he didn't know what an opponent was. The owner of Wanyue Island seemed a little disappointed about this. It's not that he was disappointed that the engraved heaven record in his hand had not met the person who truly destined it to be with him and had not unleashed its original power. But as a cultivator who delved into the art of talismans, he also had a certain knowledge and understanding of the so-called luck and destiny. The reason why he allowed Yi Qingyun to enter without an invitation was because he felt that the other party's luck and destiny were extremely extraordinary. Maybe this is the person I'm waiting for. But now it seems that I was short-sighted. It seems that I am getting old, and I have begun to have cognitive biases about many things. Just as the master of Wanyue Island was laughing at himself, another man suddenly came to the basketball-sized rough stone. That person was Gu Han. Han, are you also interested in this kind of gambling stone? Hua Jieyu came to Gu Han's side and looked at the rough stone in front of her curiously. Although there are rumors that the owner of Wanyue Island placed a set of his treasures in one of the rough stones. But there are countless raw stones here, at least tens of thousands of them. Also, there are special shielding restrictions here. Unless you are special, you won't be able to find that special treasure at all. Kuhan didn't explain too much, but just raised the corner of his lips slightly. I'm not sure if there is the legendary treasure in it, but I am at least 70% sure that there is what I want in it. He has always been paying close attention to Yi Qingyun's behavior. Yi Qingyun had stayed in front of this raw stone for a relatively long time. The fact that he even wanted to buy it directly was enough to show that this rough stone was extremely special. In the end, there is a high probability that you will choose to give up due to the indirect reason of the broken compass. His guess was correct. It should be the effect of the fate-breaking compass that played a role and had some impact on his judgment of the mysterious unknown soul behind him. Then he took this rough stone that was suspected to be the protagonist's destiny. Gu Han's actions were noticed by Yi Qingyun, who was paying attention to this side intentionally or unintentionally. At this moment, his brows were slightly furrowed. There was an inexplicable feeling of uneasiness in my heart. It's as if I have lost something important. Qingyun, what that guy bought was just a piece of waste stone. Bai Lao said firmly, I can't feel any aura fluctuations in it. It's ordinary and ordinary. It's definitely just a dead object. If there really is a special treasure, the spiritual power contained within it would not give me such a calm response. After hearing Mr. Bai's explanation, Yi Qingyun's mood calmed down a lot. Soon, Yi Qingyun came to a place specializing in raw stone processing, carrying a large pile of raw stones. Hiss! Where on earth did this person come from? He bought 19 pieces of raw stones. That's a total of 1.9 million spirit stones. He's really generous. I remember this guy. It seems like he spent a full 700,000 spirit stones at an auction to buy a Hunyuan sword embryo whose market value is only 250,000 spirit stones. He's quite clever. Someone also recognized Yi Qingyun and sighed. Now he's actually spending nearly 2 million spirit stones to buy raw stones. I'm afraid he's gone crazy because of the huge loss. Listening to the various discussions of people around me, Yi Qingyun didn't care at all. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, and he looked confident, as if he was going his own way and letting the cows and horses talk. You are a bunch of tactless guys, just laugh. I'll get some treasures later, and you guys will be envious to death. But despite saying that, Yi Qingyun still asked the old Bai in his mind in an uncertain tone. Mr. Bai, are you sure that these rough stones you asked me to choose all contain treasures? I've chosen everything according to your wishes, Mr. Bai. Please don't let me lose face again. Third time is better than last time. If you embarrass me again this time, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Rest assured. Mr. Bai spoke with the dignity of a senior. The previous times were just accidents. As long as you perform normally this time, I guarantee you will make a lot of money. I'm not bragging, old man. I was not only the White Sung Saint King, revered by all, but also a renowned origin explorer throughout the vast expanse of the world. Do you know what a source explorer is? I can tell if there is a treasure in the raw stone at a glance. I still say the same thing, Tongxiandai, the battle record can be checked. When I was a source explorer, I had my hands behind my back and didn't know what an opponent was. Hearing this, Yi Qingyun's heart finally settled down a lot. He raised his chin slightly, looking very proud. Then, next, it's his turn to become the protagonist that everyone envies and usher in his highlight moment. Soon, with the stonecutter's skillful movements, the first piece of raw stone was cut. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light flashed out from it, and the air was immediately filled with a layer of incomparably rich and fragrant scent that made one's pores dilate. This is. The sudden vision shocked the onlookers. When the glow completely dissipated, someone soon recognized the object contained in the raw stone and exclaimed in surprise. Golden Yulingji. It must be at least 300,000 years old. The million-year-old golden Ganoderma lucidum is a peerless tonic that even the supreme realm powerhouses, no, even the god realm powerhouses would covet. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and the starting price on the market is at least 500,000 spirit stones. Those who had been pessimistic about Yi Qingyun and even laughed at him before now looked a little ugly and incredulous. There were a total of 19 pieces of raw stones, and such a rare treasure was produced at the very beginning, which was tantamount to a good start. From a metaphysical point of view, Yi Qingyun's luck has indeed improved. If one or two more good things of the same level come out next, Yi Qingyun will be able to make his money back directly, or even make a huge profit. At this moment, there was also some change in the way everyone looked at Yi Qingyun. Could it be that this ordinary boy in front of me really has something extremely special, and even has a very high level of attainment in gambling on stones? Yi Qingyun didn't know what would happen next or whether he could come up with something better. But I have to say, it feels really good to slap others in the face in public. Moreover, he could clearly feel that Qing Lier and even Zhang Daoyuan behind him were looking at him with either admiration or respect. This guy actually has some skills. There are still 18 pieces of raw stones left. Could he really mine something extremely rare? Hua Jieyu, who had been watching from the sidelines, also became interested. Who knows? Gu Han chuckled. Maybe he used up all his good luck on the first piece of rough stone, and will get a lot of scrap metal later. He wasn't making sarcastic remarks on purpose. After all, he had already dug an invisible pit for Yi Qingyun before. He had already plopped in before. It is a fact that will never change that my grandmother's family suffered a loss. Chapter 182, 3,000 Weak Waters, I Only Take Yours. However, the conversation between Gu Han and Hua Jieyu fell into Yi Qingyun's ears extremely clearly. This made Yi Qingyun, who had finally achieved some success, feel a little unhappy. He recognized it at a glance. This guy was the one who had just been in private room number 1 on the 3rd floor, deliberately raising the price with me and repeatedly trying to buy the things he wanted. Not only has he ruined his plans many times, but now he's making these sarcastic remarks. It's just that I'm too envious of him and say these words to comfort myself." The corners of Yi Qingyun's lips curled up slightly. He suddenly had an idea in his mind to slap the guy in the face, this guy he disliked. He looked at Qing Lier beside him and spoke in a gentle voice. "Lier, I accidentally dragged you into that incident because of me. Now I'm asking you to accompany me to Wanyue Island. I'm really sorry to bother you. How about this, consider this Jin Yu Lingji as my gift to you. I hope you don't mind it." After saying this, he was watched by countless incredulous monks around him. Yi Qingyun directly stuffed this tonic that even the powerful people in the god realm coveted into Qing Lier's hands. Is this guy really confident enough in his luck, or has he always been so generous? A rare and precious Jinyu Ganoderma lucidum, just given away without hesitation. No regrets at all? The monks around suddenly gasped and cried out in surprise one after another. Qing Lier was a little flattered, but more of a moved person. "Brother Outyan, this is too valuable, I can't accept it." But the envious looks and various exclamations of disbelief from the people around him all satisfied Yi Qingyun's vanity. How could he take back something he had already given away? "Take it. I will definitely be able to open a better one later. You can keep it for now." Yi Qingyun looked confident. However, Jiang Fan, who saw the whole scene, frowned more and more, and looked at Yi Qingyun with more and more displeasure. This guy seems to be very generous and treats money as dirt. He is extremely nice to the women around him. But it's actually pretty disgusting. After all, he borrowed the spirit stones from his own princess. He had this idea, but he didn't think of the princess who lent him the spirit stone. Instead, he gave this rare treasure to the woman around him. You could say he's affectionate and righteous, but he can't distinguish between the primary and the secondary. Even though he is a mean person, he is willing to give away such a treasure. But Yi Qingyun couldn't care less and didn't know what Jiang Fan was thinking. He glanced provocatively at Gu Han, who was standing not far away, and spoke in a sarcastic tone. Unlike some people who don't have that kind of luck and just sit there and make sarcastic remarks. He clearly has such a beautiful fairy by his side, but he doesn't know how to cherish her. He's not even willing to spend his spiritual stones on her. As a grown man, you're so stingy and shameful. Although Yi Qingyun did not mention anyone by name, his indirect criticism made everyone understand what he meant. I also know who Yi Qingyun is talking about. Everyone's attention was immediately focused on Gu Han again. Gu Han raised his eyebrows slightly. It turned out that Yi Qingyun was good at using public opinion tactics anywhere. But before he could launch a counterattack, Hua Jiayu beside him smiled. He. I'm not that superficial woman. I love my young master as a person, not the spirit stones on his body. As she spoke, Hua Jiayu didn't care about the eyes of the people around her. She turned her body slightly and immediately buried herself in Gu Han's broad chest. Although he was a cultivator at the supreme level, he looked extremely charming at this moment, like a gentle and intellectual wife, with her white jade hands gently around Gu Han's neck. Completely disregarding whether or not she would lose her composure, she stuck to Gu Han. Maybe it's a true expression of feelings. Or maybe it's because his acting is so perfect that it's impeccable. Hua Jiayu's eyes were so sweet at this moment that they seemed to be drawing. Her beautiful eyes were slightly curved and she was smiling happily. Even if you give me nothing, it still can't cool my burning heart. There are 3,000 rivers, but I only take your one scoop, and only your one scoop. Time seems to stand still at this moment. Hua Jiayu's voice echoed clearly in everyone's ears. Oh shit. After a brief silence, these two words almost exploded in everyone's mind, a decisive blow. Everyone present is not a fool. It is obvious that Yi Qingyun wanted to directly satirize Gu Han for being stingy by giving Qing Lier a Jinyu Ganoderma lucidum. He even wanted to create some kind of rift between him and the woman in the red dress next to him. But in the end, his sarcasm not only did not have any effect, but was instead resolved in a very clever way by the woman in the red dress. He even taught him a hard lesson, telling him what it means to be in love, what it means to love someone for a lifetime, and a love that cannot be changed by wealth or poverty. This reversal directly sublimates the original theme of the conflict. Hi. It's really high. Yi Qingyun was also a little confused. He opened his mouth, but had no idea how to refute. It felt more like being slapped hard by an invisible hand, and my cheek was burning with pain. Using spirit stones and treasures to buy people's hearts is, in some ways, the most useless and wasteful method. Some people accept favors from others now, but one day they might forget your kindness and even turn into an ungrateful person and bite you back. Hua Jieyu performed normally, and the sarcastic voice sounded again. It's a pity that some blind and foolish people can't see through this obvious problem and still think they are generous. What an idiot. As she spoke, Hua Jieyu moved closer to Gu Han. Unlike me, I only have one son. I don't need anything because I already have this world of mine. I have to say that Hua Jieyu now deliberately makes her voice sound very coquettish, even a little creepy. But every word and every sentence she wrote was meaningful. They all seemed to carry a certain flavor of unswerving loyalty. Like invisible slaps, they slapped Yi Qingyun's face again and again, saying that he was short-sighted, useless, and could only win people's hearts in this cheapest way. No one even envied him. He was so lucky that the first raw stone he found produced a rare treasure, the golden Euganiderma lucidum. Instead, they laughed at him for being too narrow-minded and short-sighted. Not only did the good situation that was originally favorable to him disappear inexplicably, but he himself became a clown. Chapter 183. The effect appears, happy to get the egg fossil? Qingyun, this woman is too eloquent, so don't take her seriously. What era is this? You're still so loyal? It's a joke. Only when one's own interests are in hand is the way to go. Keep mining. When you uncover more treasures, you'll still be the envy of everyone here. I believe those two guys will be equally envious of you. Mr. Bai's words had a great comforting effect, and Yi Qingyun's emotions finally calmed down. That's right. The woman in the red dress was just using these words to mock him on purpose. Wait, the treasures I will get later will be enough to slap her in the face, and she will be envious. Continue to open the second one. Yi Qingyun no longer paid attention to the gazes of the people around him and continued to instruct the stonecutter. Soon, the second rough stone was cut. Another strange smell spread out. It was a drop of blue liquid emitting a faint glow. Spiritual fluid of heaven and earth. A monk recognized it instantly. This can also be regarded as an extremely rare tonic. It absorbs the essence of the sun and the moon, and gathers the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to dilute and condense it. Even if it is just a drop, it can cleanse the meridians and marrow, and to a certain extent enhance the potential of the cultivator. Just such a small drop, the market price is at least 150,000 spirit stones. This guy actually got a treasure from the second raw stone. Could it be that the 19 rough stones he bought all contain extremely rare treasures? After feeling the gazes of the people around him being attracted by the movement on his side again, Yi Qingyun's lips curled up slightly. However, after learning the previous lesson, he did not respond with smug sarcasm, but ordered the stonecutter to continue cutting. Soon, the third rough stone was cut. A red gold stone about half the size of a palm emerged from it, with what seemed to be a burning flame. The pupils of the monks watching suddenly contracted. Divine Firestone. The market price for refining various main materials related to the Avenue of Flame is at least over 150,000 spirit stones. This guy actually got treasures 3 times in a row, and the price of each one was quite high. Generally speaking, for most people, it is good enough to get treasures from 2 raw stones. Especially seeing Yi Qingyun being extremely confident from beginning to end, as if everything was under his control. The monks watching around even had the illusion that Yi Qingyun was interested in gambling on stones. Maybe he really has achievements far beyond their imagination. This kid is so young, could he already be the legendary source explorer? An old man seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but murmur. His voice was not low in the silent hall, and many people heard it clearly. Source explorer? May I ask, Senior, who is this person? A young monk immediately asked curiously. To be precise, this is a special existence that can detect whether there are treasures in the raw stone through invisible spiritual energy fluctuations. The old man didn't deliberately whet anyone's appetite and explained, I've heard that some highly accomplished source finders don't even need to use any special techniques. Just by taking a look at the raw stone, they can accurately determine whether there is a treasure inside. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a huge rock falling into the water, causing 1,000 waves. The crowd was in an uproar. Just by taking a casual look at the raw stone, one can determine with relative accuracy whether there is a treasure in it. Isn't such a magical power too amazing? Doesn't that mean you can always get big returns with a small investment? If you are lucky, you can even easily get a chance that countless people will envy. Nangong Waner, who was dressed as a man, also looked at Yi Qingyun with shock and admiration. Not only does he possess great luck, but he is also suspected to be the legendary source explorer. This time she finally made the right bet. It seems like there are still some people in Wanyue Tower who are quite perceptive. There was a hint of pride in Bai Lao's voice. Back then, I was famous for my ability to detect the source with just one glance. I don't know how many people came here to make friends with me. Xing Yun, you've struck it rich today. From now on, you will be the center of attention as a source explorer. Yi Qingyun couldn't suppress the smile anymore and the corners of his mouth began to curl up involuntarily. Where did you get this? The 3 rough stones above are just good starters. I heard that the mysterious owner of Moonwatching Island hid a treasure among thousands of raw stones. Although I am not very talented or well educated, I am confident that I can obtain this treasure today. As he spoke, he even pretended to bow to everyone present. I'm very sorry for making you come here in vain. The corners of the monks' mouths twitched. This guy is really good at pretending. But unfortunately, this guy produced good things from 3 pieces of raw stones in a row, leaving them with no reason to refute. If we were to ask who here has the chance to find this treasure from the raw stone, it would probably only be Yi Qingyun. At this moment, the owner of Wanyue Island, who was watching this scene through a special projection on the roof of Wanyue building, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. His most precious treasure was not in his hands at all. But it was in the hands of the man in blue who was accompanied by the woman in a red dress. Although this kid seems to have great luck, he's also quite impetuous and sometimes can't help but feel proud. Although all geniuses are proud, with such a mentality, if one fails in the future and falls to the bottom of the valley, he will surely die without a burial place. Even if there are opportunities, you can always turn danger into safety, but there are countless dangers, but you only have one life. The Lord of Wanyue Island looked at Yi Qingyun projected on the light screen and shook his head with some regret. How short-sighted am I? He actually thought that this guy could become his old friend's successor? Fortunately, fate did not facilitate this. On the contrary, the man in blue, who was not supposed to appear in the arrangement of fate, remained calm and composed from beginning to end. And the sharp eyes that selected that special rough stone at a glance all demonstrate his extraordinary ability. In his opinion, he was even more complicated than Yun Outyen, who was suspected to be an explorer. Brother Zhang. Some villains maliciously inflated my price and I bought a Han Yuan sword embryo that was of little use to me. If you hadn't lent me these raw stones, I'm afraid I really wouldn't have the spirit stones to buy these things, and I might have missed out on these treasures. Yi Qingyun said to Nangong Waner with a smile. How about this, I'll give all the treasures from the next 3 pieces of raw stone to you, Brother Zhang. Consider it my reward to you. As soon as these words were spoken, the monks watching gasped again. In everyone's mind, Yi Qingyun is most likely the legendary source explorer. The vision to find the treasure is definitely sharp enough. Now that he is so generous in giving the 3 treasures to his companions, it can be said that he is quite magnanimous. Then Zhang, I would like to thank Brother Yun for his kindness. Nangong Waner clasped her fists and smiled. Soon, the 4th piece of raw stone was cut. But when everyone looked at it with anticipation or curiosity, they were stunned. The air was eerily quiet. This time, unexpectedly, no strange phenomena unfolded in the raw stone. There was no rare treasure that appeared like the previous 3 times. There's only one ordinary fossil that looks like an egg? Chapter 184, Source Explorer? No, Chicken Explorer. Yi Qingyun was slightly stunned, and subconsciously reached out to take out the egg-like stone from the original stone. Based on his experience and knowledge, he believed that this was the egg of some special creature. As long as certain special methods are used to breed them, certain ancient spiritual beasts can be hatched. However, his thoughts had just begun to emerge. An experienced old man spoke uncertainly. This doesn't seem to be an egg from an ancient spirit beast. The smallest egg from an ancient spirit beast would be at least the size of 2 palms. But the egg in your hand looks just like an ordinary egg. After years of sedimentation, it seems to have become a fossil. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Qingyun was the first to lose his composure. Nonsense. Is this an egg? Don't I know it? How can an egg be found in a rough stone? This must be a rare ancient spirit beast egg that you have never seen before. Although in terms of shape and size, what he held in his hand looked like an egg. But how could he be willing to admit it? He got good things the first 3 times, but this time he got an egg fossil. It was impossible both from the perspective of luck and metaphysics. At Yi Qingyun's signal, the 5th piece of raw stone was cut. But this time the result was once again beyond expectations. The number of fossils suspected to be eggs has increased by 1 again. How is this possible? Yi Qingyun seemed unable to accept this result. Continue cutting the 6th piece. The 6th piece of rough stone was quickly cut. Egg fossil quantity +1. The crowd around suddenly fell silent. Yi Qingyun also looked at the 3 egg fossils in his hand in a daze. The whole person looked confused, wondering who he was, where he was, and what he was doing. Isn't this right? At least he was able to get something out of it the first 3 times, but how come he got 3 egg fossils in a row the next 3 times? That's right, he now also determined that these 3 stones were egg fossils. Both the shape and size are exactly like an egg. Furthermore, compared to the 3 unknown spirit beast eggs, the egg fossils were more in line with his guess. Puff. Finally, someone couldn't control his facial expression, and after stifling laughter, he burst into laughter. I've participated in so many gambling stone conventions, but this is the first time I've seen someone actually open 3 egg fossils in a row. In a sense, this kid can be considered a lucky guy blessed by fate. Who normally would unearth 3 egg fossils in a row? Someone else jokingly said, I think he was just lucky. How could a true fossil finder be so foolish as to find 3 egg fossils in a row? Such a blow was equivalent to making Yi Qingyun fall from the peak to the bottom. After a brief pause, his face began to turn red with shame and anger. Drive! Keep driving! Soon, the 7th, 8th, 13th, and even the 18th piece of raw stone were all opened. The air fell into an eerie silence. Everyone looked in the same direction in a daze and sluggishly. Yi Qingyun held 2 egg fossils in his left and right hands respectively, and there were 11 egg fossils piled under his feet. Number of egg fossils owned by Yi Qingyun x 15. Wow! After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in an uproar like boiling water. There was constant laughter. Some people laughed so hard that they bent over, and some even laughed so hard that they couldn't breathe. Ha ha ha! I thought this guy was going to teach me a lesson. From now on, every piece of raw stone will produce a treasure. It seems all my luck was used on the first 3 pieces of raw stones. Amazing! 15 egg fossils were uncovered in a row. This is considered a blockbuster at any gambling stone convention in history. Don't be a source finder anymore, it's really not suitable for you. From now on, you'll be called a chicken finder. You'll always be accurate. I've never been convinced by anyone in my life, but I really am convinced by you, the chicken explorer. The envy of Yi Qingyun that the many onlookers had for him had completely disappeared. The other party has now become a real fun person. Unearthing 15 egg fossils in a row is a truly unmatched level of luck. Gu Han, who was standing by, was having a hard time suppressing the smile on his face. He teased the little black chicken on his shoulder. Heizi, are those fossilized eggs all your relatives? Xiao Heizi immediately rolled his eyes, his face full of disdain. Do you want to eat oil cakes? You can even slander me for this? Ding! Congratulations to the master for completing a villain plot mission, damaging the reputation and prestige of the protagonist Yi Qingyun. The planned pretentious plot failed. Congratulations to the master for receiving a 2000 villain point reward. Guhan looked at Yi Qingyun, whose face was dazed and shocked, and felt quite happy. Sure enough, it was correct for him to spend 30,000 points to exchange for the fortune-breaking compass. Although this special item is a consumable item. But he intercepted the protagonist's opportunity and turned his pretentious and glorious plot into a shameful one. From the perspective of a villain, it really made him feel happy both physically and mentally. Old bye. You bastard. He bastard. Is this what you told me about putting your hands behind your back? You don't know what an opponent is? 19 pieces of raw stones. The first 3 produced some decent things, but what are these? Do you want to take a look? You even said you were a world-renowned source explorer when you were young. What the hell are you exploring? The strong sense of shame and frustration made Yi Qingyun furious. He just started to attack the old man in his mind. He really couldn't bear it anymore. He had been embarrassed many times before, and now he was embarrassed again. This damned bastard actually wanted to use his power to restore his body. Where did he get the nerve to do that? Although Yi Qingyun's curses were very unpleasant, Old Bai was also a little angry because the other party was disrespectful to him. But he did do something wrong in this matter. At the same time, he was a little confused. Even if he was already a soul body now, there wouldn't be such a big error, right? Isn't there still one last one left? Mr. Bai cleared his throat and suppressed the embarrassment in his heart. Perhaps, the treasure is in the last piece of rough stone. Okay, then I'll trust you again. Yi Qingyun suppressed the anger in his heart. Now he can only pin his hopes on the last piece of rough stone. Cut the last piece of rough stone. After giving instructions to the stonecutter who had obviously received professional training but was still trying to hold back his smile, the last rough stone was cut. A dazzling golden light burst out, and in the blurred vision, it seemed as if half a feather could be seen emerging. The smiles on everyone's faces froze slightly, and their pupils shrank slightly. It seems that the owner of Wangyue Island has a magic pen made of phoenix feathers among his treasures of heaven and earth. Could it be that Yi Qingyun really opened it? Yi Qingyun's original shame and anger also disappeared, and the corners of his lips rose slightly again. Finally, it came out, the golden legend. Soon, the golden halo completely dissipated. Everyone saw what was inside. How could this be the magic pen specially left behind by the master of Wangyue Island? Just a feather with some special effects. And it looks like a chicken feather. Chapter 185, Obtaining the Heavenly Record, Killing 3 Birds with 1 Stone. The sudden reversal made the original atmosphere even more weird. I have to say that this stone-cutting exercise really made them sweat profusely. What a close call, they really thought that Yi Qingyun's luck had turned. Although it's not the legendary phoenix feather, it's just a tail feather that looks like it belongs to an ancient chicken demon, but it still has some effect. If I sell it in the market, I'll get at least tens of thousands of spirit stones. I can use them to refine. Mr. Bai really couldn't continue making up stories. Just consider it a consolation prize. After saying this, Bai Lao's consciousness quietly sank into the depths of Yi Qingyun's sea of consciousness, and even temporarily cut off contact with the other party, pretending to be dead. Yi Qingyun was so angry that he laughed while holding the chicken demon's tail feathers in his hand. This damn old man is quite nice. He was even given a fried chicken tail feather as a consolation prize. Yi Qingyun felt his eyes go dark and he almost vomited blood in anger. Not only did he suffer a huge loss, but he also owed Nangong Wan or more than 1 million spirit stones. Having so many people watching him embarrass himself was simply rubbing his dignity into the ground. Tisk, some people always like to exaggerate things before they even begin. No matter what you say, there will definitely be something better. Jin Yu Lingji and the like are just a sprinkle of water. Now, the most precious thing was given away right from the start as a cheap gift. I hope some people won't regret it at night and even get up and slap themselves. As a supreme being who will never let go of any grudge, Hua Jieyu would never talk about the demeanor of a senior master. Naturally, she wouldn't miss such a good opportunity to be sarcastic. Yi Qingyun felt that the old blood that he had suppressed with great difficulty began to surge up uncontrollably again. But Qinglier just happened to believe what Hua Jieyu said. He wanted to take out the gene Euganiderma lucidum that he had given him and put it back to him. Qinglier held the gene Yulingji and said, "Outyan, don't be too sad. I'm returning the gene Yulingji to you. It's not very useful to me. It will be more valuable in your hands." As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Qingyun could feel that the eyes of the people around him looked at him differently. If there wasn't a crack in the ground under his feet, he would really want to crawl into it. Is Qinglier so tactless? Are you thinking that he is embarrassing himself and that it's not embarrassing enough? Okay, now that everything's open, get out of the way. Gu Han took the rough stone that Yi Qingyun had previously abandoned and walked forward, and instructed the stonecutter, "Please cut open this rough stone of mine. Be careful, there is a real treasure inside." These words immediately attracted many monks to burst into laughter. Everyone stopped laughing and looked at Gu Han with a serious look in their eyes, and suddenly all kinds of doubts came to their minds. Good baby? This person's tone was so confident. Could it be that he had something special about him, or perhaps he even had a high level of attainment in gambling on stones? Yi Qingyun was slightly stunned and snorted coldly, "You have the nerve to pick out things I don't want. There's good stuff in there, I'll just..." Yi Qingyun seemed to want to vent and divert the suppressed anger in his heart in this way. But before he could finish his words, buzz! A bright and dazzling glow suddenly burst out from the raw stone that had just been cut. Moreover, the dazzling light lingered for a long time, constantly gathering and expanding in the hall. In the end, it was so dazzling that it made it difficult for everyone present to open their eyes. But even though they couldn't see the situation clearly, it had already stirred up huge waves in everyone's hearts. There is no doubt that Gu Han has found a rare treasure. The person who was most shocked was Yi Qingyun. After all, this piece of raw stone was the one he had chosen on purpose. But since Old Bai said that there was no fluctuation of special treasures, he gave up on it directly. But now it seems that I really missed out on some rare treasure. The halo gradually dissipated. Regardless of the impact of the dazzling light on their eyes, everyone focused their sights immediately. But when he saw the treasure in the raw stone, his breathing suddenly froze and even his heart skipped a beat. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary set of paper, ink, brush, and inkstone. But anyone who is a cultivator can feel the wonderful Taoist rhythm emanating from it, like ripples on the water, which produces some kind of magical resonance with the surrounding void. Engraved Heaven Record. 3 words suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. This is the ultimate treasure from heaven and earth that the Moonwatching Island master placed inside the raw stone as a prize. The ultimate secret grand prize of this gambling stone convention. What the hell? Isn't this a bit too outrageous? This person opened up such a treasure from the first piece of rough stone he bought? Someone even sighed. The eldest son of the Moonwatching Chamber of Commerce, in order to open this treasure, not only hired professionals, but also spent a huge sum of money to buy a full 50 pieces of raw stones. Now, someone has opened it directly from a piece of raw stone. As everyone was sighing, they thought of the Chicken King Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun is too weak. Except for the first 3 pieces of raw stones that produced some good treasures, the next 15 pieces of raw stones only produced egg fossils. Look at him, he hits the target with one shot. The difference between the two is obvious. What's more, this kid likes to pretend. He had previously said that he would definitely be able to obtain the heaven engraving record. The bigger his boasting was, the bigger the slap in the face he received now. Engraved heaven record. For Yi Qingyun, the flow of time and space around him seemed to slow down, and the laughter and jokes of the crowd completely disappeared at this moment. Only the 3 words engraving heaven record kept echoing in his mind. He said that he did not choose the raw stone that he liked, and he always had an inexplicable feeling of loss in his heart. It turns out that I missed such a treasure from heaven and earth. Pain. It hurts so much. There was once a priceless treasure right in front of him, but he did not cherish it. It is the most painful thing in the world to regret after you lose something. If God could give him a chance to start over, he will definitely tell Bai Lao. F***ku, do you want to see what you did? Yi Qingyun cursed at old Bai in his mind. What do you mean by Tanshiandai? Where can I check my battle records? If it happens again, I will fuck you. You bastard. However, Mr. Bai, who is always better than the devil, has already chosen to shut up. Therefore, no matter how fiercely Yi Qingyun cursed, old Bai could not hear it at all. Ding! The master has intercepted the protagonist Yi Qingyun's great opportunity, causing him to regret deeply and creating a rift between him and the White Song Sing King. Congratulations to the master for receiving a 7,000 villain point reward. Gu Han, who had just picked up the engraving heaven record and was looking at it, raised the corners of his lips slightly when he heard this. This time, not only did he intercept Yi Qingyun's opportunity, he also received the villain point reward, and had a special gain. For him, this is like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 186, The Plan to Turn Them Against Each Other, 10,000 Souls Banner. The unknown soul in Yi Qingyun's mind has always been very mysterious. Even in his previous life, he tried various tests but was unable to find out his specific identity. This time, he was able to easily clarify a doubt he had through the system's broadcast. The White Holy King. TSK. I can only say that he is worthy of being the protagonist. The Saint King is the strongest cultivator below the Emperor realm. He was like an old man with golden fingers, parasitizing Yi Qingyun and even working for him for free without asking for any reward. If it were someone else, they would have been possessed by such a powerful being long ago. However, this immediately gave him an idea. Perhaps, he could indirectly put pressure on Yi Qingyun through the former lover or even the later period of Saint King White Song. Moreover, a certain gap has already developed between the two. I believe that under the influence of his subsequent plans, the rift between the two will only grow bigger. They may even break up, go their separate ways, and become enemies. Although Yi Qingyun has a lot of golden fingers and trump cards. But if he loses one golden finger, perhaps some unexpected and wonderful changes will occur. The other side. Although Yi Qingyun had already launched a crazy attack on Bai Lao. But the atmosphere in my heart did not dissipate, but became even more intense. Because old Bai had already cut off contact with him, his cursing had no effect at all. Yun Outyen, I advised you not to buy so many raw stones before. Now it's okay, I've made a lot of money. You should consider the consequences before doing anything in the future and don't be too reckless. A voice suddenly sounded. Following the voice, the person speaking was Zhang Fan. Originally, Zhang Fan said this with good intentions, hoping that Yi Qingyun could learn a lesson from it. But his words sounded particularly harsh to Yi Qingyun's ears, and even had a sarcastic tone. This made him instantly furious. Stop being such an afterthought. I originally intended to buy the 2 rough stones together. If you hadn't come out and said that I owed brother Zhang too much raw stones and might not be able to pay it back, how could I have missed this treasure? Yi Qingyun immediately remembered all the details from before and turned to vent his anger on Zhang Fan. Yes. I saw it clearly at that time. Brother Outyen intended to buy the 2 rough stones together. But Qing Lier was still helping and blaming Zhang Fan. If it weren't for you, who insisted on looking for trouble and making sarcastic remarks, Brother Outyen would have bought the rough stone long ago. It won't be this guy's turn to take advantage of the situation. After hearing this, Zhang Fan was completely dumbfounded. No. Are these 2 guys so disgusting? Can they even put the blame on him? Without waiting for him to speak angrily, another indifferent voice sounded. Zhang Fan, you were indeed a bit too talkative earlier. Zhang Fan, who was originally a little angry, felt like he was poured with a basin of cold water from head to toe. He seemed to be hit hard and was a little shaky. He looked at Nangong Waner, who was dressed as a man, with disbelief on his face. He simply couldn't believe that even the princess he had grown up with would stand on Yi Qingyun's side. He felt a chill in his heart, and his heart ached violently. But he clenched his fingers, lowered his head, and responded in a low voice. I'm sorry for being abrupt. Guhan, who was watching the whole scene from the side, curled up the corners of his lips slightly. Let the seeds of anger and unwillingness continue to take root in Jun Maxiao's heart. By then, he only needs to use a little trick, and Jun Maxiao, the future god of war of the Taihua immortal dynasty, will be completely evil, and even become a chess piece in his hands. It can even help him deal with Yi Qingyun and Nangong Waner. Humph. To put it bluntly, you just took advantage of me and got this treasure. Yi Qingyun seemed to have found some reason again, using the excuse that Guhan was picking out the raw stones that he didn't want to flatter himself. How can someone be so shameless? Hua Jieyu didn't tolerate him and started to argue with him. I gave up because of my own poor judgment, and you actually said it was because of my luck. So, whatever area you pass by in the future, there will be opportunities for people to be born there, and you will say that it is your good luck that brings them here? According to what you said, if you've seen it, it's related to you and destined for you. You don't have much ability, but you're quite shameless. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Qingyun immediately became the focus of the crowd again. Many monks shook their heads and chuckled, 15 consecutive times uncovering fossilized eggs. Indeed, anyone would be annoyed. But you're saying that the discovery of the heavenly and earthly treasure, the engraved heaven record, is related to you. You're being so shameless and trying to flatter yourself. You're a bit like a clown. Guhan, who was watching the whole scene from the side, couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. From the setting of this book, the so-called protagonist law is really like this. Wherever the protagonist goes, there will be bloody storm. Finally, the protagonist shows up to turn the tide, gaining fame and many benefits. Wherever you go, there will be rare opportunities. After a series of hardships and fierce confrontations, the opportunity against all odds unexpectedly fell into the hands of the protagonist. He is very familiar with this routine. However, according to his previous experience, the protagonist's opportunity was intercepted by himself. There is a high probability that opportunities of the same level or even greater opportunities will appear. If his guess was correct, the hidden unknown opportunity might be in the remaining raw stones. In other words, there are still good treasures in this gambling stone conference. I ignored the comments of people around me for the time being. Guhan's thoughts drifted away, and his mind moved slightly. Soon, a panel that only he could see appeared. Move to the system mall column. Guhan began to look for some special functional system items. Including the previous consumption and the accumulation of daily tasks, he now has about 60,000 villain points. You can buy some good things. Demon Summoning Banner, 40,000 villain points. Eiling Banner, 40,000 villain points. 10,000 Souls Banner, 40,000 villain points. Guhan's gaze lingered on these magical weapons and treasures. Originally, he just wanted to find some system products with special functions to help him find treasures in the raw stones. I happened to see these two treasures. This made him a little hesitant, as the 10,000 Souls banner seemed to be very consistent with the style of his Blood Moon Demon sect. Considering that he still had more than 60,000 villain points and could continue to take advantage of the protagonist Yi Qingyun, Guhan gritted his teeth and bought it. Banner of 10,000 Souls. This banner was born from the endless soul abyss. A supreme demon lord used his own blood essence as a guide and used some kind of heaven-defying technique to smelt the endless souls in the demon abyss to refine this magic treasure. After imprisoning a soul, you can command it and view its memories. Seeing this, Guhan suddenly became interested. In the future, if I imprison the souls of the people in the protagonist's camp, wouldn't I be able to use this method to turn the people who were originally in the protagonist's camp into my own side? Guhan's lips curled up slightly. I was lucky today and got two great treasures. Especially the treasure, the engraving heaven record, which was picked up for free. Although I can't kill Yi Qingyun, this cockroach, for the time being. But before actually killing him, the benefits gained from him were indeed real. He continued to search the system mall. Guhan was soon attracted by a consumable item called Lucky Gold Coin. Lucky Gold Coin 8,000 villain points, greatly increases a person's luck in a short period of time, can be used 3 times. It is also possible to combine 3 opportunities into one, raising a person's luck level to its peak within a short period of time. Guhan's eyes narrowed slightly. Isn't luck just good fortune? In a sense, this lucky gold coin can even help people improve their luck? However, if you think about it carefully, the lucky gold coin actually has the meaning of playing words. The function of this item is only to temporarily elevate a person's luck to the peak of a period of time. If your luck is very bad during this period, the peak you reach will most likely be just at a normal level. But Guhan still decided to take a gamble. The Gambling Stone Conference may still hide some unknown great opportunities. He would rather spend 8,000 villain points on a gamble than let it fall into Yi Qingyun's hands. Chapter 187. It seems that you are living a very tiring life. How about I help you get relief? Yi Qingyun had no idea what Guhan was thinking. I never even thought that he was Guhan. He is a little resentful now. I was angry that I trusted Mr. Bai too much, which made me miss a great opportunity. He felt somewhat unwilling and wanted to rely on his own feelings to find a rough stone that might contain a treasure. After all, there are thousands of raw stones here. The probability of hiding treasures is still very high. At least we should recover the losses. Brother Zhang, can you please? Yi Qingyun was just about to ask Nangong Waner to borrow spirit stones again. A smiling voice sounded first. Some people thought I was taking advantage of him by picking up the rough stones he didn't want. Well, today I will convince some people. I'll pick another rough stone and see if I can get another good treasure. Ignoring the gazes of people around him, Guhan has directly used the lucky gold coin and turned 3 chances into 1, raising his luck to the peak. Slapping Yi Qingyun in the face is secondary. The most important thing is that he also wants to see what level his peak luck as a villain cannon fodder will be after he lives his life again and the plot deviates seriously. In his previous life, he was always very unlucky, perhaps because of the halo of being a villain cannon fodder. Anything done against the protagonist will fail inexplicably, and the other party will always take the initiative. Now I have awakened the system and purchased special system products. What if this fails to uncover the hidden opportunity? So what does this mean? It means that your golden finger is not strong enough and not working hard enough. So, if you can't get any good stuff later, it means the stuff this system sells is too rubbish and useless. The system that was inexplicably poor was speechless. This kid is really scheming. He was pulled onto the boat for some unknown reason. The lucky gold coin has been used, and Guhan is now just relying on his simple feeling to select the raw stones. It was just a fluke before, do you want to try again? Yi Qingyun crossed his arms and sneered, if you can open another treasure, I will. At this time, Guhan had already handed the raw stone that he had selected based on his feeling to the stonecutter. Before Yi Qingyun could finish his sarcastic words, he was interrupted by a sudden burst of blazing purple light. Buzz! Even the void was affected in some way, and began to ripple with strange light. I don't know if it was an illusion, but everyone could even vaguely hear the clear sound of swords coming from their ears. Hiss! This young Master Su has unearthed another top-notch treasure. Amidst waves of exclamations of disbelief, I saw an object emitting purple light emerging from the raw stone on its own. Looking closely, it looked like an ancient page. As the paper, bathed in a faint purple light, unfolded, the words engraved on it twisted and intertwined, as if given life. An indescribable and devastating sword energy suddenly burst out from it, making the many cultivators around it feel depressed and breathless. Congeal. But soon, a voice carrying some kind of legal power sounded. The purple gold paper quickly gathered the brilliant sword energy and quickly fell into Qing Lier's hands. No doubt about it. This is the top sword technique that my Zixiao sect once lost, the Zixiao sword technique. I finally found it. Qing Lier was very excited. Many years ago, their Zixiao sect was the top dominant force in Xuanshu continent, named Zixiao Sword Sect. But later, due to some terrible changes, the sect's foundation was impacted and a large number of top sword techniques were lost. These top descendants of the Zixiao sect also traveled abroad with the intention of finding these lost sword techniques. I didn't expect that by some strange coincidence, we would meet here today. But the Zixiao sword technique only flew into the air. Everyone only felt a flash of red shadow in front of them. A white hand as white as jade reached out slightly and directly grabbed the Zixiao sword technique. Why are some people so unruly? This is clearly something my young master opened, yet you dare to snatch it in broad daylight? Isn't that a bit too shameless? Hua Jieyu had already landed back beside Gu Han and looked at Qing Liar with a sneer. Seeing that the Zixiao sword technique was taken away, Qing Liar became a little anxious. This thing originally belonged to my Zixiao sect. It was lost due to some special circumstances back then. I'm sure that with your status and position, you two would never do anything like forcibly taking someone else's property. Why not return it to its original owner? As long as you are willing, we are willing to pay a high price to take it back. And I can also guarantee that my Zixiao sect will owe you a big favor. Of course, if you really don't want to return it, then I won't say anything before. Hearing this, Gu Han raised his brows slightly. I have to say that Qing Liar is actually a smart person. He spoke in a measured and methodical manner, and in just a few words he made his purpose clear, and gained a very advantageous position. The excuse was very beautiful and impeccable. They directly said that this thing was left by their ancestors. By the way, he praised the status of the two of them very highly, and indirectly said that it would be somewhat unreasonable for them to use their status to forcibly seize the things of his ancestors. In the end, he retreated to advance, seemingly trying to cover up the matter. In fact, they occupied the highest point of morality, which eventually led to a bad rumor that they had seized the relics of other people's ancestors. But so what? Not to mention that I was originally pretending to be someone else. Hua Jieyu doesn't care about this at all. He didn't even take the Zixiao sect seriously. Yeah? What I offer is mine. Why should I make a deal with you? Gu Han's tone was very impolite. If you try to play tricks on me again, I guarantee you won't be able to leave Moon Watching Island alive. He never has a good face towards people in the protagonist camp. This future Qingming Supreme had also caused himself a lot of trouble in his previous life. You still want to get benefits from him? You are just dreaming. My fellow Taoist, aren't you being too unkind? Seeing the woman next to him being wronged, Yi Qingyun quickly jumped out. I saw it clearly earlier. If she hadn't cast a special spell to stop the purple sky sword technique from changing, I'm afraid you would have flown away as soon as you used the purple sky sword technique. She was kind enough to help you suppress the purple sky sword technique, but instead of being grateful, you spoke so coldly to her. You're truly too petty. Without waiting for Gu Han to speak, a terrifying aura suddenly spread. Hua Jieyu was looking coldly at Yi Qingyun and his group at this moment. So, my young master should thank you, right? Well, I see you're tired of living, so why don't I help you out as soon as possible? You can thank me later, how about that? Chapter 188 A Wonderful Encounter? No, it's revenge. As Hua Jieyu's breath is released, the atmosphere in the entire hall suddenly became oppressive and tense. Everyone's expression suddenly changed drastically. No way? Could it be that this person wants to take action in Wanyue Tower? This is a big taboo. Under the pressure of such a terrible atmosphere, Yi Qingyun immediately swallowed his words back into his stomach. I didn't dare to speak again for a moment. He has temporarily broken up with Mr. Bai. If there is a conflict with the other party now, without Mr. Bai's help, he would probably suffer a great loss. Yi Qingyun tactfully suppressed the frustration in his heart. Don't look down on the young and poor. One day, when he becomes the supreme realm, he will have plenty of opportunities to be proud of himself. However, he was too embarrassed to stay here any longer. I opened 19 pieces of raw stones in a row, and most of them were useless. Gu Han only opened 2 pieces of raw stones. One of them produced the mysterious grand prize of this gambling stone conference, and the other one obtained the supreme sword technique. Compared with the two, my luck is just shit. Moreover, ever since he embarked on the path of cultivation, his luck has always been very good. But today, for some reason, it seems like I was carried to my grandma's house. It was already evening when the banquet on Wanyue Island ended. Yi Qingyun and his group also left early to prepare their own accommodation. After finishing this matter, the sky had become even darker. However, the prosperous island of Wanyue Island is still brightly lit and extremely lively. In a room in a courtyard somewhere, Qing Lier is currently using some special materials to engrave a sound transmission formation. Master, what this disciple said is absolutely true, every word is true. Whether it's from the aura or the Dao rhyme emanating from it, that is the most precious treasure of my Zixiao sect, the Zixiao sword technique. My disciple is incompetent and failed to retrieve this treasure immediately. In the room, a light curtain condensed by the runes of laws was suspended in the air. Qing Lier knelt on the ground with her head buried deep in her eyes. At this moment, a vague silhouette emerged from the depths of the light curtain. Even though it was just a vague outline, his every move exuded the aura of an extremely majestic person of high rank. He is none other than the leader of the Zixiao sect, the Ziwei Divine Lord. At this moment, after hearing Qing Lier's report, there was a certain suppressed anger in his voice. Su Chang'e? He seems to be accompanied by a powerful Supreme Realm expert? This is definitely not something you can handle. Furthermore, the fact that he was able to enter Moon-Watching Tower directly without an invitation is enough to demonstrate his own extraordinariness. How about this, you try to monitor his every move and make sure he doesn't leave Moon-Watching Island. I will immediately dispatch the sect's strong men to Wanyue Island. There seemed to be a cold light deep in the pupils of Ziwei God. Since you are unwilling to do me a favor and insist on occupying the relics of our ancestors, then we have no choice but to take them by force. A street somewhere on Mochizuki Island. Yi Qingyun felt very aggrieved by the various things that happened today. At this moment, he did not stay in his residence, but chose to go out and relax. What bad luck! Not only do I owe them over 1,000,000 spirit stones, but I also missed out on a top-notch treasure. It's a huge loss. Just as Yi Qingyun was walking in cursing, a cool and pleasant voice suddenly floated over with the wind. Are you Yun Outyen? Yi Qingyun paused slightly and looked back subconsciously. On the eaves under the moon, there was a graceful woman in a white dress with a long sword on her back, standing facing the wind, looking down at him from above. The moonlight poured down, making her skin look unusually white, as if it could be blown away. Even though the woman's eyes were completely tied with a white band, only half of her pretty face was exposed. But Yi Qingyun still recognized the woman's identity at a glance. That was his former senior sister from the sword sect, Luo Baiji. How did she appear here? All kinds of doubts arose in Yi Qingyun's mind. The sword-asking sect is tens of thousands of miles away from Wanyue Island, or even farther. It was too fantastic to meet an old acquaintance of mine here. Besides, she just called me Yun Outyen. She probably doesn't know that I am Yi Qingyun. Could it be that when I was in Kongyao Port, my reputation for punishing evil and promoting good, and combating evil forces, spread out, and coincidentally, my senior sister heard it, so she tracked me down all the way, just to get to know me? Such an idea is a bit absurd and even narcissistic. But I have to say, it is indeed possible. After all, he knew his senior sister's personality. As a sword cultivator of his generation, he hates evil and likes to draw his sword to help when he sees injustice. It is indeed possible that after hearing about his great achievements, people would come to meet him. A beautiful fantasy suddenly emerged in Yi Qingyun's mind. What happened in the sect back then must have been very painful for senior sister Baiji, right? Now I have a wonderful encounter with him. Reveal your identity at the right time and tell him that you are not dead. Would my senior sister be extremely excited and happy? Thinking of this, Yi Qingyun's lips curled up slightly. He showed an expression that he thought was cool and handsome, and bowed in the direction of Luo Baiji. My name is Yun Outyen, nice to meet you, fairy sister. I wonder why Sister Fairy is looking for me. After practicing sword skills with Mo Wenqing for more than a month, Luo Baiji believed that except for matters concerning her senior brother, she could remain calm in everything. But now, after hearing Yi Qingyun calling her fairy sister in a cheesy way, her sword heart suddenly surged with huge waves. I really want to cut this disgusting guy into pieces. Yun Outyen, right? Zheng. The cold sound of sword chanting suddenly rang out. The cold sword reflected a dazzling cold light under the moonlight, causing Yi Qingyun's body to stiffen instantly, and a very bad feeling emerged in his heart. In that case, then you will die. Without waiting for Yi Qingyun to come back to his senses from his daze, Luo Baiji, standing under the moonlight, flashed and disappeared in an instant, leaving only a shadow behind. Yi Qingyun felt his soul was about to disappear, and he felt a chill on his neck. But in the blink of an eye, a long sword reflecting a sharp cold light was already slashing towards his neck. He could even clearly see Luo Baiji holding the sword, with a cold expression devoid of any emotion. How can there be any chance encounter or acquaintance based on admiration? This is like two enemies meeting each other, and I want to cut him into pieces. Chapter 189, If I kill him, will you come back, brother? Bite. The sound of metal collision was heard immediately. A pitch-black ancient sword appeared in Yi Qingyun's hand at some point. The collision of the swords immediately sent out bursts of dazzling sparks in the dark night. But Yi Qingyun greatly underestimated Luo Baiji's current strength. Although she is just a woman, she has terrifying strength. Just from the first collision, his sword-holding hand felt numb from the shock. The whole person took several steps back. Are you crazy? I've never offended you. Yi Qingyun was very angry and aggrieved. In his impression, his incarnation of Yun Outyen never seemed to have any conflicts with Luo Baiji, right? Why did she kill him so cruelly the moment she saw him? Luo Baiji did not respond, her expression as cold as ice. Swish! With a flip of the wrist, the second sword came at an extremely tricky angle, breaking through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Yi Qingyun was furious and had no choice but to grit his teeth and fight with him. In an instant, a new round of sparks burst out from the collision of swords. Ding ding ding! Ding ding ding! Both of them have good attainments in swordsmanship and their swords can be drawn very quickly. From the initial sparks flying, to the complete absence of any sword movements. In the end, the figures of the two people merged into the void, and it was difficult to capture their traces. All you can see are two different terrifying sword energies colliding violently. As a result, the entire space was filled with ripples of eye-catching sword energy, and the large areas of bluestone flooring on the street were shattered layer by layer, and suddenly, shocking cracks were plowed out. Break the clouds! Accompanied by a cold voice. Boom! The air pressure above the sky suddenly became oppressive and heavy, the thick clouds continued to sink, the wind blew violently, and faint flashes of thunder could be seen in it. At the same time, Luo Baiji seemed to be blessed by the power of heaven and earth, and became extremely oppressive. Boom! She drew her sword as fast as lightning and slashed it down vertically, followed by a thunderous roar. The sword energy barrier that Yi Qingyun had condensed in advance was unable to withstand the attack and shattered like thin ice, being hit head-on by the sword. The terrifying energy storm immediately made him fly backwards like a kite with a broken string. He crashed into the distance with a loud bang, raising a cloud of dust all over the ground. Damn it! When did Luo Baiji become so terrifying? Yi Qingyun was a little bit unbelievable. Although he was just Luo Baiji's junior brother when he was in the sword sect. But when it comes to combat ability, he is absolutely confident that he is stronger than his own Luo Baiji. Not to mention that he also gained a lot during this period of time, and his actual cultivation skills improved greatly. But they had just met, and within a few encounters, he was defeated repeatedly. Luo Baiji! Don't go too far. I usually don't hit women. But if you keep insisting, I will really be rude to you. Yi Qingyun roared again. But Luo Baiji didn't take his threats seriously at all. I just feel that the guy in front of me is even more disgusting. Just a despicable person. How dare you pretend to be a gentleman in front of her? I said, today, you will die. As soon as she finished speaking, an even more terrifying and powerful sword energy burst out like a torrent breaking through a floodgate, immediately spreading out with her as the center and raging. An illusory and magnificent divine sword, as if connected to heaven and earth, appeared behind her. The reflected frosty sword light even temporarily illuminated the night sky. Yi Qingyun's pupils shrank slightly. He knew that it was some kind of strange phenomenon that would only appear when Tongming's sword heart was cultivated to a certain level. Luo Baiji was suspended in the sky, her white skirt moving without wind. The sword energy around her was crisscrossed, condensing into a surging ocean of sword energy. Within the ocean of sword energy, sword blue lotuses appeared and bloomed around her. Hiss! Yi Qingyun's pupils shrank slightly and he took a breath of cold air. A huge sense of crisis suddenly surged into my heart. If Luo Baiji used this sword god move on him, he would be skinned alive if he didn't die. Wait. Yi Qingyun was a little flustered. He stretched out a hand to signal Luo Baiji to be patient and listen to his excuses. Sister Baiji, there is a misunderstanding between us. Actually, I am your master. Yi Qingyun wanted to expose the matter directly by revealing his identity. But before he could finish his words, "Go to hell." Boom! Luo Baiji, who was floating in the air, completely ignored it. The sword energy gathered around her was compressed to the extreme and expanded and exploded in an instant. Countless sword green lotuses blossomed and transformed into countless green lotus petals, overlapping layer upon layer, reflecting each other, blending into the deep ocean of surging sword energy, and pouring down towards Yi Qingyun below. The entire world seemed to be obscured by lotus petals formed entirely from sword energy, like a meteor shower under the moon, which was obviously gorgeous and beautiful, but also carried a murderous intent. Boom! The next moment, countless sword energy lotuses have exploded violently where Yi Qingyun is. The sword energy was everywhere, and the earth was shaking. But wait until the rolling sword energy dissipates. Luo Baiji couldn't help but frown slightly. In the deep pit that collapsed inward and left the ground in a mess, there was no trace of Yi Qingyun. Not even a trace of flesh and blood was left. The whole person seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Damn it, I really underestimated him before. Even so, he still got away. Luo Baiji's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. She left no room for maneuver with that sword strike just now. Combined with her clear sword heart, it bursts out with all her strength. She is confident that she can kill even the top Dawa realm experts. But Yi Qingyun was just a cultivator at the divine platform realm, and he managed to perfectly avoid her killing power without anyone noticing. Originally, Luo Baiji wanted to go to that area to search for any trace of Yi Qingyun. However, she suddenly realized that there were several powerful auras around her that were rapidly approaching the area where she was. It must be because the noise we made just now was too loud and was noticed by the other people on Moon Watching Island. This guy is lucky. I hope that my senior and junior sisters will be able to meet that despicable person who managed to escape later. After whispering a word, Luo Baiji's cold expression seemed to be moved. Her eyes seemed to look into the depths of the night through the white cloth covering her eyes, and her expression was actually a little sad. Brother, will you really be here too? If we kill Yi Qingyun completely, will you really come back? A whispered word. A leaf suddenly fell in the breeze. The leaves just happened to cover the figure of Luo Baiji floating in the air. The moment the leaves fall to the ground, Luo Baiji's figure also completely disappeared into the night. Chapter 190. The former good senior sister has turned evil. At the same time, in a dark alley somewhere on Wanyue Island. Damn it! How long has it been since we last met? How did Luo Baiji become such an unreasonable crazy woman? In my previous impression, she was not like this. Suddenly, a voice filled with suppressed anger and curses came from the depths of the alley. Soon, Yi Qingyun, stumbling a little while holding his bleeding wound, walked out from the depths of the alley. At this moment, his face looked ugly, his hair was disheveled, and he looked extremely miserable. Fortunately, he was quick-witted. He immediately used the magical talisman that he had previously spent a lot of money to engrave and quickly left that area. Otherwise, with Luo Baiji's sword, if he didn't die, he would at least lose half his life. But what puzzled him more than resentment was what had happened during the time he was away from the sword-asking sect. Why did Luo Baiji undergo such a big change? Moreover, even his senior sister, who he thought had the most stable personality, had undergone such a big change. Have Lu Ruyan and Xu Yue also undergone some kind of transformation? While he was thinking about this question in his mind. Junior brother Qing Yun, is that you? A familiar voice suddenly sounded behind him. Yi Qingyun trembled all over and looked back subconsciously. Sure enough, he saw a graceful figure that was extremely familiar to him. That was Lu Ruyan, who had once had the best relationship with him. He subconsciously wanted to call out Lu Ruyan's name. But after thinking about what just happened, vigilance still prevailed. After all, since Lu Ruyan could recognize his identity, there was no reason for Luo Baiji not to recognize his identity. Then why attack him? You've made a mistake. My name is Yun Outyen. I'm not the junior brother Qing Yun that the girl is looking for, Yi Qing Yun said righteously. His move was also a deliberate attempt to test the subject. He wanted to see if Lu Ruyan was like Luo Baiji, wanting to attack him as soon as they met. Junior brother Qing Yun. Stop pretending. I know you are the real you. Junior brother Qing Yun. I knew you weren't dead yet. Lu Ruyan looked a little flustered. Senior sister Baiji has gone crazy. Ever since you, junior brother, got into trouble, she's been insisting that Master's Taoist heart has been affected, and that senior brother left the sect heartbroken. It's all your fault, and she wants to kill you to make you pay for it. I'm no match for her and can't stop her, so I have no choice but to find you in advance, hoping to prevent this disaster from happening. As she spoke, Lu Ruyan seemed to notice the injuries on Yi Qingyun's body, and her eyes suddenly showed a look of pity. It seems that I am still a step too late. It's my fault that you got hurt. Lu Ruyan has also grown a lot these days. In order to make their words more credible, she even deliberately made her words half true and half false, making it difficult to tell. Moreover, this reason can even deceive yourself. After all, what she said was true. Yi Qingyun was stunned for a moment, but after thinking about all the details just now, he believed what Lu Ruyan said. That's just slander. Gu Han is not a good person to begin with. I even suspected that I was framed in the secret realm, and he was definitely behind it. What does his leaving the sect have to do with me? Yi Qingyun was angry and stopped pretending. Seeing this scene, Lu Ruyan became even more delighted. I knew you were junior brother Qingyun. Junior brother. Luo Baiji is looking for you everywhere. Your whereabouts have been exposed. It's very dangerous here. Come with me quickly. I will protect you. Lu Ruyan walked forward quickly, looking around, as if she was prepared for someone to suddenly appear and hurt Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun, who took in all the details, was also moved. As expected, his position in senior sister Ruyan's heart is unmatched. Sister, I'm sorry for making you worry these days. Yi Qingyun temporarily took off his disguise. He smiled brightly and opened his arms, wanting to embrace Lu Ruyan in his arms and feel the warmth of this beautiful lady. Get out of the way. But soon, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded in his mind. It was a warning from the little white snake hidden in his chest. But it was too late now. Lu Ruyan was already a few steps away from him. The next moment, her aura rose steadily, and she was like an arrow shot from a bow, rushing towards Yi Qingyun with extreme speed. Moreover, she already had a hidden blade in her hand that was emitting a sharp cold light. There was a green liquid on the hidden blade, which seemed to be a highly poisonous substance specially applied by Lu Ruyan. Go to hell. The worry on Lu Ruyan's face had completely disappeared. Instead, his face was filled with ferocity and madness, and he looked like a ghost crawling out of the nine nether hell, wanting to take revenge on Yi Qingyun at this moment. Senior sister, you. Yi Qingyun was almost dead, but his speed did not slow down at all. He used up all his strength to dodge to the side. But he was too close to Lu Ruyan before. In addition, Lu Ruyan did not show any abnormality before launching the attack. Now suddenly an attack breaks out. No matter how skilled his physical skills were, he could not avoid Lu Ruyan's sudden attack. Phew! His kidney was stabbed directly by a knife, and the pain made Yi Qingyun unable to control and let out a scream. He seemed to be angered by the knife, and his true energy immediately circulated and concentrated in his right hand. He slapped Lu Ruyan with his backhand, as if trying to force her back. However, Lu Ruyan is even crazier. He was even willing to exchange injury for injury. While forcibly catching her palm, he turned around and tried to stab his heart. "You lunatic!" The strong sense of crisis made Yi Qingyun's face change drastically. He had to forcibly retract his attack and dodge with all his strength again. The knife that was bound to hit his heart was deflected and only pierced his shoulder. The intense pain made Yi Qingyun groan again. But the worst thing is that Lu Ruyan is a vicious and cruel person, and the poison on the blade is extremely terrible. The site of his wound had begun to rot and turn black. Even the meridians began to be eroded. Is this the heavenly zombie poison? Yi Qingyun could recognize the toxins that had invaded his body. One of the 10 most poisonous drugs in the world. Once it invades the body, it will corrode the flesh and blood, and eventually the person will rot into a pool of blood and die. Lu Ruyan is such a vicious person. Chapter 191, Senior Sisters turned completely evil and wanted to kill him. Lu Ruyan, are you fucking crazy? Why do you want to kill me too? Yi Qingyun asked angrily. He had never expected that Lu Ruyan would actually attack him. He has also trained his vision outside these days. It can be confirmed that every word Lu Ruyan said just now was true and she was not deliberately lying to him. You know, when he was in the sect, the one with whom he had the best relationship among the several senior sisters was Lu Ruyan. But now even she wants to kill herself. He. Lu Ruyan chuckled softly. He wiped the blood that seeped from the corner of his mouth after being hit by Yi Qingyun's palm. Not only did he not look like he had suffered a serious injury, but the smile on his lips even seemed a little sick and crazy. Why would I kill you? Ha ha ha. Isn't this obvious? Lu Ruyan clenched the hidden blade in her hand, tilted her head slightly, and the smile on the corner of her mouth looked particularly creepy. Although he was under the bright moon, a terrifying red light was reflected in the depths of his eyes. If you hadn't deliberately instigated me to pick the monster's companion grass in the Tianshan secret realm, none of this would have happened. If I hadn't been so stupid back then and believed your words and put all the blame on my brother, none of this would have happened. If it weren't for you, my brother wouldn't have gone through so much pain, and we wouldn't have lost him. Ha ha ha, as long as you die, senior brother will definitely come back. Lu Ruyan's voice became more and more crazy as she spoke. Ha ha ha. I was so stupid back then, so stupid that I actually thought a despicable person like you was kinda honest. I actually became your accomplice in such a disgusting thing, pushing such a gentle senior brother into the abyss. I really deserve to die. I should go to hell and be burned by the fire of karma forever, and never be able to be reborn. The morbid curve at the corner of Lu Ruyan's mouth became more and more exaggerated and more crazy. But, you have to go down with me. Boom! The next moment, a layer of blood-red flame suddenly burned on the surface of Lu Ruyan's fair skin, and her whole aura rose rapidly like a last ray of light. You! Yi Qingyun's pupils widened, and he was so shocked that his scalp went numb. He even took 2.5 steps back out of fear. The original essence and blood are burning. This is a deadly move that a monk will use when he is forced into a desperate situation, which will hurt the enemy 1,000 times and hurt himself 800 times. You must know that the original essence and blood are the foundation of a cultivator. Once it is damaged, it will have a great impact on the future path of the Great Way, and it will even be difficult to improve the realm of cultivation. Unless you are an idiot, you will not choose to consume and forcibly exchange your future cultivation potential for temporary strength. But Lu Ruyan didn't kill him immediately, but chose to consume his essence and blood directly. However, he was not given any extra time to think. Lu Ruyan rushed towards him again like a crazy ghost. Yi Qingyun had no choice but to take out his own pitch-black ancient sword to block. But he was tricked by Lu Ruyan at the beginning and was still seriously injured. In addition, Lu Ruyan burned her original essence and blood and fell into a violent state, making it difficult for him to resist. The whole person was beaten so hard that he vomited blood. Fortunately, when he was talking with Lu Ruyan just now, he asked the little white snake that had been staying in his chest to use its own talent to help him absorb most of the toxins in his body. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to block Lu Ruyan's sword, which would kill him instantly. Help me stop her. Although the heavenly zombie poison was terrifying, he had a special physique and could barely suppress it. The first thing to do now is to deal with the trouble caused by Lu Ruyan. Otherwise, if he made a mistake, he would definitely die under Lu Ruyan's knife. If it weren't for the fact that you still have some help for me, a little human kid like you would never think of ordering this queen around. The little white snake spoke in human language and then crawled out directly from Yi Qingyun's chest. The white scales emitting a crystal glow suddenly became dazzling. But in the blink of an eye, a small white snake the size of an index finger suddenly became dozens of meters tall. Although she herself is not in a complete state, the aura she exudes now is comparable to that of the Dao realm. Get out of here. Lu Ruyan doesn't care about all this. She just wants to kill Yi Qingyun. Anyone who dares to stop her will be killed. How dare a mere human, ignorant of what he is doing, act so rashly in front of this emperor? There was a look of contempt and disdain in the depths of the white snake's scarlet eyes. A layer of icy mist quickly appeared around her, and ice crystal spears quickly condensed around her, reflecting a heart-pounding cold light. Whoosh whoosh. The next moment, countless ice crystal spears shot out with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, trying to pierce through Lu Ruyan below and turn her into a hedgehog. Burning the original essence and blood can easily make people fall into a state of madness and violence. Lu Ruyan never thought about hiding. He raised his hand and shot out a billowing, burning purple flame, which collided violently with one ice crystal spear after another. Rumble! Amidst the earth-shaking explosion, ice crystals splashed, purple flames rolled, and the surroundings were even covered with a thick mist produced by the melting ice crystals. While Lu Ruyan was temporarily delayed, Yi Qingyun hurriedly used his internal strength to force out the toxins that had invaded his meridians. After all, Lu Ruyan's changes had already told him that many problems had definitely occurred in the Swordwind sect during this period. Perhaps it's not just Lu Ruyan and Luo Baiji who want to kill him. Even Chu Yue and his master Mu Bailing might want to kill him. Damn it! Although I was angry in my heart. But Yi Qingyun knew that it was not advisable to stay here for long. If he attracted Chu Yue and Mu Bailing, he would definitely be in danger today. But before he could continue to remove the toxin, he looked up in surprise as if he suddenly sensed something. Boom! At the same time, a ray of divine light that broke through the sky rapidly penetrated the sky, coming from the other side of the sky, carrying unparalleled destructive power, and suddenly caused a terrible explosion where he had been before. The rubble rolled, and Yi Qingyun seemed to be swept away by the aftermath of a terrible storm. He rolled over on the ground several times before he could barely stabilize his body. Sure enough, you despicable villain are not as easy to kill as I thought. At the same time, another clear, pleasant voice that was extremely familiar to him rang out. It's like a smelly cockroach that can't be killed. It's disgusting. Yi Qingyun subconsciously looked up in surprise. Sure enough, he saw a cold woman wearing a colorful snow-white dress, with black hair cascading behind her like a waterfall, walking towards him like a fairy under the moon. The most ridiculous thing happened to him. His former senior sister Chu Yue is here too. And the purpose is self-evident, they are here to kill him. Yi Qingyun's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. Are all of them sick? Guhan quit the sect on his own, what does it have to do with Yi Qingyun? It was because he had some unpleasantness with Guhan before. So these guys took out all their hatred on him, labeled him the culprit, and wanted to kill him? Chapter 192 tonight is more lively than expected. Senior sister Yue, now even you want to kill me? Yi Qingyun's face was full of grief. Those who don't know would think that he is a poor person who was misunderstood and forced into a desperate situation. Is it because of something that you have some misunderstandings about me? I, Yi Qingyun, have checked my conscience and have never done anything to let you down. I finally came back from the dead and met my two senior sisters again, but they wanted to kill me the moment we met. Could it be that they have completely disregarded our past friendship? Yi Qingyun also speaks very well. Appeal to their emotions and enlighten them with reason. They even brought up the friendship between fellow disciples and senior sisters in the past on Xuanyu Peak. However, his words, which he thought were well thought out, had the opposite effect. Shu Yue, who was hanging in the air, suddenly revealed a look of extreme disgust. This guy is really hypocritical. Even now, he still dares to play the emotional card with her. Is he worthy of it? Junior sister, this giant white snake is extraordinary. Let me hold her back. Shu Yue immediately sent a message to Lu Ruyan, kill Yi Qingyun as quickly as possible. This white snake has an extremely high status. Even though Lu Ruyan has burned her own essence and blood, she cannot gain an advantage in front of it. If they continue to fight, the white snake will at most be injured, but Lu Ruyan will definitely die. Although Lu Ruyan has lost most of her sanity, she will still listen to Chu Yue's words. She decisively chose to give up fighting with the white snake, and directly used her body skills to quickly kill Yi Qingyun again. The white snake wanted to stop it. But he was stopped by Chu Yue, who appeared out of nowhere. Such a strong aura of samsara, could you be a descendant of the famous samsara emperor of the human race? The white snake narrowed its eyes slightly, and felt a little wary of Chu Yue. Since you have chosen to associate with that despicable villain, I will kill you today. Chu Yue did not respond, but raised her hand and a long sword emitting brilliant light suddenly appeared in her hand. After going through the reincarnation purgatory, her cultivation level is now about to enter the Daoha realm. He even mastered many secret magical skills of the Samsara cave. The next moment, a white portal that seemed to stand in an illusory land rose up behind her. It was completely condensed by the law of reincarnation. Even though it was thin and illusory, it gave people a feeling that it was pulling people's souls into reincarnation. What a boast! Even the Samsara Emperor wouldn't have dared to utter such arrogant words to me in my prime. Xian Ningbing sneered, and the air around them suddenly became extremely oppressive and cold. The cold demonic energy penetrated into people's bones through their skin. Shu Yue didn't care at all. She seemed to have seen the figure of this giant white snake in a reincarnation scene in a certain life. If nothing unexpected happens, this white snake will bring great help to Yi Qingyun in the future. If we can kill him today, it would be best to kill him directly. While Chu Yue was facing countless ice crystal spears and fighting with Xian Ningbing, Lu Ruyan, who was in a violent state, approached Yi Qingyun again. Don't run, you bastard. I'm going to kill you today. But Yi Qingyun, who was already seriously injured and his body was corroded by the poison of the heavenly zombie, did not dare to confront Lu Ruyan head-on. The king of Qin switched from offense to defense, circling the pillar and constantly avoiding Lu Ruyan's pursuit. Although his life was not in danger for the time being due to his excellent physical skills, if he made a mistake just once, his life would be gone. He had never felt so aggrieved before. Now he is being chased by Lu Ruyan and is running away in fear. Mr. Bai. If you don't come out and help me, I'm really going to die. Although he still has some cards up his sleeve, people tend to save when they want to. Besides, there was still Mr. Bai to fight for, and he didn't want to waste a life-saving trump card in vain. I don't blame you for what happened before. Let's just write it off. Okay? Old man, if I die, you will die too. Until Yi Qingyun said this. The connection was cut off deep in his consciousness, and the pretending dead Bai Lao finally reacted. Your body is already severely injured, and you're also suffering from the poison of the heavenly zombie. Even if I take over your body, I can only temporarily suppress this guy. It's still a bit difficult to kill her completely. As long as you can suppress it. Yi Qingyun couldn't care less. If he continues to delay and attract Luo Baiji or even Mu Beiling, then even if he has a trump card today, he will have to gamble again to see if he can come back to life. But he was not stupid, and he temporarily handed over the control of his body to old Bai. Once again, he sent a distress message to Qing Lier, Zheng Daoyuan, and the other two through his jade pendant. At the same time, in a brightly lit cave somewhere on Wangyue Island, Gu Han, who was meditating in seclusion, suddenly heard Xiao Haizi's cursing voice. Xian Ningbing. It's the scent of that bitch Xian Ningbing. This guy is actually here too? Great, great. After searching everywhere for something, I finally found it without any effort. You stinky bitch. You dared to stab me in the back before, and now I've caught you today. I'll make you pay for it. As he spoke, Xiao Haizi didn't know where he got the strength from. A chicken claw kicked the door open. Just wait, I'm going to kill you right now. What is more dramatic is that he clearly said he was a phoenix, not a chicken. Little Haizi didn't fly, but ran towards somewhere deep in the night with his two short legs. Guhan ignored the little black guy who suddenly ran away. Instead, he was pondering what Xiao Haizi had just said. Xian Ningbing? The one of the great demon world ancestors, known as the sky-swallowing cloud python, who was suspected to have part of his soul residing in Yi Qingyun. Guhan quickly analyzed many problems. As the protagonist of this book, Yi Qingyun has a keen eye and has his own accurate judgment on many things. There is definitely a very clear understanding of the status of the sky-swallowing cloud python. They may even use it as a trump card. Now that this trump card has been used, it means that he has encountered very great danger. Akan, the little black chicken you raised, seems to have run towards the place where the battle fluctuations occurred somewhere on Wangyue Island. Hua Jieyu suddenly appeared out of nowhere and explained to Guhan. He knew this, after all, his spiritual perception was not weak. What made him curious was which kind-hearted people could actually force the protagonist Yi Qingyun, who was blessed by good fortune, to use his trump card. It just happened to be boring late at night. Guhan's lips curled slightly. It's always nice to go there and see what's going on. Chapter 193, Save Him at All Costs? 9 Thunder Phoenix Claw. Somewhere in a courtyard. Outyan is in danger. The sudden battle that erupted at night must have been caused by Outyan's fight with the criminals. We must go to support him. Otherwise he will definitely die. After leaving these words, Qinglia rushed out of the door first and headed towards the place where the unusual movement occurred. Jun Ma Xiao, let's go there too. Seeing that they were the only two people around, Nangong Waner finally spoke. I have just received feedback from Taihua Shadow Guards. Yun Outyan's true identity has been investigated. You may have heard of his original name, Yi Qingyun, the sword sex master. Yi Qingyun? Jun Ma Xiao was slightly stunned. The incident that happened in the sword-asking sect was a huge one. Not only did it spread in the Xuanshu continent, it also spread to their Taihua continent and several other continents. He also knew about Yi Qingyun, the protagonist of the incident. But I heard that Yi Qingyun was finally killed by his master Mubailing, and his soul and body were destroyed, leaving no trace of him. How could Yi Qingyun survive under the full force of the sword energy of a supreme master? So, doesn't this prove even more clearly that he is the man of destiny that the Imperial Master mentioned, the one we've been waiting for? As if she could see what Jun Ma Xiao was thinking, Nangong Waner curled her lips slightly and said with a smile, my surname is Yi. I have eternal luck and possess the special ability to resurrect from the dead. I can't think of anyone else who can be the destined one for our Taihua immortal dynasty except him. Let's go. No matter what the cost, we must save Yi Qingyun tonight. We can't let him die here. Nangong Waner went out first and rushed towards the place where the unusual movement occurred. Jun Ma Xiao frowned. Although he had some complaints about Yi Qingyun, he didn't want to be involved in any special dispute because of this matter. But the princess herself said so. He had no choice but to follow behind. Rumble. Smoke and dust rose up, and the roar caused by the terrible collision of spiritual energy was endless. The battle between Yi Qingyun and Lu Ruyan has reached a fever pitch and a stalemate. Damn it! This crazy woman Lu Ruyan. For Guhan, she actually burned her own lifeblood and consumed her future potential. How stupid is that? Yi Qingyun's facial features were distorted. Not only did I feel angry and aggrieved, but I also felt a sense of inexplicable jealousy. He had been trying to capture Lu Ruyan in the sect for such a long time. This guy only believed in a few words from me at most. When has she ever risked her life for him like this? I don't know what kind of magic potion Guhan gave these people. He has already left the sect, yet they still put the blame on him. Fortunately, he had the help of old Bai and the White Snake with extraordinary origins. Otherwise, there is a high probability that I would suffer a great loss at the hands of these crazy women today. The other side. Although it is not in a complete state. But after all, he was once one of the great ancestors of the demon world, even if he was facing the embryonic form of the reincarnation mystery mastered by Chu Yue. Xian Ningbing still maintained a superior position over Chu Yue, and even began to gradually gain an absolute advantage. Human, with this little ability, you dare to attack me? I think you are ready to die. But before Xian Ningbing could utter the words, the way to death, her huge white snake body suddenly stiffened. Out of her instinct as the demon ancestor of the demon world, and some special sense, she could clearly feel that an aura that was not much weaker than her in terms of status, and even very familiar to her, was rapidly approaching her. This breath is. Xian Ningbing's pupils shrank slightly in disbelief. Xian Ningbing. Fuck you. You're such a damn bitch. If you hadn't stabbed me in the back, how could I have become like this? Take my 9 Thunder Phoenix Claw. Die for me. The moment she turned around in horror, what caught Xian Ningbing's sight was a chicken claw that was getting bigger and bigger. There are even rolling purple thunder wrapped around the chicken claws. Obviously, his body is only the size of 2 palms now, and he looks like a little black chicken. But this kick contained extremely terrifying power. A kick hit Xian Ningbing's face, lightning exploded, and the terrifying force immediately made Xian Ningbing's body like a mountain out of control, and it smashed to the other side, stirring up a cloud of dust. This. Chu Yue, who was originally fighting with Xian Ningbing, saw this scene, and her beautiful eyes suddenly shrank slightly, her face full of disbelief. The huge white snake that had just fought with her to a standstill and was even gradually suppressing her in all directions. He was actually kicked away by a little black chicken with just 1 claw? Moreover, she seemed to have seen this little black chicken before. When the big demon in the sex demon locking tower broke the seal and appeared out of nowhere, it seemed that this little black chicken was also involved. But why is he here? Could it be that he has been subdued by his senior brother as a spiritual pet? Did he suddenly show up this time to help them on the orders of his senior brother? Tun Lei, I didn't expect it was really you. I actually met someone like you in a place like this. Although he was hit by a full-strength chicken kick from Xiao Haizi. But Xian Ningbing did not suffer any serious injuries, only a relatively obvious chicken claw mark was left on her head, which seemed a little inexplicably funny. Shaking off the dust on her body, Xian Ningbing looked at Xiao Haizi coldly. The huge scarlet snake's eyes flickered with all kinds of emotions. She was very sure that this idiot must have died after being stabbed by her. Why does it appear again? Could it be that he was saved by that damn guy Su Lungyue? That must be the case. That bitch Su Lungyue ruined my plans so many times back then. Moreover, looking at the entire demon world back then, there was the ability to pull other demon ancestors back from the brink of death or even dissipation, and allow them to reincarnate and survive in alternative ways. Only that bitch Su Lungyue can do that. Xian Ningbing quickly figured out many things. She also hated Su Lungyue immensely. Back then, several great demon ancestors appeared in their demon world, and none of them was willing to submit to the other. Therefore, a demon ancestor proposed a simple and crude method to conquer people with virtue. Originally, she was confident enough in her own abilities. But Su Lungyue happened to possess an extremely incredible treasure and his innate magical power. In the end, he was defeated by her. The winner is the king and the loser is the enemy. There is nothing wrong with this. But Su Lungyue was such a nosy guy that he ruined a lot of her good things. Later, she reached a cooperation with the ancient human race of that era, and defeated Su Lungyue to the point of almost disappearing, and successfully suppressed him in a mysterious area. But now it seems that there is a high probability that Su Lungyue is not dead, and may even have escaped the seal. Chapter 194, I was too cautious before, but this time I will do it at all costs. But after thinking about this clearly, Xian Ningbing found it even more difficult to accept. Even the legendary immortal took action at that time, but he still couldn't kill this bitch. How come this bitch is so lucky? Could it be that he received help from some special existence? But before she could think about it further, Xiao Haizi had already launched a second wave of attack. Thanks to you, I used to be so dashing and charming, the dream of millions of banshees. But because of you, a damn traitor, I'd become nothing more than a chicken. 65 days. A full 65 days have passed since I was resurrected. Do you know how I spent these 65 days? Do you know? Xiao Haizi's little universe began to burn and explode at this moment. The anger and frustration completely erupted at this moment. It was only a small black chicken the size of 2 palms, but at this moment it burst out with amazing power. The roaring thunder formed a surging purple ocean around him. The void seemed to be affected. Anyone who approached that area would be immediately affected by the residual power of the thunder, and their bodies would be paralyzed. This guy, how can he possess such terrifying power when his body is so weak? Xian Ningbing's expression changed drastically. Her status is originally the same as Xiao Haizi's, and she cannot completely suppress him in terms of magical talent. In addition, Xiao Haizi is extremely angry now, and he turns his anger into strength. Instead of fighting head-on, she was no match for the opponent at all, so she could only switch from offense to defense, condensing ice crystal white mist around her as a kind of defensive barrier, and forcibly withstanding Xiao Haizi's crazy attack. How so? Xiao Bai was actually suppressed by Xia Heiji. Yi Qingyun, who saw the whole scene, was also filled with disbelief. Xiao Bai was the name he gave to Xian Ningbing without her permission. He was very clear about how terrifying the power of this little white snake was, and even Old Bai had made a great comment on it. He claimed that the origin of his bloodline was even more noble and terrifying than that of some ancient spirit beasts. But now it is being suppressed by an unprepossessing little black chicken. This shocked him and he found it difficult to accept it for a moment. Die. At this time, Lu Ruyan had already come again with a hidden sword coated with poison. Yi Qingyun's face changed drastically. Lu Ruyan, who had burned her own essence and blood, was now like a madman with no sense of pain. Even though Bai Lao had taken over his body, he couldn't gain much advantage. Every time Lu Ruyan attacked, she would almost always exchange injuries for injuries regardless of the cost. And the current situation is extremely unfavorable to him. Xian Ningbing was temporarily suppressed by Xiao Haizi. Xu Yue, with her hands free, rushed towards him again. Ao Tian. As another scream was heard, Xing Lier came rushing over from somewhere. Although the situation was confusing and a little confusing, she still figured out that Yun Outyan was actually Yi Qingyun in disguise. When she was in the sect, she also heard a lot about Yi Qingyun and the Wenjian sect. But after spending these days together, she felt that Yi Qingyun was a good person, not as bad as the rumors said. Without any hesitation, Xing Lier immediately swung her sword and collided with Chu Yue. Are you Chu Yue? Yi Qingyun's former senior sister? While fending off Chu Yue's attacks, Xing Lier coldly questioned, "You finally met him again, so why are you so determined to kill him so ruthlessly as soon as you see him? Who do you think you are to question me? He is the source of all pain. He deserves to die. Everyone who stands by him and is against me, my brother, deserves to die. Only if you die, senior brother will not have to endure the pain that follows." But Xing Lier's words seemed to completely infuriate Chu Yue. Her aura rose again, and the even more terrifying law of reincarnation burst out like a torrent breaking through a floodgate. There were even 6 white whirlpools formed behind Chu Yue by the power of the law of reincarnation. Under the influence of this power, Xing Lier's soul was about to be sucked away. In a trance, she even saw scenes of her past and present life, as if she was watching a kaleidoscope. Get out of here. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chu Yue raised her hand and slashed with her sword without any hesitation. Puff! Even though Xing Lier had the protective treasure given by the sect elders. But the sharp sword energy still cut a shocking gash in her body, and blood spurted out. He suddenly lost his ability to resist and fell to the ground in extreme pain, unable to stop Chu Yue's actions. This scene scared Yi Qingyun to death. It's not that I'm worried that Xing Lier will be killed or alive by this sword. But his impression of senior sister Yue, who was mature and steady, now seemed to have gone crazy. She used to be a gentle and reserved beauty, but now she looks like a madman on drugs. Anyone who dares to stop her from killing herself will be killed without considering the consequences of her reckless actions. When Gu Han left the sect. Su Lunyue's direct sarcasm has always left a deep impression on Chu Yue. She used to be too cautious in doing things, always wanting to make sure everything was taken care of before actually starting to implement them. It was because of this character that she, who had already guessed the truth, did not kill Yi Qingyun at the first opportunity, leading to a series of subsequent consequences. Now that the opportunity is before her again, she doesn't care what the consequences will be. Anyone who dares to stop me from killing Yi Qingyun will be killed. Mr. Bai. Can you do it? That crazy woman Chu Yue is coming to kill us. If we don't hide now, we'll die. Yi Qingyun had handed over control of his body to Bai Lao and could only give blind orders in his mind. You tell me how to hide. This crazy woman Lu Ruyan is even crazier. Even though she knew Chu Yue's next attack would affect her as well, she didn't even think of dodging. He even wanted to create further opportunities for Chu Yue at the cost of severely injuring himself. Old Bai, who temporarily controlled Yi Qingyun's body, also felt aggrieved. Not to mention, Yi Qing's body is already in a seriously injured state, and is constantly being corroded by the residual heavenly zombie poison. Now surrounded by these two crazy women, even he couldn't handle them with ease. I don't know what kind of heavenly law Yi Qingyun broke to be targeted so madly by the two people who used to be his senior sisters. Boom! Chu Yue naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. 6 light hole vortexes formed entirely by the power of reincarnation converged into a circle of light behind her. Without any hesitation, as she raised her hand and swung it down, the circle of light was like a full moon falling to the earth, smashing towards Yi Qingyun. Boom! In an instant, the torrent of glow spread, smoke and dust rose up, and the night in this area briefly turned into day, and Yi Qingyun's entire figure was completely swallowed up in it. Chapter 195. You can't take this person away. Chu Yue knew. This guy Yi Qingyun has many trump cards and he won't be easy to kill. Therefore, what she just performed was the top secret technique of the Samsara cave heaven, the Nirvana reincarnation. Although she is only at the entry level, she can also use the power of reincarnation to eliminate cultivators who are at most one realm higher than herself. Eliminate both its body and soul from the root. Although using such magical spells will consume some of one's own essence. But if Yi Qingyun could really be killed, then everything would be worth it. But after the smoke and dust cleared, Chu Yue's pupils suddenly shrank slightly as if she saw something. An unexpected scene occurred. At some point, a middle-aged man in black with an unfathomable aura appeared in front of Yi Qingyun, and at this moment he was extending his right hand. White mist was rolling above his palm, but he did not suffer any substantial harm. It seemed that he had just made a move and forced himself to block the attack for Yi Qingyun. A powerful person in the supreme realm. Chu Yue quickly came to her senses and sensed the cultivation level of the mysterious strong man. Why is this happening? She has also made sufficient preparations these days. They had also secretly investigated Yi Qingyun's current basic information and could confirm that he had no close protection from a supreme realm expert. Therefore, she did not borrow the power of the Samsara cave heaven and let it send strong people to assist. Senior. Yi Qingyun was slightly stunned, and soon exclaimed in surprise. He recognized the man. I encountered a sea monster at sea before. When he was swallowed by a sea beast and almost died at the bottom of the sea, it was this strong man who rescued him. Ignoring Yi Qingyun, Captain Chen looked indifferently at Chu Yue and Lu Ruyan, who was affected not far away and was covered in blood but still struggling to kill Yi Qingyun. After all, you were once fellow disciples. Even if there is a grudge, it shouldn't be fought like this and hurt each other. Please give me some face today. I will take this person away. It seemed like he was trying to comfort her, but Captain Chen didn't take Chu Yue and the others seriously at all. He took direct action to take Yi Qingyun and others away, leaving Chu Yue no room to refuse. Chu Yue's expression suddenly turned gloomy. What do you mean by this, Senior? This is the grudge between him and me. Senior, relying on your cultivation level and seniority to intervene, isn't that too unkind? Or do you think you don't take me, the heir of the Samsara cave heaven, seriously and want to become an enemy of my entire Samsara cave heaven? Shu Yue also revealed her identity. With the hidden sect Samsara cave heaven as her backer, her background is also shocking when looking at the entire continent. Even the powerful ones from the top forces would give her face because of her identity as the heir of the Samsara cave heaven. Captain Chen's expression changed, but he didn't take it too seriously. I naturally know the name of the Samsara cave heaven. If I have the chance one day, I will go to the Samsara cave heaven and clear up this misunderstanding. Just as Captain Chen was about to forcibly take Yi Qingyun and others away, a cold and emotionless voice sounded from the sky. You are so shameless. You can't take Yi Qingyun away. Leave him here and get out of here. I can forgive you for what happened. Without any warning, the temperature of the entire moonwatching island dropped sharply, and even a heavy snow fell from the deep sky. Especially in the area where Captain Chen is located, because the temperature dropped too quickly, the entire void has even appeared ice blue. The sudden outbreak of war tonight has already attracted the attention of many powerful people on Wanyue Island. The cultivation base of Chu Yue, Yi Qingyun and others is only at the divine platform realm. Although it can be considered decent, they can only be regarded as mid-level strongmen at most. Therefore, the powerful supreme and divine realm masters of Wanyue Island just turned a blind eye to this. But until this sudden icy breath suddenly erupted, directly covering the entire Wanyue Island, all the strong men on Wanyue Island could no longer sit still. God! Moreover, he is a deity who is about to step into the holy realm. If a strong man of this level takes action, Wanyue Island may be razed to the ground. Ice domain, ice flower sealing the heavens. Could this be the legendary ice spirit Saint Sect Ice Phoenix Divine Lord? Captain Chen, who had been extremely calm and acted like a senior master before, was now completely panicked. The surrounding temperature is dropping rapidly. Not only did a layer of white frost form on his body, but even the cold sweat oozing from his forehead was frozen in the rapidly dropping temperature. Looking at Yi Qingyun, who was lifted up by his own hand, Captain Chen suddenly showed a constipated expression. He really wanted to throw this hot potato away and be done with it. I don't know what this guy did to make him so outrageous. They actually attracted such a famous and powerful person, and it seems that he also has extremely evil intentions towards him. If he threw it out now, he would definitely be able to stay safe and avoid being dragged into the confrontation with Mu Binghuang, but it would be difficult to explain to the princess. It seemed that he read what Captain Chen meant from his expression. Yi Qingyun's complexion also changed constantly, gradually turning as pale as paper. He was also a little confused. When did I become so hated? Why would such a powerful person harbor inexplicable ill will towards him? Captain Chen, who had originally wanted to tear the space apart and leave, was forced to land slowly under the pressure of Mu Binghuang. Leaving Yi Qingyun aside for a while, his voice trembled slightly, perhaps because of fear or because the temperature around him was too low. Master Binghuang, I am Chen Tianqing, a lieutenant of the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. This person is of great use to me, the princess of Taihua Immortal Dynasty. If this guy has ever offended you, Master Binghuang, my Taihua Immortal Dynasty can compensate him. I only hope that Master Binghuang can calm your anger and sit down to discuss things with us. Taihua Immortal Dynasty? Compared to Yi Qingyun himself. Shu Yue, who also heard all this, looked even uglier. Sure enough, the scenes she saw in the reincarnation purgatory were all real. Yi Qingyun is the man with eternal destiny in the Xianhuang world. He can get great opportunities wherever he goes, and even obtain investment from powerful forces. If he is not killed today, in time, he will surely attract more terrifying forces to invest in him. At that time, the difficulty of killing him will increase exponentially again. Although she didn't want to use the power of the Samsara cave directly. But now we have no choice but to use it. Since the Taihua Immortal Dynasty also wants to invest in Yi Qingyun, stand by his side and become an enemy of his senior brother. Then she would use the power of the Samsara cave heaven to put pressure on the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. Chapter 196, The God Takes Action, Ice Flowers Fill the Sky. Taihua Immortal Dynasty? I see. A teasing sneer emanated from the depths of the icy cloud. Soon, the ice crystal storm twisted and rolled. A majestic woman wearing an ice blue snow dress and with a cold temperament emerged. It was obvious that she had just had a fight with the protector of Xiaobingli not long ago. But it seemed that it had little impact on Mu Binghuang. The pressure he exuded was still so frightening that it made people's hearts palpitate. With her appearance, the original light snow turned into a blizzard under the raging wind. However, in just a few breaths, the area had turned into ice and snow. But the moment he saw Mu Binghuang's face clearly, Yi Qingyun's mind was struck hard, and he suddenly understood. The reason was simple: Mu Binghuang's appearance was very familiar to him. He is at least 80% similar to his former master Mu Bailing. In a sense, they even seem to be carved from the same mold. But the two people's temperaments and the oppressive aura they exude are completely different. No need to think too much, this person is most likely the sister of his former master. He quickly understood a lot of things. Sure enough, not only his former senior sisters wanted to kill him, even his master wanted to kill him. He even let his powerful sister take action personally. Damn it! Is it because Guhan was heartbroken and left the sect that these stupid guys put all the blame on him and wanted to kill him at any cost? Mu Binghuang also felt Yi Qingyun's gaze. The glazed eyes, emitting an icy blue light, radiated disgust and hatred. Although his sister became what she is now, it also had a lot to do with Guhan. But the main reason lies with the despicable villain Yi Qingyun. Just by listening to her sister's summary, she felt that Yi Qingyun was quite scheming and extremely cunning. If we don't deal with it today, it will definitely cause them great trouble in the future. Quick! Close your consciousness. Ai Lao's voice suddenly sounded. This guy wants to plant a mark directly in your soul. Once he plants it, even if you can escape today, she will hunt you down no matter where you are. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyun's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly mobilized his power to resonate with his soul and forcibly sealed his own soul completely. To achieve this, the cultivator's cultivation level must at least reach the supreme level. However, perhaps there was something special about Yi Qingyun, as he had successfully sealed off his own soul, preventing Mu Binghuang from successfully branding it deep within. Mu Binghuang was quite surprised by this scene. It seems that this little-known guy is even more complicated than he imagined. There seemed to be a special force in her body that forcibly isolated her spiritual power. But it doesn't matter. Although I am a divine venerable, it would be rude of me to attack a junior like you. But today, you must die. While speaking, Mu Binghuang's movements were not slow at all. Yi Qingyun could clearly feel that the void seemed to be covered by an indescribable icy aura, forming an icy cage from which no one could escape. The air in the cage was icy cold. With every breath he took, the extreme cold air in it would immediately penetrate into his body, even completely freezing his bone marrow and meridians. Damn it! Why do they all want to kill me? Yi Qingyun's face looked extremely ugly, and he held the jade pendant on his chest with somewhat stiff movements. He was hit by Mu Bailing's sword before but survived. This is all thanks to the jade pendant left to him by his parents. However, after that incident, many cracks appeared on his jade pendant, and most of its divine power dissipated. It is unknown whether it can successfully help him overcome the crisis this time. Ice Phoenix Divine Venerable, are you truly unwilling to give our Tai Hua Immortal Dynasty a favor and sit down to discuss this matter properly? Because of his own princess's order that he must protect Yi Qingyun at all costs, Captain Chen released a portion of his own aura to forcibly protect Yi Qingyun from being eroded by the cold air. But his actions seem to have angered Mu Binghuang. Even if a saint comes, he can't save the person I want to kill. Your Tai Hua Immortal Dynasty is powerful, but I am not inferior to you either. You think you can suppress me just by using a title? Do you really think I've been eating free food all these years? Chirp. The next moment, a loud phoenix cry suddenly resounded through the night. The ice crystal storm was boiling, and the dark night was suddenly turned into a breathtaking ice blue color. At the same time, Mu Binghuang's aura continued to rise, and her originally white hair turned icy blue, dancing in the biting cold wind. What is even more visually impactful is that a huge, lifelike ice crystal phoenix, condensed by the law of ice, spreads its wings behind her. Light circulates above the wings, creating a world of ice. The pupils of the other cultivators who, due to Mu Binghuang's might, did not dare to get too close suddenly contracted. Mu Binghuang is truly overbearing. He actually opened up his own Dharma image directly. Judging from the situation, if Captain Chen insists on protecting Yi Qingyun, they will probably die here together today. But they still greatly underestimated Mu Binghuang's dominance. Since you insist on stopping me, let's die here together. Almost at the moment she finished speaking, the huge ice crystal phoenix flapped its wings, and immediately brought up a wave of ice crystals that froze everything in the world, and fell straight towards Yi Qingyun and others below. Madman! What a lunatic! The expressions of the many monks watching changed drastically. Once this giant ice phoenix lands, the ice energy storm generated by the explosion will definitely be enough to freeze the area within hundreds of miles, and countless cultivators and creatures will even be turned into ice sculptures. Where is the owner of Moonwatching Island? Where are the other big names on Mochizuki Island? Why didn't he take any action? Was he going to just watch this crazy woman do whatever she wanted and sink half of Wanyue Island? But the next moment, something unexpected happened again. Roar! A loud and high-pitched dragon roar suddenly resounded through the sky. The red gold dragon energy was like a huge sun rising in the sky, dyeing the void with a layer of golden light. I saw the projection of a 9-clawed golden dragon, its body circling, using its huge dragon body as a barrier, and withstanding the bombardment of the huge ice crystal phoenix, offsetting the terrible ice storm that might break out next. Mu Binghuang narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. Others may not see it. But from her perspective, this huge projection of a 9-clawed golden dragon was condensed from a golden imperial edict. There is no doubt that this is the imperial edict of the Taiwa immortal dynasty. Anyone who can produce such an imperial edict must be a member of the royal family, and he must also hold an extremely honorable status among the royal family members. Chapter 197. Want to join in the fun too? Then fight! I have long heard of the Ice Phoenix Divine Venerable's great name. It is my great honor to see you today. This matter is indeed a case of reckless behavior on the part of our Taiwa immortal dynasty. But I hope that the Lord God can give me some face. A vague and ethereal female voice echoed in the night, coming from nowhere. Anyone who has some insight and has heard about the recent major events in the cultivation world. You can guess the woman's identity from the tone of her voice. The eldest princess of the Taiwa immortal dynasty, the jewel in the crown of the current king, Nangong Waner. She actually appears here. And judging from his expression, he actually wants to save Yi Qingyun? She appeared. One of the most important female protagonists in this book. It also plays a crucial role in paving the way for the hero's invincibility. Gu Han, who was also watching this scene from a distance, couldn't help but sigh and shook his head. The plot of this book is really bloody. He has already brought the plot forward so much. Almost all the early plots were broken up by him. The dog plot can actually bring the original work back on track. In the original story, Yi Qingyun met the princess when he was about to become the supreme realm. Now, because of his obstruction, Yi Qingyun had left the sect before his cultivation level broke through to the supreme realm and before he became the backbone of the sword-asking sect. But even so, he somehow met Nangong Waner and occupied a prominent position in her heart. Now he even went so far as to use an imperial edict from the immortal dynasty for him. He was truly magnanimous. But it's also good this way, even if Mu Binghuang can't completely defeat Yi Qingyun today. It also indirectly weakened the strength of Yi Qingyun's camp. And he was looking forward to it even more. If it weren't for me, the villain cannon fodder in the original story, taking action. What if it was Mu Binghuang, a completely unrelated person in the original novel, who took action? Will there be some wonderful changes in the future? On the other side, Mu Binghuang laughed, and her laugh was very playful. I didn't expect that the famous princess of Taiwa immortal dynasty is also a man-loving person. But your taste is really not very good. You can even fancy such a despicable person. Thinking of the once powerful ruler of Taihua, I never thought that the daughter he raised in his old age would be so useless. These words once again made the surrounding monks gasp. Good job. Mu Binghuang not only chose to confront the legendary Princess Nangong Waner head-on. He even indirectly satirized the ruler of the Taihua immortal dynasty. The other party is a true powerful saint. Mu Binghuang is really stubborn and has a real personality. Aren't you really afraid that the contact will anger the king of Taihua? Nangong Waner did not respond immediately, but remained silent for a while. He was obviously angered by Mu Binghuang's rudeness. But when she spoke again, she still didn't reveal any anger. Ice Phoenix God, I don't know what grudge you have with Yi Qingyun. But no matter what, this person is of great use to our Taihua immortal dynasty today, so I will protect him in the name of the Taihua immortal dynasty. As soon as these words were spoken, there was once again a huge uproar around. Just protect Yi Qingyun in the name of Taihua immortal dynasty? Does Nangong Waner want to use Taihua immortal dynasty as Yi Qingyun's backer? What is Yi Qingyun's origin? Could it be that he is the prince consort left behind by the Taihua immortal dynasty? This is too ridiculous. Mu Binghuang, standing tall in the sky, narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. This guy first sent a captain named Chen to protect Yi Qingyun. Now he's bringing out an imperial edict from the king of Taihua immortal dynasty to join in the fun? Then fight. Humph. So what if it's the Taihua immortal dynasty? This isn't the territory of your dynasty. Even if it's the Taihua immortal dynasty, what do I, Mu Binghuang, have to fear? The next moment, the dormant ice clouds expanded and exploded again, turning into a world of ice that collapsed down, and the frost condensed on the houses became thicker and heavier. Such a sudden change once again made the faces of many onlookers change drastically. Nangong Waner is strong, but Mu Binghuang is even tougher. Even if the Emperor of Taihua came in person, she would still kill Yi Qingyun. However, this is not the mainland after all, nor is it within the range of influence of the Ice Spirit Holy Sect. If Mu Binghuang really started a fight here and half of Moonwatching Island was sunk, the Moonwatching Island master and many important figures would definitely not be happy about it. You two have different positions and different opinions on this matter, and I can understand that. But recently, I'm holding the Grand Sea God Festival on Moonwatching Island. If a conflict breaks out between you two here and affects our Moonwatching Island Sea God Festival, I'm afraid we won't be able to explain it to the local residents of Moonwatching Island. I also ask the Ice Phoenix God and Princess Nangong Waner to calm down for a moment, take a step back, and don't make things too difficult for us. Following an ancient and ethereal voice. A terrifying aura rippled out from the void. The Lord of Wanyue Island, Wuxin Divine Lord of Wanyue Tower, and two other powerful divine lords whose names could not be remembered, stepped out one after another from the void passage that appeared out of thin air. With these people as the center, the terrifying aura of laws formed a barrier, temporarily isolating Mu Binghuang and Nangong Waner from the confrontation. Wanyue Island has a very special geographical location. In addition, it is rich in many cultivation resources. There are many large forces that cannot be named, and they all have their own industries here. They naturally wouldn't sit idly by and watch Nangong Waner and Mu Binghuang's fight directly affect their own subsequent interests. Master of Wanyue Island. Mu Binghuang frowned slightly. Her attack speed was actually fast enough. If Nangong Waner had not intervened, Yi Qingyun would have been frozen into an ice sculpture and taken away from here. Now that the commotion has gotten too big, and with the Moonwatching Island master and others intervening, the matter has become even more difficult to resolve. Ahan, I remember you had a bad impression of Yi Qingyun, right? I can help you put pressure on them by directly using the power of the Red Leaf sect. Maybe we can cooperate with Mu Binghuang and kill Yi Qingyun directly. Hua Jieyu appeared beside Gu Han at some point and said with a smile. But unexpectedly, Gu Han shook his head. Let's not talk about the possibility that there might be a powerful person from the Taihua immortal dynasty hiding behind Nangong Waner. If you were truly worthy enough to join forces with Mu Binghuang, the Moonwatching Island master and his men would definitely not stand by and watch as a group of top experts like you started a fight on their territory. The most important thing is that Mu Bailing killed Yi Qingyun once in the Wenjin sect. he always has an inexplicable feeling. It was as if there were several gazes from above, casting their gazes on Yi Qingyun from time to time. Like the legendary will of heaven. It also looks like the mysterious and unknown family strongman behind Yi Qingyun. Obviously, Yi Qingyun almost died so early in this life, and even used a special trump card to come back to life. They have been alarmed invisibly. However, this does not mean that he will miss such a good opportunity. Hua Jieyu's cultivation is too strong and she will definitely be discovered if she participates in it. He had the Phantom Demon mask, and combined with the secret character on the upper line, he was confident that he could move in and out freely with his excellent body skills and the special function of the Phantom Demon mask. Not to mention killing Yi Qingyun. At least kill the white snake that looks like Xianningbing. Chapter 198 The White-Robed Sword Immortal in the Snow. Humph. In that case, I will give you, Wangyue Island, some face. If she can save this kid named Yi Qingyun within 3 moves, today's incident will be temporarily over. If you insist on stopping me, then I don't mind making a big deal out of this. However, Mu Binghuang did not give face to the Taihua Immortal Dynasty, nor did she give face to the many important figures of Wangyue Island. Boom! The ice cloud exploded, and the endless ice crystal storm turned into a collapsed ice world, completely freezing Yi Qingyun and others below into ice powder. Mu Binghuang Yu. The face of the moon-watching island master suddenly became extremely ugly. He wanted to stop it, but the other party had already had a terrible collision with the imperial edict of the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. Furthermore, Mu Binghuang's identity as the leader of the Ice Spirit Saint sect made them hesitant and they didn't dare to interfere. We had no choice but to grit our teeth and temporarily isolate and close off this area to minimize the impact. If Mu Binghuang fails to defeat Yi Qingyun and the others within 3 moves, she will continue to attack. Then they would suppress Mu Binghuang at all costs. By then, we will have a reason to explain to the Ice Spirit Holy Sect. Roar! At the same time, the 9-clawed golden dragon condensed by the imperial decree of the Immortal Dynasty let out an earth-shaking roar. Under the pull of some force, it collided head-on with the ice crystal phoenix released by Mu Binghuang. The next moment, the dragon's might in the icy storm spread out, shaking the surrounding void and causing countless shocking cracks to appear. A move is made. The second move has already followed. As he raised his hand, a rolling river of ice suddenly surged out of the ice-blue world without any warning, boiling and rolling over. Every breath contained in it seems to carry the power to freeze everything in the world. If the Lord of Wangyue Island and others had not sealed this area with all their strength, the cold wave that seeped out alone would have completely frozen the area within hundreds of miles into a world of ice and snow. But the Imperial Edict of Taihua Immortal Dynasty is obviously not weak either. Not only was it condensed from the great magical powers of a powerful saint, but it also gathered the dragon energy of an immortal dynasty, and its power was extraordinary. However, Yi Qingyun and others who were in the middle of it were not in a much better condition due to the collision of 2 completely different and terrifying forces. Even with Captain Chen's spiritual energy protecting him, most of his body had been frozen into an ice sculpture. Xiao Bai, save me. Yi Qingyun could only ask Xianningbing for help. After all, this little white snake of his own has extremely high attainments in the way of ice. As a soul body, Old Bai could not help him much. This kid is causing me trouble. Mu Binghuang's forceful intervention interrupted her battle with Xiao Haizi. Her condition is also very bad. The originally indestructible scales had been burned black by the thunder, and the flesh was turned inside out. But her current parasitic object is Yi Qingyun. If something happens to the other party, you will indeed be in big trouble. Without any hesitation, taking advantage of the chaos on the battlefield, she immediately condensed a layer of ice prison, temporarily trapping Xiao Haizi inside. At the same time, they quickly broke away, wanting to protect Yi Qingyun first. But at this moment, boom! Without any warning, an extremely sharp sword energy, carrying unparalleled power, came from nowhere and slashed towards Xianningbing's head at an extremely tricky angle. Not good. Xianningbing's face changed drastically, and she subconsciously wanted to gather her defensive magical powers to resist. However, she greatly underestimated the terrifying power of this sword. Phew! Blood splattered, and a snake head with big eyes still staring flew up immediately, as if it was still unwilling to die. When her vision turned around, she seemed to see a man in white clothes and holding a long sword in the endless snow and wind. However, she couldn't see the man's face at all because he was wearing a white smiling mask. At first glance, it looked like a sword immortal in white standing in the wind and snow, with his face hidden. This guy won't die so easily. Go ahead and strike her in the waist. As Xiao Haizi's voice sounded. The man wearing a smiling mask appeared out of nowhere without any hesitation. He swung his sword again. Boom! The sword energy suddenly boiled over and turned into a curtain of light that came across. Xian Ningbing's headless body was instantly split into two. The smiling man seemed to want to continue to finish off the opponent. But the aftermath of the confrontation between Mu Binghuang and the Immortal Dynasty's Imperial Edict was too great. Moreover, many powerful people have already set their sights on this place. Guhan did not stop and threw out a sword, piercing Xian Ningbing's snakehead directly and killing it on the spot, and then added the last sword. Then he took Xiao Haizi with him and used the Xing technique to quickly leave the battlefield. Before leaving, he originally wanted to see if he could kill Yi Qingyun. However, he was stopped by Captain Chen, who had freed up his hands, and finally had to retreat temporarily. But this action also scared Captain Chen a lot. Because the other party was not a powerful supreme being, he was able to complete the whole process in his hands. I don't know who he is. Boom! Nangong Wanner was also frustrated by the beating, until it became meaningless to continue. The second and third imperial edicts of the Immortal Dynasty were directly used. While resisting the wind and snow, one of them even exploded at the cost of self-destruction, while the other one even opened up a passage into the void, forcibly leading Yi Qingyun and others away. Where are you running to? Mu Binghuang, who had self-destructed after withstanding the imperial decree, was furious and wanted to continue pursuing them based on their remaining aura. But they were stopped by the owner of Wanyue Island and others who were afraid that the matter would get out of control. Ice Phoenix Divine Lord, you've already made a move, and we've given you enough respect. The owner of Wanyue Island, who was affected and covered in dust, stood in front of him with a very ugly look on his face. But if you continue to attempt to attack Moonwatching Island, we will have no choice but to suppress you or expel you from Moonwatching Island. Anyone with a discerning eye could actually see that the master of Wanyue Island was already very restrained. If anyone else dared to cause trouble like this on Wanyue Island, they would have been killed countless times. But Mu Binghuang was truly special. She was one of the several hall masters of the Ice Spirit Holy Sect. She had an extraordinary status and position, and her cultivation was also extremely terrifying. If they attacked them, not only would one or two of them die, but it would also anger the Ice Spirit Holy Sect and bring about endless disasters for no reason. Mu Binghuang was furious and unwilling to give in. But he also knew that Nangong Wanner had used the power of the Imperial Edict to escape with those people. I just hate that damn Yi Qingyun is so lucky that he can get Nangong Wanner to help him with all his strength. We have met the Ice Phoenix Divine Lord. Thank you for your help just now. After the incident was completely settled, after much deliberation, Xu Yue and the other two decided to step forward and greet Mu Binghuang. Not to mention, the other party is their master's sister. Furthermore, Mu Binghuang's intervention also indirectly helped them. It's you? Bai Ling's 3 former disciples? Mu Binghuang, who was about to leave, turned around and looked at the 3 people coldly upon hearing this. Lu Ruyan, in particular, could clearly sense that Mu Binghuang's gaze lingered on her for a long time. This made her feel uneasy and she seemed a little restrained and awkward. As these days passed, she also had some unknown secrets. Now in front of Mu Binghuang, Lu Ruyan felt as if she was being seen through. Fortunately, Senior Mu Binghuang didn't directly expose her secret. She just raised the corner of her lips slightly with a meaningful arc and took over the matter directly. You appear here, I guess you must have received special intelligence? Not only is Yi Qingyun on this Wanyue Island, but the senior brother Guhan you were looking for is most likely here as well. Mu Binghuang sneered, Yi Qingyun isn't a good person, but your senior brother isn't a good person either. He's so hard-hearted and petty. He must have noticed something big happening on Moon Watching Island tonight, but from beginning to end, he never even came out to look at you. That alone is proof enough. It's normal that senior brother doesn't want to see us. A bitter look appeared on Chu Yue's face, and her tone was full of mockery towards herself. After all, he unilaterally severed the bond between us long ago, and it's just us who can't let go. Now that things have come to this, it's all our own fault. Mu Binghuang was slightly stunned. I think highly of Chu Yue. I didn't expect that my sister's apprentice had a very clear understanding of this matter. To some extent, we have even accepted the worst possible outcome in the future. I just feel sorry for my stupid sister who is trapped in it and can't get out. I always feel that if I kill Yi Qingyun and find Guhan, I can return to the good old days. Little do people know that the so-called spring recovery of dead trees mostly only happens in picture books. Chapter 199, Zishou sect came to take back the ancestral relics. Noob. Let me go. Just now, a damn guy attacked me. He also killed Xiao Bai. This feud is irreconcilable. Let me go back and kill him. Yi Qingyun's eyes were red. He had never felt so aggrieved. First, he was chased by Chu Yue's 3 crazy women and was beaten so badly that he ran away in panic. Then the so-called Ice Phoenix god wanted to kill him again. I thought I could escape. Then a strange guy wearing a smiley mask appeared out of nowhere. Not only did he behead Xiao Bai, he even wanted to kill him directly. If Captain Chen hadn't been there and he had a trump card on his side, he would probably have died inexplicably. What hurt him the most was that his Xiao Bai was gone. That is a spiritual beast with extremely ancient bloodline. Yi Qingyun's heart was bleeding. Stop yelling. I'm not dead yet. A faint voice suddenly sounded beside his ears. Noob. Yi Qingyun was slightly stunned, and subconsciously reached out to touch his ear, and immediately touched something cold. Immediately, a small white snake, thinner than a twig, wrapped around his little finger. Compared to the previous Xianningbing, which was as big as a small mountain, the Xianningbing at this moment is so small. Even his breath became much weaker. Now it looks like an ordinary earthworm. Although it has not recovered to its peak. But as one of the most special true ancestors in the demon world. Xianningbing's life-saving ability is extremely powerful. He had already separated out a part of his own body before. It's a pity that her first physical body has been killed by Guhan, and all the accumulation of these days has been completely wasted. He has been severely injured and it is impossible for him to appear and help Yi Qingyun in the near future. Xiao Bai, I'm glad you're okay. Don't worry, I will definitely kill that thief and avenge you in the future, Yi Qingyun said immediately. Showing the so-called strong style. But Xianningbing was speechless. Apart from having special luck, this kid is no match for that young man in terms of strength. If the two meet, there is only one way to go, and that is death. But Xianningbing was suspicious. I sensed the aura of that dead fox on that guy. Could that person be related to that damn fox? When the bright halo in the field of vision dissipated, Yi Qingyun did not see a stunningly beautiful princess standing in front of him. Instead, he saw Jiang Fan and Nangong Waner, who was still dressed as a man. Obviously, Nangong Waner did not want to reveal her identity to Yi Qingyun so early, for fear that some unexpected events would occur. Jiang Fan, brother Daoyuan. Jun Maxian noticed Yi Qingyun's unintentional disappointment and frowned slightly. He secretly sent a message to Nangong Waner, princess, judging from the details, this guy is also a lustful person at heart. Isn't it too hasty to bet directly on him? Who among all the heroes in the world is not lustful? Nangong Waner's voice was cold and clear, without any emotion in it. Besides, don't you have any interest in women? Jun Maxiao fell silent. He even suspected that the princess was deliberately warning him not to have any other improper thoughts about her. I'm sorry to disappoint you, brother Qingyun. We are only here to see you on the princess orders. You have already passed the princess test. Nangong Waner smiled and said, the princess also has some other plans and purposes for you. I hope that brother Qingyun will fully cooperate with her and not let her kindness down. It's natural. Yi Qingyun quickly calmed down his emotions and clasped his fists, saying, "If it weren't for Princess Nangong Wanner's help, I would have died at the hands of Mu Binghuang. If there is anything I can be of use to you in the future, I am willing to obey your orders, Princess." "That's great." Nangong Wanner nodded slightly. Although Yi Qingyun had been beaten very badly before. But the three women who took action all had extraordinary cultivation strength. In their Taihua immortal dynasty, he can be regarded as a first-class genius. But Yi Qingyun was able to deal with him. Moreover, the little white snake that Yi Qingyun raised seemed to have a great history. Whether it was the initial resurrection from the dead, or the recent manifestation of talent. All of this is enough to confirm the prediction of the national master that Yi Qingyun will definitely be the person with eternal destiny in her Xinhuang world. It's worth her effort to bet. After the sudden battle at night, Wanyue Island temporarily returned to peace. But in the morning of the next day, several long rainbows broke through the sky and landed on Wanyue Island. The aura of these people was extremely powerful. They wore purple and gold cloud patterned Taoist robes and had a majestic temperament. Including the team leader, there are 3 supreme realm powerhouses. These people are the strong men of Zixiao sect. They rushed to Wanyue Island today specifically to retrieve a relic of their ancestors, the Zixiao sword technique. Lear, meet some of the uncles and aunts. Xing Lear, who was in charge of the reception here, saw several powerful men from Zixiao sect coming and hurried forward to greet them. "Junior brother Lear, you did a good job this time." The purple gold Taoist in the lead is named Fuyao Supreme, and his cultivation has reached the 8th level of the Supreme Realm. He is powerful and has rich combat experience. He can be called a veteran supreme power. Now he is the guardian elder of Zixiao sect, from the lineage that Qing Lear is practicing now. In terms of relationship and seniority, he is Qing Lear's uncle. The purple sky sword technique is the top-notch technique left behind by our purple sky sect's ancestors. It plays a vital role in the resurgence of our purple sky sect. Now that you've found clues about this technique, you've also fulfilled a regret for the sect. The Supreme Fuyao stroked his beard and smiled. "When we succeed in getting it back from that person, I will credit you with a great achievement." Having said that, let's not waste any more time. Under Cheng Lear's leadership, they headed towards the cave where Guhan was suspected to be. Even though Xian Ningbing is disgusting, she has a series of life-saving tricks. Maybe she won't die so easily. Even if you split her in 2 and cut off her head, it wouldn't be that easy to kill her. It's a pity that the situation was so dire. If I had chopped her into pieces and boiled her in soup, she would have definitely died. In the courtyard, a little black chicken was cursing and seemed very dissatisfied. Guhan, who was leisurely drinking tea, didn't take this matter to heart. He had already received the system's announcement. He just severely injured Xian Ningbing and completed a villain plot. Without thinking, he killed Xian Ningbing directly. That was the true ancestor of the demon world who once surpassed the Emperor realm. If she died at the hands of a villain cannon fodder like him, then she, as a true ancestor, would be truly incompetent. At this moment, a voice as loud as a huge bell rang out from outside the door. "Su Chang'e is here. We are from the Zixiao sect. We have come to pay our respects to you." Although this voice said greetings, but the tone of his voice contained a certain command. Zixiao sect? Guhan raised his brows slightly and suddenly remembered something. Previously, he opened the raw stone and found a skill related to Zixiao sect. Xing Lear said that this technique was left by the ancestors of their Zixiao sect, and even wanted him to return it. Whatever comes into his hands is his. How can he return it? Chapter 200, Does a qualified woman know how to give face? Several powerful men from the Zixiao sect who were waiting outside the door frowned slightly, their faces looking a little ugly. This guy named Su Chang'e is really shameless. He actually dared to make me wait outside for so long. An elder of Zixiao sect was immediately extremely dissatisfied. After all, among their group of 5, including Supreme Fuyao, there are 3 supreme powerful beings. Judging from Qing Lear's story, this guy named Su Chang'e seems to have an extremely extraordinary identity and background. Even without an invitation, he could enter the moon-watching tower, accompanied by a woman in red who was at the supreme realm. Therefore, the group of people who came to ask for the ancestral relics this time were so impressive that they could be described as arrogant. 3 veteran supreme beings and 2 top Dalai elders. With such a luxurious display, even the top powers would give them face. But Su Chang'e knew that they were outside. He even dared to leave them alone for a while and ignore them. Oh, who was it I thought it was? It turns out they are a group of old immortals from the Zixiao sect. You've come all this way to see my young master. This kind of attitude will make him unhappy. At this moment, the tightly closed door was suddenly pushed open. A fragrant breeze blew into my nose. A striking red shadow soon appeared in the sight of Fu Yao Supreme and others. Hua Jieyu crossed her arms over her chest, her fair chin slightly raised, and leaned lazily against the doorframe. Her expression seemed somewhat frivolous and disdainful. You are Hongye sect Hua Jieyu. In an instant, Supreme Fu Yao's pupils shrank slightly, and he recognized Hua Jieyu's identity at a glance. Hua Jieyu may not be famous among Qing Lier's young disciples. But among these supreme realm powerhouses, he is considered extremely famous. It's not just her stunning beauty that can be called a beauty on earth. The most important thing is that the opponent is also extremely powerful. Although it is only the 8th level of the supreme realm. But he once relied on his terrifying strength to challenge 3 veteran supreme masters alone, killing 2 of them and seriously injuring 1, shocking the entire Xuanxu continent. But in their impression, Hua Jieyu has a lively and arrogant personality. Many important figures in the sect were attracted by her beauty and outstanding talent and strength, and openly pursued her, but they all ended in failure in the end. Now hearing her calling him young master all the time, could it be that she is in love with this guy named Su Chang'e? Zixiao sect, are you here to ask for the martial arts technique called Zixiao sword technique? A clear voice sounded from deep within the courtyard. Let them in. Yes, sir. Hearing this, Hua Jieyu retracted her cold gaze, smiled, and even bowed respectfully in Gu Han's direction. What's the saying? When going out, a qualified woman should learn to give her man enough face. If not, she should take the initiative to create it. Gu Han, who caught a glimpse of this scene out of the corner of his eye, twitched the corners of his lips slightly. Hua Jieyu is possessed by the spirit of drama again. She did this on purpose, acting as if she were her own maid. But I have to say that Hua Jieyu acted like this on purpose. The expressions of Fu Yao Jizuan and others changed suddenly, and their hearts were suddenly filled with turbulent waves. This is the famous witch in Xuanxu continent, the one that countless powerful men have dreamed of. How could she have given up her pride and dignity, been easily tamed, and even become his maid? Fu Yao Jizuan and others immediately calmed down and looked at each other secretly. This time the origin is even more extraordinary than they imagined. Unless necessary, you must not conflict with him over this matter. Gu Han didn't know how huge an impact Hua Jieyu's casual words would have on these people. Seeing a few people come in, he took a sip of the hot tea in the cup and looked up at them. There is absolutely no situation where a weak monk faces a strong monk. A look of awe would subconsciously appear on his face, but the corners of his lips would be slightly raised with a nonchalant smile. I already know the purpose of your coming here. We don't need to beat around the bush. Let's just speak frankly. As he spoke, Gu Han placed the teacup on the teacup. His left leg was placed on his right leg, his fingers were crossed and placed on his abdomen, and his body was leaning back slightly on the recliner. His expression was both casual and proud. I can give you the purple sky sword technique. But you have to exchange something of equal value. By the way, I have no shortage of spirit stones. Anyway, he had already expanded the Zixiao sword technique a long time ago and also learned the basics. Exchanging a skill you have mastered for another valuable item is a profitable business. The first moment you step into the courtyard. Fu Yao Jizuan and others subconsciously looked at Gu Han. Although he has a very young physique, his overall style of doing things carries with it an inexplicable sophistication and maturity. Also, I don't know if it's an illusion. Compared to Hua Jieyu, they felt even more inexplicably nervous after setting foot in this courtyard. I always feel like someone is looking at them. Humph. That's so easy for you to say. The purple sky sword technique is just a technique. Qinglir is young and energetic, and not as steady as Fu Yao Supreme. Naturally, he did not feel the vague and terrifying gaze hidden in the depths of the void. At this moment, her expression was somewhat resentful as she said, "Besides, it's been a while since you invented the purple sky sword technique. Does anyone know if you've enlarged it and kept a copy for yourself during this time? What if you deliberately held back and used the purple sky sword technique to exchange for something good from us? Wouldn't that be a huge loss for us?" Although Qinglir spoke more directly. But it did touch the hearts of Fu Yao Supreme and others. At this moment, they all looked at Gu Han, waiting for him to give a guarantee, or an excuse that would reassure them. However, Gu Han never thought about explaining. If you want them to be completely assured about this matter, you must swear an oath in the name of heaven. In this life, he planned to bury the way of heaven as well. After all, he was already certain that Tian Dao was on the side of the protagonist. What if, due to the oath to heaven, one becomes indirectly connected to heaven, or even allows it to leave an inexplicable causal power in one's body? It might have a huge impact on your plans in the future. He still knows how to distinguish between the primary and secondary, and will not lose sight of the big picture because of this matter. Chapter 201, Immortality, Save It for the New Year? Yes, I did make an enlarged copy. Gu Han's next answer caught everyone off guard. I never expected that the other party not only did not refute it, but actually admitted it directly. But the next sentence left them dumbfounded again. But even if I don't expand it, I can still reproduce this technique. Because I have already learned this technique. Talk at the same time. A cold sword chant sounded without warning. Immediately afterwards, ripples began to appear in the void behind Gu Han. A flying sword flew out from the sky, with purple gold thunder swirling around the sword body. With terrifying power, it slashed down from the sky towards the other side of the courtyard. Boom! The sword energy rolled along with the purple gold thunder, and the earth collapsed inward layer by layer. The energy storm it set off was hundreds of feet high, like a purple flame volcano with layers upon layers. Fuck! Damn it! Are you blind? You hit me! Faintly, everyone could even hear a little black chicken cursing in the purple thunder. But unfortunately, this little black chicken was struck by such violent thunder, but it was still full of energy. However, Fu Yao Zhizuan and others who witnessed this scene were shocked beyond words. Their pupils shrank slightly and their faces were full of disbelief. They could feel the aura coming from the core lineage of their Zixiao sect from Gu Han's casual sword strike, but the Dao and law contained in it were even more ancient and distant. But if they remembered correctly, it was from Gu Han who started to learn the Zixiao sword technique. By the time they got the news, they rushed here at all costs. It had only been less than a day, right? This guy has mastered the purple sky sword technique to the entry level? Fu Yao Supreme looked at Gu Han again as if he was looking at a monster that should not exist in the world. After so many years of practicing Taoism, this was the first time they had seen a young person with such incredible comprehension. You've already learned the purple sky sword technique. Qinglir was also a little dazed and absent-minded. As a direct disciple of the Zixiao sect, she knew how difficult it was to practice the Zixiao sword technique. Even if she went to practice, it would take at least half a month to get started. But the person in front of him was not from their Zixiao sect, yet he had learned it in less than a day. So, do you want this Zixiao sword technique or not? If you want it, you have to exchange it for something that satisfies me. Gu Han didn't care what they were thinking and spoke with a chuckle. Fu Yao Supreme and his companions suddenly came to their senses, frowning and looking very ugly. No matter how talented and insightful Gu Han is, he is not a member of their Zixiao sect. But now he is an outsider. But he learned the top skills inherited by their Zixiao sect. If this matter were to get out, it would undoubtedly cause a huge impact on the prestige of their sect. Su China, aren't your words too much? Qinglir seemed furious and spoke again. The purple sky sword technique was passed down from generation to generation in our purple sky sect. Now you've secretly learned it without giving us a reasonable explanation. Instead, you're asking us to exchange precious treasures for it. What you're saying is nothing but wishful thinking. Oh. Before Guhan could speak, Hua Jieyu's sneer rang out first. What's going on in this cultivation world? Why are there more and more people whose brains have been chewed by dogs? This supreme sword technique was originally obtained by my son from the stone he carved. What he does with it is none of your business. Do I need to look at your Zixiao sect's attitude in order to comprehend this technique? Why don't you just take a piss and look at yourself to see if you're worthy enough? You. Xinglier was so angry that she choked and her face turned red. Judging from her uncle's attitude towards the woman in the red dress, she could already be sure that this person had an extraordinary background and was of the same seniority as her uncle. But in broad daylight, he actually used such vulgar language to insult her, which was a disgrace to his own status. Master Changde, the purple sky sword technique was originally passed down by our ancestors. You are not from our sect, yet you have comprehended this technique. You must give us a satisfactory explanation. After pondering for a moment, Supreme Fu Yao made a decision. As he expressed his opinion, the remaining powerful men from Zixiao sect also stared at Guhan with gloomy expressions. They are advancing in order to retreat. After all, the bottom line principle of a sect is that its own inherited skills must never be learned by outsiders. Otherwise, what is the point of them establishing their own sect? By taking this action, they also expressed their own position that they could make an exception and not hold Guhan responsible. But as a price, Guhan had to make a vow. I will not pass this method on to others without permission, and I will let them exchange it back for a very small price. Although there seems to be a stronger existence standing behind Guhan. But they are members of the Zixiao sect after all. The sect also has powerful people in the divine realm, and even ancestors who have 1 foot halfway into the saint realm. I believe that any smart person would not directly break up with them over such a thing. It seemed as if he had anticipated the other party's reaction, and Guhan did not seem surprised by this. But the smile on his face had faded, and his facial features looked very cold. Confession? However, without waiting for Guhan to speak, a little black chicken jumped directly onto the coffee table. With an arrogant look, the whole chicken looks awesome. Who should I tell this to? We are just gangsters, who the hell are we supposed to answer to? The atmosphere in the venue suddenly froze. Only Xiao Haizi's slightly overbearing voice echoed. Xiao Haizi puffed out his chest slightly. At this moment, he felt so awesome. Although his behavior was a bit childish, he did regain some of the prestige he once had as the true ancestor in the demon world. My youth is back. Guhan, who was standing aside, twitched his lips slightly and looked at Xiao Haizi speechlessly. No, you say my words, then what should I say? Bang! With a slap, the little black guy who jumped out to show off was slapped away. Guhan looked at Fu Yao Zhizuan and others with deep eyes, and his voice was cold. Did you hear everything? What this chicken said is what I meant. While speaking, Guhan had already made a decision in his mind. However, a sect led by a random female protagonist dares to act so arrogantly in front of him. If it is not destroyed afterwards, will it be kept for the new year? Chapter 202 Self-Defense Counterattack. Destroying the sect is reasonable. Almost at the moment when Guhan finished speaking, Fu Yao Supreme and others clearly felt that the void around them suddenly became more oppressive and heavy. Their flesh and blood, and even every cell in their body were suppressed in some way, and an unspeakable feeling of suffocation suddenly spread throughout their body. The expressions of several people changed drastically. They knew that Hua Jieyu alone could not do this, but the unknown mysterious strong man hiding behind Guhan was ready to take action. The young and energetic Qing Lier suppressed the fear in her heart and said with a brave face, Master Changde, I know that you are of an extraordinary status and have powerful people protecting you. But we are from the Zixiao sect, and we also hold the Zixiao sect stance on this matter. If you become completely hostile to our Zixiao sect because of this incident, it would not be a wise move. Qing Lier still didn't seem to understand the current situation, and even resorted to using her own background to intimidate others. Zixiao sect? Guhan raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Huajieyu. Very strong? Huajieyu covered her mouth and chuckled softly. The strongest person in the sect is only an ancestor who was half a step into the saint realm. There are only 2 or 3 powerful gods, so it's okay. Guhan nodded slightly, and the curve of his mouth became more obvious. Not only did these people dare to meet me without my invitation, but they also threatened me just now. I sent people to destroy their sect, which was just a self-defense counterattack, so it was reasonable. Although the Zixio sect has the heroine Qinglir. But in the original story, Qinglir had already begun to be marginalized and even gradually forgotten in the middle period. This shows that there is nothing special about her. He is not like that idiot Yi Qingyun, who has all kinds of special blessings that always allow him to survive in desperate situations. Destroy the sect behind her, and she herself might die without even having to worry about it. Fu Yao Supreme and his companions were immediately dumbfounded. No. Is this how you were supposed to use the term self-defense and counterattack? Wait a minute. Fu Yao Supreme was sweating profusely, his soul was about to burst out. He glared at Qinglir fiercely, and then said, I think what you said is right, Master Su. This purple sky sword art is something you gave me. How to deal with it is up to you. I think we shouldn't be too dishonest in our conduct. Please allow us to discuss what treasure would be most suitable to exchange for the purple sky sword technique. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Guhan's lips. How good would it be to do this earlier? It's a pity that I gave you the chance, but you didn't make it. While speaking, Guhan looked at Qinglir with a playful look. Su Changgayu. Qinglir trembled all over, her expression changed immediately, and an ominous premonition suddenly surged throughout her body. Also, I was very dissatisfied with the way you spoke to me earlier. So, from today on, the Purple Sky sect no longer has any need to exist. We will obey the will of the adults. At the same time, a voice echoed from the depths of the void. Fu Yao Jizuan and the others were filled with despair, and 2 words appeared in their minds at the same time, it's over. Inside Zixio sect. What did you say? How dare Su Chang'e? Suddenly, an angry roar was heard in the magnificent hall. The entire hall was hit terribly and shook slightly. As the current leader of Zixio sect, Ziwei Divine Venerable was so angry that veins bulged on his forehead after hearing what happened from Supreme Fuyao through special voice transmission. He was not a member of the Zixio sect, but he had learned the secret inheritance method of the Zixio sect. Not only did he not give them a reasonable explanation, but he also threatened to destroy their sect? It's so outrageous. Looking back at the former Xuanchu continent, our Zixio sect was also a renowned top-tier overlord-level power. Even though the sect has declined over the years, it is still not something that a mere playboy can manipulate at will. Since he doesn't want the face we gave him, then we'll just rob him. I want to see where he gets the ability to destroy our Zixio sect. Come here, gather your men immediately and follow this leader to Moonwatching Island to retrieve the relics of our ancestors. But he had just given the order, and no one had even had time to carry it out. Rumble. Without any warning, the sky suddenly darkened and thunder roared. Thick, dark clouds piled up layer upon layer, continuously swirling and turning into a huge vortex eye, completely covering the territory of Zixio sect. Especially everyone in the Zixio sect, they could feel a suffocating oppression pouring down from the depths of the sky. I don't know if it's an illusion, but every time a bolt of lightning cuts through the sky and lights up the dark clouds, I can even see a huge monster bathing in the thunder in the depths of the dark clouds, riding on the clouds. That's someone from the Zixio sect who had better eyesight could vaguely see something rolling in the depths of the clouds through a corner of the broken dark cloud. The huge dragon scales as big as mountains reflected the terrifying lightning. As the dragon's body swam, the terrifying ripples caused the void to slightly distort. Dragon! And at least it is a dragon whose cultivation has reached the peak of the Divine Lord realm. Just by visual inspection, there are at least 6 or 7. But it's not just these huge dragons that are terrifying. On the other side of the sky, there was a bloody light covering the sky, and wisps of blood-red demonic energy were constantly rolling and blending. In the shocking blood-red color, several terrifying figures emerged as if they had walked out of the abyss of the underworld. Their Zixiao sect was like an isolated island in the collision of two terrifying oceans, appearing weak, pitiful and helpless. Compared to the others who were unaware of the truth and were somewhat dazed and conscious due to this doomsday-like vision. Ziwei Divine Lord and other high-ranking members of the Zixiao sect, who had roughly guessed the truth, were so frightened that they turned pale as paper and were sweating profusely. Su Chang'e. It must be that young being named Su Chang'e who sent a powerful warrior to descend upon my Zixiao sect. It seems that there are not only peak god realm masters here, but also saint realm masters hidden here. Sect masters, shouldn't we take a long-term view on this matter? Facing such a siege by so many powerful individuals, even if the ancestor were to personally take action, I'm afraid he would only perish with hatred. Rather than confronting them head-on, we'll only end up dead. All the high-ranking officials of Zixiao sect were panicked. Originally, I wanted to gather people to ask Gu Han for an explanation. But before they set out on the expedition, they were surrounded by others. And judging by the situation, their sect might be destroyed. Chapter 203. I like you more, your previous rebellious look. The sudden and terrifying scene immediately filled countless people from the Zixiao sect with fear. They all looked at the Ziwei god sitting in the first seat with fear, as if they were waiting for their leader to give orders. But you can see the fear in their eyes. None of them wanted their leader to choose to be tough at this time. That would be too stupid. The powerful ones who revealed their aura above the sky were already beyond the ability of their Zixiao sect to contend with. However, although Ziwei God had spoken in a domineering manner before, he was now very cowardly. Apologize, go and apologize. Stop any cost and appease that adult's anger. Unconsciously, the Ziwei God, who had been very stubborn before, now used a respectful title to refer to Gu Han's alias. But it was too late. The envoy sent by Zixiao sect to communicate had not even opened his mouth to communicate with the powerful person above the clouds. An extremely terrifying force immediately erupted. Boom! The dragon's breath, entangled with the aura of destruction, melted layers of the void, like a comet from outer space that streaked across the long night, falling directly towards the core area of the Zixiao sect. Snap! Almost in the next moment, the protective formation of the Zixiao sect, which was its pride, was completely vulnerable in the face of this terrifying dragon breath, and instantly exploded into rune fragments all over the sky. The lucky cultivator of Zixiao sect who was hit by the dragon's breath had no chance to resist and was instantly crushed into powder along with the collapsing houses. With just the first wave of attacks, the Zixiao sect's protective formation was completely shattered, and large pavilions and towers in the core area collapsed into ruins, leaving the entire place in a mess. Such a tragic scene made Ziwei God both afraid and angry. But in the end, fear overcame anger, and Ziwei Divine Lord still wanted to resolve the matter through compensation. Wait. There is a misunderstanding here, why don't we sit down and have a good talk first? According to the order of the Lord, today we will annihilate your Zixiao sect, leaving no one alive. But the powerful men from the two major sects did not give them any chance to talk nonsense. The powerful members of the Blood Moon Demon sect also took action. Crash! Strands of blood intertwined into a blood-red torrent, in which the scarlet thunder turned into a thunder snake that roared and exploded, rolling in with overwhelming power. Seeing that the other party did not give them any room to explain, and seemed to be determined to completely destroy their Zixiao sect. Although everyone in Zixiao sect was afraid, even rabbits will bite when they are cornered, let alone them, who are dignified cultivators. Since you insist on leaving no room for maneuver, then it's better to fight to the death. The eyes of Ziwei God were red, and he immediately rushed forward with a group of powerful men from Zixiao sect, wanting to make a final desperate resistance. Wanyue Island, in the courtyard where Gu Han is. Elder Fuyao, what should we do about this? We can't contact the sect anymore. Several powerful men from the Zixiao sect who were suppressed by the mysterious force now looked uglier than each other. Because just now, they had completely lost contact with the sect. There is no need to think too much. The sudden situation in the sect is definitely a major crisis. Fuyao Supreme did not respond immediately. The fear and worry in his heart were no more than those of the others. I even regret it so much. They greatly underestimated the terrifying power possessed by Su Changde in front of them. If they had been more careful in their temptations and had been more respectful during the process, perhaps things would not have developed to this point? Su Changde. Are you even human? Qinglir, who was also suppressed, struggled and roared with strength from nowhere. As an outsider, you have not only secretly learned the inheritance of my Zixia sect, but now you are bullying others and want to directly destroy my Zixia sect. You are simply a madman. But before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by the angry roar of Fu Yao Supreme. Shut up, you idiot. If you, an idiot, hadn't been so self-righteous and offended Master Su, we wouldn't have encountered such an unprovoked disaster. You are a direct disciple of my Zixia sect. I once regarded you as the hope for the revival of my sect. Now it seems that I was truly blind to think that an idiot like you would have a chance to revive my Zixia sect. Supreme Fu Yao cursed loudly, the anger in his heart boiling to the extreme. What kind of laws and fairness does the cultivation world care about? The bigger the fist, the more fair and the more law there is. Qinglir is young and energetic, so it is normal for her to sometimes not be able to understand the situation. Moreover, they were short-sighted before and had no idea that Gu Han possessed such terrifying power, so they misjudged the situation. But now everyone with a discerning eye knows that if they anger Gu Han, they will die without a burial place. But Qinglir not only hasn't figured this out at this point, she's even shouting and blaming Gu Han. Is this because they are too stupid, too slow, or because they think their deaths are not fast enough or tragic enough? Uncle Master, why are you? Hearing her master's scolding, Qinglir was stunned and seemed a little unbelievable. Her uncle-in-law has doted on her since she was a child and has provided her with many conveniences. Why should I help such a hateful guy to scold me now? She is obviously from Zixia sect. It was obvious that everything she did was just to stand up for her own sect. What was wrong with that? Evil creature. Evil creature. I see you've destroyed your brain in all these years of cultivation. He saw that Qinglir not only did not understand the meaning of his words. He looked aggrieved and said, Uncle Master, why are you helping outsiders to scold me? The Supreme Fu Yao was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Why didn't he realize before that his nephew was so stupid? Compared to your current miserable state. Taking a sip of tea, Gu Han, who had been watching the entire scene from beginning to end, chuckled and said, I still prefer your earlier rebellious look. These words are not very hurtful, but extremely insulting. Qinglir wanted to speak up again to condemn Gu Han's cruelty. Gu Han changed the subject. And you know what? I actually didn't really want to attack your Zixia palace, but you just had to provoke me. If a son is not well educated, it is the fault of his father. Since you don't have a father, then let your sect pay the price. You. Qinglir's expression suddenly froze, and her brain went blank. Gu Han's words were tantamount to making her indirectly bear all the responsibility. The demise of the sect is inextricably linked to her. She became the sinner of Zixia sect. Qinglir seemed to have lost all her strength, her face was as pale as paper, and she collapsed to the ground in complete dismay. Seeing this scene, Gu Han did not give up the slightest sympathy in his heart. Not to mention the other party, they will be the protagonists in the future. Furthermore, without that idiot Yi Qingyun who has the protection of a special plot and eternal luck, he still dares to jump in front of him one after another. Then let her watch the Zixia sect destroyed because of herself, and let her be unable to extricate herself from the pain and despair. Chapter 20 For the sect was destroyed. Are you happy now? A horrific war suddenly broke out in the territory of Zixia sect. Suddenly, it swept across the entire Xuanxu continent like a storm. The Zixia sect was attacked by a terrifying and powerful person. According to gossip, it seems that the White Dragon Palace and the Blood Moon Demon Lord have joined forces to take action. This news alarmed countless powerful forces. They immediately sent out spies to check out the situation. After all, the Zixia sect and the White Dragon Palace are now the top overlord-level forces in their Xuanxu continent. Now that these two forces that have nothing to do with each other have joined forces, this is undoubtedly bombshell news. The two overlord-level forces have joined forces. Except for those hidden sects that do not participate in worldly disputes, all other sects will probably be completely wiped out. This made many people feel uneasy and they all checked the details of the matter. But even though they were moving very fast. But after entering the edge of the battle area, the war was already coming to an end. That's. Many powerful people who were attracted stood in the sky in a daze, looking at the completely shattered world at the end of my sight. The mountains and rivers are broken. Even the sky in that area looked extremely dim, as if it had been plowed directly by some terrifying force. Countless shocking spiderweb-like cracks in the void are densely distributed across the sky, presenting a suffocating doomsday scene. There seemed to be residual power of the law echoing in the deeper places. It seems that the remaining powerful men of Zhixiao sect are still resisting stubbornly. No. But then an unwilling and fearful roar echoed. All fluctuations of laws returned to silence. This war broke out without any warning. From start to finish, it took less than 2.5 hours. But even though it was over, the monks who were attracted by the noise did not have the courage to go in and investigate. Everyone knows that the Zhixiao sect was once a declining overlord-level force in their Xuanchu continent, with a profound foundation. But they were still destroyed so easily, which is enough to show the terrifying strength of these two new overlord-level sections. If you enter there without permission and offend them, you will be in big trouble. At the same time, Fu Yao Zhizuan and others were in Gu Han's courtyard on Wangyue Island. The moment the Zhixiao sect was completely destroyed, everyone felt it. The special spiritual contract in their original bloodline that they signed when they joined the sect has just completely dissipated. This means that their Zhixiao sect's lineage is cut off and has completely disappeared from the world. The huge impact this news brought to them was so great that their minds went completely blank. They even felt that everything that happened today seemed dreamy and absurd. Not only were the ancestral relics not retrieved. As a result, their sect suffered an unexpected disaster and was completely destroyed. How so? Qing Lier was distraught and seemed unable to accept this result. She had dared to speak so rudely to Gu Han before. In fact, it is also because of the confidence in his own sect. After all, it was once the dominant force in Xuanchu continent, and it has some foundation. Even if it has completely declined, it is not something that some random person can take advantage of. But now she finally realized the gap and cruelty of reality. Our own sect turned out to be the one that was beaten to death with sticks. And she indirectly contributed to all this. Shang Lier. You evil creature. Now that our sect is destroyed, are you happy? You were such a fool before, you repeatedly offended Su Changde. If I could do it again, I would strangle you to death. Fu Yao Zhizuan and others no longer have the demeanor of senior masters they had at the beginning. He even vented his anger on Qing Lier. But this is also very normal. After all, even the Zhixiao sect was destroyed. Those of them who have completely lost their backing can only react with helpless rage in the end. Qing Lier looked extremely distraught. He looked painful and shed tears of unwilling regret. Kill me. In the end, she could only pray to end her regret and pain through death. But what made her even more painful and sad was whether he can die now requires Gu Han's approval. Take these guys away. They are at least at the supreme realm. It would be a good idea to refine them into puppets and make use of them as waste. He gave a casual order. Ripples suddenly appeared in the space, and an invisible hand extended from it. Fu Yao Zhizuan and others who were still pointing at Qing Lier and cursing were immediately dragged away. As for you. Gu Han looked at her indifferently. She used to be like a proud eagle, but now she looked like Qing Lier with broken wings. There's nothing to sympathize with. If you make someone your enemy, you must be prepared to be liquidated by him. Without hesitation, he grabbed Qing Lier's neck and lifted her up. At the same time, bursts of scarlet soul flames suddenly burned on the surface of his skin. The soul flame continued to spread and burn, and immediately invaded into the depths of Qing Lier's soul, completely devouring her soul consciousness. Qing Lier's consciousness also completely disappeared in the last trace of pain and regret. The man's eyes suddenly became empty and numb, like a blank body without a soul. After doing all this, Gu Han did not stop. Once again, he activated his special magical powers. Reassembled Chang Lier's shattered soul fragments and consciousness. But a new memory and special instructions were reimplanted. It would be a pity to let her disappear into ashes like this. The other party has also had some interactions with Yi Qingyun. It might be possible for him to turn him into a tool and place him next to Yi Qingyun. Maybe when the time is right, he can use Qing Lier to stab Yi Qingyun in the back. If he's lucky, he might be able to use an unknown life-saving trump card. You will make a lot of money. I have to say, Qing Lier is such a good person. Not only did he indirectly contribute his sex foundation to himself, I even willingly became his tool. It would be great if there were more smart female protagonists like this. Soon, Qing Lier's dissipated consciousness was reorganized again under Gu Han's special power. But under the same breath and body, the soul has undergone earth-shaking changes. She looked around a little confused. As memories poured in like a tide, the slightly gray pupils soon became full of emotional colors. Gu Han. After coming to her senses, she seemed to be very familiar with Gu Han, and there was even some fanatical admiration in the depths of her eyes. Everything I told you is already in your mind. There's no need for me to say anything extra. If these guys have any plans or movements, inform me using the method I told you. Yes, as your excellency commands. Qing Lier seemed like a completely different person, and even bowed respectfully to Gu Han, her hated enemy. Then he left the courtyard where Gu Han was as if nothing had happened. Ah Han, are you determined to make him into some kind of tool? Hua Jieyu, who saw through Gu Han's plan, stepped forward. This also feels unbelievable. I never expected that Gu Han actually possessed this ability. Just based on this point, controlling someone's soul and changing their memory, I'm afraid even the top gods and powerful ones can't do it. In some ways, Gu Han is even more shrewd than her. In comparison, Yi Qingyun seemed a little idiotic and stupid. I just don't know why this guy is so lucky every time to survive Gu Han. If such an idiot can be favored by luck, it can only be said that luck is so mysterious and blind. Chapter 205, The Treasure of Ancient Times, the Fairy Island appears. Not long after Qing Lier left, ripples suddenly appeared in the void. An old man with an aura as deep as the abyss and as deep as prison walked out and bowed to Gu Han. Sir, the Zixiao sect has been completely destroyed by us. The remaining treasures and remaining heritage of the Zixiao sect have been taken over by us. This list contains some of the more important treasures, as well as the Zixiao sect's more impressive heritage. Please review it, Your Excellency. As he spoke, the old man respectfully handed Gu Han a list with the names of various treasures and special skills. No matter what, Gu Han is the real leader of their two major sections. The top masters of the two major sects all obey Gu Han unconditionally. Even though he is now a hands-off boss, some important things and gains naturally need to be made known to and reviewed by Gu Han. Gu Han nodded slightly, took the list and took a quick look at it. My eyes were attracted by the name of a treasure I was writing on. Xing Ming Ding. The reason why he was impressed by this treasure. This is because in the previous life, Qing Lier became the supreme being, and it was with the help of this treasure that she became invincible in the supreme realm and could even compete with the strong ones in the god realm. Qing Lier also used this treasure to help Yi Qingyun block the knife several times and save him from danger. However, now that the Zixiao sect has been destroyed and Qing Lier is dead, these treasures have fallen into his hands. Part of the plot of this life was wiped out by him before it even began. After a quick look from top to bottom, Gu Han handed the list to Hua Jieyu again. Hua Jieyu, you have helped me a lot during this period. I also indirectly helped suppress Fuyao Supreme and others before, and I can't let you come with me for nothing. You can choose any treasure from here. His action can be said to be both a thank you and a way to enhance the relationship. Hua Jieyu also has a big secret. And he is also nice to me, so of course I can't be stingy. Give me? Hua Jieyu blinked her watery eyes, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and smiled with alluring charm. No need. But she shook her head and directly refused it. I'm willing to help you. If I accept your benefits, it will change its meaning to me. Guhan was slightly stunned and chuckled. It's me who's being abrupt. He didn't care and just put the list away. What about me, sir? Little Heisey ran over happily, looking at Guhan with eager eyes. I've done so much for you during this period of time. Shouldn't you give me some benefits? Give this woman good things, why don't you give me something good? This. Guhan was stunned for a moment, his eyes rolled around, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. You know your current physical condition yourself. How can a chicken use a treasure? Even if I give you a top-notch treasure, you may not be able to use it. How about this? I will have someone make you a treasure that is most suitable for your current physical condition. This treasure is called basketball, and it's a match made in heaven for you, little Blackie. Basketball? What is that? Why have I never heard of it? Heisey tilted his head slightly, looking very confused. After all, he was once a powerful demon ancestor who roamed the world and had seen countless treasures, but he had never heard of a treasure called basketball. This item comes from a distant era. There once existed a being called Emperor Koan-Tian, who brought this treasure to its peak. Guhan explained, and this heavenly emperor is also destined to be with you. He started out as a chicken, and later rose to the position of heavenly emperor through basketball, ruling an entire era. Phoenix. Master, I am Phoenix. You are the chicken, your whole family is chickens. Heisey expressed his dissatisfaction and protested fiercely. But Guhan ignored him and continued to speak seriously. Once upon a time, I happened to obtain the method to forge this treasure, but I always felt that no one was worthy of it. But until you appeared, Heisey, my concept was completely overturned. Basketball and you are a match made in heaven. Although you sometimes annoy me, you're actually quite nice to hear right now. Heisey raised his chest slightly, looking very proud. Well, then you must hand over this treasure called basketball to me when the time comes. Don't let me down. While speaking, Heisey had already imagined in his mind a towering figure holding a top treasure called a basketball and dominating the world. As this invisible storm that no one knew about subsided, Wanyue Island also temporarily ushered in peace. The annual Poseidon Festival has officially arrived. Countless residents of Wanyue Island are celebrating this grand ceremony in their own way. The moon at night was extremely strange, showing a dreamy blue color, and its bright light cast a gorgeous vision on the vast mirror-like sea. This night was filled with laughter and joy, as countless residents of Wanyue Island expressed their wishes to the boundless sea in their own way. I hope that the coming year will be good weather and everything will go well. At the same time, on a hidden rocky beach somewhere on Wanyue Island, 3 beautiful figures gathered here. None of them spoke, just staring quietly at the sea level in the distance. After all, Zhu Yue, who had previously come out of the reincarnation purgatory, had already seen many future scenes. The legendary Piamiao Fairy Island is suspected to have appeared on the day of the Sea God Festival on Wanyue Island. They gathered here tonight not only to watch the grand event on Moon Watching Island, but also to wait for the legendary miracle to appear. Rumble. At this moment, there was a sudden earth-shaking roar from the sky, and the surrounding islands were affected by some force and trembled and shook slightly. The seawater in a large area sank rapidly, and then exploded. In the mist, it seemed as if there was a huge island from a distant land, rising from the depths of the ocean without any warning. The thick fog seemed to completely block people's vision, making it impossible to see the specific scene. Coupled with the faint Buddhist sounds coming from it, it brings a great visual impact to people. Zhu Yue stared blankly at the huge island that suddenly appeared in the distance, muttering to herself. The legendary Misty Fairy Island has truly appeared. Chapter 206, All Races Gather Together, the Battlefield of All Races. The Misty Fairy Mountain suddenly rose from the depths of the seabed, causing a huge commotion. The sound of the boiling sea water echoed for countless miles, and countless monks and creatures witnessed this grand spectacle. Many residents of Wanyue Island said that this was a special response from the sea god who heard their prayers. But some people also thought of the legend of Piamiao Fairy Mountain. After all, no matter how it suddenly appeared from the bottom of the sea without any warning, Or perhaps the entire giant island is shrouded in unknown laws, isolated from outside exploration, and forms a magical world of its own, all of which speak of the extraordinary nature of this giant island. There's no doubt about it. This must be the legendary Pyomyo Fairy Island. Guhan stood with his hands behind his back on a reef on a beach somewhere, gazing at the huge island that appeared out of thin air under the blue moonlight. In his memories of his previous life, the misty fairy island was like this, emerging from the bottom of the sea without any warning, walking from myth into reality, shocking the world. However, for some unknown reason, Pyomyo Fairy Island appeared in this life ahead of time. He also had reason to suspect that it was his secret stirring up of the situation these days and his plan against Yi Qingyun, the son of eternal destiny, that caused some changes in the future trajectory. This indirectly led to the premature emergence of Pyomyo Fairy Island. There are foolish people in the world of cultivation, but naturally there are also people with a long-term vision and broad knowledge. After these people gathered together and analyzed it briefly, they were basically certain that this was the legendary Pyomyo Fairy Island. But the boundless sea is extremely special. Not on any continent. In a sense, the vast ocean is the most chaotic place, where various forces and races are intertwined. Famous and upright human clans, demonic sects, demons, monsters, and other ancient races all exist on the vast ocean. If the so-called famous and upright sects of the human race alone wanted to swallow this piece of fat meat, it would be impossible even if they died of exhaustion. Moreover, other forces and races would not allow a single person from a prominent and upright human family to enjoy such a heaven-defying opportunity alone. After all, Pyomyo Fairy Island is a lost world that has never been visited by anyone, and the opportunities that exist there will make any race or force excited. Forced by various circumstances and the secret clashes between various forces and races. Finally, these ethnic forces that disliked each other reached a temporary peace treaty. The Misty Fairy Island has appeared. According to our investigation, there is another world within the Misty Fairy Island. The opportunities are unknown, and the dangers are unknown. Now, after consultation among all the major forces and races, those with a bone age of 50 or less can be selected to enter Pyomyo Fairy Island and explore. Once you enter Pyomyo Fairy Island, there are no rules to restrict you. You will encounter the geniuses of various factions. Everything will be decided by your strength. The strong will be the butcher, the weak will be the prey. Fortune and wealth are determined by heaven, life and death are determined by fate. If anyone wants to enter Pyomyo Fairy Island, they can come for the selection in 2 days. After the quotas for each race are determined, we can all enter Pyomyo Fairy Island together to explore. When this news came out, the whole world was shocked. Can people from all ethnic groups and forces enter and explore? This move is unprecedented in the history of the world. After all, the major ethnic forces have long disliked each other and have often fought each other due to various frictions. Now that they are going to explore an area together, it is inevitable that enemies will be extremely jealous of each other when they meet, and even start a bloody fight. It seems to be an exploration of a mysterious and unknown world, but in fact it is to let the geniuses of each race go to a special battlefield to fight. The more geniuses of the race who survive, the more opportunities there will be. However, many forces and races have no objection to this. In the world of cultivation, strength is respected. If you are not as skilled as others, you should accept defeat. Although Pyomyo Fairy Island was born ahead of time, it is essentially not much different from the previous life. Guhan was not too surprised by this news. The famous and upright human families in the previous life also chose this method. After all, no matter how powerful the famous and upright human race is, they cannot withstand the combined pressure of other races. It's a pity that due to various reasons in his previous life, he did not enter this mysterious fairy island to explore. Most of the opportunities on Pyomyo Fairy Island are just rumors. As for whether you can find good things? As usual, with Yi Qingyun as the treasure hunter, he would not return empty-handed. 2 days passed in a flash. The sea area around Wanyua Island ushered in an unprecedented bustle. People from countless ethnic groups and forces gathered here. On the streets, you can even see humans, demons, monsters, magic cultivators, and various ancient races gathered together. Under normal circumstances, when people from these major races meet, they will surely fight each other and stain the sky with blood. But this time, due to the temporary peace treaty, the several races were able to get along with each other. An area in the center of Wangyue Island. The powerful people here have used some magical powers to directly change the terrain and create several huge training grounds out of thin air. Except for those well-known top sects that have exemption from examination and can directly enter Pyongyang Fairy Island to explore. Many weaker sects, second-rate, third-rate, and even declining sects, if they want to enter Pyongyang Fairy Island, they must first enter the martial arts field to participate in the trial. If you win 7 rounds of competition in total, you will have the opportunity to explore the Misty Fairy Island. Everyone has only 2 chances to be eliminated. After being defeated twice, they are completely out and will never be able to enter Pyongyang Fairy Island again. This guy named Fong Yi is really strong. He's already won 4 games in a row. If he wins 3 more games, he'll be qualified to enter Pyongyang Fairy Island. This arena selection competition is already extremely difficult. To be able to win 7 rounds cumulatively, even among those major forces, you can be called a genius selected from thousands of people. This guy doesn't seem to be a disciple of a small sect, but a casual cultivator. To possess such strength is truly extraordinary. Perhaps after this battle, a powerful force will extend an olive branch to him. After winning another game, Yi Qingyun raised the corners of his lips slightly as he listened to the discussions coming from the monks outside the ring. So what if I haven't joined any sect now? As long as his talent and strength are strong enough, he can still be as dazzling as the sun. Unlike those guys in the top box in the martial arts field, they can directly enter the Misty Fairy Mountain to explore without taking any test due to the background and power of the sect behind them. They are just some flowers grown in a greenhouse. At the same time, in a private room at the top of another martial arts field, a middle-aged man with a powerful aura and a respectful attitude, who occasionally made comments, spoke to the important person next to him, as if to break the stiff atmosphere in the private room. Lady Goddess, this guy named Su Changda has very good talent and strength. I've been watching his matches before. He has extensive combat experience and is extremely accomplished in swordsmanship and body movements. If he is trained well, he will definitely achieve great things in the future. I think we can recruit him to my Feixian Tower for training. Xia Bingli completely ignored what her subordinates said and didn't listen to a word of it. Her fair and slender legs were crossed, her right hand lazily supported her cheek, and a beautiful curve appeared at the corner of her lips. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the stage, not moving away for a long time. Chapter 207 The fastest achievement of 7 consecutive victories, the invincible little black man. On the stage, Gu Han, who was disguised as Su Changda, swung his sword casually, and the genius of the demon clan opposite him could hardly resist. He was like a dead leaf in the ocean. Suddenly, he wailed and flew backwards out of the ring like a kite with a broken string, completely losing his movement. Self-reliant cultivator Su Changda won the 6th competition. Following the announcement by the powerful person in charge of supervision, countless cultivators and creatures watching in the martial arts arena were suddenly in an uproar. Seconds. Another second. Holy crap! This guy possesses such terrifying strength, yet he's just a casual cultivator? Hiss. It's been less than half an hour since this guy entered the ring, and he's already won 6 consecutive victories? The demon that was just chopped off by the sword was a member of the iron-armored tiger clan, known for its powerful physique. He couldn't even withstand a single blow and was instantly rendered motionless. This guy's sword energy is probably enough to easily kill a Dawa strongman. This guy is ridiculously strong. I didn't think he was a good player before. But since the second match, he's encountered some talented players, each one stronger than the last. Someone sighed with emotion, but I never expected that this kid would kill his way out and be unstoppable. If nothing unexpected happens, this guy should be the youngest to stand out from the crowd and gain the qualification to explore Pyongyang Fairy Island. Gu Han on the ring. He didn't care about the noisy discussions coming from around him. To be honest, he could have relied on the exemption from the White Dragon Palace or the Blood Moon Demon sect to directly enter the Misty Fairy Island to explore. But this time, the commotion caused by Pyongyang Fairy Island was too big, and a lot of people came. There is even a high probability that there will be acquaintances, you know. He didn't want his plan to be affected by this group of people. Especially Mu Bing Huang. That guy is crazy. If I saw him in person today, I would probably resort to some despicable means to have him kidnapped and sent to Simu Bailing. Although there are strong men from the White Dragon Palace and the Blood Moon Demon Lord, the probability of such a thing happening is extremely low. But he also didn't want to cause any more trouble. Moreover, he now has many physical advantages, and he himself doesn't even know how strong he is. This is also a good opportunity to use the geniuses of various races as whetstones to test your own skills. Master Swallowing Thunder won his 5th match. He successfully advanced. And from another arena, another deep voice was heard. Gu Han looked over subconsciously. I saw Xiao Haizi with his chest straight, his chicken head raised high, and his chicken claws stepping on a demon genius covered with black hair. Hey! Is this the current generation of our demon race? That's lame. That's really lame. I haven't even started to exert my strength yet, and you've been knocked down by me? Although Xiao Haizi has grown a bit recently, he is still about the size of a basketball. From the outside, it still looks like a small native chicken raised in the countryside. Coupled with his arrogant look, the demon people in the stands were very angry and started cursing at him. Fuck! Do you even know how to fight? A 6 feet 8 inches monster was knocked down by a chicken. This is a disgrace to our monster clan. When you go out in the future, don't tell anyone that you are from my demon clan. This guy is not only arrogant, but also disgusting. He deliberately chose a name that insults me, the ancestor of the demon world. It's simply hateful. How handsome and suave was our demon race's former thunder-devouring true ancestor. A damned chicken actually dares to take such a name. Isn't he afraid of incurring serious consequences? The little black guy who originally didn't care about the insults and sarcasm from the many monsters. After hearing this, he immediately became furious. You little bastards are blind. I am your thunder-swallowing true ancestor. I've memorized everything you bastards did today. When I return to the demon world, I'll fucking kill you all. F***K. This damned little chicken is too arrogant. Let go, I'm going to kill him. Uncle can tolerate this, but Aunt can't. I think you, this little chicken, want me to make you into chicken fillet. Many demons, who were already violent in nature, were completely enraged by Xiao Haizi's words. He even wanted to ignore the rules of the ring match and beat Xiao Haizi up. Come on, come on. Every one of you counts. Today I'm going to teach you how to be a demon. And by the way, I'm going to let you know why the flowers are so red. But Xiao Haizi is also known for being stubborn, so he directly confronted him head-on with passion on the microphone. Gu Han, who took in the entire scene, twitched his lips slightly. He originally wanted Han Mangyao to take Xiao Haizi in directly. But this guy insisted that he, a powerful and famous ancestor of the demon world, would not use this method. Even though his strength is only 1/100th of what it was now, he is still invincible among monsters. What he said was nice, but to put it bluntly, he just wanted to show off, didn't he? Not only was he pretending, but he was also speaking so arrogantly that even he wanted to beat him up. What to do? Suddenly I feel it's really embarrassing to raise such a chicken. As soon as he withdrew his gaze, Gu Han's body stiffened slightly and he shivered. Almost subconsciously, he looked towards the highest point of the training ground. I don't know if it was an illusion, but there was a gaze that I was extremely familiar with a faint morbid heat mixed in it. Oh my god. Could it be that Yandere Xiaobingli coming? The more Gu Han thought about it, the colder he felt. He had not contacted Xiaobingli during this period, and because of Su Lingyue's favor, he had to avoid Xiaobingli temporarily. What if this Yandere villain female boss suddenly has a brain attack and ties herself up and locks herself up in Feixian Tower? If we allow the protagonist Yi Qingyun to grow and become stronger outside, all these villain supporting characters will be in trouble. However, he still held a glimmer of hope in his heart. Today, only sects without sufficient foundation, sects that cannot obtain exemption from the examination, or independent cultivators can participate in this martial arts competition. Top forces like Thichenlu all have places exempt from the test. They have to wait for at least a few days before gathering here when Pyamyo Fairy Island is about to open. Moreover, Feixian Tower is quite famous, and Xiaobingli is the goddess of Feixian Tower. Her sudden appearance here should have caused quite a stir. After convincing himself with this idea, Guhan no longer paid attention to the gaze from above. At the same time, Xiaobingli, who was sitting in the box, had an increasingly playful curve to her lips. The white-clothed figure on the ring was reflected extremely clearly in those beautiful glass eyes, as if they had finally found their prey. And it was only then that she seemed to answer her subordinate's earlier question. There's no need to recruit him into my Feixian Tower. Because he is mine. Chapter 208, The Goddess Changes Her Heart? Battle against the Protagonist Brotherhood. She knows Guhan very well. There's even a very unique feeling about it. This feeling cannot be changed no matter how Guhan disguises himself or changes his aura. Therefore, she saw at a glance that the so-called Su Chang'e was Guhan in disguise. But the strong men from Feixian Tower who did not know the truth were slightly stunned. In his impression, his goddess seemed to have always been extremely in love with that Mr. Gu, right? Now, why does it seem like she has fallen in love at first sight with this so-called Su Chang'e, and even regards it as true love? There is no need to think too much. It must be that Guhan has been deliberately hiding these days and has been unwilling to see their goddess, which has eventually led to the goddess's feelings for him gradually fading. This Guhan is really ungrateful. Who is our goddess? The number of people pursuing her is so endless that no one knows when they will appear. If Guhan knew that his goddess had fallen in love with someone else, I wonder if he would regret it to death. Missing out on such a peerless and beautiful person as his own goddess is enough to make him cry for the rest of his life. In another box in the martial arts arena, there are two women with extraordinary temperament, delicate features, and looks, but somewhat similar gathered here. One person exudes an extraordinary majesty in his bones and appears extremely cold. The other person looked a little haggard, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness not long ago. After the incident at the White Dragon Palace, Mu Bailing was devastated and looked as if she had lost all hope of living. She looked extremely haggard and exhausted. Although her subordinates had been hiding the truth from her on their own initiative and were unwilling to tell her what Mu Bailing had been experiencing these days. But it doesn't take much thought to know that the sudden change in his sister was most likely caused indirectly by Guhan. Bai Ling, I know you've always been very concerned about that guy. But there's a saying that goes, do your best and leave the rest to fate. If there is really no way to recover it, then you must be prepared to lose it completely. She rarely talks about these so-called great truths with others. Just because Mu Bailing is her sister, she has more patience. But obviously, Mu Bailing, who had already gone a little crazy, could not listen to these words at all. With a slight sigh, Mu Binghuang changed the subject and continued, furthermore, Pyamyo Fairy Island is extremely complex. It's a true lost world, filled with countless opportunities. Although the White Dragon Palace has not responded and has no plans to send younger generations to participate in this exploration. But I'm sure that with Guhan's personality, he will definitely go in. He might have already disguised himself as a casual cultivator and is participating in the competition on the arena. This way, I can gain access to Pyamyo Fairy Island without you noticing. Thanks to Mu Bailing's blessing. During this period, she was forced to learn a lot about Guhan and even guessed his style of doing things. Therefore, she concluded that Guhan would definitely take advantage of this incident to enter Pyamyo Fairy Island to explore, and in an identity that no one could have imagined. After hearing these words, Mu Bailing, who had been sitting upright on the wooden chair with a somewhat empty and dull look in her eyes, rolled her eyes and regained some spirit. Seeing that his sister no longer looked broken and closed-hearted, Mu Binghuang took over the topic. If Guhan is hiding among these people below, who do you think he could be in disguise? It seemed to have aroused Mu Bailing's interest. Her eyes began to wander around the ring below. Finally, I was attracted by the most lively and exciting arena competition. It's the final battle. If Su Chang'e wins this final battle, he'll be the fastest and most outstanding competitor in this competition. If Su Chang'e wins this round, he'll have won 7 consecutive games in less than half an hour. This efficiency is ridiculous. However, Su Changa's opponent in this round is also not weak. It's Fang Tianming, who has won 5 consecutive games. He seems to be a direct descendant of the Fang family, a top family in Bishui City. At such a young age, he's already a 9th-level divine stage expert. Not only is his strength terrifying, but he also possesses extremely high attainments in his physical body. It would be extremely difficult for Su Changa to defeat him. Amidst the noisy discussions, the two have already stepped onto the ring separately. Some people who are curious about the situation have even started setting up gambling games. Although most people support Guhan to win, there are also many rebellious gamblers who choose to bet on Fang Tianming. "Come on, brother." Below, an innocent-looking girl shouted. Fang Tianming's sister, Fang Xiaoxiao. From the reflection in the girl's glass gem-like eyes, it is enough to see that she has always had full confidence in her brother. Her brother is invincible. "Brother Fang, don't lose to this guy. Let's meet at the peak." Another voice came from below. It was Yi Qingyun, who was deliberately disguised. His current identity is Fang Yi. He had previously fought with Fang Tianming in the ring, and narrowly defeated his opponent with his special trump card and the aura of the protagonist. But there is no doubt that Fang Tianming is an extremely tough opponent, and he is even deeply recognized by him. Fang Tianming also got along very well with Yi Qingyun because the pseudonym he deliberately chose had the same surname as him, and they almost became sworn brothers. "Brother Fang Yi, don't worry. We are guaranteed to win this battle. We'll meet at the top." Fang Tianming clenched his fist, raised his right hand, and without looking back, left only a confident and handsome back. Guhan's mouth twitched slightly when he saw this scene. He also had some impression of Fang Tianming. It seems that he has some intersection with Yi Qingyun, especially the extremely important cooperation in Piaomio Fairy Island, and later he almost became a member of the protagonist's brotherhood. Too lazy to think about it. Since it is related to the protagonist, just knock it down. At this time, Fang Tianming leaped up and hit the ring with a loud bang like a black meteor. His body was as tall and straight as a pine or cypress, and his black robe with golden cloud patterns fluttered in the wind, making rustling sounds. The force of his attack was so great that it even caused several shocking cracks to appear on the stage. Regardless of the strength, whether or not you will win next time. Anyway, the level of prestige he displayed when he came on stage was extremely high. Compared to Guhan, who walked onto the stage calmly and slowly, he was actually less impressive in terms of appearance. However, although Fang Tianming has his own confidence, he is not stupid. Knowing that Guhan was able to achieve 6 consecutive victories in such a short period of time, he will only be stronger than Yi Qingyun, whom he met before. But he had learned lessons from the previous battles. This time, he will overload and burst out his full strength. In such a state, he may be able to defeat the man in front of him. Chapter 209. Your story is very touching, but it doesn't move me at all. Fang Tianming's hawk-like eyes were fixed on Guhan not far away. The voice was steady yet with a certain confidence. "Su Changa, I know you are very strong. There's a saying that goes, when strong men clash, the winner is decided by a single move. We don't need to play it safe. How about we just decide the outcome with a single move? That way we won't waste either of our time. What do you think?" "Okay." Guhan agreed without thinking and was very satisfied with it. This guy is pretty nice. As soon as I came to power, I knew to consider him. Following a clear sword sound, Fang Tianming had already drawn out his natal sword, and his entire aura had undergone a drastic change. With him as the center, the surrounding void was affected by some force, rippling like the tide, vaguely giving people a strong sense of oppression. Guhan didn't care. He just walked towards Fang Tianming step by step, ignoring the terrifying pressure generated by the surrounding void. He was not in a hurry, giving the opponent a chance to gather strength and launch an all-out attack. "Su Changa, do you know why I must win today and enter Piaomiao Fairy Island no matter what? My sister is very ill. Over the years, I have used the Fong family's connections to travel to countless places and searched for countless medicines, but I have been unable to cure her illness. I heard that there is a magical place in Piao Fairy Island called the Immortal Spring. The spring water there can cure all diseases in the world. Therefore, I must gain the opportunity to enter Piao Fairy Island, and you will definitely be defeated by me here. Having said that. But Fong Tianming's tone carried a certain confidence of victory, as if he was stating some established fact. The mind and body are completely united. The noisy discussions around gradually became quiet. At this moment, Fong Tianming only felt that there were countless people standing around him, including his relatives, friends, and even his sister. The story is quite touching, but it doesn't move me at all. Boom! Followed by a sonic boom. Gu Han's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, without even leaving a trace. Fong Tianming, who had already brought his condition to the peak and even overloaded, could not see Gu Han at all at this moment. He could only vaguely feel that the void in front of him was instantly exploded by some terrible force, and it was carrying an unparalleled oppressive force and was overturning towards him. The strong sense of crisis made Fong Tianming feel scared and his face turned pale. He subconsciously held the sword in front of him, trying to block the next terrible attack. However, before he could even figure out what was going on, he only heard a crisp sound of clicking. His natal sword suddenly became as fragile as thin ice and exploded into countless pieces in an instant. The final moment of consciousness sinking into darkness. He saw a fist that kept getting bigger in his vision. With unimaginable terrifying power, he punched him hard on the chest. Puff! There was a clear sound of bones breaking in my ears. The enormous force immediately caused Fong Tianming to spit out a mouthful of blood. He felt his chest cave in, and his internal organs seemed to be shattered by a terrifying force. His entire body was like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily outside the ring. He rolled over several times and fell far away, completely motionless. If you want to fight, then fight. Do you think I'll be moved and show mercy by telling me those stories? Don't you know the truth of life that villains die because they talk too much? Gu Han glanced at Fong Tianming, who had stopped moving, and turned to walk towards the other side of the ring. Behind him, there was a dead silence where one could hear a pin drop. Everyone in the entire training ground was speechless. I originally thought it would be a clash of equal strength, but unexpectedly, the battle ended instantly with Gu Han's crushing posture. Did this kill Fong Tianming instantly? Fong Tianming is a 9th-level cultivator in the Divine Platform realm. And his condition just now was better than in the previous matches. He was defeated by Fong Yi before because he underestimated him a little bit, and Fong Yi also deliberately hid his trump card. But just now, when fighting Su Chang'e, Fong Tianming was at his peak. It just started, and he was killed in one punch? If Fong Tianming hadn't completely lost his composure, I'd have suspected he was deliberately cooperating with Su Chang'e to stage a match-fixing trick on us. The countless boiling sounds in the martial arts arena were endless. Especially those gamblers who bet on Fong Tianming, thinking that they had unique vision and could make a fortune from it, are now complaining bitterly, as they have suffered huge losses. Ha ha ha. I finally got serious for once, but damn Fong Tianming made me lose so completely. Damn it. Gambling kills people. If you ever open a gambling game again, I'll be a fucking dog. I just heard some big news. There's a little black chicken over at ring number 3. Although it looks like a country chicken, it's incredibly powerful. Betting on it is definitely a win-win. Really? The eyes of the monk who had just vowed not to gamble suddenly lit up. This little black chicken was definitely just a fluke. How can a chicken keep winning streaks? I bet on his opponent to win the next round. In a box high above the martial arts arena. Mu Bailing, who saw the whole scene, had a changing expression on her face, pursed her red lips, and various images kept replaying in her mind. In fact, in the battle just now, she hoped that Fong Tianming would win. Because Fong Tianming is very similar to Gu Han from a certain period of time in her memory. At that time, Luo Baiji was poisoned and seriously ill. They couldn't find the right herbs to detoxify. Finally, a true disciple from a nearby sect happened to have this herb in his hands, However, that sect did not have a good relationship with their Swordwind sect, and even had some grudges with Guhan. At that time, in order to get the herb back, Guhan directly bet on a life-and-death battle with the disciples of that sect. If Guhan wins, he can take the herbs away. If you lose, you'll leave your life there. But Guhan finally lived up to his expectations and successfully brought back the herb. And in my memory, he was also seriously injured in that battle. Honor. I can't see you, but why do I see your shadow everywhere? Senior brother. Those who also thought of this past event also happened to be in the same martial arts training ground. Luo Baiji learned about the fight between Guhan and Fang Tianming. Even if you can't see it temporarily. She could also hear Fang Xiaoxiao's extremely sad crying voice. But her heart was even more painful and broken than Fang Xiaoxiao's. After all, she once had such a gentle and divine senior brother. I just didn't cherish it and she lost it. Luo Baiji, please come on stage to begin the 5th ring competition. It wasn't until a voice rang out that her thoughts, which had been drifting away, were completely brought back to her. Luo Baiji gripped the sword tightly in her hand. No matter what happened in the past, will I be able to find my senior brother in the future? But it's her turn to atone for her sins. Chapter 210, all the major forces made friends and were discovered. Soon. It took Guhan less than half an hour to achieve 7 consecutive victories, becoming the first casual cultivator to obtain the qualification to explore Pyomyo Fairy Island. The news spread like wildfire. Upon hearing the news, many major forces sent envoys to the scene, each making their own moves, hoping to bring Guhan, a talented and powerful cultivator, into their own forces. Young friend Chang'e, your talent and strength are unprecedented. If you accumulate good resources, you will surely become the top power in this world. As long as you are willing to join our Baisheng sect, you can directly become a true disciple of our Baisheng sect and receive preferential resources in advance. Young friend Chang'e, why don't you come to my Qingming Holy Land? As long as you are willing to join, with your strength and talent, you may even be able to fight for the position of the Holy Sun. All major forces put their chips on the line, all wanting to pull Guhan into their own camp. What's worse, some people even try to establish connections by marrying off their daughters. This gave Guhan a headache. He already has 2 powerful forces behind him, so why would he need to join other forces? Even the boss would go to work for someone else. Either he has a hobby of being the Dragon King's son-in-law, or he is stupid. Get out of here. This person has been favored by my Feixian Tower goddess. Anyone who dares to continue to pester me and refuse to leave will be making trouble for my goddess. At this time, a loud sound like thunder rang out. The envoys from various major sects who were surrounding Guhan and trying to win him over suddenly stiffened and their expressions changed drastically. The name of Feixian Tower is known to everyone in the Xinhuang world. Especially the goddess of Feixian Tower, who was once the top supreme demon and had unparalleled talent. It is very likely that she will be the helmsman of Feixian Tower in the future. Moreover, this goddess is notoriously bad-tempered. Anyone who offends her will be killed first, no matter whether it is reasonable or not, and her entire clan will be wiped out. Now that such a goddess has personally intervened, how can the numerous sect envoys dare to continue to get involved? Scatter like birds and beasts. The goddess of Feixian Tower Xiaobingli? Guhan, who also sensed something was wrong, quickly restrained his breath and originally wanted to blend into the crowd and leave quietly. But he was caught red-handed. My dear Su, our goddess wants to see you. Would you not give us the face of the goddess of Feixian Tower? The middle-aged man with an unfathomable aura appeared beside Guhan at some point and reached out to grab his shoulder. Even without using any cultivation skills, that force made it impossible for Guhan to move at all. How could this happen? Guhan was a little embarrassed. Others may not know, but he knew that his identity was directly recognized by Xiaobingli. He really never expected that the Yandere Xiaobingli would actually come here. But based on his understanding of Xiaobingli's character, it is impossible for the other party to arrive at a place without any movement. Although I have been deliberately avoiding Xiaobingli for some reasons recently. But hiding like this is not a big deal. After calming down, Guhan decided to follow this man to meet Xiaobingli. Along the way, Guhan kept thinking of many excuses. No matter what the outcome is, he really wouldn't let Xiaobingli tie him up and keep him by his side as a vase. In that case, all the supporting characters in the villain camp will be killed. Lady Goddess, the person has been brought here. After a few twists and turns, Guhan was soon brought by the middle-aged man to a luxurious private room at the top of the martial arts field. Very good, step back. This goddess wants to talk to him alone. Soon, a pleasant and melodious sound was heard from behind the glass screen. It was just very cold, without any emotional ups and downs in his voice. After the middle-aged man completely left, Guhan and Xiaobingli were the only ones left in the private room. The atmosphere seemed a little awkward for a moment. Knowing that his identity had been exposed, Guhan did not choose to continue disguising himself. He took off the phantom demon mask and quickly restored his original appearance. At this moment, a hazy white mist swept in, making the atmosphere of the entire private room a little dreamy. You don't actually have to hide some things from me. As the goddess of Feixian Tower, you can find out a lot of things with just a little trickery. Whether it's that stinky fox in the demon locking tower, or maybe the Ji Qingyun who was suspected to have come back from the dead, I know something about him. Besides, you've been avoiding me recently. I guess there must be a deeper reason. Why can't you try to rely on me? Am I not as trustworthy as that stinky fox? The hazy ice mist rolled, and Xiaobingli, wearing a wide-sleeved palace skirt made of colored glaze, emerged from it. Even though we have had close contact, once her beauty emerges, it still gives people a shocking feeling that the world suddenly becomes brighter. But even such a cold and beautiful woman looked at Guhan with a somewhat resentful look. There was even a rattling sound of chains colliding at the door of the private room. There is no doubt that she took the initiative to completely block this place to prevent Guhan or anyone else from disturbing them. Guhan sighed, but still shook his head. Su Lingyue is the true ancestor of the demon realm. In terms of her own strength and the degree of power she can mobilize, she is far superior to you. It's not that I don't want to tell you all the reasons, but if I tell you everything, it won't help and will only bring you meaningless pressure. It may even indirectly affect your judgment of the current situation, ultimately putting both you and me in danger. I believe in you, and you believe in me, but not everyone in Feixian Tower will necessarily believe me, nor will they necessarily believe you. He was telling the truth. What is scary is not Yi Qingyun who is still in the growth stage, but Yi Qingyun who has grown up completely. What's more terrifying is that there are unknown existences who are unaware of it and are secretly planning and investing in Yi Qingyun, a man of eternal luck. Yi Qingyun just has some special luck and blessings from the plot. As long as he accumulates enough power and the plot reaches a certain critical point, Yi Qingyun can be completely killed by him. The most difficult ones to deal with are those guys who hide very deeply and never really show up. Xiaobingli does have a powerful background, with the support of Feixianlu, whose ancestors have produced more than one emperor. But even so, he still didn't think that Xiaobingli could use the power of Feixian Tower to help him fight against those unknown existences. After all, she is now just the goddess of Feixian Tower. He is not the real helmsman of Feixian Tower. Xiaobingli believed in him and was willing to cooperate with him. Will the other people in Feixian Tower be willing to believe and cooperate with him? Once you lose the gamble on human nature, you will die without a burial place. Even with such risks, he could tell the importance of them. Chapter 211, The Sickly Goddess, going further and further on the road of being a villain. Xiaobingli's eyes narrowed slightly, showing a hint of resentment. She was not stupid and immediately understood the meaning of Guhan's words. As the true ancestor of the demon world, Su Lingyue is the true leader in helmsman, and possesses real authority. And now she is just the goddess of Feixian Tower. It can indirectly influence Feixianlu's judgment on certain matters. But she cannot influence the decision-making of things, especially those major matters. Even though she is the goddess of Feixian Tower, it is impossible for her to participate. This is the difference between a successor and a true helmsman. Just like the common saying goes, as long as the emperor is alive, the prince will always be the prince. The air seemed a little silent. Guhan didn't say anything either. Xiaobingli is the strongest female villain in the early part of this book, but in the middle and late parts, she is completely unimportant. Letting her get involved now would be pointless and might even lead her to a more tragic fate. Now I have had many interactions with Xiaobingli. In order to change the fate of the villain cannon fodder, he naturally had to bring Xiaobingli along, but now was not the time. I see. After a long silence, Xiaobingli spoke in a slightly suppressed voice. Guhan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Xiaobingli was not stubborn enough to insist on getting to the bottom of this matter, otherwise he really didn't know how this would end today. Bingli. Guhan was just about to continue speaking to comfort Xiaobingli. But Xiaobingli suddenly raised her head. The loss in the depths of her beautiful eyes had completely dissipated, replaced by a kind of madness that was almost like obsession. In 3 years, I will definitely become the true helmsman of Feixian Tower. By then, no one in the entire Feixian Tower will be able to defy my will. I will help you eliminate all those who dare to be your enemies. If the world is your enemy, I will help you kill them all. If the heavens are against you, I will help you slay all the gods and demons in this world. This sounds a bit morbid and childish. But anyone who knows Xiaobingli's personality a little bit knows that what she said is not just talk. I really do what I say. Moreover, her obsession with Guhan has also reached an extremely terrifying level. It wasn't just the dream that seemed so real before. There are also the White Dragon Palace and the Blood Moon Demon sect that Guhan recently created, which are actually more or less helping her secretly. It also helped her clear a lot of obstacles. She was not stupid. She knew that these two major forces had a special relationship with Guhan, and she also received Guhan's orders to secretly help her. Then why can't I risk everything and fight for Guhan once? So what if the whole world is our enemy? Anyway, she has no fear and no regrets. Seeing Xiaobingli's sudden madness, Guhan was suddenly confused. No. Did Xiaobingli misunderstand some of his meanings? Kill all the people in the world? Kill all the gods and Buddhas? This idea is very dangerous. This is definitely the characterization of an arrogant villain taken to the extreme, and it is easy to fail. Guhan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He always felt that Xiaobingli was going further and further on the path of becoming a villain, even further than he had gone. But compared to what happens later, there is something more important to do right now. The next moment, Guhan felt his vision blurred and a fragrant breeze filled his nose. Xiaobingli suddenly appeared in front of him. At the same time, with the crisp sound of chains clattering, several chains wrapped around his body like dragons. Xiaobingli's eyes looked a little sick, filled with a certain possessiveness. Although to some extent, I am in the same camp as that stinky fox. But the scent of her on you is a little too strong. Today I feel it is very necessary to dilute the scent she left on you. He didn't even give Guhan a chance to speak more. The chains seemed to have awakened their consciousness and forcibly pulled Guhan into a more secret private room. I don't know how long it will be. Guhan stood on the windowsill with a slightly pale face, looking at the arena below, watching the competition still going on. But his thoughts drifted away for the moment. Because the special mark that Su Lingyue left on him was temporarily taken away by Xiaobingli using some unknown force. It's not that Xiaobingli wants to eliminate the power that Su Lingyue left with him. It seems that she wants to have a face-to-face conversation with Su Lingyue, a conversation between women. If we think about it in a slightly better way, the two of them might be discussing some future changes in the situation, right? Anyway, as long as these two people don't fight, that's enough for him. This is truly disgraceful. A proud member of my demon clan was actually defeated by a little-known country chicken. And he even let it win 7 consecutive victories. This is truly disgraceful. This is too good to be true. A little black chicken actually possesses such terrifying strength and remains undefeated for 7 consecutive battles? Either these guys were bribed to fix the match, or there's something fishy going on here. Such remarks soon erupted from the stands of the martial arts arena. But Xiao Haizi didn't tolerate these guys and once again passionately opened the microphone to argue with the audience in the stands. Bullshit. You're also fixing matches and bribery? How did you get bribed? Stop talking nonsense with your eyes open, okay? I'm still invincible after all these years. But you guys should look for your own reasons. After all these years, have you practiced well? Has your cultivation level improved? You're trash and you blame me for being invincible. I'm impressed. While speaking, Xiaohaizi raised his 2 chicken wings in a humane way and gave the middle finger to the stands. Fuck you. Who taught this little chicken to be so weird? Fuck. I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to fuck him to death. Who wants to join me? Xiaohaizi's sarcastic ridicule was truly provocative. This caused outrage among the audience in the stands. If there weren't strong people here watching to maintain order, I would have gone up and torn the little black guy into pieces and made chicken fillets. This guy is even more pretentious than Yi Qingyun. At the highest point of the martial arts arena, Gu Han, who had a panoramic view of the entire scene, had his mouth twitching. Once they entered the Pyongmiao Fairy Island, he kicked the little black guy away and let him fend for himself. So many people wanted to beat him up. If I let it stay with me, I will be affected by it to some extent. Although he was not afraid of these cats and dogs. But Xiaohaizi was the one who was pretending to be cool, so how could I possibly bear the consequences of his pretense with him? Chapter 212, Bet everything for him, since ancient times, evil can never prevail over good? At the same time, in the private room of the martial arts arena, a magical scene is happening at this moment. After Xiaobingli took away the mark that Su Lingyue left on Gu Han. It is not erased directly, but some special methods are used. Place it in a special jade magic tool. As the power of the mark is fully integrated, it resonates with the various runes on the magic weapon. Illusory lights immediately emerged, reflecting each other, and soon transformed into a tall and majestic woman with 9 foxtails behind her, who looked extremely sacred. It was obviously the first time for both of them to meet. But it seemed as if they had already sensed each other's presence. There was nothing too surprising when they met. Why? You're coming to see me this way to warn me and tell me to stay away from Gu Han? Su Lingyue's consciousness projection spoke first. Then you will be disappointed. Gu Han also means a lot to me. I will not give him to you. He was clearly facing an existence that was much higher in status than him and was extremely oppressive. But Xiaobingli didn't care at all. I just want to see what kind of person you are. After all, if someone dares to snatch someone from this goddess, he must have strength that matches hers. I'm afraid this goddess can't help herself and will kill her directly. Certainly. Xiaobingli did not hide her feelings at all, and her gaze met Su Lingyue's without wavering or avoiding. If one day I become stronger than you, I will kill you without hesitation. Su Lingyue raised her brows slightly, as if she didn't take the matter to heart, and her voice still contained a frivolous smile. You came to see me specially just to make these meaningless threats to me? Of course not. Xiaobingli's lips curled slightly. I can feel that you and I are essentially the same kind of people. So, I hope you can join forces with me later. Kill or completely destroy those who pose a threat to Gu Han, or any forces at all costs. There was a kind of morbid madness in the depths of Xiaobingli's beautiful eyes. Since he's someone irreplaceable in my heart, I have to risk everything and eliminate everything for him, even if it means making everyone in the world an enemy, right? Su Lingyue was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting Xiaobingli to say this. It's a little crazy, but she likes it. Of course, that's exactly what I want to say. Time flies. The competition for independent cultivators and those from second-rate sects to enter and explore Pyongmiao Fairy Island soon came to an end. But everyone knows that all this is just the beginning of what is to come. At this time, in the sea area north of Wangyue Island. Normally, this place is deserted, but today countless cultivators from various races have gathered here. There was a long rainbow above the sky, and a flying boat with exquisite workmanship was suspended in the air. It was obvious that it was the vehicle of a person of noble status. And on the sea, there are also many sailboats with flags of different symbols riding the wind and waves, converging towards this place. In addition, some powerful people even used their great magical powers to open up islands nearby and establish garrisons. Those who stop on the island are not those second-rate sect monks or independent cultivators, but the real powerful forces with ancient Taoist traditions and whose ancestors have produced powerful people. Every young genius on the island has a strong aura and is surrounded by the Taoist rhyme. They are all outstanding people. People with more sensitive spiritual awareness can even clearly feel that there are many powerful gazes, which are cast down from the sky from time to time and sweep across everyone present. They are the top powerhouses of all the major forces. Their lowest level of cultivation is the supreme realm, and there are even top-level god-level powerhouses. After all, Pyeongmyo Fairy Island is a completely unexplored lost world. The scope of its involvement in the unknown opportunities are so great that it cannot be compared with a small secret realm in central China. Furthermore, it is not just humans who enter to explore this time, but also various ancient races such as monsters and demons. If any friction occurs, it is very likely to directly evolve into an unprecedented war. It is also extremely necessary to send necessary strong men to deter and check each other. Even though Pyeongmyo Fairy Island hasn't even fully emerged yet, there are already so many cultivators from various races gathered here. Such a grand display is far beyond the reach of the previous Central Continent's secret realm. If I can achieve something on Pyeongmyo Fairy Island, my name will be known throughout the world. In the crowd, Yi Qingyun, who disguised himself as Fong Yi, looked at such a spectacular scene and couldn't help feeling emotional and his blood boiling. Those who have appeared now are just minor characters. The descendants of the immortal sex have not yet arrived. Don't be careless. The terrifying strength possessed by these geniuses has even surpassed an entire era. Jiang Fan, who was also disguised, kindly reminded him. This time, Nangong Waner, who was disguised as a man, was not with them. This time, Pyeongmyo Fairy Island is involved in a huge matter. It also alarmed the Taihua immortal dynasty. This time, Nangong Waner will truly enter Pyeongmyo Fairy Island as the eldest princess of Taihua Fairy Dynasty, and her sister Nangong Yaching will be exempted from the test. As the eldest son of the Taihua immortal dynasty's Jinghua mansion, he also has the opportunity to enter without taking an exam. But Princess Naiha asked him to continue to pretend and stay by Yi Qingyun's side to monitor and evaluate his performance in Pyeongmyo Fairy Island. Therefore, it did not appear in the name of Taihua immortal dynasty's national palace. I know my limits. It's not your turn to remind me. Yi Qingyun no longer had a good impression of Jiang Fan. He responded coldly and didn't want to talk to him anymore. He turned to talk to Qing Lierxing, who had also disguised himself. Seeing that the other party didn't take him seriously, Jiang Fan's expression was also somewhat gloomy. For the princess, I endured it. But he still used this reason to suppress the anger in his heart. He is the eldest son of the Jinghua mansion. What kind of genius is he? If someone treats you like this in normal times. He had already taught the other party a lesson. Lear, you seem to be in a very bad mood recently. Are you sad about what happened before? As long as there are green mountains, there will be no shortage of firewood. One day, when you seek revenge, count me in along the way. When I finally become powerful, I will destroy the Blood Moon Demon sect and the White Dragon Palace together with you. Evil has always been unable to triumph over good. After I, Yi Qingyun, become a saint, I will be the first to wipe out such a tyrannical and unjust sect. I see Qing Lier has been in an unusually low mood recently. Yi Qingyun patted his chest, showing the spirit of a strong man. He even planned to settle the score with Gu Han in the secret realm and vent his anger for Qing Lier. Of course, most of what he said was just nice talk. He was even deliberately painting a rosy picture for Qing Lier. Anyway, it doesn't cost money to make big promises. Chapter 213, All Parties Gather Together, Huge Gap. Thank you, Brother Qingyun. Qing Lier looked tired, and she managed to reveal a slightly sincere smile. Logically speaking, I should be moved by Yi Qingyun's willingness to stand up for me. But I don't know why. I always feel that the confident smile and words that Yi Qingyun showed were very hypocritical and disgusting. Give her the feeling that he has some ulterior motives towards her and is deliberately using these words to get close to her. Yi Qingyun wanted to further demonstrate his grace. But Jun Maxiao quietly approached Yi Qingyun and whispered again, "Yi Qingyun, I told you before that there's something wrong with Qinglier." Not only was the sect behind her destroyed, but several powerful members of the Zixiao sect who had been traveling with her also died, yet she was the only one who survived. This is extremely strange. She might have been bribed by someone from the Blood Moon Demon sect or the White Dragon Hall, and might even be plotting something bad against you. You'd better stay away from her. But these words made Yi Qingyun frown slightly. I told you to be sensible about this kind of thing. I just know she has a problem, so I want to see if I can get some useful information out of her. Do I really need you to remind me? After being kindly reminded, Jun Maxiao, who was once again frustrated, shut up and said no more. He is such a guy who takes kindness for granted. I don't know why the princess fell in love with such a man. If I could take advantage of this trip to Pyongmiao Fairy Mountain to let the princess see the uselessness of Yi Qingyun, it would be a blessing for me. This guy named Fong Yi is indeed Yi Qingyun in disguise. Gu Han, who successfully locked onto Yi Qingyun's new disguise through Qinglier, twitched the corners of his mouth. I don't know who Yi Qingyun learned this from, but no matter how he disguises himself, he always wears a cloak and hood. He just likes to use this kind of clothing to indirectly show off. After some complaints, Gu Han looked at the man next to Yi Qingyun again. No need to overthink, just make an assumption. It can be guessed that the man should be Jun Maxiao from Taihua Immortal Dynasty in disguise. After all, the previous incident had already made him realize that Nangong Wanner had officially placed her bet on Yi Qingyun and valued him very much. Jun Maxiao's strength is not weak. Not only can he monitor Yi Qingyun's performance during this trip to the Misty Fairy Island, but he can also provide help and protection in secret, which is simply the best of both worlds. However, this may also be an opportunity for him to complete his villain mission. The person suspected to be Nangong Wanner did not appear beside them. This time, she will most likely enter Pyongmiao Fairy Island as a princess of the Taihua Fairy Dynasty. And her half-sister Nangong Yaching should also come. I might as well take this opportunity to contact him. If he could use her to kill Nangong Wanner directly, it would be a huge windfall. The heir of a top power has arrived. At this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed. I saw a huge ship in the distance. The huge flying boat with carved beams and painted rafters crushed the void and came from the end of the sky. On the huge flying boat stood many young geniuses with extraordinary temperament. They had the aura of a superior in their bones, like the descendants of kings, princes, and generals. Before the flying boat got close, many cultivators recognized this powerful force through the flags fluttering in the wind. These were all the top geniuses of the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. To say the most eye-catching. Or the two women standing in the center of the Taihua Immortal Dynasty's geniuses. Both of them were dressed in luxurious court gowns, with pearls and jade adorning their heads. They looked graceful and elegant, like young empresses. Hiss! Those are the two princesses of the Taihua Immortal Dynasty, Nangong Wanner and Nangong Yaching. Although the two have the same father but different mothers, they are still somewhat similar. However, Nangong Wanner, who was favored by the king of Taihua, had a kind of self-confidence and arrogance in her bones, as if she had absolute control over everything. Nangong Yaching appears more reserved and dignified. If I remember correctly, these two princesses have always been contenders for the position of the next ruler of the Immortal Dynasty, right? It's quite rare for them to appear here together this time. I wonder if they will fight due to various frictions in Pyongmiao Fairy Island. There will definitely be some confrontation. After all, the princes of the Taihua Immortal Dynasty all love beautiful women and spend their days and nights in debauchery. They are not fit for any important task. If we talk about the most likely candidates to become the rulers of the Taihua Immortal Dynasty, it's this pair of sisters. At this time, rolling devil clouds spread from the horizon, with wisps of blood rising from them. Even the environment of the entire world was affected, and it suddenly became dim and gloomy. Snap! As a blood-red thunder exploded, the void was torn apart by a terrifying force, and a passage extended from it, instantly raising the level to the maximum. Everyone was shocked when they saw a blood-red full moon suddenly appear in the sky. It's someone from the Blood Moon Demon sect. The recent reputation of the Blood Moon Demon sect is also remarkable. After several months of development, the Blood Moon Demon sect has now become the dominant force in Zixuanzu. Even if the top-notch and upright sects in the surrounding areas dared to have ideas about the Blood Moon Demon sect, they would have to consider whether they could defeat them. Moreover, the Blood Moon Demon sect is suspected to have an unusual cooperation with the White Dragon Palace, which makes those top overlord-level forces who claim to be famous and upright feel extremely fearful. It seems that the Blood Moon Demon sect has been developing better than I thought recently. Gu Han, the true master of the Blood Moon Demon sect. From an observer's perspective, he suddenly felt happy when he saw the Blood Moon Demon sect that he founded appear. With the help of the Blood Pool, the Blood Moon Demon sect's inheritance site, the two former god-level heavenly demon guards have also broken through to the Saint Realm. Even when facing a hidden sect, he would still not be too weak. Could that girl with black hair and red eyes be the leader of the Blood Moon Demon sect this time? Isn't he a little too young? He can only be 16 at most. Entering such a dangerous place as Pyomyo Fairy Island, aren't you afraid of perishing there? At this time, a monk exclaimed. Everyone noticed Han Mengyao standing among a group of young demonic monks. Nearly 2 months passed, and Han Mengyao's entire temperament changed a lot again. The strength of their cultivation seems to have been greatly improved. I don't know if it's because of her magic cultivation, but her temperament has become more cold. When I first met Han Mengyao, she seemed to be just a pitiful and greedy girl. You're courting death. That girl's name is Han Mengyao, she's the top prodigy of the Blood Moon Demon Lord. At such a young age, she's already entered the Daoha realm. A cultivator hurriedly explained in a low voice, according to the people from the demon sect, this woman is born to be a demon cultivator and will definitely achieve the position of Supreme Demon Lord in the future. It's best to stop looking down on her. If you provoke her, you might end up dying without even knowing how. This woman has quite a reputation among the demons. These words caused the expressions of many geniuses from famous and upright sects to change. You've reached Daoha realm at such a young age? They are all in their 20s and have only recently reached this level. The gap is so big that it makes them feel a little uneasy. Chapter 214. This time we must find him, the Fairy Island is open. Fairy Mengyao, I am Linghu Xiao from the Hahuan Demon sect. I have long heard of your great name. I wonder if Fairy Mengyao could. At this time, a man dressed in black, with a slightly evil but extremely handsome appearance, suddenly stepped forward, as if he wanted to make friends with Han Mengyao. But Han Mengyao completely ignored him and walked straight past him. This made Linghu Xiao of the Hahuan Demon sect feel a little embarrassed, and he even felt that he was being insulted in public. His Hahuan Demon sect is the top demonic force in the northern region, with a Saint Realm ancestor in charge of the sect. As the holy son of the Hahuan Demon sect, he is also a well-known figure. His unparalleled background, outstanding appearance, and extraordinary talent naturally shaped his arrogance. But today, he was directly ignored by a guy younger than him. A feeling of resentment suddenly rose in his heart. However, he quickly suppressed this emotion. There are so many fairies from various forces present. Even if you can't find a 3-legged toad, there are plenty of 2-legged women. At worst, you can just make friends with one you like. His eyes wandered among the crowd. Linghu Xiao's eyes lit up. Among the crowd, there was a woman wearing a simple white dress, holding a long sword in her hand, and her eyes were tied with a white band. She looked more and more independent and attracted much attention. Moreover, the other party seems to be a casual cultivator and has no affiliated forces. Not only was he 100% sure he could make friends with a cultivator like this who had no sect or school, he might even have a chance to develop a Taoist partnership with him. As the holy son of the Hahuan Demon sect, he is best at the method of dual cultivation. The woman's vitaline also has a great effect on the cultivation method he practices. Fairy, I am Linghu Xiao, the holy son of the Hahuan Dao sect. May I know your name? We're going to enter Pyomyo Fairy Island later. Do you want to join us? Not interested. Luo Baiji's answer was clear and concise, but also a little perfunctory and cold. Such an attitude made Linghu Xiao at a loss as to how to react. Junior sister Baiji. When Piao Fairy Island opens later, are you really not going to explore it with us? The danger level of Piao Fairy Island is several times that of the former Central Continent's secret realm. Now that major races have entered, it will be extremely dangerous for you to act alone. A clear and pleasant voice sounded, which immediately attracted Ling Hu Xiao again. Soon, he saw another woman who was as cold and aloof as the Queen Mother of the West, and whose every move exuded a sense of holiness. See that the other party is wearing special clothing with the exclusive logo of Samsara Cave Heaven. Ling Hu Xiao immediately guessed his identity. And beside him was a woman wearing a purple gauze dress, whose appearance was also extremely outstanding. Greetings, ladies. My name is Ling Hu. But as expected, he was ignored again. No. Luo Baiji shook her head and refused. This time, senior brother should probably use another identity to enter the Piao Fairy Island for exploration. It's safer for us to act together, but the search area will be reduced, and the probability of finding senior brother Guhan will also be reduced. Correspondingly, the probability of finding the damned Yi Qing Yun will also decrease. Senior sister, you are right. Lu Ruyan quickly agreed. Then I won't be exploring with you. I've also learned a lot of self-preservation skills during this time, so ensuring my own safety shouldn't be a problem. As long as I can find my brother, all the risks are worth it. And as she spoke, Lu Ruyan's expression suddenly turned gloomy, and a cold light flashed in the depths of her beautiful eyes. If I meet that damned fellow Yi Qing Yun in Piao Fairy Island this time, I will definitely kill him. I wonder who will come to help him again. Ling Hu Xiao, who originally wanted to strike up a conversation, overheard everything Chu Yue and the other two were talking about. It seems that these fairies, each beautiful in their own way, are looking for someone and seeking revenge. Gu Han. Yi Qing Yun? If possible, I must find these two people and kill them all. By killing the common enemy of these three fairies, he might be able to win their favor and improve their relationship. As for why Gu Han wanted to kill, he has a rather strange personality. Since you have decided to really conquer someone, you should first kill the most important person in that person's heart. If I find that guy named Guhan, and these fairies fall in love with someone else, wouldn't I become a clown making wedding dresses for others? More and more forces arrived one after another. The human race, the demon race, the monster race, the ancient race, and even those Buddhist disciples who claim to be indifferent to the world want to join in the fun. Amitba, I have a feeling that Piao Fairy Island not only has things that are predestined with Buddha, but also people who are predestined with Buddha. This time, I will definitely gain something from my visit. A young monk holding a 9-ring staff and wearing a red cassock, accompanied by several young people dressed like ascetics, suddenly appeared out of nowhere. With every step he took, the staff in his hand would rustle, releasing bursts of dazzling golden Buddha light. Golden Chanzi from Dewey Buddhist Temple, he's here too. Gu Han, hiding in the crowd, rubbed his chin. There was one more person on his burial list. There is no other reason. One is sick, thinking that everything is related to Buddhism, and they also think that they are the agents of justice and the saviors of suffering. Another hypocrite always likes to say that good will prevail over evil. They call it fighting against evil forces, but in fact they are seizing opportunities and improving their strength. Somehow, the two met each other through an encounter, and their relationship eventually grew better and better, becoming close friends. In the original story, this Jin Chan also became the abbot of the Dewey Buddhist Temple and a very famous Buddhist and Taoist giant here. He once helped Yi Qing Yun to deal with him. Regardless of whether they will have any intersection in the future, to be on the safe side, bury it first. As time passed, more and more ethnic forces and geniuses gathered here, each with their own thoughts. Day 7. Rumble. The silent Piao Fairy Island hummed violently, white mist rolled, and the invisible barrier covering the entire island quickly receded like a tide. At this moment, everyone's vision and perception were no longer affected, and they could even vaguely see the scene of the misty fairy island through a corner of the fog. The ancient trees are towering and the scenery is bizarre. There are countless birds and beasts that have never appeared in the Shanhuang world, and they sometimes fly and jump for joy. Every breath flowing from the depths of the island is tainted with an ancient and mysterious Taoist charm. Boom! A sonic boom sounded immediately. Several young geniuses have already transformed into a long rainbow and are rapidly rushing towards the misty fairy island. Even if the dangers of Pyongyang Fairy Island are unknown. But with so many people from so many different races and forces coming here, there might only be a few crabs left. The first one to get to the island should be the first to eat the crabs. If you hesitate, you will be defeated. The decisiveness and swiftness of these geniuses immediately caused a huge uproar. The remaining geniuses were like a swarm of carp crossing the river, transforming into divine rainbows that could break through the sky, and quickly fled towards the direction of the misty fairy island, all wanting to grab the first batch of opportunities. Chapter 215, Conflict Breaks Out, I'll grant your wish for death. Guhan was also one of the young cultivators who were the first to bear the brunt and flew in the front. Moreover, with the blessing of the top-level body movement secret. His speed was much faster than the other geniuses, and he had already rushed to the leading position. Although following Yi Qingyun can help you find good opportunities. But Yi Qingyun's choice is at most to receive the minimum living allowance. There are many things that you can fight for on your own. For example, be the first to find clues about the creation fairy pond. After all, he had promised Huajieyu. Now that the other party is unable to enter due to his age, he is the only one who can help him find the fortune fairy pool. At this moment, Guhan suddenly felt something. He was originally moving forward at a very fast speed, but he suddenly controlled his body and quickly dodged to the side. Boom! Almost at the same time. A blazing fire dragon emitting extremely scorching heat roared past where he was originally, distorting the void. If he hadn't dodged just now, he would have been hit directly by the fire dragon and would definitely have been injured. Guhan narrowed his eyes slightly, and naturally recognized the origin of this huge fire dragon. This is the magical skill of the Yanlong Tianzong Yanlong Padian. Did you, a stinky boy, get away with this? Get off me! Do you think you're worthy enough to suppress me? Following a domineering roar. He was a young man following behind Guhan, wearing a red gold battle robe, with a tall and sturdy figure and long, eye-catching red hair. His name is Chao Yan, the holy son of the Yanlong Tianzong. He has extremely high attainments in the great way of flame. At a young age, he has already learned many of the sect's top killing skills. After missing the first strike, he launched his second move without any hesitation. According to his principle, once he has decided to take action, he must completely kill the opponent, otherwise it will only lay hidden dangers in the future. The boiling flames quickly expanded and contracted above his hands, turning into two fireballs like miniature suns. At this moment, he threw it with great force, and two huge fireballs suddenly crushed the void with a loud bang and fell towards Guhan again. The battle has begun since the moment Pyongyang Fairy Island officially opened. There are no rules and no constraints. Whoever kills others, survives and seizes the opportunity will be the final winner. Guhan's eyes were slightly cold. He put his middle finger and index finger together to form a sword, and casually slashed at the two huge fireballs flying behind him. Swish! The sky and the earth suddenly darkened. Only a sword energy that was compressed to the extreme turned into an extremely dazzling and eye-catching white line, which instantly slashed across the sky. Rumble! The whistling sound of the sword and the explosion of the fireball sounded at the same time. The sky was even ignited by the flames of the explosion, turning into a crimson color. It seems that Chao Yan from the Flame Dragon sect has taken action. He is still as hot-tempered as ever and won't tolerate anyone standing in front of him. Seeing a boiling wave of flames suddenly explode in front of them without any warning, everyone guessed who had done it. These arrogant geniuses all have some strange habits. Some geniuses will inexplicably feel possessive when they see beautiful female cultivators. Even if you don't know it, you will treat it as your own property. They would even kill all the men of the opposite sex who were close to these female cultivators. Some geniuses have been invincible since birth, and have been unstoppable. This has cultivated their extremely arrogant and conceited character. I won't tolerate anyone surpassing me in any aspect. Chao Yan is such a person. But he does have the capital. As the most talented saint with the strongest fire talent in the history of Yanlong Tianzong, countless young heroes have been defeated by him. It seems the one rushing to the front is that lone cultivator prodigy who won 7 consecutive victories in the fastest time in the arena competition, Suchanga, right? This kid might be in trouble. As the holy son of the Flame Dragon Heavenly Sect, Chao Yan is not someone that can be compared with those independent cultivators or the racial forces of small sects and factions. Some people looked sympathetic, thinking that Guhan would be the first one to die before entering Pyomyo Fairy Island. Some people also scoffed, I think he deserves it. A casual cultivator with no background or support, yet he's so tactless as to rush to the front. And he wants to go one step further and surpass the geniuses of other major forces. He is just bringing hatred upon himself. After all, the geniuses of these major forces are all very arrogant, and you, a casual cultivator, are rushing in front of them. What does this make them think? Do you want them to admit that they, who come from powerful forces, are not as good as you, a casual cultivator? Just when everyone had their own ideas. Amidst the rolling scorching flames, a clear sword sound suddenly rang out. The next moment, something happened that no one expected. The ocean of flames that covered half the sky was suddenly split in two by a dazzling sword light, and the remaining flames quickly collapsed and melted. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. A cold voice sounded. Guhan suddenly had a 3-foot green sword in his hand, which was emitting a sharp cold light. Sword energy runes rose in his eyes, and his whole aura rose rapidly. The ancestral dragon blood in the body seemed to have resonated with something, rapidly boiling and roaring, emitting a suffocating and terrifying force of chi and blood. There were no fancy moves, nor were any special techniques or magical powers used. One sword. He simply raised his hand and slashed out with his sword. Boom! The power of chi and blood and sword energy are combined into one, and this simple sword seems to have the power to create the world. The geniuses who were close to that area felt a sudden sinking on their bodies almost at the same time, and the entire void seemed to have turned into a mountain, smashing down on them fiercely. The most terrified person was Chao Yan, who suffered the attack head-on. I don't know if it's an illusion. He even saw the thick sea of clouds above his head being split in two by an invisible giant sword, pressing down with an aura that made his scalp tingle. Chao Yan's dead soul all appeared. Fuck! That was sloppy. This ordinary casual cultivator is actually a hidden top genius. Tian Yan Guardian. His reaction speed was not slow at all. He shouted loudly and his aura rose rapidly. Red gold flames suddenly gushed out from his pores, enveloping him completely like a flame armor. At the same time, 4 huge fire dragons condensed from burning flame runes appeared behind him, breaking through the void. The dragon bodies were stacked and surrounded in a defensive posture, protecting Chao Yan. Rumble! In the next moment, the brilliant sword energy rolled back like a river in the sky, and it overturned. The 4 huge fire dragons, including Chao Yan, were like a spark under the rolling torrent, and were instantly swallowed up and completely submerged in it. Chapter 216 Shocking everyone, strike first. Many people didn't even understand what was going on. All we know is that Chao Yan's full-strength attack was easily resolved by the casual cultivator named Su Chang'e. Then he saw the defensive magic power that Chao Yan had condensed with all his strength, which was as fragile as thin ice under the scorching sun. With a desperate wail of unwillingness, he and his fire dragons completely disappeared in the torrent of sword energy. The entire world seemed to freeze at this moment, falling into a depressing silence. Many monks who were following Guhan even stopped for a moment. They all stared with wide eyes, dazed expressions, looking at everything happening in front of them in disbelief. This. The holy son of the Flame Dragon sect. Such a famous genius died so easily? He hadn't even entered Pyomyo Fairy Island, but he was killed with one sword while being mistaken for Xiaoyi? This is fake, right? Some geniuses still felt that this was too dreamy and rubbed their eyes hard, trying to make sure whether they were hallucinating. One is the renowned holy son of the Flame Dragon Heavenly Sect, and the other is a casual cultivator who has only recently gained some fame in a true clash. The gap is so huge? Killing a saint's son instantly with one sword, you're telling me this is a casual cultivator? Isn't this the hidden successor of some supreme sword sect? After saying this, many people subconsciously looked in one direction. There was a handsome man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, flying in the air on a flying sword. Jian Chen, the chief senior brother of Tianjin sect. A vision appeared as soon as he was born. At the age of 2.5, his talent in swordsmanship was fully revealed, and he had a strong affinity for any sword skills. He could read and write at the age of 3, and later stayed in the Tianjin sect's library, studying various ancient sword techniques and magical powers, and integrate it into practical application. Now his cultivation has reached the level of Daohua, and he has also inherited the human sword of the Tianjin sect. With his powerful kendo talent and unparalleled sword skills, he can even compete with the supreme strongmen of the older generation. These are the young beings that we must try our best to avoid conflicts with after the many forces and races enter Pyongyang Fairy Island this time. Now many people have turned their attention to Jianchen, and they are all a little curious. They are curious whether Jianchen can defeat Guhan in swordsmanship if he takes action. Brother, this guy may not be as simple as he seems. He also possesses extremely high attainments in swordsmanship. Aren't you going to spar with him? If you don't go, then I, your junior sister, will go and spar with him. At this time, a lively girl wearing a long green dress, with bright eyes and white teeth, came to Jianchen on a sword. Xiao Linglong, Jianchen's junior sister, is also the second person in the Tianjin sect. Jianchen's expression was indifferent as he held the unsheathed long sword in his hand horizontally in front of Xiao Linglong. Linglong, have you ignored everything senior brother taught you these days? A true sword cultivator should have a righteous spirit in his heart, walking uprightly and sitting upright. This person just had a fierce battle with Chao Yan, and his internal energy must have been depleted. You are taking advantage of others' weakness by challenging them to a duel at this time. This is a disgrace to our reputation as sword cultivators. Okay, if you don't want to go, then don't go. Xiao Linglong pouted in dissatisfaction, like a child who never grew up. Her senior brother was always like this, always fond of talking about some so-called qualities of a swordsman. I heard that a casual cultivator named Luo Baiji is now Master Mo's last disciple. Old Mo is a land-based swordsman, and his close disciple should be no less powerful. I will go and spar with her when the time comes. Xiao Linglong quickly came up with an idea. Compared to the shock of many geniuses who went to Pyongyang Fairy Island, those other cultivators who came to watch the excitement due to their age or lack of qualifications were also completely shocked by Han's killing of Chao Yan. Ha ha ha. I've heard you humans brag a lot before, saying that Chao Yan is powerful and has a bad temper, and that he will teach my demon people a bloody lesson on Pyongyang Fairy Island. I haven't even entered Pyongyang Fairy Island yet, but I was killed like a dog by one of your own people. And that human seems to be just a casual cultivator, right? With such level, he can become the holy son of your human race. It's really ridiculous. There were also demon cultivators who laughed so hard that they fell over. The one with the ugliest expression was naturally the powerful man from Yanlong Tianzong who was waiting here. They had high hopes for Chao Yan, and he might even gain a lot from the Pyongyang Fairy Island. But imagination is beautiful and reality is cruel. Their holy son was killed before he even entered. That guy Chao Yan usually has quite a personality and a bad temper, but now it seems he's just a loser who bullies his own people. Not only did he bring about his own death, but he also made my Yanlong Tianzong a laughingstock. It's simply not a pity to die. Thousands of miles away in the main hall of Yanlong Tianzong, the sect master of Yanlong Tianzong was shaking with anger upon receiving the news. This time, Pyongyang Fairy Island is not only a place for so-called exploration of opportunities, but also a battlefield for the struggle for supremacy among major ethnic forces. Chao Yan was killed by a casual cultivator, which made them lose face in front of everyone. A mere casual cultivator is imitating the airs of those old, sinister, and powerful forces to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. Give the order to Li Yuan, Feng Yanling, and the others to kill the wandering cultivator named Su Changda on Pyongyang Fairy Island as soon as possible. If he doesn't die, it will be difficult to wash away the shame of our Yanlong Tianzong. Tell my people from Feixian Tower. If you encounter anyone from the Flame Dragon sect on Pyongyang Fairy Island, kill them all, leaving no one alive. In a gorgeous fairy boat suspended somewhere above the sky, Xiaobingli, leaning lazily on the glass throne, gave an order to her subordinates in a faint voice. According to the nature of those guys from Yanlong Tianzong, I will definitely find a way to take revenge on her Guhan. However, she would not just sit there and watch this happen, so she decided to take the initiative. Anyone who poses a threat to Guhan will be killed. That casual cultivator named Su Chang's sword movements are exactly the same as Hanner's. In the outer area of Piaomio Fairy Island, Mu Bailing, one of the many onlookers, stared in a daze at the direction where Guhan disappeared. Others don't know. But as a master who had been with Guhan for several years and taught him swordsmanship, she was very familiar with Guhan's sword movements. The more he thought about it, the more the figure in white overlapped with the Guhan in his memory, until the two became one. Hanner. That person is most likely Hanner in disguise. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed in her mind, and she confirmed her guess. The whole person was so excited that he was a little crazy. He even wanted to break into Piaomio Fairy Island right now regardless of the consequences and meet Guhan, who often appeared in his dreams. Chapter 217, Why Not Do Something Meaningful? Sign in at Piaomio Immortal Mansion. By Ling. Are you crazy? Mu Binghuang, who had been following him the entire time to prevent him from making any impulsive moves, immediately took action to suppress Mu Bailing. The rules of Piaomio Fairy Island are very clear. If you dare to ignore the rules and force your way in, even I can't protect you. You will become the target of public criticism and be besieged to death. Hanner is there. There's no doubt about it. The one called Su Chang'e must be Hanner. I'm going to find him. However, Mu Bailing didn't care at all at this moment. She just wanted to break free from Mu Binghuang's restraints and catch up with Guhan regardless of anything. Mu Binghuang felt the veins on her forehead throbbing, and her head was buzzing. My sister has really been going crazy lately, and is stuck in a rut. Once it comes to things related to Guhan, she will completely lose her mind and even become a different person. How could she not know that Guhan was most likely among that group of geniuses? But now is not the right time to look for him. At least we have to wait until many geniuses return successfully from Piaomio Fairy Island. There he is. Let go. I'm going to find him. Just as Mu Bailing was becoming more and more agitated. Mu Bailing, it's been a while since we last met. How come you've become so crazy and brainless? A light laugh suddenly rang out. Suddenly a familiar voice sounded, and the emotional Mu Bailing stiffened her body and subconsciously looked back. A striking red dress immediately came into view. Amidst the red petals flying all over the sky, Hua Jieyu had a slight smile on her lips. She is wearing a gorgeous red dress, yet still looks noble and elegant. Hua Jieyu. Why are you here? Soon, Mu Bailing seemed to have thought of something and became excited again. Have you had any interactions with Hanner recently? But soon she asked herself and answered, you must have had some connection with him. Otherwise, you wouldn't appear here by such a coincidence. Since you have contact with Hanner, why didn't you tell me? I begged you like that before. Mu Bailing became more and more agitated. She had even visited Hua Jieyu before and begged her to tell her if she knew any news about Guhan. But now it seems that Hua Jieyu has obviously stood her up. Whenever she thought of Hanner, whom she had been longing to find, and who had been staying with Hua Jieyu all this time, she felt more and more painful and depressed. Perhaps it was because she had not been able to get the love she wanted these days that caused some kind of abnormal distortion in her heart. Anyone who is not an idiot can basically see this. Hua Jieyu is naturally no exception. But she just chuckled and shook her head. You really are like a madwoman without any reason now. Sometimes he's brilliant, sometimes he's stupid and crazy. The once famous and beautiful lady from Zixuanzu has now become like this. It's really. Hua Jieyu originally wanted to be sarcastic. But the air suddenly became oppressive and cold. A terrifying aura immediately emanated from Mu Binghuang's body, like an invisible icy prison, tightly encircling Hua Jieyu. If you keep causing trouble, I'll kill you. Mu Bailing could indeed be described as crazy, but she was still her sister. He dared to insult his own sister in front of her like this, he really didn't take her seriously. Under the influence of extreme low temperatures, A layer of frost had gradually spread upwards from Hua Jieyu's feet, as if it was going to freeze her completely. However, Hua Jieyu acted as if nothing had happened. She raised the corner of her lips and ignored Mu Binghuang, looking at Mu Beiling meaningfully. We were once acquaintances, and today, considering our past friendship, I'm giving you some advice. Having completely broken free from the constraints of the past, he has a promising future, as high as the mountain and free as the bird. He keeps moving forward, while you have been wandering painfully in the same place, with even your life left to run out. Let's not talk about it for now. Can you find him? Even if you do, can you go back to the life you once had? I once used my connections with the Red Dust Dao sect to deduce Yi Qingyun's future destiny. In the future, Guhan will face several catastrophes that are indirectly related to Yi Qingyun. I think that instead of living in a daze and trying to find Guhan day after day, it would be better for you to become strong as soon as possible and atone for him and yourself. He doesn't owe you anything. Instead, you owe him so much. Although such actions may seem a bit nosy. But Guhan has now entered Pyomyao Fairy Island and promised to help her find Pyomyao Fairy Pond and take out a scoop of fairy water of creation from it. Of course, I can't sit idle either. To Guhan, Mu Beiling is like a plaster that cannot be thrown away. Her appearance today doesn't mean she can completely resolve the matter. At least let Mu Beiling see some things clearly and stop getting entangled in meaningless things. After saying these words, Hua Jieyu quickly turned into a red petal frozen by ice and became completely motionless. Obviously, the one who appeared here was just her clone. However, what she said really touched Mu Beiling's heart. Yes. Guhan has already chosen not to forgive him, so what would it matter even if he finds him back? The good life we once had can never be returned. Moreover, if her physical condition is not taken care of, she will die soon. It would be better to take advantage of the limited time to quickly improve your own abilities and do something truly valuable. Atone for your sins in this life and in your previous life. And kill Yi Qingyun completely. Kill all those who may bring disaster to Honor's future. Previously, Guhan took strong action and directly killed Xiao Yan, which was both a demonstration of his own strength and a warning to others. His move had a good effect. These descendants of major forces were also a little more wary of him as a casual cultivator. He didn't dare to attack Guhan in a foolish manner just because of the so-called ranking in entering Pyomyao Fairy Island. The closer he got to Pyomyao Fairy Island, the more Guhan realized that Pyomyao Fairy Island was even more magical than he had imagined. This is not an island at all, it's like a real lost world with its own ecosystem and some special creatures. The moment he set foot on this ethereal fairy island, the system's broadcast sounded in his ears without warning. Ding! A new check-in location has been triggered. The owner can go to Pyomyao Fairy Island Pyomyao Fairy Mansion to sign in and will receive special system rewards. Guhan was slightly stunned. Misty Immortal Palace? Even if he searched all the memories in the world, he had no impression of this so-called Pyomyao Immortal Palace. He was certain that there had never been a relic called Pyomyao Fairy Mansion on Pyomyao Fairy Island in his previous life. Absence doesn't mean absence. This may be the deepest opportunity hidden in the entire Pyomyao Fairy Island, even Yi Qingyun hasn't unearthed it. According to his speculation, there might be some unusual changes in the plot of this life. As a result, Pyomyao Fairy Island was also indirectly affected, resulting in a special opportunity that had never appeared in previous lives. After confirming this guess in his heart, Guhan felt a little distressed. The place called Pyomyao Immortal Mansion is obviously hidden very deeply. Even the protagonist Yi Qingyun could not find it in his previous life. Given his status as a villain cannon fodder, it would be extremely difficult for him to find such a place by luck. However, he was not in a hurry. This time, Pyomyao Fairy Island has gathered people from all major ethnic groups and forces, and there should be many people with good luck among them. Anyway, as long as one of them can be found, I can just use force to rob him, right? These guys are just tools to achieve my goals. Chapter 218, Rebuilding the Sword Spirit Body, Unworthy of Use. No need to rush to sign in at Pyomyao Immortal Mansion. According to my memories from my previous life, there seems to be a special ancient relic in the western area of Pyomyao Fairy Island. Countless memories emerged in Guhan's mind. According to the speculation of the powerful people in the previous life, Pyamyo Fairy Island is actually a fragment of an ancient continent. Not only is its area several times that of the largest island, Mochizuki Island. Moreover, there are even special relics of some ancient sections. A young cultivator found an ancient relic called the Creation Sect in the mountains somewhere in the western area of Pyamyo Fairy Island. He also found a prototype of a sword that was suspected to be left behind by an ancient and powerful person from the Creation Sect. I heard that the man successfully forged the prototype of the sword into a magical weapon that was invincible and successful in everything. Although he also had a special magic weapon rewarded by the system, he was not very skilled in using it and did not have a sword spirit that he was familiar with. Guhan took out a jade pendant that emitted a faint fluorescent light from his arms, from which came a familiar spiritual fluctuation. The Baishao sword had long been bound to him, and before it was completely shattered, it left a portion of its spirituality with him. Originally, he wanted to fuse the spiritual power left by the Baishao sword with the magic weapon rewarded by the system, but the two were not compatible. This time when he came to Pyamyo Fairy Island, he decided to try his luck and see if he could find the prototype of that special sword embryo to reshape a stronger sword body for the Baishao sword and help it be reborn. He gently stroked the jade pendant. A gentle smile appeared on Guhan's lips. "Old friend, you helped me cut off the past and gain a new life. I will naturally help you gain a new life, become stronger, and help you obtain the body of the sword spirit. One day, we will travel the world together and watch the clouds rise and fall." Listening to Guhan's words, the remaining spiritual power of the Baishao sword in the jade pendant emitted a wave. A vague message appeared in Guhan's mind. Whether or not I can recover my body is not important. It's good to be able to stay with the master. I want to see the story of the master in this life. Guhan was slightly stunned, and the smile on the corner of his lips seemed to contain all kinds of emotions. Of course. But you said something wrong. This life is our story. Without any hesitation, he activated his cultivation and transformed into a long rainbow, quickly heading towards the western area of Pyamyo Fairy Island. This guy is so determined to rush to that area. Does he know something about Pyamyo Fairy Island? He must know of some treasure. Let's go. Follow him, maybe we'll get something. Guhan's decisive behavior was noticed by some people who were interested in him, and some even followed him secretly in the name of cleverness. If possible, they would not be afraid to join hands to snatch the opportunity from Guhan. Although Guhan's strength in killing Chao Yen with one sword previously made everyone afraid of him. But he was just a casual cultivator after all, without any support or companions. A hero cannot defeat four hands. But I am alone, how can I withstand their attack? Although many geniuses from various ethnic groups have entered Pyamyo Fairy Island. But Pyamyo Fairy Island is still not crowded, and there are relatively few disputes and wars. After all, Pyamyo Fairy Island covers a huge area and has never been explored by anyone for countless epochs. Whether it is hidden opportunities or rare and precious natural treasures that are native to the country, there are countless of them. It is enough for everyone who enters Pyamyo Fairy Island to have good gains. At this moment, there are about 1,000 geniuses from various ethnic groups and forces gathered at the foot of the Burial Sword Mountain. The Sword Burial Mountain seems to have been created by powerful figures from an unknown force in ancient times. The entire Sword Mountain is filled with countless ancient long swords stuck upside down, and is often enveloped by some kind of unspeakable and terrifying sword energy. Those who are not strong enough in spirit will probably be torn to pieces by the sword energy the moment they set foot in this area, and will become completely idiots. At this moment, among the first group of geniuses who went deep into the Burial Sword Mountain to explore, there was Luo Baiji. She is a swordsman by nature, and this special place of inheritance related to swordsmanship is undoubtedly the best place to improve her cultivation. Moreover, based on ancient rumors, she speculated that the depths of the Sword Burial Mountain might contain ancient sword forging techniques. At that time, senior brother's Baishao sword was broken, and when he left them, he did not have a suitable sword in his hand. Perhaps I could take this opportunity to forge one for my brother. The deeper you go into the Sword Burial Mountain, the more oppressive and terrifying the sword energy that fills the void becomes. There was even an invisible sword energy and strong wind blowing up from the depths. Even though they all had extraordinary physical talents, countless bloody cuts appeared on the surface of their skin. If he continued to move forward without sufficient means to protect his life, his strong body would be blown into a pile of rotten flesh by the sword energy and strong wind. Many people gave up one after another. Soon, only two figures were left moving forward. One of them is Luo Baiji. The other person is Jian Chen from the Tianjin sect. Compared to Luo Baiji's embarrassment, Jian Chen still seemed to be at ease at this moment. Apart from a few holes in his robe caused by the sword energy and strong wind, he did not suffer any skin injuries. There seemed to be a powerful invisible sword energy surrounding him, forming some kind of special barrier that isolated him from the influence of the sword energy and strong wind. Although Luo Baiji was also using his own sword energy to condense a barrier to resist. But her sword energy was still too mixed and could not last long in the face of the sword energy gale. The sword energy that penetrated from the gap cut her body into bloody wounds one after another. Indeed, there are not many sword cultivators like you who have such a strong will. Jian Chen paused slightly and cast an admiring glance towards Luo Baiji. He quickly chuckled and shook his head. But I think it would be very foolish to act recklessly at this time. The sword you carry is clearly engraved with a special defensive sword formation that can help you dissipate most of the sword energy and wind. Why don't you use it? Luo Baiji was slightly stunned when she heard this. Her sword has a special defensive sword formation? Why doesn't she know? Jian Chen, who took in this detail, raised his brows slightly. Why? Don't you know anything about your own sword? Previously, he thought that the girl in front of him had a very good character and would become an outstanding swordsman in the future. Now it seems that he doesn't even understand the capabilities of his own sword. For a sword cultivator, a sword is a lifelong partner that will fight alongside him. How can you be a swordsman if you don't even understand your partner? At this time, Luo Baiji took out his sword. He did not feel offended or angry at Jian Chen's disdainful tone. Instead, he looked a little ashamed and bitter. This sword was specially made for me by my former senior brother Guhan. But after that incident, I rarely use it anymore. Because I don't think I'm worthy of using it. Chapter 219. The truth. Back then, I gave you a chance. Guhan? Jian Chen frowned again. He was actually not unfamiliar with this name. Let's not talk about what happened in the secret realm of Zhengzhou. He had also heard about the bloody story of the Ice Phoenix God and the Ice Glass Goddess fighting over Guhan some time ago. He was just a swordsman and was disgusted by such bloody plots. Naturally, people are also disgusted with Guhan, the protagonist who was involved in this bloody incident. Flies don't bite seamless eggs. If there was nothing wrong with him, why would he be involved in the dispute between these two women? A man of 8 feet tall should stand tall between heaven and earth. Travel the world with a sword in hand, and uphold the righteous spirit of heaven and earth. It is a disgrace to be a man to be a gigolo at such a young age. However, he did change his opinion of Guhan a little bit today. The special sword formation on the long sword in Luo Baiji's hand is ingeniously conceived. It requires a high level of understanding and insight into kendo. This Guhan is obviously extraordinary and is a swordsmanship genius. It's a pity that he has to live off others. Otherwise, he would be a good opponent that he could recognize. After being reminded by Jian Chen, the special sword formation hidden on the hilt was activated. Countless sword runes rose up, reflecting each other, and turned into a special sword barrier, offsetting most of the sword energy and wind. The effect was even far beyond Luo Baiji's imagination. After all, when her senior brother made this sword for her, he was only at the ordinary spirit palace realm. How did my senior brother at this stage of cultivation have the ability to create such a mysterious sword formation? I don't know what happened between you and your senior brother Guhan, but I know that he definitely put a lot of effort into creating this sword formation. Moreover, the power to construct this sword formation comes from a powerful swordmaster. Once you fully activate the sword formation left on the hilt, blocking a full-strength attack from a Supreme Realm cultivator shouldn't be a problem. Jian Chen's voice drifted into his ears on the wind. Luo Baiji was a little dazed. She suddenly thought of something that happened in the past. In order to help her forge a suitable sword, her senior brother often went to the sex forging pavilion. He also often went to Xianjian Peak to pay a visit to the master of Xianjian Peak and help him complete many things within his ability. At that time, they all suspected that their senior brother was dissatisfied with their Xuanyu Peak and wanted to take advantage of the right opportunity to directly join Xianjian Peak. Now, she finally understood everything. There was no joy in knowing the truth. There is only an indescribable discomfort, like a thorn in my throat. It turns out that they had already started to misunderstand their senior brother since that time. Why didn't senior brother tell her at the beginning? Suddenly she thought of something and laughed at herself bitterly. At that time, she seemed to have not listened to her senior brother's explanation at all. Because Yi Qingyun, the junior brother who had just joined the sect, was deeply poisoned, she was busy looking for herbs everywhere and gradually forgot about this matter. The people who are really good to you are ignored by you. Instead, she was blind and treated a despicable villain sincerely. She deserves to die. After laughing at myself in my heart, Luo Baiji directly put away the long sword, wrapped it carefully, and carried it on her back. She even used her own sword energy to protect it from being eroded by the sword energy and strong wind. As I said before, she is not worthy of using this sword at all now. Wait until she kills Yi Qingyun. After becoming a true sword immortal who can cut through countless difficulties and obstacles for his senior brother and kill countless enemies, only then will she take out this sword again. As all the qualified monks from various ethnic groups entered, Piaomiao Fairy Island has been completely boiling over, and even entered a state of chaos. After all, the demons, monsters and some unknown ancient races are actually quite bloodthirsty and brutal. Chance comes second. The real purpose here is to satisfy one's desire for killing. He doesn't care about it. As long as these small fry don't provoke him or affect his plans, he won't pay too much attention to them. Of course, before that, there are some things that need to be dealt with. When he was about to approach the western area of Piaomiao Fairy Island, he stopped and hovered in the air. He tilted his head slightly to look behind him, his voice cold and expressionless. I've already given you a chance. Since you insist on seeking your own death, I will show my mercy and grant your wish. He had long noticed these guys quietly following him. They most likely want to follow behind and take advantage of the situation, or even launch a sneak attack at the right time. If we do not eliminate such an unstable factor, we will be irresponsible to ourselves. The words fell without any hesitation. A vortex appeared in the void. A long sword emitting a sharp cold light flew out and immediately appeared in his hand. Swish! Guhan turned around and drew his sword, his movements as fast as lightning. He immediately slashed out with an extremely sharp sword light, which passed through the sky like a crescent moon and fell straight into the void behind him. Su Chang'e, you're courting death. How dare you attack us? Almost at the same time, an angry voice rang out from the depths of the void where there was no human figure. The next moment, a dark pagoda-like shadow with a strange aura appeared, and then continued to expand and enlarge, trying to forcibly withstand Guhan's sword. Obviously, Guhan's previous feat of killing Chao Yan with a single sword had frightened the geniuses following behind him. They did not dare to be careless at all and use top-notch magic weapons as soon as they attacked. The moment the sword energy exploded, Guhan drew his sword again without any hesitation. The previous move was just a test, this sword is the main attack. Heaven-shattering slash. And this time he also directly used his magical powers. In an instant, the two sword lights overlapped and intertwined to form a huge cross, and it seemed that even the void barrier was directly pierced and shattered wherever it passed. The magnificent power emanating from it had not even touched the dark pagoda's shadow. The huge pagoda's shadow was already buzzing and trembling under the heavy burden, as if it was suppressed by some terrible force, flickering with light and dark, as if it was about to collapse at any time. No! This guy is stronger than we thought. Quick! Let's attack together. Another scream of fear was heard. But before the others could make a move, snap! The huge black pagoda had been pierced by two intersecting sharp sword energies and instantly shattered into pieces all over the sky. The aftermath of the sword energy continued unabated, pouring into the void again, intending to directly kill the person behind the scenes. No. What followed was a desperate and painful wail. I saw several balls of blood mist blooming in the void. The man who attacked seemed to have been killed along with several of his companions. Several broken bodies were torn apart by the sword energy and fell out of the void immediately, with corpses scattered all over the ground. Chapter 220. The Mermaid Royal Family issues a hunting order. Guhan held the sword in one hand and put it behind his back. A man in white fluttering in the wind stood tall in the sky, looking coldly at the man who was not yet completely dead among the broken bodies on the ground below. This guy is lucky. It was just at the very edge of his sword energy. In addition, the other people helped him offset a lot of sword energy, so he was only seriously injured and not completely dead. Look carefully. The man looked very strange. The facial features are similar to humans, but compared to humans, they do look a bit weird. There are things like fish gills growing on both sides of the cheeks, and the surface of the skin is faintly covered with blue fish scales. Boundless Sea, a member of the demon tribe? Guhan recognized his identity at a glance. The demon tribe he mentioned was actually the royal family of mermaids. This is an ancient race that lives in the depths of the vast ocean. It is rumored that in the ancient times, the mermaid royal family was one of the powerful forces that dominated the entire vast ocean. But their racial bloodline is rather strange, neither demon nor human. If we have to say it, it should be a special race derived from the combination of humans and monsters in some ancient era. Because the bloodline has common characteristics of humans and demons. Therefore, they are often called the transvestite tribe. Damn humans! We are the noble mermaid royal family. We are not the demon race you are talking about. Hearing Guhan calling him like that, the young man from the mermaid royal family was very angry. They, the mermaid royal family, hate it most when people call them the demon clan. This name is a great shame for them. Because deep down in their hearts, their bloodline is more noble than that of the demon race and the human race, so they have the word king in the name of their race. I don't care what race you are, whether you're a mermaid or a demon. I've always been the one following behind others to pick up the spoils. When will it be your turn to follow behind me and try to pick up the spoils? Guhan narrowed his eyes slightly, his aura rising steadily, and the long sword in his hand reflected a heart-pounding cold light. Wait a minute. The young man of the mermaid royal family was so frightened that he almost died. He said anxiously, I am a subordinate of the third prince of our mermaid royal family. I have just sent him my location through a special method. His Royal Highness the third prince will be here soon. And if you kill me, you'll be cursed by the mermaid. The mermaid curse is difficult to remove. Once you are cursed, my mermaid royal family will easily find you and hunt you endlessly until you die. Su Chang'e, your strength is indeed formidable. But you are only a casual cultivator after all. If this incident causes you to become the enemy of our mermaid royal family, you will be trapped in an endless pursuit. I'm sure you don't want to see this kind of thing, so why don't you let me go and let this matter today be? Without waiting for him to finish his words, he subconsciously felt a chill on his neck. Then, the vision began to reverse. He even saw a headless corpse that seemed both familiar and unfamiliar to him. It was now slumped on the ground, and the life force in its body was rapidly dissipating. Is that his own body? Guhan actually dared to kill him? How dare he? Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the third prince of their mermaid royal family? Plop! The headless body and the head that was thrown high in the air fell to the ground at the same time. The purple blood that seeped out dyed the ground red, and the young man from the merman royal family had completely lost his life. Separate cultivator? Su Chang'e is a casual cultivator. What does he have to do with me, Guhan? Guhan chuckled and put away his sword. He didn't have a good impression of the mermaid royal family. As I recall, the second princess of the mermaid royal family was a love-brained person. Afterwards, she inexplicably met Yi Qingyun. Like other female protagonists, she was attracted by his protagonist aura, fell in love with him, and was devoted to him. In terms of identity and background, this mermaid princess is actually not much worse than Nangang Wanner, the eldest princess of the Tai Hua immortal dynasty. And this mermaid princess also has an extraordinary brother. He is the eldest prince of the mermaid royal family. He is also the sea king on the vast ocean in the original story. Later, because of his sister, he accepted Yi Qingyun as his brother-in-law. He even used the power of the mermaid royal family many times to save Yi Qingyun, the loser, from danger. It also ruined many of my plans at that time. Anyway, we have already made enemies with the mermaid royal family. To be on the safe side, if he meets someone from the mermaid royal family again, he will kill them all without hesitation. After all, keeping them will only cause more trouble to your future self. It was unknown how long it had been since Guhan left. A large group of mermaid royal family appeared here. The young man in the lead had long blue hair like the ocean and wore red gold armor made with special craftsmanship. He looked extremely powerful and extraordinary. He is the third prince of the mermaid clan, Luo Xiaotian. At this moment, looking at the area in front of him that was stained red by the flesh and blood of his own people, there was an extremely cold light flashing in the depths of Luo Xiaotian's pupils, and his face looked ugly, as if filled with tremendous anger. Good. Very good. Someone actually dared to kill someone from my clan. How audacious. Use your powers. Ada must have left a mermaid curse on the murderer. Let's see who has the guts to do this. Soon, azure water rippled out from the void, and then slowly formed a special projection light curtain. As the rolling sea water completely stopped, the figure in the picture was completely revealed. The man's appearance was exactly Su Chang'e disguised by Guhan. I know this guy. A young genius from the mermaid clan immediately spoke up. This person seems to be called Su Chang'e. He's the human cultivator who won 7 consecutive victories at the fastest speed in the recent competition and earned a spot on the Misty Fairy Island exploration. A self-employed cultivator from the human race. Luo Xiaotian became even more furious after hearing this. A human cultivator with no background or backing actually dared to kill his people. He is simply courting death. What a daring thing! If anyone dares to kill me, I will make sure he dies without a burial place. He didn't care what the reason was. In his opinion, the blood of their mermaid royal family is extremely noble. A mere human cultivator is nothing but a lowly species, yet he actually dared to kill a member of his royal family. If they were not punished by being killed without a burial place to serve as a warning to others, once the news reached the ears of people of other races, their mermaid royal family would definitely become a joke. What they value most is dignity, and any violation of dignity is absolutely unacceptable. That independent cultivator named Su Chang'e is definitely extraordinary. Ada and the others are quite powerful, and they also have the treasure I bestowed upon them earlier. Looking at the pagoda fragments scattered on the ground not far away, as if they were forcibly shattered by some force. Luo Xiaotian's eyes flickered, and there was a hint of fear in the depths of his pupils. But he's just a lone man after all. And this time, there are hundreds of us from our clan exploring Piaomiao Fairy Island. Is it possible that we can't kill this damned human cultivator? Send an order immediately, informing our people to start hunting down the wandering cultivator Su Chang'e. Whoever takes his head will be rewarded handsomely by this prince. But Luo Xiaotian was just wary in his heart, and not much afraid of Guhan. After giving this order, he began to lead his men to follow the clues left by Guhan and start chasing him. Chapter 221. Don't worry, because I will take action. As soon as this news came out, it caused an uproar among the countless young cultivators of various races who entered Piaomiao Fairy Island. The heritage of the mermaid royal family of the boundless sea is not weak. Because no one knows where its ancestral land is. Even if there is a force that wants to retaliate, finding the ancestral land of the mermaid royal family in the vast ocean is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, many sea creatures and even demons have good relations with the mermaid royal family. What's more, they share the same hatred and are united as one. Now the third prince of the mermaid royal family has directly issued a killing order against Guhan. In everyone's eyes, Guhan had hit a wall and was doomed to die. Although Su Chang'e is incredibly talented, I have to say he's also a top-notch troublemaker. Before entering Piaomiao Fairy Island, he killed the holy son of the flame dragon heavenly sect, and was hated by the people of the Flame Dragon Heavenly Sect. Someone couldn't help but sigh. Now that he has provoked this particularly vengeful and petty mermaid royal family, Suchanga's journey to Piamiao Fairy Island will most likely be difficult. Yes. After all, independent cultivators are just independent cultivators. If they provoke these powerful forces, no matter how powerful and talented they are, they will be exhausted to death. The mermaid royal family? Is it that demonic race that's neither human nor demon? That's great. How dare you issue a hunting order for my Xiaohan? I think they are all destined to die. Xiaohan, you don't need to worry, because I will take action. On top of a misty mountain somewhere on Piamiao Fairy Island, a little black chicken was standing on the highest point of a big tree, facing the rising sun. What's strange is that next to him there is a spherical object that seems to be made of special materials, with various patterns on it. If there were people from Blue Star here, they would definitely recognize it at a glance. Isn't this style a basketball? At this moment, Xiao Haizi's left wing is behind his back, and his right wing is holding a basketball. He faces the rising sun and has his back to all living beings. He has a unique and arbitrary look. Found it. That damn chicken is right here. I was wondering why we couldn't find him. That kid was hiding in that tree. Fuck. I can't wait to kill this damn chicken. Noisy sounds were heard in the dense forest, and it suddenly became boiling, as if countless people were rushing towards this area. Fuck. You little bastards. Xiao Haizi's face changed drastically. Although he was cursing, his two chicken legs were extremely agile. He moved on the branches at a very fast speed. I'm your true ancestor. How dare you treat your ancestors like this? You are a bunch of damned unfilial descendants. Fuck you. You're just a stinky chicken, and you still dare to take advantage of me after all this. These words infuriated the demon clan's proud pursuer below. Come down. I'll chop you to death. Don't let this little chicken get away. He has insulted the true ancestor of the demon realm time and again, and he still dares to be so arrogant. If we don't kill him today, every one of us will be held responsible. These monsters were all summoned by Xiao Haizi in the previous competition in the ring. Xiao Haizi had previously made them very angry during the competition in the ring. Now they don't even look for opportunities anymore and swear to kill Xiao Haizi first. Bang! But in the next moment, the leading demon clan genius had just finished speaking. The basketball thrown by Xiao Haizi hit the monster on the head directly. The whole monster flew backwards, fell to the ground with a thud, and fell asleep. But the blue ball seemed to be very elastic. After knocking down the genius of the demon clan, it flew back with incredible precision and bounced into the hands of Xiao Haizi. You little bastards. Once I recover some of my power, I'll fucking bury you all. Just wait and see. While turning around and shouting, Xiao Haizi did not forget to turn around and give the middle finger again. This action instantly brought the ridicule to its maximum. This made the demon clan geniuses behind him so angry that they were fuming and chased him like crazy. At the same time, somewhere in a cold and dark canyon. Roar! Suddenly, there was an inexplicable roar that made one's scalp tingle. The entire dark and cold canyon shook, and a large amount of rubble was scattered on the cliff. Swish swish. But soon, without any warning, bursts of crisscrossing red light appeared inside the cold canyon. There was a teeth-grinding sound of flesh and bones breaking. At the same time, all the beast roars became silent, interrupted abruptly by some terrifying force. His sight fell into it. There were countless corpses of ancient creatures in the dark canyon. Or half of the body is directly chopped into pieces. Or the bodies are separated, and the deaths are all extremely tragic. But strangely, the blood that seeped out of these broken corpses did not seep into the soil. Instead, they were pulled by some strange force, flowing and converging in one direction. Soon, a shocking fountain of blood was formed. The reflected scarlet bloodlight even indirectly made the entire dark canyon look a little shocking, as if the entire canyon was soaked in a pool of blood. The sight is closer again. In the center of the blood fountain, a black-haired girl was holding a sickle, as if she had just finished a bloody banquet. The sickle was flashing with cold light, and shocking blood was constantly dripping from her black hair. Yes, the blood of these ancient creatures has helped me successfully cultivate the blood moon annihilation technique to the 3rd level. I wonder if the adults will praise me. Han Mengyao's blood-stained face, reflected by the blood, formed an arc that looked somewhat creepy. At this moment, she seemed to have received some special message. The curve of his mouth suddenly stiffened and soon became extremely cold. How dare the mermaid royal family issue a hunting order against you? There was a murderous intent flashing in the depths of Han Mengyao's bloodshot eyes, and her aura became somewhat violent. She swung the heavy sickle in her hand with one hand, and the hot blood on the black sickle dripped onto the ground. But soon it turned into blood beads and rolled to Han Mengyao's feet as if it had life, and merged into her body as if it was absorbed. She seemed to be muttering to herself, "Gather our forces and put the mission of exploring Piamiao Fairy Island on hold for now. First, eliminate these so-called mermaid royals." Han Mengyao held a sickle that was several times larger than her body and walked out of the dark canyon. Like a god of death coming from hell, sad and cold. She had long known that Su Chang'e was an adult in disguise. This time, the Lord gave her a task, asking her to take advantage of the gathering of forces from various races to improve her combat capabilities as much as possible in Piamiao Fairy Island. However, those guys who dared to issue a wanted order against you must be killed first. Chapter 222: A Wonderful Encounter? Meet an acquaintance again. In another area of Piamiao Fairy Island. "Miss, this is the 3 purities holy water I obtained not long ago. It will be very helpful for your current condition." Yi Qingyun showed a sunny and gentle smile and took out a small porcelain bottle containing some fragrant liquid from his arms. It was handed to a woman who was sitting on the ground in a mess and seemed to be in a very bad condition. The woman was wearing a colorful feather dress, her long hair was as blue as the sea, and her skin was covered with blue scales, which reflected a 9-colored glow under the refraction of the sunlight. What's strange is that the woman's lower body is not that of a human, but a fish tail. Combined with the woman's pure and pretty face, and her fair and plump upper body, it gives people a dazzling and exotic feeling. She is the 2nd princess of the mermaid royal family, Luo Qinglian. After finally getting her father's consent and arriving at Piamiao Fairy Island, she wanted to walk around and take a look. But I never thought that my old problem would suddenly come back again. Because of the loss of water, her lower body turned back into a fish tail, leaving her in a dilemma. Originally, she wanted to send a message to other tribesmen to help her. But as luck would have it, as fate would have it, she happened to meet Yi Qingyun, who happened to pass by here. 3 pure holy water? Luo Qinglian blinked her eyes, which were as blue as the sea. She looked like an adorable little elf who had lived in the sea for many years and was seeing the world for the first time. Yes, the 3 purities holy water is extremely special. It can heal injuries, nourish plagued souls, and even under the scorching sun for several consecutive days, it will not evaporate easily. Girl, you should be from the mermaid royal family, right? Looking at your current condition, it's caused by lack of water. Girls can swim freely in the seabed, but on land, the limitations are relatively large. Apply the 3 purities holy water to your legs. You won't have to worry about your legs turning back into fish tails in the next few days. To be honest, he originally didn't want to take out this good thing, the 3 purities holy water. This was an opportunity he had finally obtained during his time in Piamiao Fairy Island. How could he be willing to give it to a stranger now? Qingyun, please don't think that your kindness today is unworthy. You are really lucky today. Old Bai, who was parasitic in Yi Qingyun's mind, emphasized again. This woman has an extraordinary bearing, and her blood carries a primordial ocean aura. This is definitely the bloodline that only the true royal family of the mermaid clan can possess. This girl must be some extraordinary princess of the mermaid royal family. The infinite sea is vast and boundless, but the mermaid royal family possesses an extremely terrifying influence on the infinite sea. If you could get close to a mermaid princess, or even become her companion, the benefits to you would be unimaginably great. Hearing this, Yi Qingyun felt a lot less pain in his heart. Although Mr. Bai has been very unreliable in his work recently. But he is still very good at judging people. Moreover, he really wanted to get to know Luo Qinglianru. It's not just Luo Qinglian's beauty that makes him unable to stop, the most important thing is that she is a mermaid. Fantasies appear in my mind. It's exciting just to think about being able to become a partner with a mermaid princess. Luo Qinglian didn't know that Yi Qingyun had some obscene thoughts in his mind. Under the influence of the plot and the protagonist's halo, she took the 3 purities holy water that Yi Qingyun gave her, and immediately felt an infinite fondness for Yi Qingyun in her heart, and even a kind of admiration for him. When she was a child, her father always told her that the human race was a despicable, greedy, and insidious race. Nowadays, the natural environment is getting worse and worse, and more marine creatures are disappearing, which is directly related to human beings. But Yi Qingyun's generosity and willingness to help others gradually changed her stereotype. It's the same for any race. There are good people and bad people. That human who killed my 3rd brother's men and slaughtered several members of my mermaid royal family is a sinister and cunning person. Luo Qinglian thought angrily in her heart. Several members of the merman royal family who were killed by Gu Han before planted the mermaid curse on Gu Han before they died. In addition, she had also heard about the hunting order issued by her 3rd brother. It was not surprising that at this moment, they regarded Gu Han as an enemy of their mermaid royal family. She would be very grateful to this human who generously gave her the treasure. She will personally kill the damned human who dares to kill their mermaid royal family. Gu Han was unaware of the subsequent impact of his killing of the genius of the Mermaid King clan. At this moment, he continued to move forward and arrived at the western area of Piaomiao Fairy Island smoothly. The western area of Piaomiao Fairy Island is like a completely new world. What meets the eye is a boundless expanse of yellow sand desert, without a trace of vitality or green. When the wind blows, it brings up a gust of yellow sand. Rumble. It was almost when Gu Han had just settled down and was about to explore further. A deafening roar was heard from the depths of the desert, as if a terrible battle had broken out there. The divine flames were engulfed in billowing smoke and dust, and even turned into an overwhelming sandstorm, spreading towards the area where he was. The space around Gu Han immediately twisted and turned into a space barrier, completely blocking the invasion of yellow sand. Gu Han frowned slightly. He never expected that someone had arrived here before him. But he didn't care too much. After all, he had already taken these unstable factors into consideration. It doesn't matter. His current cultivation has reached the 9th level of Daohua realm. There is probably no one among the younger generation who has reached his level of cultivation. Combined with the various physical qualities he had acquired through signing in previously, he was confident that he was invincible on this ethereal fairy island. Anyone who dares to block his way and affect his plans will be killed. The further they advanced, the more terrifying the aftermath of the battle became. He even saw many broken bodies lying in the yellow sand. There are human beings, and there are also monsters with strange appearances. It is obvious that a dispute broke out here between the human group and the demon group, which eventually evolved into a horrific war. Moreover, through the extent of casualties among human monks, he could already tell that the human group that had engaged in a great battle with the demon race had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. Boom! As another earth-shaking roar erupted in front. Gu Han paused slightly. He could clearly feel several auras in front of him, approaching him rapidly. Soon, several human monks rushed out from the yellow sand with disheveled expressions and bloody wounds on their bodies, as if they had suffered serious injuries. Among these embarrassed figures, there were 2 familiar faces. One is Wang Tang, the holy son of Taishan Holy Land. The other is Hua Jiayu's direct disciple Meng Yingshui. The corners of Gu Han's lips twitched slightly. Could it be that these 2 guys have awakened some strange special buff? Why are you being hunted again? Chapter 223, Extreme Speed? Faster than a sword. It's hard to say whether these 2 guys are lucky or unlucky. He was previously chased by monsters in the secret realm of Zhongzhou. Now he comes to Piaomiao Fairy Island to explore, and is hunted by the genius of the demon clan. Fortunately, I met him again. Especially Meng Yingshui, who is Hua Jiayu's direct disciple. They have some interactions and their relationship is pretty good. I can't just stand by and watch someone die. Chase after them. At this time, someone rushed out from the smoke and dust right behind him. There were more than a dozen demon geniuses with ferocious faces and different postures, who were shouting wildly, with excited expressions, and chasing after them excitedly. Don't let these human boys get away. That human girl has delicate skin and tender flesh. She looks fresh and tender enough. Don't kill her yet. Capture her and play with her for a few days. It won't be too late to kill her later. As for those male human cultivators, kill them immediately. A strange-looking demon man licked his lips hungrily. No rush. Even a small fly is still meat. That pretty boy is pretty good, I think I can handle it. Wang Tang's expression was even uglier than Meng Yingshue's beside him. He could feel a burning gaze coming from behind him. Isn't that the pretty boy that the damn demon clan mentioned, him? Fuck you. I see you're really hungry. You want to eat everything. After all, he is the holy son of the Holy Land. When has he ever suffered such humiliation? If they weren't outnumbered, he really wanted to turn around and beat him up instead of fighting for the steamed buns. There seems to be someone in front. At this time, Meng Yingxue noticed a figure standing in the dust in front of her. After confirming that the aura emitted by the other party was human, he did not hesitate and shouted loudly, "Dao Yu! Leave this place quickly! There are demons chasing us." Her behavior can be considered righteous. Originally, she could have said nothing and directly let this human cultivator who was unaware of the truth become a scapegoat to help them slow down the pursuit speed of the demon clan genius. But after thinking about it, Meng Yingxue still didn't plan to do so. Such behavior was too despicable. However, the figure standing in the dust did not turn around and run away in panic because of his words. Instead, a long sword appeared in his hand, and it seemed that he was ready to attack. Wang Tong, Meng Yingxue, and the remaining human cultivators all looked incredulous. Is this guy crazy? Behind them were more than a dozen geniuses from the demon clan, and among them there was even someone at the Dawa realm. In addition, the physical strength of the demon race is stronger than that of humans. Want to resist them? At least a human cultivator of the same level is needed to barely compete with it. But what's wrong with this guy? Is he confident enough in his own strength, or is he too arrogant and doesn't take those geniuses of the demon race seriously? Humph! Here comes another arrogant and insolent human. Do you still want to be like others and be a hero and save the damsel in distress? Don't do anything later, let me kill this guy. The leader was a genius of the demon clan with a human body and a bird head, and black wings on his back. He had a cruel look in his eyes and locked his eyes on Guhan. I plan to tear him into pieces in the most cruel way later. Swish! But before he could take action, without any sign, it happened almost in the next moment. As the man in white swung his wrist, the long sword in his hand immediately broke through the air and slashed out a dazzling sword light. In an instant, the sword light, carrying with it the devastating sword energy, broke through the sky and instantly cut in half the demon with a human body and a bird's head, whose cultivation had reached the Daoha realm. The face of the demon genius with a human body and a bird's head still had a cold look on his face, as if he wanted to cruelly dismember Guhan. But deep in his pupils was another completely different emotion, shock and even disbelief. He is the descendant of the Dapeng clan, with powerful bloodline talent and extreme speed. With just a flap of the wings on its back, it can instantly fly several miles away. The only way to defeat martial arts in the world is speed. With such talent, many human geniuses died at his hands. With his extreme speed, those people's magical powers and spells could not touch him at all and would be dealt with by him in an instant. But Guhan's simple and casual sword move just now directly tore his proud speed into pieces. Because he couldn't dodge Guhan's sword at all, and his consciousness and body had not yet reacted. His body had been pierced by the sword light, his vitality dissipated, and his consciousness gradually became blank. What a fast sword! After leaving this sentence, the genius of the demon race with a bird's head and a human body, with the sound of bones and flesh being dislocated, his body was split into two and fell to the ground one after another. His pupils gradually turned gray and completely lost their vitality. The sudden change caused the whole world to fall into silence temporarily. He was originally screaming excitedly and chasing after Mengingshui and other human beings or demon geniuses, but it was as if his soul was fixed and he stopped in place like a wooden stake. Mengingshui and others slowly stopped for some unknown reason. Unable to hide his curiosity, he subconsciously turned around and looked behind him. They just happened to see a scene that shocked them immensely. The demon with a human body and a bird head who had killed many human cultivators on their side in the melee. At this moment, it has been divided into two sections and there is no sound at all. Oh my god, such a powerful demon race genius. Before they even met, he was killed instantly by a single sword strike. After coming back to his senses from the trance, Mengingshui and the remaining human cultivators felt as if their hearts were hit by a meteorite, causing huge waves. The excessive shock made them completely unable to control their facial expressions. They were dumbfounded and looked extremely out of control. He is a genius of the demon race who is good at extreme speed and has a very high level of cultivation. A toad will kick its feet twice before it is killed. But this genius of the demon race died without even figuring out anything. How could they not be shocked by this? And at this time, Gu Han, who had disguised himself as Su Chang'e, also walked out of the smoke and dust at this moment. He exuded a cold aura, holding a long sword in his hand, and there was an invisible sword energy surrounding him. It helped him to completely isolate himself from the approach of the yellow sand from the outside world, and he looked like a real land sword immortal. Su Chang'e. Some human cultivators suddenly cried out in surprise. The identity of Su Chang'e, disguised by Gu Han, has been deeply rooted in people's hearts. In the arena competition, he became the first person to win 7 consecutive victories in less than half an hour, and he was a genius who was sought after by countless forces. They are naturally familiar with this name. But today I saw it with my own eyes. Only then did they truly understand that Gu Han's true strength was probably even more terrifying than they had imagined. Chapter 224, Monsters Attack, one man kills them all. But the remaining few demons don't care about that. Not to mention that they already have a large number of people and an absolute advantage, so they don't need to be afraid of the other side. At this moment, Gu Han just appeared and killed one of them directly. How could they let this matter be exposed so easily? Don't panic. Although this human boy is quite capable, he was able to kill Pingyu just now because he took advantage of Pingyu's unpreparedness and launched a sneak attack, winning by luck. With so many monsters here, how can we not defeat a human kid like this? While speaking, the demon race genius's gaze fell on Mengingshui and several other female human race geniuses. There is a desire burning deep in the pupils. They are all cooked ducks that are almost in your mouth. How could we give up just because of a human kid who suddenly appeared? Everyone, attack together. Kill this human boy. Obviously, the remaining geniuses of the demon clan also thought so. They had also heard the rumors about Su Chang'e. But being wary doesn't mean they dare not take action. Several faster demon tribe prodigies have already launched an attack. Erosion Mist. A demon man with a snake head had bloodshot eyes and opened his mouth wide. A thick green mist with a pungent and fishy smell immediately spurted out from the depths of his throat. This green mist is highly corrosive. Once it comes into contact with the skin of a living creature, it will quickly corrode the surface of the skin, turning its bones and flesh into a pool of blood. Thunder Fist. On his left, there was a demon man with horns on his head and a body as big as a hill. Purple thunder was wrapped around his clenched fists. At this moment, his right arm stretched backward into a crescent shape like a bowstring, and then he punched out. The whistling fist wind pierced through the eardrum, and with rumbling thunder, it rushed straight towards Gu Han's face from the left, as if it wanted to smash his head with one punch. On his right, there was a group of red-gold fire crows formed by flames, circling and flying, falling towards him like a storm. Crash! At the same time, the yellow sand under Gu Han's feet began to turn black and turned into a sticky black swamp. As the black and purple bubbles burst, a face covered with various bumps, like a toad, emerged from it with a playful smile. He. This is the dark abyss swamp that I condensed. Even a Dauha realm expert, once trapped in it, will never be able to escape. Guhan could feel his feet sinking deeper and deeper into the dark quagmire. It was as if invisible hands grabbed his ankles, making it impossible for him to dodge and avoid the siege of several geniuses of the demon clan. Oh no! Su Chang'e is in danger, let's take action quickly. Meng Yingxue and others reacted quickly and wanted to provide support immediately. Even a fool can see it. At this moment, Guhan was in a life and death crisis. Although this group of monsters are brutal and bloodthirsty, they are also intelligent. The demons cooperated perfectly. Not only will the effects of their own magical powers not be offset by attacking together, but the lethality of their magical powers will be directly increased to the maximum. The poisonous fog and swamp can completely restrict Guhan's movements, preventing him from using his body skills to dodge their magical moves. The combination of thunder and fire can produce certain special effects, multiplying the original lethality several times. No need. However, Guhan didn't care about the siege from this group of geniuses from the demon clan at all, and a confident smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Even if I stand here and don't move, they can't do any harm to me. Several major physical conditions. He didn't even know how terrifying his current physical strength was. Now that there is a good experimental opportunity in front of us, wouldn't it be a waste to miss it? Su Chang'e, Meng Yingxue and others who were about to rush to help suddenly froze. But it happened almost in the next moment. The attacks of several geniuses of the demon clan have followed one after another. What a rampant human boy! Die! The burly demon clan prodigy with a pair of bull horns on his head, with a fist wrapped in violent thunder, had already blasted out a blazing and dazzling fist light, hitting Guhan on the head. At the same time, the fire crows circling in the sky were like flaming stars falling from the sky, smashing into that area one after another. The scorching temperature even melted the yellow sand into magma. Without giving Guhan any time to react, the green poisonous fog with a strong corrosive effect also spread over. The yellow sand melted quickly, and the area where Guhan was located suddenly became black and rotten, turning into a desolate and dead place. Guhan's figure completely disappeared in the magical spells cast by several demon people. Meng Yingxue and others immediately became nervous. Judging from the current situation, Guhan is most likely in danger. Oh! The demon man with horns on his head had a disdainful smile on his lips. But relying on that unexpected sneak attack to kill Pingyu, you really think you are invincible and qualified to challenge us? It's just asking for trouble. But before the demon man could utter the words seeking death. Buzz! Deep in the chaotic and twisted smoke, rays of light suddenly appeared through the swirling mist, like the light of stars in the dark night, appearing particularly dazzling. The next moment, the light that was originally weak like a prairie fire suddenly expanded and became more and more brilliant and fierce, even mixed with some kind of terrifying and fierce power. Sword Chi. Meng Yingxue and others immediately determined from the sudden phenomenon that Guhan did not die, but relied on his powerful strength to withstand the attacks of several demons. Compared to the surprise and joy of Meng Yingxue and others, the souls of several people from the demon tribe were all gone. This didn't kill it. This human cultivator is definitely extraordinary. We must join forces again and try to kill him completely. But in the next moment, as sword runes emerged from the depths of the void one after another, they shone together. Several illusory lightsabers emitting cold light immediately appeared. These illusory lightsabers that appeared out of thin air seemed to have their own lives. It flew out of the air, slashing horizontally, chopping vertically, and stabbing. Amidst the whistling sounds, one pure white line after another condensed from sword energy was outlined in the void. All this happened too suddenly and too fast. By the time everyone reacted, several illusory lightsabers had gradually disappeared and merged into one location, the place where Guhan was previously. The pupils of Meng Yingxue and others all shrank as small as needles. At some point, Guhan, who had disappeared in the wave of magical powers of several demons, appeared again. He held a long sword in his hand, his expression was indifferent, and his clothes were spotless. The position of the whole person did not move at all. Even the attacks launched by several powerful demons had no effect on him. On the other hand, look at the demon people on the other side. They still maintained the expressions and movements from the previous moment, but were completely stiff like clay sculptures. The emotions reflected deep in their pupils seemed to indicate that they saw extremely terrifying scenes before they died. How could it be? After the demon man with horns on his head uttered the last three words, a few belated swordlights crisscrossed the surface of his body. And his burly body was broken into several pieces and scattered on the ground like a disassembled building block. Similarly, the bodies of several other geniuses of the demon clan were instantly chopped into pieces by the swordlight. This scene is so shocking. Meng Yingxue and others didn't know how to describe it in words. These demons who had forced them into a desperate situation and almost caused them to die tragically were actually killed so easily. Chapter 225 Others' desperate situation is not for me. It wasn't until a heart-wrenching scream was heard that their wandering thoughts were suddenly pulled back. It turned out that a layer of golden blood and divine flame was burning on the surface of Guhan's skin. It was the genius of the demon clan who had used his magical powers to trap him in the black swamp. Burned by the golden divine flame, the screams only lasted for a moment before being completely extinguished by the divine flame. Those toughest and strongest demons have been killed by Brother Chang'e. There's no need to bother Brother Chang'e with these remaining scum. Let's attack together. Wang Tong, who had reacted, yelled at this time. He was already very angry because he was chased like a dog by this group of demons. Now that the situation has reversed, how could he not take the opportunity to take revenge? Although there were more than a dozen demon geniuses chasing them. But the strongest ones were the leaders, and now they were crushed to death like ants by Guhan, who suddenly appeared. The remaining few monsters from the demon clan could not cause much trouble and were quickly killed by Wang Tang and others whose morale had greatly increased. Brother Chang'e, thank you for your help just now. Here are the things we found from the monsters. They are all in these storage rings. These are what you deserve, Brother Chang'e. At this time, Wang Tang, the son of a Holy Land, ran over like a lackey and respectfully presented several storage rings to Guhan. There are also some treasures in here that I personally provided as a reward for Brother Chang'e saving me from danger just now. Although he is the holy son of Taishan Holy Land, his identity and background are also extraordinary. But this did not affect his efforts to make friends with and please Guhan. After all, this was a fierce man who just killed several powerful monsters in an instant. Moreover, the main reason why he could become the Son of God was not his strength, but his interpersonal relationships. It is safer to have someone strong than to have strong personal strength. Guhan did not refuse. He nodded and accepted the several storage rings that Wang Tong handed over. This was the spoils he deserved, there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Fellow Daoist Chang'e, could it be that you also heard that rumor and came here for that ancient ruins? At this time, Meng Yingxue, who had temporarily finished treating her own wounds, stepped forward and said, Fellow Daoist Chang'e, you may be disappointed. That gossip is most likely a rumor deliberately spread by those demon tribe members. The purpose is to lure us here, and then use some insidious means to hunt us all down here. At this point, Meng Yingxue said with some indignation, Fellow Daoist Chang'e, you may not know that we previously formed a group of more than 30 people and came here to search for these so-called ancient ruins. But in the end, we were surrounded and hunted by the demons gathered there. In the end, only a few of us managed to break out. Guhan looked around. Those who can enter Piaomiao Fairy Island to explore are all young people with extremely good strength. There were more than 30 people gathered, and now only 6 of them ran away. It's really tragic. I think this isn't a deliberate encirclement set up by the demon race to lure our human cultivators into a trap. This group of demons most likely discovered some ancient ruins, but they wanted to keep the benefits to themselves and didn't want other races to get them. That's why a large number of demons gathered in this area. You may be unlucky and have stumbled into the center where the demons gather. What he said was not groundless. After all, he has memories of his past life. I know that this area does indeed hide an ancient relic called the Creation Sect. Although no one knows why such changes occurred in this life, a large number of demon people gathered here inexplicably. but it is most likely related to the remains of the creation sect. After hearing this, Meng Yingshui and others looked at each other in surprise. But soon a bitter look appeared on his face. There are too many demons gathered in the depths of the desert. But this is not something that these small human groups can afford to get involved in. Moreover, even if more human cultivators were gathered together to fight this group of demons face to face and snatch the treasures that were suspected to be in the ancient ruins, it would be very unrealistic. Pyomyo Fairy Island is so big and has never been explored by anyone. There are also relatively many ancient opportunities. Rather than gathering manpower, it is better to fight a large number of monsters here. It would be much easier and wiser to give the opportunity here to this group of monsters and look for other ancient opportunities. Just when Meng Yingshui and others thought they were unlucky and wanted to leave. But they found that Gu Han was not planning to leave with them. Instead, he walked deeper into the desert. "Brother Chang'e, what are you doing?" Wang Teng quickly warned, "There are many monsters gathering in the depths of the desert. You just killed one of their people. If you go to the center where they gather now, you will definitely be targeted by them. Besides, there are several more terrifying demon geniuses there, who are not comparable to these demons just now." "No problem. I came here for these ruins. Besides, this group of demons can't affect me." Gu Han did not stop and continued to move forward, leaving behind a confident and eye-catching figure in white in the yellow sand. Meng Yingshui and the others looked at each other in shock, but there was also a certain expectation in the depths of their eyes. I just witnessed Gu Han's powerful strength with my own eyes. They really believed that Gu Han might create a miracle. Not long after, a terrifying evil aura spread from afar like a torrent. Following the scent of the mermaid curse on Gu Han, Luo Xiaotian brought a group of geniuses from the mermaid royal family and rushed to the desert. "Your Highness, this damned human race doesn't know that we are chasing him, right? We actually went deep into this desert. In such a dry place, our strength will be greatly reduced, and he might even escape easily," said a genius of the mermaid royal family angrily. After all, their mermaid royal family is a special race living in the deep sea of the vast ocean. It is more suitable for swimming or fighting in extremely cold temperature areas. Entering this lifeless desert, one's own strength will be greatly reduced, and one may even suffer from lack of water, with legs turning into fish tails like Luo Qinglian. Luo Xiaotian did not respond, but just raised a playful smile at the corner of his lips. "It's okay. Earlier, I issued a hunting order against Su Chang'e in the name of the mermaid royal family. The people of the Yanlong Tianzong have decided to respond to me and contribute their efforts to hunt down Su Chang'e together. Everyone who enters Pyomyo Fairy Island knows it." Before entering the island, Gu Han had a conflict with Chao Yan, the holy son of Yanlong Tianzong, and even killed him forcefully. This move also directly led to a considerable feud between Gu Han and the people of Yanlong Tianzong. Su Chang'e is definitely not as simple as he seems. Once we enter this desert, our strength will be greatly limited. Luo Xiaotian instructed a Tianjiao beside him, "Contact the people from Yanlong Tianzong immediately and tell them that we have found Su Chang'e's location. Have them send people over to join us in encircling and suppressing Su Chang'e. I want to see how a casual cultivator like him can stop the joint encirclement and suppression of our two major forces." Chapter 226, Several parties encircled and attacked, the demon sect took action. Brother Chang'e might be in big trouble if he comes down. Under the yellow sand. Meng Yingshui and Wang Tang restrained their breath, looked at each other, and this idea appeared in their minds at the same time. To avoid any further unexpected situations and not to cause further trouble for Gu Han. They were also ready to leave this place quickly. But as luck would have it, he ran into Luo Xiaotian and other members of the mermaid royal family who were chasing Gu Han through the mermaid curse. Fortunately, they reacted quickly enough and used a special magic weapon to suppress and hide their own breath, so they were not noticed by Luo Xiaotian and others. But as luck would have it, while he was dodging, Luo Xiaotian's entire plan was heard. Even in the hot desert. They all broke out in cold sweats due to inexplicable heart palpitations. Gu Han went deep into the desert, trying to find that special ancient relic. It would indirectly lead to conflicts and frictions with the stronger demon geniuses among them. Now, the genius of the mermaid royal family is chasing after him. But the genius of the mermaid royal family wanted to lure the Yanlong Tianzong as well. This is not just being sandwiched from two sides, but being besieged from several sides. Gu Han is just a lonely man. Under the siege of these major camps, he will surely die without a burial place. No. I must tell Brother Chang'e about this and let him find a chance to escape. Meng Yingxue gritted her teeth and made a decision. He shouldn't have gone very far by now. I should still be able to catch up with him. Are you crazy? The geniuses of the mermaid royal family are not far away. These guys, neither human nor demon, also harbor great malice towards our human race. If you come out of hiding now, they will see you and will most likely kill you. Wang Tong held Meng Yingxue down, hoping she could calm down and not do anything rash. Although they had no friction with the mermaid royal family, they had never met each other. But there is also a feud between the human race and the mermaid royal family. After all, the humans are good at trade, and the vast sea borders various continents. Therefore, there are always maritime caravans or fleets traveling on the sea. This also led to various frictions with the dominant forces in the vast sea, the mermaid royal family, for various reasons. There were even several large-scale wars that broke out. Several powerful forces have united to encircle and suppress the mermaid royal family. But every battle ended in failure because they could not find the mermaid royal family's lair. Therefore, once the human race encounters the mermaid royal family, it will definitely be like enemies meeting each other, and they will be extremely jealous of each other. Are we just going to ignore it like that? If Brother Chang'e hadn't come to our aid just now, we would have died at the hands of those monsters. We would have even suffered unprecedented humiliation. Brother Chang'e saved us from danger, and now that he's in trouble, are we going to be ungrateful? This is Meng Yingxue's personality. She clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. Gu Han has done her a favor, so she must find a way to repay him. What you said is true. I, Wang Tong, will become an emperor in the future. I will be upright in my conduct. Now that my benefactor is in trouble, how can I ignore him and be ungrateful? I'm going to make some noise when I go out later, attracting the attention of the mermaid royal family. Take this opportunity to leave quickly, find Su Chang'e, and tell him what just happened. Meng Yingxue was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting Wang Tang to be so courageous. Such behavior is tantamount to courting disaster. If one fails to control it properly, it is very easy to die without a burial place. Count me in. It's too dangerous and unsafe for Brother Wang Tang to act as bait alone. It's easy for plans to go awry. Another human cultivator also spoke immediately. Forget it. Without Brother Chang'e, I would have died long ago. Count me in. Several other people also expressed their opinions. Not to mention that Gu Han had already done them a favor. Furthermore, the people of the mermaid royal family have been guarding the area near them and will not leave in the short term. Lying in the desert, being scorched by the scorching sun, is really torturous. It's better to give it a try and repay some favors owed to Gu Han at the same time. Plan accomplished. Wang Tong and others who were responsible for attracting the attention of the mermaid royal family no longer hesitated. They activated their cultivation one after another and transformed into a long rainbow, dispersing in all directions. They don't need to fight with the mermaid royal family and others. As long as they can attract their attention, that's enough. Humans. There's a lone human cultivator in the desert. Their movements were soon discovered by the mermaid royal family's genius immortality secret. I didn't expect to encounter lone humans here. Don't let them get away, kill them. That damned human Su Chang'e killed my people. Today we will kill these people and use their blood to comfort the souls of our people in heaven. Even though some human blood flows in their bodies, the mermaid royal family is extremely malicious towards humans. When he saw Wang Tang and several other human cultivators who were alone, his true colors were revealed in an instant, and he decided to strangle them all. These damned beasts. When I meet up with the people from the Red Leaf sect, I will kill a few of them to vent my hatred. Meng Yingxue cursed inwardly, and while Wang Tang and others were attracting the attention of the mermaid royal family, she did not dare to stop and quickly rushed towards the depths of the desert where Gu Han disappeared. A misty mountain range. There were several figures moving very fast in the depths of the dense forest, heading towards the desert in the west of Piamiao Fairy Island. The person in the lead was a woman with a sexy body and pretty face. Her long hair is mostly black, but the ends are a striking fiery red, like a burning and jumping flame. Feng Lingyan, the saint girl of Yanlong Tianzong who entered Piamiao Fairy Island to explore. His overall strength is comparable to that of Xiao Yan, who was killed by Gu Han before, and he is also an extremely powerful genius. At this moment, she also received a message from the genius of the mermaid royal family, who was rushing to the desert. She decided to gather several elite members of the sect to cooperate with the people of the mermaid royal family to kill Gu Han. But at this moment, a strong smell of blood suddenly wafted from the front of the dense forest. Feng Lingyan's speeding figure suddenly froze, and an extremely ominous premonition suddenly arose in his heart. Piamiao Fairy Island covers a vast area. In order to gain more opportunities in a short period of time, their Yanlong Tianzong, like other sects, naturally dispersed and acted separately the moment they entered Piamiao Fairy Island. The area ahead was the meeting place agreed upon by this group and another group. At this moment, there was a strong smell of blood coming from there. This all means that something extremely terrible may have happened there. Feng Lingyan and several elite geniuses of the Yanlong Tianzong looked at each other, secretly urging their auras to move closer to the area with vigilant expressions. After passing through the dense forest and coming to a relatively open area, after seeing the scene in front of him clearly, Feng Yanling and the others were immediately struck by lightning, their pupils contracted, as if they had seen a scene that subverted their cognition, and they were completely frozen in place. The smell of blood in the air became stronger and stronger. As far as the eye can see, there are several broken bodies lying all over the area. And the clothes they wore were all those of the Yanlong Tianzong. The rest of the disciples who were supposed to meet up with them here and go to the desert to encircle and suppress Gu Han were now all dead. But the culprit had not left yet and was standing not far away, as if waiting for them to arrive. In the middle of a pile of broken corpses, there was a man who looked to be about 15 or 16 years old, leaning on a black sickle that was several inches taller than his body. Seeing them coming, the corners of the girl's lips curled up in a creepy arc, and her scarlet eyes flashed with a red light that made people's scalp tingle. At this moment, her long black hair seemed to be soaked in blood, and blood was constantly dripping onto the ground. Blood Moon Demon Sect Han Mengyao. Chapter 227, Regret, Diverting the Misfortune. Feng Yanling recognized the identity of the black-haired girl at a glance. Among all the demonic sects, the Blood Moon Demon sect can be considered extremely powerful and terrifying. Han Mengyao, who is regarded as the #1 genius of the Blood Moon Demon sect, is naturally a well-known name. There is no genius who does not know her when he enters Piamiao Fairy Island. Han Mengyao. Are you crazy? Although Feng Yanling also felt a little fear and dread in her heart. But as the holy maiden of the Yanlong Tianzong, she naturally could not simply retreat in such matters. He immediately steeled himself and asked, "My Yanlong Tianzong has never offended you. Why did you kill our people so cruelly? Are you trying to unilaterally provoke a dispute and go against the people of my Yanlong Tianzong?" Han Mengyao didn't take Feng Yanling's questioning seriously at all. He grasped the heavy, huge, pitch-black sickle in one hand. The sunlight refracted from the gaps in the dense forest onto the pitch-black sickle, creating bursts of heart-pounding cold light on the sickle blade. Flame Dragon Heavenly Sect? Is it that great? Since you dare to associate with those scum of the mermaid royal family and pose a threat to my lord, I must kill you. My lord has been very kind to me. Without him, I wouldn't be where I am today. I won't allow anyone to disrespect him or have bad thoughts about you. So, you all have to die. While speaking, Han Mengyao had compressed her demonic energy to the extreme. It seemed like he was chatting nonsense with Feng Yanling and others. In fact, she was also taking advantage of this time to find the weaknesses of Feng Yanling and others, and then defeat them as quickly as possible in the next battle. After all, Feng Yanling's cultivation is not weak. He is also a cultivator who has reached the Daohua realm. There are also several elite members of the Yanlong Tianzong around him. He is not as easy to kill as the small fry on the roadside. Boom! The next moment, the demonic energy that had been compressed to the extreme by Han Mengyao burst out in an instant. There seemed to be a blood-red full moon rising behind her. The surroundings were instantly dyed blood red, as if falling into a scarlet abyss. At the same time, Han Mengyao seemed to have turned into a red-clothed ghost in the bloody abyss, and her figure disappeared from the spot in an instant at an unimaginable speed. When she appeared again, the sickle in her hand had already been swung out with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. At that moment, the two people from the Yanlong Tian zone who were in the front position didn't even understand what was happening. His consciousness was completely blank, and his head was instantly cut off from his neck and flew high into the sky. He ignored the two heads flying high behind him. Han Mengyao's blood-red pupils flashed red again. Blood moon other shore slash. Immediately afterwards, the boiling and burning red demonic energy on her body quickly covered the black sickle in her hand like a tide. The entire sickle was instantly dyed a shocking blood red. As she swung her hand vigorously, the red flowers of the other shore that had bloomed under the blood moon suddenly exploded into countless scarlet petals. The red flowers of the other shore flying all over the sky merged into one with the red flames, and with overwhelming power, they swept towards Feng Yanling and others. Everything happened too suddenly. They had no idea that Han Mengyao was still talking to them the moment before and would suddenly attack them the next moment. Until this moment, a life and death crisis came. They finally came to their senses and rushed to fight back. Phoenix dances in the sky. Feng Lingyan did not dare to be careless and directly used the great magical power that he was proud of. Rumble. The void suddenly twisted and boiled, and a huge flaming phoenix condensed from fire runes immediately spread its huge wings and soared into the sky. In an instant, a terrible collision occurred with the blood moon waves displayed by Han Mengyao. The terrifying energy wave that surged out completely destroyed countless trees around it, turning them into a flat land. Feng Yanling still seemed a little distracted at this moment. Because Han Mengyao's words just now contained a lot of information. Just make a bold assumption. She could guess that the adult the other party was referring to was most likely Su Chang'e. Su Chang'e is a member of the Blood Moon Demon sect. He is not a casual cultivator at all. Otherwise, they had just decided to cooperate with the mermaid royal family to encircle and suppress Su Chang'e, so why did Han Mengyao show up and attack them? This damn guy hid so deeply. It's not that I'm angry because I didn't realize Gu Han's identity earlier. Even if they knew Gu Han's true identity, they would at most be wary and would still choose to take action. They will even organize a more powerful force and bring more people together to encircle and suppress Gu Han. Entering the Misty Fairy Island is a place where the strong are respected and the weak will die without a burial place. No matter how strong the other party's identity and background are, they can still kill the other party, and they have a reason to stand and prevent the other party from retaliating. Don't panic. This girl is alone. If we attack together, we can easily kill her. Put aside all the thoughts and ideas in your mind for a while. Feng Yanling immediately decided to organize people and plan to kill Han Mengyao here by relying on the simplest and most violent advantage in numbers. But before they could organize an effective offensive. Kill them. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard from around the dense forest. Immediately afterwards, several figures emitting terrifying demonic energy suddenly appeared, casting terrifying magical spells and rushing towards them. Those are other geniuses of the Blood Moon Demon sect. Damn it! Feng Yanling's expression immediately turned extremely ugly. Han Mengyao is not stupid and wants to fight against them with a small number of people. Instead, he has set up ambushes around them long ago. They are surrounded. Regret suddenly flooded my heart. It's not that he regretted attacking Gu Han. Instead, he regretted not seeing through the old bastard Gu Han earlier. They thought Gu Han was a casual cultivator, but who would have thought that he also had a backer and background? Now that they have so few people coming, they thought it was enough to control Gu Han. But whether I can leave this place alive is another matter. At the same time, in another mountain range. Take my Thunder Explosion basketball. A spherical magic weapon made of special materials, wrapped in purple thunder, flew out into the air. Several members of the mermaid royal family who were blocking his way were directly affected by the purple thunder wrapped around the basketball. His whole body twitched and he was turned into charcoal, then he was hit hard by the flying basketball. I'll go first, and I'll leave it to you guys to stop them from now on. After catching the rebounding basketball, Xiao Haizi pretended to be serious again and shouted loudly behind him. Then, without stopping any longer, it kicked its two little chicken legs and quickly retreated to another area. You damned chicken! You beat up our people and you still want to run away. Soon, the mermaid royal family genius who reacted became furious and wanted to chase after him immediately. But the ground beneath their feet soon began to shake. Don't run! If you let me catch you, you'll be in big trouble. Many geniuses of the demon clan who had chased him for several mountains were also brought here under the deliberate guidance of Xiao Haizi, and happened to run into the mermaid royal family. The mermaid royal family is originally an extremely special race, neither a demon race nor a human race. Naturally, these demon cultivators would not regard them as being on their side. Chapter 228, Two Sides Are Fighting. Can the sword cultivator draw talismans? Just as the two groups of people met inexplicably, they looked wary of each other and stared at each other. Xiao Haizi, who hadn't gotten far, deliberately cleared his throat and shouted in a sharp voice, "Stop them! Don't let them catch up to Big Brother." This cry was extremely misleading. This directly led to the mermaid royal family believing that Xiao Haizi was a member of the demon clan. But the people of the demon clan thought that Xiao Haizi was a member of the mermaid royal family, and the two groups misunderstood each other. Get out of the way, you damn stinking demon! If you dare to stand in our way, you will be killed without a burial place today. The leading demon clan genius had been teased by the little black guy until his eyes turned red during this period. Relying on the fact that he had many demon people behind him, he threatened the mermaid royal family as soon as he opened his mouth. The mermaid royal family always attaches great importance to their own bloodline. They believe that they are nobler than both humans and demons. Now nothing is clear. How could they tolerate being insulted and called a demon by the demon tribe for no apparent reason? What did you say? How dare you insult my noble mermaid royal family like this? I think you are courting death. The mermaid royal family's genius, who also had a rather bad temper, immediately flew into a rage and looked like he was about to attack. The little black guy hiding in the dark will not miss such a good opportunity. He cleared his throat again, and moved behind the group of demon geniuses without knowing when, disguised as one of them, and used the tactic of adding fuel to the fire again. I'm talking about you, a bunch of dead demons. Neither human nor demon, a defective hybrid, yet they still think they have noble blood. Ugh! They are all just inferior creatures. Sharp words accompanied by a sarcastic tone. The merman royal family members who were still hesitant and doubtful about the current situation were completely ignited with anger. F***K. Brothers, let's go. We're not just trying to save face, we're going to teach these guys a bloody lesson today. The irrational mermaid royal family has begun to take action. The other party's actions also angered the demon people on the other side. Humph! What the demon on my side said just now was right. They are just a bunch of inferior hybrids, yet they dare to act so presumptuously in front of us. Just start fighting, don't tell me we're afraid of you. Finally, with the help of Xiao Haizi's secret operation, these two waves of demons and demons were originally unrelated. Unable to suppress his anger any longer, he started a fight. Suddenly, the divine flame exploded, smoke flew, and roars were heard everywhere. A bunch of little trash, I can easily take them down. Looking at the two sides fighting each other, Xiao Haizi smiled knowingly. It's rare to find a demon as powerful and clever as me these days. That guy Xiaohan owes me a big favor. Xiao Haizi sighed, holding the basketball in his hand, facing the sun, leaving behind a confident and handsome back, hiding his achievements and fame. Except for these two areas. Similar wars are also breaking out in other areas of Pyomyo Fairy Island. The Blood Moon Demon sect and the genius of Feixian Tower who received orders from Xiaobingli attacked the Mermaid Royal Family and the Flame Dragon sect respectively. But everything happened so suddenly that the two major forces had no idea who had attacked them. the western desert of Pyomyao Fairy Island. Your Highness, Third Prince, I have already contacted Fenglingyan, the saintess of the Flame Dragon Heavenly Sect. She said she is bringing people here to join us in encircling and suppressing Su Chang'e. Just now, we suddenly lost contact with Fenglingyan. She still hasn't responded until now. I wonder if she changed her mind and stood us up on purpose. Listening to the report from his subordinates, Luo Xiaotian's face looked terribly ugly. It wasn't just Fenglingyan who inexplicably lost contact with them. It seems that the rest of their mermaid royal family has also had friction with other forces on Pyomyao Fairy Island and is currently engaged in battle with them, making it difficult for them to respond to his support. Damn it! Why are things going so wrong today? Luo Xiaotian growled, as if venting his anger in this way. Get ready, and head into the desert. I, Luo Xiaotian, a mermaid royal family, never take revenge overnight. If this guy dares to kill my people, he must die. Luo Xiaotian was too lazy to care about it anymore. Today, he must kill Guhan. After going deep into the desert, Guhan indeed saw many corpses of human cultivators. And the number is even greater than imagined. It seems that except Meng Xue and others, there were also other groups of human monks attracted by the news and came here to explore. However, they were discovered by the demon cultivators gathered here, and were all hunted down and died tragically here. Just as he was about to continue following the trail deeper, suddenly, he stopped as if he sensed something, and turned his head slightly to look behind him. Sure enough, the next moment a familiar voice sounded. Fellow Daos Chang'e, please stay. I have something important to tell you. The mermaid royal family is chasing you right now. They're also planning to join forces with the Flame Dragon sect to deal with you. Meng Xue, who was using all her strength to accelerate her journey, finally caught up with Guhan. He landed breathlessly in front of him. He told Guhan everything he had overheard. Guhan was not surprised by this and seemed very calm. He had already expected such a situation. It just happened faster than expected. Thank you very much. But I had anticipated this situation, and I am confident enough to handle it. As he spoke, he took out a few special talismans and handed them to Meng Xue. It will be very dangerous next, but they are coming for me and will not pay attention to you. You can use this talisman to leave here quickly. Meng Xue subconsciously took the talismans and immediately felt something was wrong. As a human cultivator, she had naturally come into contact with talismans. However, the talismans that Guhan gave her were completely different from the ones she had bought at a high price. The Tao rhyme contained in it is even more profound, and the power contained in it is even beyond her imagination. They are even much more powerful than ordinary talismans. The most important thing is that she also felt a familiar breath on it. This talisman was most likely drawn by Guhan himself. Did you draw this talisman yourself? Brother Chang'e, can you draw talismans? Even though I have guessed the reason. But Meng Xue still asked in some disbelief. You can't blame her for looking down on others. After all, it was mentioned that Guhan was disguised as Su Chang'e. Everyone thought of his outstanding swordsmanship talent, which was even stronger than that of some of the top sword masters. Such a powerful swordsman can actually draw talismans. How do you think other sword cultivators like her would feel? A little hobby in my spare time. Guhan chuckled, nothing to worry about. He certainly didn't deliberately learn how to draw talismans. These are things he had learned in his previous life. In this life, you don't need to study hard, as you have already mastered it. After all, he had learned a lot in the process of fighting against Yi Qingyun and many people from the protagonist camp during several reincarnations. After hearing these words, Meng Xue felt as if she was in a mess in the wind. How can you casually draw such a high-level talisman and call it a hobby? Chapter 229, The Soul Comparable to the Supreme Meet and Meeting an Acquaintance. Even a fool could see that the power contained in these talismans was extremely terrifying, and it was not even enough to deal with the top Daoha realm master's question. Brother Chang'e, this is too expensive, one is enough, I can't take the rest. Meng Xue is just from took out a magical talisman. decided to return all the remaining tickets to Guhan. It seems that Guhan must have spent a lot of effort to prepare these high-grade and powerful talismans. Don't be too greedy. No need, I actually have a talisman like this many. Crash. As Guhan raised his hand and swung it one after another, some were burning with scorching flames, some were filled with biting frost, or some were surrounded by purple clouds. A thunder talisman flew out from his sleeve. Arrange them one by one in the void and directly form a jaw-dropping wall of talismans. Meng Yingxue, who saw this scene, felt that her worldview was completely overturned at this moment. Each talisman is a high-grade talisman containing terrifying power. With so many different kinds of talismans, once they are all used up, even a strong man in the Supreme Realm would be in trouble. Moreover, engraving talismans consumes the power of the soul. Once there are too many talismans engraved, it will cause damage to the soul. The irreversible, terrible impact even indirectly affects the foundation of Taoism. Therefore, even if it is a talisman practitioner who specializes in the art of talismans, at most I can only carve about 20 talismans in a month. But here is Guhan, it is said that there are 200 or 300 of them. If you don't believe it, these are all saved by Guhan because talismans are consumables. Anyone who is a little smart won't try to save money on purpose, as that would be meaningless and stupid. Meng Yingxue shuddered subconsciously. I felt that my worldview was completely overturned at this moment. Carving 200 to 300 talismans a month, and they are extremely high-grade talismans. It's hard to imagine how powerful a soul this would require. I'm afraid that even ordinary supreme-level powerhouses cannot reach this level. The means above, there is much more to it than that. So no matter how big the crisis is, I have the confidence to handle it. Missing Xue, you can rest assured. Guhan smiled confidently. Okay then, Brother Chang'e, you must be careful. Hearing this, Meng Yingxue said nothing more and accepted Guhan's talisman. Originally he believed that Guhan saved his life. The one who was rescued, went in with him desert deep. Many do your part for it. But now it seems that I may to be a burden. It's better to leave first. After saying goodbye to Meng Yingxue, Guhan continued on his way. But soon, Guhan noticed something and took out the magic mask from his arms. Wear it. His entire appearance and aura suddenly changed, quickly converged, and soon merged with the void. He temporarily changed the direction of his travel. Towards direction is approaching quickly in stealth mode. Sure enough, he soon saw 3 shadow, one of them Shadow, or my old people. Brother Fan Yi, thank you for your help this time. This desert is too restrictive for me, person deep. I really don't know what to do. My brother is also reckless. If he was half as calm as you, Brother Fang Yi, I as your sister would feel more at ease. Luo Qinglian exhibition. A smile, pure temperament is intoxicating. It's just a small matter, Miss Qinglian, you don't have to be polite to me. Although I have only known Miss Qinglian for a short time, I know that you are a kind-hearted person. The mermaid royal family is definitely not a cruel race that kills innocent people. Instead, they are kind-hearted and generous. Such a simple and kind-hearted human race was killed by that cruel Su Chang'e. It is simply a sad and infuriating thing. As a human cultivator, I am so happy to be a human cultivator like Su Chang'e. Arrive shame and anger. Yi Qingyun, a righteous god, his voice full of righteousness. Now help the girl to kill this violent. It is my unshirkable responsibility to punish the unjust Su Chang'e. You don't have to be polite to me, girl. At the same time, Luo Qinglian is becoming more and more optimistic about her self-purpose. Yi Qingyun's the arc outlined by the corner becomes more and more obvious. However, Qing Lier, who had heard all these words, horn-twitch. I have never felt Yi Qingyun so disgusting as I do now. Anyone who has a little understanding of the history of the human race, you will know what kind of deep hatred exists between the human race and the mermaid royal family. Historically, not even they fought a fierce battle with this race. Now Yi Qingyun, this hypocritical guy, is helping an alien race to deal with his own compatriots. He still looks so righteous, it's really disgusting. Why didn't I see it before? Sight again. Xiang smiled very innocently. Beautiful Luo Qinglian. Cheng Lier frowned even more. Don't be fooled by this mermaid princess's innocent appearance. Li seems to be ignorant of the world. In fact, he is quite scheming and is a real Black Lotus. Not during this time in secret flow, very obvious hostility. Even to this human race contempt. Give it feels like looking down the human race. Total feel your own, his pulse is so noble that it is far superior to mine. It's just a stinky fish, how dare he show off in front of me. If Yi Qingyun wasn't here, most likely it's because started fighting with the other party. But Yi Qingyun, a man with a weird way of thinking, would not think so. He thinks these two tit for tat Chun is just jealous. Too, because I want to be alone with him. But he was indirectly hindered by another person who acted as a light bulb. That's why he acted like this and responded sharply, because he was filled with jealousy. Alright, we are all companions, don't be hostile to each other, just give me some face. Yi Qingyun is very practiced to be a middleman and from too. But from his deep pupils flow out, he obviously likes this sleep. He had even found a way to get rid of Jun Mashio, who had been following him for some time. After all, compared to two men and two, he prefers two a man was traveling with him. Chapter 230. Good collect all, let the protagonist bear the risk. TSK. The phantom mask Guhan, who had restrained his aura to the extreme, couldn't help but shake his head after seeing this scene. Generous. This dog drama, it's too bad, right? After all, he has memories of his past life. Only then would you know that an extraordinary opportunity would emerge in this area and come here in advance. Yi Qingyun didn't know anything because of various reasons. Difference came here by mistake. According to his past experience, the protagonist Yi Qingyun will definitely be affected by this unexpected incident. In the end, he gained all the benefits without any effort. After all, if he hadn't been in Qinglier in advance, planted its own mark on the should go to the other party's position, he really wouldn't know that Yi Qingyun had also come to this area inexplicably. If I fight with the powerful monsters inside, I will be trapped in the midst of fierce fighting. It was inevitable that Yi Qingyun would easily get what they wanted when he was fighting to the death with the powerful monsters of the Demon Clan. These two villains fought to the death like the Joker and were finally picked up by the protagonist. He doesn't want to be too all. Just at this moment, Guhan suddenly had an idea in his mind. In a flash, a good idea quickly came to my mind. Since Destiny wants to use the drama push, the effect allows the protagonist Yi Qingyun to obtain good. Then he might be able to use this incident to divert the trouble away. Lead all the reasons to Yi Qingyun go up. You will become the one who benefits from it. If the enemy can go there, I can go there too. Guhan, the corners are slightly tilted. In the phantom, under the influence of the appearance and aura, changed again. Soon his appearance and aura had completely changed into that of a completely different person. A disguise with Yi Qingyun, someone who looks exactly like Fang Yi. He already had a plan. After that, he will temporarily use the name Fang Yi. Fall with his strength, he quickly killed the monsters entrenched in the oasis. In this way, they can divert the blame and make them think that it was Yi Qingyun who did it. Look, what's more, Yi Qingyun and the mermaid princess have become a matchmaker and they have a pretty good relationship. Guhan, I can take this opportunity to make the monsters here and those chasing after me. A melee broke out among the group of mermaid royal family members who came after them. As long as his plan can go on, can not only give Yi Qingyun a great gift, it can also make yourself for the final winner. Easy access that ancient traces obtain the creation sect, the peerless sword embryo left behind. Good, take it all yourself. Risk all, give Yi Qingyun the protagonist a job people bear. This is what a villain should do. Guhan turned around, use force to go deep, quickly desert. The flying yellow sand became thinner and thinner. He could vaguely see a little green ahead, seems to be an oasis in the desert. Oasis deep, about broken, the traces stand tall even if full, the erosion of time also exudes the ancient spirit breath. And near that oasis the human monks more. Even some cruel, the demon race is feasting on the human cultivators. Although this scene is cruel, fishy. But Guhan was no longer surprised by this. Humans will occasionally, and even some monsters, use it as food. Demon like the demons, they also treat humans as food. There is no big difference between the two in essence, but it is to abide by the weak, the law of strong eating. Interesting, a few human bugs escaped earlier and now another human bug wants to take over. Run over here to die. Responsible for waiting outside the oasis to prevent accidents, the demon cultivator who appeared saw Guhan appearing in the wind and sand at a glance. A pair of fierce eyes flashed with playful hui as if to meet Guhan, who suddenly broke in here. He treated them as if they were the same as other human monks coming here specially to give them food and provide them with entertainment. I know this guy. A tiger-headed man. The demon tribe stood up. He is strong and sturdy. It is exaggerated to an unimaginable degree. The hair is like golden needles emitting a heart-pounding cold light. I've seen him in the ring competition. My cousin was defeated by this kid. Other demon cultivators immediately laughed in a mocking manner. This human kid is very confident that he has defeated your useless cousin. You can ignore the other people from my demon clan. Now a person is deeply here. He probably thinks that with our own strength we can never be his opponent. There is another covered with black scales. It seems a little like a dragon. The demon tribe also stood up. Afuku, can you give this kid to me? I just like to defeat a few useless people like this, just crush the inexplicably confident guy and watch him wailing in pain in the mud. You were too harsh. What if you killed this guy? The few people who played, it's all because you were too violent and impatient and you ruined it. Now finally a more durable toy has come. I can't give it to you. A group of demon monks completely ignored the Guhan who was nearby. With just these words, Guhan was already doomed to a tragic death. Guhan actually laughed at these demon cultivators. Turn a blind eye. He is now pretending the identity is Yi Qingyun. He and Guhan have half-money relationship? Let me meet this human boy. The tiger-headed man named Afu. The demon clan growled. The moment the last syllable of the word fell, the voice disappeared instantly. And the demon was urged to the extreme. The shape seemed to turn into a golden streak that cut through the void, thunder moving towards Guhan at a speed beyond cognition. Close. Tiger-headed man. The demon manhorn. A cruel smile appeared. He seemed to have seen Guhan being strangled by the neck and wailing and struggling in his hands. But then a scene beyond his cognition appeared. My vision suddenly blurred. Originally full of perfection, strength, suddenly no own control. This feeling is like the soul and separated from each other. Everything seems to no longer belong to oneself. That's it. The moment before consciousness completely disappears. He saw Guhan's indifferent face. And his arms were dismembered by some kind of sword energy body. Look at the perspective of other demon cultivators. The sudden scene was even more shocking visual impact. Their companions had just approached Guhan. The tiger claws haven't even been released yet to corner directly the cutting of some terrible sword energy. Fresh sore bone flying sideways. The limbs were chopped off. The body was divided. His head flew high with an expression of disbelief before death. Splash out of blending with the yellow sand and was shattered by the invisible sword energy and scattered in the wind. Chapter 231, One-sided crushing. The culprit is Yi Qingyun? The mocking and scornful expressions on the faces of the many demon cultivators froze completely in the next moment. 5. It is gradually becoming distorted due to excessive disbelief. Shake. You were so confident earlier. Then guess how long can you hold out under my sword? Guhan. A playful smile appeared on his face. Line immediately urged. The flow of time around me gradually slowed down. In Guhan's eyes, the flying yellow sand and all the scenes in front of him seemed to be slowed down slideshows frame by frame. He could even clearly see the under the crystal of gravel. The whole world is trapped at this moment in silence. Boom! Guhan's Xing completely disappeared from the spot and he took action. All the monsters within sight must die. A blew. The places where they passed left a trail of vague remnants film. The long sword was broken under the scorching sun, extraordinarily dazzling on. Guhan's figure was nowhere to be seen. Every time I can only see white suddenly flashed. Several demon monks on the same path directly first separation. But they're gods, but they were all unexpectedly consistent, all expressing disbelief and fear before death. Yan Ming. The demon monks who reacted, the demonic energy suddenly boiled and rolling waves of flames surrounded him, transformed into an indestructible wall of fire enveloping him completely. Swoosh. But it's just a sword flash by. The wall of fire condensed by this demon cultivator collapsed in an instant. Sword flash by. Guhan's the shadow has appeared in his back. There is no looking back. The figure disappeared again on the spot and rushed towards the next demon cultivator. The demon monk behind the two separated and fell to the ground with a thud. This is a completely one-sided massacre. With great the blessing of the force of quality. Guhan, the quality of aura, the degree of solidity has far surpassed that of people in the same realm. Not to mention his cultivation is not far from the supreme realm. These demon cultivators are difficult to deal with in the eyes of other human geniuses. To him they are no different from wild vegetables on the roadside. He can just pick up a sword and cut them. Previously these people were extremely confident and even treated Guhan as a toy, the demon monk. He was no match for Guhan and couldn't even block a single sword from him. Suddenly the fishy smell became more pungent. Splash of even dying an area of yellow sand red. Quick! Go find it, Lord Tianzi and Lord Anxiao. The remaining demon cultivators were all scared to death and their minds were completely broken. I didn't dare to get entangled with Guhan towards the oasis, escape madly. After killing the last demon monk nearby. Guhan to those who fled to the oasis, the demon monk. They are just a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp that are not worthy of being on the table. There is no need to chase them deliberately. Moreover, he couldn't kill them all, he also needed these guys to report information. Listen to me, you bastards. I will not change my surname or my given name. My name is Fang Yi. Next time I see you, I will make you sauce. Guhan even deliberately shouted a few times from behind. Quite a protagonist in the festival, fearing that the enemy would not know his name. Report the name. After all, these are just a few useless people and probably pose no threat to Yi Qingyun himself. What they said, the emperor and In Shao. They seem to be the geniuses of two powerful demon clans. As the leader of this group of monsters, he should be very powerful. Even if we cannot kill the protagonist Yi Qingyun, we can still make him suffer. Your Majesty, something bad has happened to Lord Anxiao. A human with extraordinary strength has arrived from outside. He killed nearly 8 of our brothers who were on guard duty outside. A demon monk was terrified, anxious to break an oasis deep one inside. Because of fear and anxiety, I even stuttered when I spoke, even speaking without thinking. Until a while. After listening to the report from the demon cultivator deep, only one voice came back, come. The human monks killed nearly 8 of us who were left outside. That voice was cold, suppressing some anger. You bunch of idiots. Boom. The rolling evil energy turned into a strong gale and gushed out. The demon monk who was responsible for the warning was rushed away and smashed hard against the stone wall and immediately spat out a large mouthful of fresh. Soon there was a sound of heavy footsteps. A young man with a terrifying aura shadow from the mountain deep walked out slowly. Personal, wearing a strange black dress robe, leather showing dark blue, exuding a weird cold breath. What is even more eye-catching is his eyes, which have scarlet vertical pupils. And there is a third one on his forehead, vertical pupils. The eyeballs are moving restlessly, looking around. He seemed to be taking in the surroundings. He is exactly what these demon clan geniuses are talking about, son of heaven. It is the top demon clan force in Beiming continent, the first successor of Shashan. His cultivation has already reached the 7th level of Daohua realm. Cooperate with the previous book's special magical powers. Looking at this group of among the demon cultivators of Pyomyo Fairy Island, his strength can be considered top-notch. Interesting in my impression, among the human geniuses on Pyomyo Fairy Island there are indeed a few with extremely terrifying strength. Could it be that one of them has arrived? If it were them, this matter it's a little troublesome. With another, a cold voice sounded. Deep, another demon man exuding a terrifying aura walked out. The most striking thing is that it grows on the black scales on it. It also has a tail covered with dark scales, like a dragon's tail. Jiaolon's top successor in Shao. The reason why so many demons gathered here was because of the two of them acting as the leaders and bringing them together. There is no other reason. Here they found the ancient clues to the trace. But because this is ancient, the traces are very deep and require a lot of manpower to dig. You mean that human monk is good at swordsmanship? Wearing a blue. And Shao confirmed again. Head seems a bit solemn. From your description, this guy might be the first successor of the heavenly sword sect Jinshen. If that's true, then this matter is a little troublesome. After all, in the news they received report, enter among the human geniuses on Pyomyo Fairy Island, the only one with terrifying talent in swordsmanship is Jinshen from the Tianjin sect. The demon monk who was in charge of reporting this spit out. He said again in pain, "That person should not be Jinshen. I heard from Ah Fu that he seems to be a casual cultivator. He said his name makes square leaves. If I meet you adults, I will definitely make you sauce." The data has not increased at all and has been falling. This platform is really interesting. The performance is not as good as before the promotion. The author is made to look like a clown and it's cracked. Chapter 232. The pot fell from the sky. The true words of the demon ancestor. How dare you? Son of heaven, but he got angry. Who is he? There are actually people who dare to threaten to make him sauce? He is so arrogant that you don't even take him seriously. Fong Yi. The dark sky is slightly sunk in meditation. They all know the top geniuses among the human cultivators. But I've never heard of the name of this fish. Sir, this person seems to be a dark horse. In the previous competition he defeated several outstanding geniuses of my demon clan. A demon with an orangutan head immediately explained, "The current strength may be stronger than we imagined. It is likely that he is an old man who likes to play the pig and eat the tiger human race. Times have changed. The demons are not stupid. They also know how to collect various reports to understand the human race. Only by knowing both yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. At the same time, I also learned that there was a kind of dog popular among the human race routine. Some humans are obviously very strong. But I like to disguise myself very weak, let the enemy relax their vigilance and then play the pig and eat the tiger. They also call this kind of people sixth brother. There was a period of time. Do they have any demon tribe? Tianjiao is planted in this. They were in the hands of the treacherous and cunning human race, which made the demon race very angry. It should be correct. The emperor and An Shao looked at each other and neither denied it. They were able to kill nearly 8 of their men who were left outside. Definitely possesses extremely terrifying strength. This person is worth their joint efforts to deal with. You stay here and guard while we will take people to meet that famous Fang years old. You dare to play the pig and eat the tiger in front of me. He threatened to make me. Well, I think he is looking for death. The emperor was extremely angry and immediately walked out of the mountain with several of his right-hand men, decided to meet Fong Yi. And Shao acts more cautiously. He also arranged some men to guard this place well. Because of their hard work in digging these days, the core hall of the creation sect, the gate has been dug out. Now they just need to find a way to fix the ancient. If you crack the system, you can enter this ancient, get a heaven-defying opportunity from the traces. In the dark sky, and after the emperor and the other 2 left. Certain dark corner. A demon monk who was responsible for acting as a guard at this moment. A playful smile appeared on his face. This demon is through the illusion. Demon face changed from appearance and power mix. Guhan here. Obviously his plan to divert the trouble to the east is very achievement. Hope Yi Qing Yun, this guy don't let me lose. Don't get beaten down just at the beginning. At the same time, Yi Qing Yun and the other 2 also arrived at the oasis where many demon cultivators had previously resided. This is. But at this moment I saw the demon tribe all over the ground. And completely a red desert. They were all somewhat shocked and confused. What exactly happened here? How come so many demon cultivators died tragically here? Moreover, upon closer inspection, these demon monks, the incision is very neat. Anyone who knows a little about swordsmanship only needs to take a glance to instantly understand that many monsters were killed with just one sword. This is because there are also some monsters among the demon clan. Such powerful beings were killed with one sword. It's hard to imagine how strong the person who made the move was. Could it be that was it Su Changa's guy who did it? After this guess emerged in his mind, Yi Qing Yun a change. Guhan disguised as Su Chang'e. His performance in the competition was extremely impressive. Even overshadowed him at one point. This made Yi Qing Yun a little bit unable to accept it at the time. Always myself the protagonist on the stage. But now it has been snatched away by a little-known Su Chang'e. How can he let it go? But now, seeing so many powerful monsters, they were suspected to have died tragically under the enemy's sword. Yi Qing Yun felt a little bit of retreat in his heart. I even felt a little regretful. I regret that I haven't figured it out yet. Condition. It was so hasty to agree to Luo Qinglian's request to fight against Su Changde. But before he could continue to regret, a voice mixed with terrifying demonic energy turned into waves of sound coming from the depths of the oasis spread out. "It's you, a damned human who dared to attack my people. You are so bold." The rolling dark evil spirit turned into a black cloud. It spread quickly like water. Led by the Son of Heaven, it was horribly dark and all three eyes were flashing with violence, cruel red. "He's the boss. That damned human kid killed many of our brothers." A demon monk pointing at Yi Qingyun, he shouted angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, "Include the emperor is the purpose of many demon monks all gathered together in Yi Qingyun's disguise. Fang Ye superior. Luo Qinglian and Cheng Liar the same fell on Yi Qinjian superior. But there is more doubt in their eyes, don't understand. Yi Qingyun is with we came together. During this period where did he find the time to kill so many geniuses of the demon clan?" As for Yi Qingyun himself, he was even more confused. Even subconsciously raised his hand. God, he pointed at himself uncertainly, his head full of question marks. Did he kill these demon people? How come he doesn't know it himself? We are really short-sighted. I didn't expect that there is such a dark horse hidden. I actually have something to do with Princess Qinglian of the Mermaid Royal Family set. If possible, I really don't want to be with you here, but you killed so many of my men. If you don't give me, it's very difficult for me. Soon the dragon and Shao also brought several of his men. Rui fell here, head slightly solemn towards Yi Qingyun and others. Yi Qingyun himself was even more confused. That the emperor gave him, it's already extremely dangerous. Now comes another one who is not weaker than many emperors, the demon monk. And also Yue had murderous intentions towards him. Isn't this just like a disaster coming from the sky while you are still at home? Did you guys make a mistake? My two companions and I had just arrived here when we saw this broken. It wasn't us who did it. Yi Qingyun pretended to be calm. You have no evidence. How can you slander someone's innocence? I can prove that. Luo Qinglian also advocates help. Explain. A Su Chang's human cultivator killed my people. I came here following the scent of the mermaid curse, intending to subdue him, to offer sacrifice to the spirits of our people in heaven. The death of your demon race has nothing to do with us. I don't even know Su Chang'e. Hearing this, Tianzi and Anxiao frowned slightly. To the few who had escaped from Gu Han's hands and brought back reports, subordinates. Several demon tribesmen quickly spoke up. Your Excellency, we saw clearly before that the man of Fang Yi, he brutally killed many of our brothers. And they just said that they didn't know Su Chang'e at all, so why would Su Chang'e pretend to be someone like that? A stranger, Fang Yi? See, the emperor and An Shao were still in deep thought. Several demon cultivators who had escaped death looked at each other and said through gritted teeth, if you have any doubts, we are willing to swear the true words of the demon ancestor. The true words of the demon ancestor. In fact, it is equivalent to an alternative oath to heaven. Chant the name of the demon ancestor, swear an oath, and ask the demon ancestor to be a witness. This is also the most common way used by their demon world and the most direct and thorough way to prove innocence. Chapter 233, Interfering with the Demon Ancestor's True Words. My words are the rules. Why bother? I think this guy did this on purpose to influence my judgment. Now that several demons have pointed out that he is the murderer, why do we need use the demon ancestor's true words to prove it? Always has a bad temper. The emperor doesn't bother to care about so many things. He grabbed with his big hand and the dark evil energy rose and fell in his hand, turning into a war spear. 3 scarlet vertical pupils stared at Yi Qingyun and others as if they were about to attack at the next moment. Wait a moment. But Dark Sky, his hand directly stopped, signaling, Your Majesty, please be patient. He has always been more cautious. I smelled an unusual flavor in this matter. Some even suspected that they might be being used by someone with ulterior motives. Luo Qinglian, you said you came here to look for the mermaid curse and to hunt down a casual cultivator named Su Chang'e, right? Is there any way to prove it? Luo Qinglian was slightly stunned, frowned and said, How can you ask me to prove this? Only people of my mermaid royal family can see the mermaid curse unless you become I am from the mermaid royal family. Hearing this, An Shao was silent for a moment. I know that if I want to get to the bottom of this matter, I can only use the true words of the demon ancestor. Several other demon cultivators quickly understood what Anxiao meant from his eyes. Without hesitation, he arranged the ceremony directly. They recited the ancient language of the demon clan, intending to ask the demon ancestor to verify that every word they said was true. At the same time, in a demon world far away in the ancient world. This world is shrouded in a layer of hazy evil spirit like white mist. This area is reflected, it's like a paradise on earth. At this moment, on a suspended glass divine island, sitting cross-legged was a man with 9 fox tails, most of which Xingdu in the hazy white fog film. Suddenly, with some kind of divine, the breath from the void return, open melt. This is absolutely Shadow. This is absolutely Aving suddenly opened his purple eyes, glass eyes. It was quiet for a while, deep eyes. This is when a glimmer of enlightenment emerged. I see. Akan, are you planning to do something bad? But Akan is a special case to me, so what's wrong with making an exception for him? My words are the rules. Su Lung Yue's 9 fox tail swayed, exuding a certain supreme and majestic atmosphere. Look out, the jade finger lightly tapped the void. Some strange and supreme power, ignoring the boundaries of space barriers, follows the invisible. The virus spread rapidly. The one who first proposed this true word of the demon ancestor was. The purpose is to concentrate most of the power of the demon world in their demon ancestors. It is not the so-called heaven's way. Generally, circumstances. The self-feedback of the demon ancestors mantra follows certain rules and established processes, and there is basically no possibility of failure. As the original proposer, have most of the ability to change and indirectly the authority to control the demon ancestors' true words. The meaning I just captured comes from Guhan's causal aura. So decide the hand directly changed the true words of the demon ancestor, this time quality. In a sense, this time the demon ancestor's true words were not the demon ancestor's true words, but the demon ancestor's false words. But the few demon cultivators who swore the true words of the demon ancestor did not know this and only cared about the final result. In the desert oasis, after confirming that his men were not lying, and also after getting the confirmation of the demon ancestor's true words, Dark Sky's face also thoroughly it sank. Oh no. Yi Qingyun and his group also noticed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Suddenly be alert and prepare to use your destiny to cope with the next possible scent. I told you not to waste your time. This guy pretended to be a pig and ate the tiger, causing our people to suffer such a big setback. I want to be an old man again. This is really treating us like idiots and making fun of us. The emperor was the most angry. His 3 eyes were so red that they seemed to be bleeding. The table is covered with a layer of red evil spirit. Luo Qinglian knows the worst. The situation has already happened. I just want to move out of the background continues to deter. Yi Qingyun took a step forward, as if he was angry but also as if he was not afraid of it. I've already told you this has nothing to do with me. But if you insist on looking for trouble, then I Fang Yi will accompany you to the end. As he spoke, Yi Qingyun's eyes he scanned all the demon cultivators present one by one. You are also considered to be prominent people in the demon tribe. With more, even if I win, what can I do? Do you dare to challenge me in a one-on-one duel? Interesting, let me try it. The emperor had already anger. After suppressing himself for a long time, he took a step forward without hesitation. The rolling evil spirit spread all over the sky and the surrounding environment was about became dark. Be careful, this guy is very powerful, don't underestimate him. And Shao gave a reminder. But he was not idle either. He also released a terrifying demonic aura to lock Qinglier and Luo Qinglian tightly, preventing them from they may strike suddenly. But his focus was on Luo Qinglian. As the second princess of the mermaid royal family, her strength is definitely extraordinary. Although the emperor looks arrogant on the surface, he is not careless at all. The first move is direct, unleash your peak strength. So many of his men were killed by this guy as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. This kid is definitely ridiculously strong and he must go all out. Zheng. On the other side, a clear sword sound was heard. The ancient sword was unsheathed and spun in the air. It fell into Yi Qingyun's hands with incredible accuracy. His entire aura changed as well, becoming sharper and more. Yan Mo steps on the sky. The three eyes of the emperor released terrifying red light at the same time evil spirit. His later a huge Dharma image that reached the sky and the earth appeared also holding a huge halberd in his hand. Cooperate with Son of Heaven, he made great movements and raised his hand to fiercely chop at Yi Qingyun below. This blow the emperor had no reservations. He even directly displayed the magical power that he was most proud of. In the shocking amid the roar of the earth, the demonic energy emitted by the halberd turned into a surging and boundless ocean that overturned Yi Qingyun below here under the terrible power, slightly suffocating. Isn't this right? According to normal drama develop, this guy shouldn't have fought him for a few rounds first. First test his level, then gradually improve from the power of? Why did you go all out on him right from the start? Yi Qingyun was a little panicked. Although his cultivation has reached the Daohua realm, but still with the emperor's cultivation level was several levels lower than his. Facing the opponent's top magical power, even if you fight with all your strength, still feel a little overwhelmed. Boom! Bang! There was a muffled sound amid the explosion. The next moment, everyone saw a shadow flew out from the smoke in a panic and hit it hard in the distance. In the desert a cloud of dust was raised. Far the smoke and dust raised. Just hit with all your strength. The emperor seemed a little confused. He even subconsciously looked at the halberd in his hand. With a spirit in my mind, the explosion made him Kikichi. It's as weak as a same. Chapter 234, everything was as expected, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. I have heard the description of Feng Yi from several demons who escaped death. He looked like he didn't care at all. But deep heart I have long been wary and alert. Every move is made with full strength. But unexpectedly the opponent did not show extremely powerful strength and could not even withstand one of his magical powers. The other side. Other demon cultivators who watched the entire scene. Especially those demon cultivators who escaped from Guhan and saved their lives. I was so shocked that I was dumbfounded and my worldview was slowly collapsing. Isn't this right? How feel like some of the products are not what they claim to be. Recalling the previous Feng Yi. Holding a long sword alone in an unmanned area, we killed them so badly that they were completely defeated and were no match for us. In front of the previous Feng Yi, they were like wild vegetables on the roadside and could be cut however he wanted. The feeling of falling into the abyss and being unable to escape death. Until now, when I think back on it, I let them unstoppable chills chestnut. But the Feng Yi in front of them was with 1 blow from the emperor, the person was thrown away like a dead dog. Are these 2 people definitely the same person? Are you sure it wasn't taken over by someone else? And Xiao was also a little dazed. Because from what his subordinates had described before, Feng Yi's strength was so powerful that he was a little afraid of it. He's even done it as soon as the emperor was at a disadvantage. He would directly call on others to rush forward and besiege him to death without any moral principles. But the result was far beyond his expectations. He glared at his men with some resentment. What kind of useless people did I hire? Subordinate? What a bunch of rubbish. I'll deal with you bunch of idiots later. Can't even deal with such a garbage human race. Humph. Your cultivation is already several levels higher than mine. At this time Yi Qingyun had also crawled out of the sand pit he had created. Go angular trace. Yi Qingyun got somewhere dissatisfied and shouted, if you just like me, it's not certain who will win or lose. Do you dare? After you have mastered your skills you can compete with me in a match. I your mother. Always be vigilant. The emperor felt that he had been completely fooled and was completely filled with anger. If he hadn't been misled by his own men. Such a piece of trash, he could kill him instantly right at the start. Why would he waste so much time on him? Now he has to let him improve your cultivation and fight him again. You really think he is doing charity? Boom! Evil spirit hair. The emperor disappeared on the spot and attacked again with a spear in hand. Yi Qingyun noodles ugly. The little white snake can no longer attack. At that time Guhan killed the first. After that he was already too weak to fell into deep sleep. Bai Lao was also in the previous. The losses in the Battle of Tsukishima were huge. At most it can only be with the Emperor was entangled and unable to kill the descendant of this top demon force. The power of the Emperor was so great that he shouldn't be able to catch it. He was swept away by the halberd. The Emperor himself is also extremely fast. A big hand reached out and grabbed Yi Qingyun's. The force was so strong that it was about to break his bones. Broken. Break the waves. Yi Qingyun noodles. The dark sword in his hand suddenly had a sharp sword energy wrapped around it, and it went straight to the Emperor's chop down. However, the long sword he slashed out originally cannot reach the Emperor's. Turn out to be the Emperor's. There is a black layer on the surface. The demonic energy condenses. The barrier directly withstood Yi Qingyun's attack. His sword energy could only barely break through some of the demonic energy, but it was completely cannot reach the Emperor's. But he also angered Son of Heaven. The Emperor pinched he grabbed his throat, pinned him down, and threw him hard into the desert beneath his feet. Boom! The sand sea exploded directly, and the flying gravel turned into a sandstorm radiating in all directions. Spread. The Emperor wanted to stab Yi Qingyun to death with a single halberd. But Yi Qingyun suddenly had a strange hue's beads. It started to become unreal. It seems that they want to. The Emperor distanced himself. Where are you running to? The Emperor shouted, swung the halberd in his hand, and fiercely attacked a certain shot in the direction. There was only a muffled thud. Preliminary, the shaped Yi Qingyun was hit on the buttocks by a halberd. He flew out backwards in an extremely humiliating manner. Faced the ground, farted, stuck up high. How embarrassing the posture must be. King Lear, I couldn't help but take 2.5 steps back. He slightly distanced himself from Yi Qingyun. After all, he was a well-known monk. It was too embarrassing to be beaten in such a humiliating way. But all were beaten. Even now he is not dead yet. Only corner flow. There is something there too. It's just a week you can be beaten by such a human monk. This is really a disgrace to my demon clan. Several demon monks who had escaped death heard the Emperor's reprimands are all a bit embarrassing. He lowered his head in an ugly way. His heart was also filled with murderous intent towards Yi Qingyun. Damn, you just acted so strong. Now it's rubbish and weak. Same, this is deliberately acting like them, right? No need to waste any more time. And Shao really couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Waved his hand, and the next few subordinates ordered, come together and kill them all. Qinglian, Lear, hurry up. I'll hold them back. Yi Qingyun reacted and shouted loudly. Yi Qingyun is very smart. Until now he still wanted to show his grace and retreat in order to advance. Luo Qinglian is quite capable, and she is also the second princess of the mermaid royal family. Plus they have some good set. I will definitely not watch myself get into trouble. Sure enough, after hearing these words, Luo Qinglian reacted and suddenly became extremely angry. As I said before, I didn't attack you in the first place. You are now beating my people, so aggressive people. This is really too much. Luo Qinglian took a step forward and stood in front of Yi Qingyun. With me here you can't attack him. As a mermaid princess under the sea, although she hates humans, she has also seen human sketchbook. Yi Qingyun's behavior just now was like a knight in deep danger, but he still tried to protect the princess he wanted to protect at all costs. Such action let some, or even secretly feeling, he would never watch Yi Qingyun die in front of him. At the same time, although it's deep, but through Qinglier's real-time feedback report, Guhan also told the outside world about understand it clearly. The corners are slightly raised. An expected arc. He had long known that Yi Qingyun had already established a connection with Luo Qinglian. Therefore he deliberately planned to do this to Yi Qingyun. Luo Qinglian just dared to stand up for Yi Qingyun. Thing of the quality will change directly. Eventually it evolved into a fight between the demon clan and the mermaid royal family collide. It can also make Yi Qingyun vomit, and can use the hands of the demon clan to easily restrict the mermaid royal family. It can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Hope don't let me lose. A light chuckle. Guhan's the shadow quickly disappeared. Shadow depth. The third update is here. If you can't start writing, then don't start writing. We cannot let those who have supported this work until now fail. Chapter 235, all the people from the demon world were beaten up. Brain King. Seeing this scene, the face of the emperor and others suddenly became sync. Although they are a little afraid of the mermaid royal family. But a mere princess of the mermaid royal family was not enough to scare them away. And Xiao also decided to take action at this moment. The evil spirit is rising. He stared at Luo Qinglian coldly. Since you also want to die, then I will all you. Don't care what is the truth? There is definitely something strange about Yi Qingyun. In order to avoid any further trouble, it is better to kill him as soon as possible. At this moment, several more auras spread from the horizon. Royal sister. Luo Xiaotian had just brought a group of geniuses from the Merman clan and rushed here following the scent of the mermaid curse. I saw that I was trapped at this moment. A group of demon monks surrounded Luo Qinglian. This made him feel a little strange. Why did my royal sister get into conflict with the demon cultivators out of nowhere? But Tianzi and Anxiao obviously misunderstood Luo Xiaotian's purpose. I thought Luo Qinglian had deliberately called him over to give her support. You killed so many of us and now you want to leave? No way. Kill them. Exist under the emperor's roar. The other many demon cultivators were suddenly awakened. Suddenly fierce, the demonic energy was boiling and it rushed towards Yi Qingyun and others, as well as the mermaid royal family who had just arrived here and had no idea the truth. Yi Qingyun in particular was given special care. You want to play the pig and eat the tiger, right? Today I will teach you something. Be a brutal beating from the demon world. A large group of demon monks holding various magic weapons rushed towards Yi Qingyun. Brothers, come together and kill this human elder first. The melee suddenly hair. Especially the mermaid royal genius who had just arrived in this area. Even what I didn't understand it clearly, and I was forced to in this brutal melee. At the same time. Suddenly from the mountain, the huge quiet. Even if Qing Lier didn't report it deliberately. He knew that his plan to divert the trouble to the east was very achievement. The demon clan's genius, not only the culprit, was attributed to Yi Qingyun's superior. Because of Luo Qinglian, a fierce battle broke out between him and the mermaid royal family genius who came later collide. He withdrew his thoughts, and as he pinched the right hand of a genius from the demon clan and exerted a little force, he heard a sound of bone breaking with a crack. Quilt the Emperor and Xiao deliberately stayed here to prevent any unexpected appearances of the demon race geniuses, but he easily eliminated them without causing any trouble. Kill all the quiet ones. Just to be on the safe side. Guhan also specially several talismans were buried at the mouth. There are sealing talismans and various attack talismans. He won't bet everything on Yi Qingyun, of course you have to keep some backup plans. Next we just need to find a way to remove the special system you can creation sect the core area of the trail. After whispering, Guhan placed his hand on the huge stone gate and controlled his breath to quickly spread to the entire stone gate. Use the special power you possess to forcibly break the ancient system. Anyway, after reincarnation several times, he knows a little bit about everything. This naturally includes breaking the method of making it. It took a little while. With the last, the pattern is completely extinguished. The sealed stone door completely lost its original sealing ability and slowly opened to both sides with a dull rumbling sound. Sister! What on earth is going on? Why are you with a human being, and why are you in conflict with such a large group of demon cultivators? Luo Xiaotian urged magical weapon Dark Skies attack. While loudly questioning his sister Luo Qinglian, and the main purpose of this group of demon cultivators seems to be just to kill that human. Fighting in this arid desert is extremely disadvantageous to us. Royal sister! Hurry up and throw that human boy out. Maybe we can calm down the conflict with these demon cultivators. No. However, Luo Qinglian rejected her brother's proposal without even thinking about it. Fang Yi is a very good human cultivator. The human races we arrive at are all different. Besides, he has done me a favor and came to this desert to help us kill Su Chang'e. I can't abandon him. Although the relationship between us mermaids and humans has always been bad, I can't leave my savior here. If you want to abandon him, then kill me first. As she spoke, Luo Qinglian, while the seriously injured Yi Qingyun was protected back. At all costs, given by the father's special treasure condensing a surging, the blue sea forcibly blocked the attacks of one powerful demon after another. At the same time, the appearance of this blue sea also brings some magical effects. The desert began to become run. Due to environmental restrictions, strength arrived. The mermaid royal family genius. The strength is gradually recovering. Royal sister Yu. Luo Xiaotian was immediately furious when he saw this scene. That was an important magic weapon bestowed upon Luo Qinglian by his father. Can only be used twice. Can temporarily change of the local environment, turned it into a vast ocean in a short time. In this vast ocean, the strength of their mermaid royal family will be qualitatively improved. But now, just for an insignificant human race, such a precious opportunity has been used up. This is not proper idiocy brain behavior? But even with the blessing of this vast ocean, the mermaid royal family was also in a one-sided situation under the siege of many demon cultivators. It won't be long before the entire army is wiped out. Luo Xiao Tianmian, it's getting uglier and uglier. For a dispensable human race, his sister is so stupid that she disregards her own life. We can't stay here for long. Don't continue to fight these guys, find a way to break out. Luo Xiaotian helped to give orders and didn't want to continue the fight. Today he was extremely frustrated. First, he was stood up by someone from the Yanlong Tianzong. The rest of the mermaid royal family were attacked by monks from an unknown force. Now, because of this, sister brain was rolled in a dispute among the demon tribe. It was like 8 lifetimes of reverse mold. The hunt for Su Chang'e, he will let it go first. Wait for this matter. He would first try to find a way to get rid of this person who dared to deceive his sister. Kill the human race first. Chapter 236, Su Chang'e is the senior brother? The other side. Misty Fairy Island in the mountains. Boom boom. Soaring into the sky, red spider lily wave engulfed a huge fire. Then there was a bang, exploded, spreading a scarlet storm. Puff. At the same time, a broken shadow mouth fresh, the whole person flew out like a kite with its string cut and slammed into the distant on the ground. It is the Holy One of Yanlong Tianzong, Flame Spirit. He was also the last survivor among the group of people from the Yanlong Tianzong who planned to attack Guhan. Now full wound, his breath was weak like a candle in the wind, ready to go out at any time. Wait a minute. Seeing Han Mangyao walking towards him slowly with a sickle in hand, he felt a huge crisis of death and despair. It suddenly came to my mind. Regardless of the painful and exhausted, he begged for mercy. I don't know that Su Chang'e and you, it's about the Moon Demon sect. If I had known, I would never have brought anyone to hunt him. Can you? Phew. No, wait, finish your words. The pitch-black sickle in Han Mengyao's hand had already drawn an arc in the air. Fresh Splash Yenling still had a look of deep disbelief. His head has already flown high into the air. If you know the adults, not only will you not regret your behavior, it will only bring more people to round up the adults. Coldly retracting the sickle, Han Mangyao ordered the rest of the people to start cleaning up the battlefield. Soon it was as if he had thought of something. He asked, "The rest of the people are suppressing the Fish King clan and the Flame Dragon sect. How's the situation?" Upon hearing this of the Moon Demon sects, Tianjiao stepped forward and reporting to the sect master the other demons and demons by. Moreover, it is said that the genius of Feixian Tower also participated in this encirclement and suppression. Our encirclement plan went more smoothly than expected. Feixian Tower. Han Mangyao was slightly stunned. He also knows his own adult's situation. I also know the god of Feixian Tower, and has an obsession with his own adults that is beyond imagination. I guess I learned about this specifically ordering someone to do it. The battlefield was completely cleaned up, and soon after Han Mangyao and his group left. Deep jungle, but there was another rustling sound. 2 shadows came hand in hand. These 2 people are Bai Ji and Lu Ruyan. Even though the area has been deliberately cleared, but the residue in the air, the fishy smell, is still very strong. It seems that there are other people who are secretly helping me. Our actions, it's just a waste of time. Lu Ruyan, bitter self-mockery. In progress before exploring Pyomyo Fairy Island. Our master sent a message. Tell the casual cultivator named Su Chang'e is suspected to be our senior brother. Guhan pretended to be. The mermaid royal family issued a hunting order. Also, we have heard something. I also learned that Yanlong Tianzong also wanted to enough of this matter. maybe out of guilt. Or maybe it's out of a desire to atone for one's sins. We want to take action to deal with the people from Yanlong Tianzong and solve some troubles for our senior brother. But obviously it's not necessary, we have already solved all of this. Well, since these people have been dealt with, there is nothing for us to do. Let's explore Piaomiao Fairy Island first and then continue to look for the trace of that damn guy Yi Qingyun. While speaking, Baiji took out a piece of ice crystal from her bosom, the jade talisman. The jade talisman emits a faint glow. There is some kind of strange smell rising and falling and buzzing in it. This is a gift from Mu Binghuan, our special treasure. Previously in Tsukishima made his move. Although because of Nangang Wanner's strength hand, Yi Qingyun was not killed completely. But through some special methods Yi Qingyun planted his own signature aura. This one, the aura of the mark, is too thin and cannot last long. But it's enough to help Baiji, and the other two are entering during the period on Piaomiao Fairy Island. Yi Qingyun's location was roughly tracked. After determining a direction through the jade talisman in his hand, along with Baiji and Lu Ruyan, the shadow disappears. But there is another shadow from a come out from the dark corner. This person is actually Linghu Xiao from the Hahuan demon sect. He had previously been hiding the breath following Baiji back. He originally wanted to wait for a two-person trap life and death crisis, can you save the day, then win Baiji, and the two admired each other. I never thought difference, I heard this by mistake. I see that Su Changas is the senior brother of these two people. Linghu Xiao, eyes flashing. The story of Su Changa transformed by Guhan killing Chao Yan with one sword had long been circulated among these geniuses. It makes countless people fear and be terrified. But so what? As the top genius of the Hahuan demon sect, he is confident enough in his own strength. The other side. Taking advantage of the fierce battle between the mermaid royal family and a group of geniuses from the demon clan. Guhan is already deep, the creation sect deep. Walking along the corridor, he came to an extremely empty hall. This place is like an underground world carved out by humans. No unlike the ancient buildings of this era, which stand tall and majestic. Except for a thick layer of dust covering the surface, the appearance of each building is extremely intact and without any damage. Although he wanted to explore here carefully. But as long as the mermaid royal family is not stupid, they will not stay here and continue to fight the demon clan genius to death. They will try their best to quickly sleepy. He didn't have much time to explore. Although he could directly kill all the geniuses of the demon clan here. But now he has the success brought disaster to Yi Qingyun's superior. If all these monsters were killed, it would be tantamount to indirectly solving Yi Qingyun's troubles. This isn't what a villain should do. Buzz. A special mark appeared between Guhan's eyebrows. Threads of gold Huiru ripples appeared like water, spreading rapidly in all directions. Although his cultivation has not yet reached the Supreme Realm, his soul level is no weaker than some ordinary Supreme Realm powerhouses. Under the influence of his spiritual power, he soon sensed something strange. Without any hesitation, he quickly moved towards one of the halls. Heavy door closed, a special key is required to open it. In addition, the material used to forge the gate is extremely special, so it is not easy to open it directly with brute force. But Guhan didn't care about that. He took a step forward and his aura had already reached its peak. He at the same time an illusory image appeared, and as they worked together and punched the stone gate hard. Chapter 237, The Sword Embryo Reshaping the Sword Body. Boom! The fist shone with light and the huge force hit the entire hall, causing it to shake. Here, under the impact of terrible force, the closed stone door could not bear the weight and countless shocking spiderweb. Then it instantly shattered, a ground full of rubble. Ignoring the flying dust, Guhan stepped forward in. His radical and reckless behavior also the palace some kind of system. In an instant all the long swords hanging above the hall like an inverted galaxy fell down. As if given life by some force, it swept through the air and gathered a torrent of ancient swords swept towards Guhan in layers. Guhan did not dodge or evade but took another step forward. Sword energy rose into the sky as he waved his sleeves. Boom! With him as the center, a more powerful torrent of sword energy. Suddenly he launched an attack and defeated the red stream of ancient swords that was attacking him layer by layer like a tidal wave. The ancient sword fragments floating in the sky are like a misty rain in the human world. But it cannot reach Guhan in it, not even a shadow. These ancient swords were all forged by former powerful men of the creation sect. Even after countless epochs they are still exceptionally sharp. Even if it is broken, fragments can also easily cut the monk's souls. So many fragments fell like a rainstorm. I am afraid that even a supreme master would be chopped into pieces by these fragments, a piece of broken. But what can Guhan do now? Very strong. Even if it happens, it won't have much impact on him. Keep going. Guhan encountered several bronze puppets made of unknown materials. With super combat power and top, he was like a bolt of lightning that cut through the long night extremely fast and with great destructive power. After easily defeating the last puppet, Guhan finally came to the deepest part of the hall. There was a bronze box placed in the center of the hall. The countless inscriptions engraved on its surface exuded an ancient divine aura, the rhyme of Tao. Use your cultivation to push the bronze box open. Soon he saw that the most conspicuous part of the bronze box contained a long sword-shaped object with a strange hue special. This is the creation sect, a sword embryo that was created by an ancient powerful man using all his life's energy. Guhan's eyes flow a rare joy. Finally found it. The sword spirit that can give him the Baishao sword carries the most complete sword body. The Baishao sword was originally made by Mu Bailing. He and Mu Bailing have severed all ties and he won't want the Baishao sword either. However, the Baishao sword is only the body of the sword. The sword spirit within it was nurtured after countless days and nights and countless hardships. The Baishao sword has a spirit. It is not his own. There is a spirit, but it is the sword spirit he gave birth to. Self-destruction for a sword spirit that has been parasitic on a sword for many years. It is almost a destruction, the blow. It is also very difficult to parasitize another sword without a sword spirit. Even he, the sword holder, needs to burn a part of his essence to help the sword spirit in order to complete its new birth ceremony. Although consuming the origin and the like will affect the foundation of the Tao. But Guhan was not afraid. The spirit of the Baishao sword was at Baiyu Peak at that time. It shattered the sword body without any hesitation and cut off the past for him. As the master, why couldn't he consume some of his essence to help his old friend regain new life? You helped me get a new life, now it's my turn to help you. Guhan took out the jade pendant that contained the Baishao sword spirit and placed it on the sword embryo. That special jade pendant is receiving to the moment when the sword embryo of the world is transmitted. At once, under the influence of some special force, it was like being stuck in a quagmire, gradually sinking into the sword embryo. Already sunk, the half-broken jade pendant began to flicker at the bottom of the lake. Guhan, knowing the message from Baishao sword spirit Obo. There are worries, fears and anxieties. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Guhan placed his right hand on the sword embryo, his voice warm. At the same time, some strange power spread from his palms, enveloping the sword embryo and jade pendant. Guhan took action. He directly consumed his own original power, forcefully intervened and making a sword embryo. Everything in the world has an instinct. The blade spirit and the sword are actually puzzle pieces of each other. In the traditional sense, it is the sword spirit that controls the sword. But there will be some special situation occurs. For example, a sword spirit cannot control a sword that is too powerful and ends up being controlled by the sword instead. This sword embryo, handed down from generation to generation, created by a powerful person from the creation sect, is extraordinary. If placed in the outside world, it would definitely be a divine weapon. The Baishao sword spirit wanted to merge with such a peerless divine sword, and you have to fully control it and treat it as your new. The difficulty is far beyond imagination. Boom! An indescribable and terrifying sword energy suddenly emerged from the sword embryo. Send out. Fortunately, this sword embryo has not yet been fully crafted sword. Otherwise, sort of shape, the sword energy emitted by him is probably too much for him now, can't control it. The burning of the source power quickly hit Guhan. The surface was covered with a layer of brilliant golden flame, blocking most of the sword energy. His original power quickly invaded sword embryo, helped by Baishao sword spirit further integrate and master the sword embryo. Just as Guhan started at the same time. The war between the mermaid royal family and the demon clan in the outside world has reached its final stage of white-hot battle. Don't let that brat Fawn Yi get away. He has killed so many of our demons today, he must die here. Many monsters had been blinded by bloodthirsty desire and rushed towards Yi Qingyun one after another. You guys are sick. I told you I was just passing by. I have never killed anyone from your demon clan. Yi Qingyun was very aggrieved. If you really don't believe me, I can swear an oath to heaven to prove my innocence. The true words of the demon ancestor you set before it's not allowed at all. You damned human kid are looking for death. Who is my demon world's true ancestor? How could I commit such a fraud? But Yi Qingyun's words angered the demon cultivators even more. At this point you still dare to speak without thinking and question my true ancestor of the demon world. You deserve to die. More demon cultivators had bloodshot eyes and rushed towards Yi Qingyun. This also makes in him Luo Qinglian, who was nearby, was also affected. Even if there was the most precious treasure of the Merman clan, it could not withstand the siege of so many powerful monsters. Royal sister. This group of demons are all coming for this human boy. Throw him away and we can successful breakthrough. Luo Xiaotian earnestly advised Royal sister, you can't let so many of our people die tragically here just because of a human boy. If Luo Qinglian wasn't her sister, why would he waste so much time here? I would have rushed over directly and set Yi Qingyun on fire first. The guy was thrown out. Luo Qinglian eyes flashing, gnawing teeth. Obviously there are already some shake. Even though he knew that Yi Qingyun was most likely framed. But under the crazy attack of so many demon monks. Also I can't bear it at all, and there is a high probability that I will even die here. Qinglian, please go. It is indeed me who has held you back this time. I'll distract them. You guys take this opportunity to escape. Yi Qingyun seemed to have seen through Luo Qinglian's decision and decided to retreat in order to advance. He is not a fool. If Luo Qinglian cruelly abandons me at this time, I will definitely die. In this way maybe Luo Qinglian can quickly calm down. Chapter 238, Diverting the Trouble. Gong got on the pirate ship for no reason. Sure enough, these words immediately had a good effect. Luo Qinglian's eyes immediately became firm and she refused directly. No. You originally wanted to help me kill Su Chang'e, that cruel human cultivator. I was the one who dragged you into this. How can I just leave you here and not care about you? Let's go together. Hearing this, Luo Xiaotian almost vomited. At this time his sister is still brain. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Yi Qingyun was trying to curry favor with his sister under the pretext of killing Su Chang'e to help the mermaid royal family take revenge. What is the existence of their mermaid royal family? To hunt down a human cultivator, do you need the help of another human cultivator? This guy just wanted to come here to play around and win the favor of his sister, that's it. But my own sister is still so self-centered, looks like. It almost drove him crazy. In fact, it's not just Luo Xiaotian. Qing Lier was standing by and saw the whole scene. I don't know why, but I was inexplicably angry and my scalp was tingling. I even want to stab these two guys in the back and give each of them a sword. What is it now? Condition? They are suffering, besieged by countless powerful demons. Yi Qingyun and Luo Qinglian look like they have a serious illness. On the battlefield they pushed and shoved each other, and they were deeply look at each other and play a dog of drama. This simply makes all the bumps were all over the floor. The demon cultivators, who were also infuriated by this scene, were also burning with anger. This is damn dog, man. Really treat them as it's the background board. How dare you put on a dog show in front of them? Play. Boom. In the next moment the oasis is deep. Suddenly there is a dazzling, the column rises into the sky. Huge. The silence caused both parties to be temporarily trapped, solidified, visible to all, stiff subconsciously towards the same direction. Go. That's. Dark Sky was the first to react, suddenly changed, trace the direction of the mouth. Oh no. Some bastards took advantage of me and others to fierce fighting, diving. It's among the traces. They spent so much effort to gather so many demon monks just to bury the creation sect, dig out the traces. They only need one last step to get it, harvest the fruit. But inexplicably someone got there first. How can they accept this? Creation sect trace. The brilliant sword energy passed through the last. After the outbreak it gradually calmed down. The glazed sword embryo in Guhan's hand also became completely quiet. Obviously, he was willing to consume his original power, is not without value. Already the skill helped the Bai Xiao sword spirit to control the sword embryo. But because the sword embryo has not yet been completely type, the Bai Xiao sword spirit needs to sleep for a while. In this process, through the power completely nurtures the sword embryo illusion, a real magic weapon. In the end, the biggest purpose of this trip. Adhering to the principle of since you are already here, just pack up everything and take it away. Guhan did not hesitate at all, used the line word he bing. Line it can greatly improve his shape speed, helping him explore the entire film in the fastest time trace. Soldier law of the world. The countless special magic weapons created by the powerful men of the creation sector, all in the word bing, under the special effect of the it resonated with Guhan and was absorbed by him without any effort in the bag. He is very fast. All the valuable treasures of the entire creation sect, he accepted all the opportunities and chances without reservation in the bag. I can't use it myself, but I can take it back to my two sects, right? The leaders of these two major sects are really for the development of the sects heartbroken. Exist use line characters before evacuation. Guhan Huan heartfelt use special powers to amplify your voice several times, ensuring that it is heard far away. Everyone outside the trace can hear it clearly. Brother Fong Yi. The plan is very achievement. Treasure already got them all. You guys retreat quickly, don't continue to entangle. We will meet at the agreed location later and divide the treasure equally. After leaving this sentence, Guhan wrote, urged to the extreme, I didn't let anyone see him clearly, opportunities to shape. The whole person has disappeared into the horizon. But his echo still resounds in the silent world. Yi Qingyun was a little confused, and countless question marks suddenly appeared above his head. What condition? When is he? Are you the accomplice of that boy? Evenly split the treasure? How come he himself didn't know anything about this? Damn it! We really got this. The dangerous human tribes plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. React, son of heaven, suddenly furious, the breath is trapped runaway state. He raised his halberd and pointed it at Yi Qingyun and the others. These guys are just stalling for time with me so that their accomplices can get their first a chance to trace. We were all fooled by that damn guy. Always the usually common Xiao was also completely furious at this moment and even somewhat lost his mind. For this chance has worked hard for so long. Now that someone has taken advantage of him for no apparent reason, how could he not be angry? But the one who felt the most aggrieved was Yi Qingyun. First, he was inexplicably accused of killing a demon and was severely beaten by the demon cultivators. Now people are going throw dirty water on for a scapegoat. That person is so vicious. Yi Qingyun's eyes were somewhat dark and he almost spurted out. Slander. This is slander. Yi Qingyun came back to his senses and shouted, I don't even know that guy. You don't know him? How could that person know your name? The opportunity I'm waiting for come out. Tianzi and Anxiao didn't bother to care about so many things. They had already completely regarded Yi Qingyun and others as Guhan's accomplices. Taking the opportunity to seize the monster is like killing the monster's parents. Bite. It was detected that the master had taken away the opportunity and made the protagonist Yi Qingyun take the risk, be the scapegoat, conform to the villain behavior and receive 3,000 villain points as a reward. Guhan, who had already run far away, heard the sudden system broadcast. The corners are slightly tilted. Although he can still take advantage of do something. But this move, it's not a wise choice. Let's not talk about Yi Qingyun first. Is there any hidden unknown cards? Already preliminary for Luo Qinglian, who is in a good mind, will definitely fight to the death to protect Yi Qingyun. There are too many variables and it is not worth it for him to continue taking action. Moreover, the system requires a sign-in and punch-in for the Pyomyo Immortal Mansion, and Yi Qingyun is also needed. Ask someone to help him look for it. Next, we should look for clues to the creation pond. Guhan gathered his thoughts and quickly thought of the next thing he needed to do. This was what he had promised Hua Jieyu a long time ago. Promise someone something, of course we cannot break our promise. Chapter 239, Between the Lord Collide. The Azure Holy Pool. This is also a part of Pyomyo Fairy Island, a great opportunity. The water of the azure holy pond absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth while full of special spirit. The monks and the living beings are immersed in it. It has the effect of cleansing the meridians and marrow and improving the potential for spiritual practice. However, everything has its pros and cons. The longer one stays in the Tianqing holy pool, the more easily the water will corrode and even directly affect the souls of cultivators. At the least, one will be in a state of confusion. At the worst, one's soul will be completely wiped out and one will completely become an empty shell. Only those with strong will and faith in Taoism can soak in the azure holy pool for a long time. But there are also a monk with unrealistic ambitions. I always feel that my heart and will are firm and I go deeper into the azure holy pond, sneak away. As a result, his soul was wiped out and he was reduced to a shell-deep azure holy pool. And at this moment, in the center of the Tianqing holy pool, there are two. None of the shadows are willing to give in to the other, as if they are competing with each other. These two shadows are its outrageous sun. One person, the magnificent imperial palace. One person wearing colorful snow. Temperaments are different. At this moment, the two of them were actually sitting cross-legged on the surface of the azure holy pond. The following seems to be God power lift guarantee: they don't sink pool depth. Meanwhile, deep in the pool, a certain ancient charm attracted by a strange force transformed into starlight rising from the pool water, merging into that woof. Exist we after that there is splendor weaving the law of vision emerges. Palace sun, there is a dragon behind shadow dance releasing bursts of auspicious white sun. There is a huge doors emerge. 6. The vortex flows slowly like a star vortex. The two great laws are different from each other. They complement each other and seem to be in a tit-for-tat posture. You are truly gifted. You are one of the most gifted geniuses I have ever seen in my life. Nangong Waner slowly opened her eyes with appreciation in the eyes not far away. Chu Wei. As the Taihua immortal dynasty pet the princess who will rule the immortal dynasty and the future emperor. Like to get acquainted with various geniuses and expand your connections. If you can hope, can Chu Vera Taihua immortal dynasty. As long as the other party is willing, even seal one companion left and right, jointly govern the country of Taihua immortal dynasty. Taihua immortal dynasty. Nangong Waner, may I know your name? Nangong Waner said in a gentle voice. It's easy to get close to. Chu Wei slowly opened her eyes. The whole person's temperament suddenly changed and instantly gave people a cold and aloof feeling. You don't have to introduce yourself, I know you. Nangong Waner's eyes. I was a little surprised. I thought the other party was curious about me and wanted to get to know me better. But then Chu Wei changed the subject again. It was you who caused us to fail in killing Yi Qingyun. As soon as these words were spoken, the space suddenly froze. The warmth on Nangong Waner's face of suddenly stiff. Thoughts flying, many things came to mind quickly. When Yi Qingyun was attacked, he said that it was several of his former senior sisters who wanted to kill him. Because it involves other people's family affairs and the sword sect is in their eyes, it was just a declining small sect. Therefore, he only knew the names of Yi Qingyun's 3 senior sisters and did not choose to investigate deliberately. Now I never thought that this disrespectful more the top genius is suspected to be one of Yi Qingyun's 3 senior sisters. The thoughts were quickly withdrawn and Nangong Waner did not show out no abnormality, chuckled and said, so she is Brother Qingyun's senior sister. I have also heard Brother Qingyun talk about his past. According to Brother Qingyun's account, he had a good relationship with the 3 of you. Now that he has come back to life as senior sisters, you shouldn't. Is it right to be happy? Why do we have to kill this person? I don't know the truth, but there are some things you can also sit down and have a good talk. And I have also met Brother Qingyun these days. He is not as bad as the rumors say. Good person. If you are willing, I can act as a middleman and mediate the conflict between you. Having said that, Nangong Waner still has a strong purpose. Yi Qingyun was originally the prediction of the Taihua Immortal Dynasty's national teacher, can give the person who brings eternal destiny to the Taihua Immortal Dynasty and brings glory to the revival. Now a connection, his 3 senior sisters also seem to be extraordinary. If it were possible to mediate the conflicts between these people and make them reconcile. It was also an unexpected gain for the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. Good guy. Chu Wei, the corner of his eye curled up in a sneer. Can such a the cunning man looks at good guy. Either you and he are essentially the same, or you are blind and stupid. Nangong Waner's fake warm smile suddenly froze. Her expression suddenly became Shin is ugly. After all, she is a princess of the Taihua immortal dynasty. The status is extremely noble and is admired by countless people, a remarkable presence. Now I am being insulted in public like this. How can we tolerate this? But don't wait, attack. Now you want to act as a peacemaker and meddle in other people's affairs. Are you qualified? Almost in Chu the moment Wei finished speaking there was no sign. He raised his hand and slammed out suddenly. Boom! Palm print weaving, rolling the power of return. The spiritual energy that came out created a huge wave and crashed towards Nangong Waner. Nangong Waner noodles, once it changed. I didn't expect that the other party would dare to attack directly. A glazed sword immediately appeared in his hand and he held it horizontally in front of him, intending to connect Wei's palm. But the terrifying power contained in this palm is beyond imagination. Let the hand holding the sword suddenly felt numb at the base of his palm and he flew backwards several meters above the lake. 6 paths returned to print. Since you have decided to take action, Chu Wei will naturally not spare. This person previously stopped. They killed Yi Qingyun and now they want to meddle in other people's business. We do things, and in the future it may even be possible those who are my senior brother's enemies should be killed. Suddenly Chu Wei, the last 6 imply the force of return. The vortex expanded rapidly. Suddenly solidified, a divine seal as big as a giant mountain fell down again with tremendous power. Boom! Nangong Waner had no way to avoid it and was a terrible force hit. Immediately fell in the azure holy pool. How dare you! How dare you attack this princess! Nangong Waner was also completely enraged. The watch has a terrible golden flame. He rushed out of the azure holy pool holding a glazed sword and raised his hand towards Chu. The power chopped down. Chu Wei did not dodge or avoid. Zhou the rune flashed back and immediately draw out your own natal sword to fight back. Dual swords, then the two were equally strong. The storm of laws that emerged immediately caused an overwhelming wave in the entire Tianqing holy pond. Nangong Waner moved slightly condensed. How is that possible? Just Chu Wei was knocked away because she was caught off guard. Wei the attack took advantage. Can even though he was using all his strength, he still only ended up in a draw with his opponent. As the eldest princess of Taihua immortal dynasty, it's not just a vase that looks good but is useless. Except for Jun Maxiao, the most powerful genius of Taihua immortal dynasty, no one is opponent. Do you really think that you are the princess of Taihua dynasty? Our business? Since you insist on being with Yi Qingyun, I will stay on this ethereal island today. Kill you! Chu Wei yelled. The breath rose rapidly again. In 6, under the reflection of the whirlpool, a huge blazing door back to the ocean emerged. Arrogant! Do you really think this princess is afraid of you? Nangong Waner was not convinced and her aura once again reached a peak. There is a dragon behind the vision unfolds. Choose with Chu Wei front war. Chapter 240 from the source hand. Visit Guhan. As a princess of the Taihua immortal dynasty, Nangong Waner's strength is also extremely terrifying. Now also known as Chu Wei was enraged. After all, she is a princess of a country. The pulse is noble. Now Chu Wei actually threatened to behead. So outrageous. Loud the cries and roars of dragons shook the sky. Dragon, they merged together and came down with a devastating aura. Chu Wei snorted coldly, neither dodging nor evading. Weak, the return mark is flashing. Hui turned into a boiling. Return to the torrent and directly communicate with Nangong Waner's dragon. Impression occurs. Collide. Both of them have extraordinary strength. The terrifying spiritual energy storm caused the entire azure holy pond to sink. Mix among this matter, it even escalated further. After hearing the news, the geniuses of both forces rushed over from all directions, furthering the confrontation. Even to derive the terrible power of the two collide. Something big has happened. Princess Nangong Waner of Taihua immortal dynasty and returned Chu, the first descendant of the Skyway, started fighting. This news quickly spread throughout Pyongyang Fairy Island, causing a sensation. No way? These two seem to be the top geniuses of the contemporary world. Why did they start fighting for no apparent reason? Some people are very suspicious of this. I heard that the two of them had already made enemies outside. The reason is that Princess Nangong Waner stopped Chu Wei, killed Yi Qingyun, and protected Chu, the person Wei wants to kill the most. Chu Wei was upset about this, and then because of this incident in the Azure Holy Pond, a fierce conflict broke out. Following this explanation, Many geniuses were not surprised by this. Everyone knows that Chu Weihe, the two junior sisters, hated a despicable man named Yi Qingyun Bone. During this period, the three sisters did not. Various bounties were issued asking the chain repair community to provide clues about Yi Qingyun. This is also visible their hatred for Yi Qingyun. But they seem to have greatly underestimated Chu, the determination of Wei and others. Now, because of this incident, Chu Wei even went so far as to turn against the eldest princess of the Taihua immortal dynasty. Visible, the hatred for Yi Qingyun has reached an extremely deep level. Is this news true? Returned Chu, the first descendant of the Heaven Wei, has she formed a life and death feud with that Nangong Waner? Back to Fairy Island temporary station. A similar, wearing a gorgeous palace, slightly dignified and elegant. After hearing the report from his subordinates, he was surprised and somewhat delighted. It was Nangong Waner's half-sister Nangong Yaching. As the second princess of Taihua immortal dynasty, he is the only one who is qualified to compete with Nangong Waner for the position of king. Taihua immortal dynasty emperor want to do the same. Only, in terms of talent, slightly inferior to Nangong Waner. The most important thing is that the father of Nangong Waner's mother was the previous prime minister of the Taihua immortal dynasty. Even though he has abdicated, he still has substantive power. On the contrary, his mother is quite ordinary, unable to provide more assistance. So much so that in this battle for the throne fall frequently downwind. But if can win over Chu Zi, who has a grudge against Nangong Waner? Wei. Maybe it could provide some help in his subsequent fight for the throne. Princess Yaching, I think if I want to win over Chu Wei at all, we can look at it from another aspect hand. The attendant in charge of reporting rolled his eyes as if thinking of something and explained, I have heard before that Chu Weihe, my sister, has been looking for our senior brother formerly known as Guhan. Moreover, this name Guhan's people are not only interested in Chu Wei, they are very important and are suspected to have a very important background. He seems to be from the White Dragon Palace, and the strong men of the White Dragon Palace call him Sir, and every word they say shows respect. Compared to spending time and effort, Wei and others have established good relations, but the subordinates think that they can directly. It would be a wiser move to find Guhan and get to know him. Nangong Yaching was slightly stunned. But I soon figured it out, the whole story. My subordinates said it well. Chu Wei and others were originally looking for Guhan. Guhan himself is also extremely extraordinary. Why not be straightforward and win over Guhan directly? Others may not know, but the royal family of their Taihua immortal dynasty knew it very well. The ancestor of the Tianlong clan is related to the supreme being in the demon world. The founding emperor of their Taihua immortal dynasty had once received the blessing of the supreme being in the demon world. Blessed by the dragon's energy, the country prospered for thousands of years. If I could use this incident as an opportunity to gain the friendship of the Tianlong clan, that fight for the throne possibility of success and will be upgraded to several levels. Your suggestion is a good one. As a top genius, if Guhan is not a fool, he should not miss this opportunity. It is very likely that he is pretending serving enter in the misty fairy island. Nangong Yaching nodded slightly. Arrange some personnel now and have them keep an eye out for clues about Guhan. If you find anything, please report it immediately. This princess will go to visit Guhan in person. At the same time, Guhan also used his own information channels. Received Chu Wei and Nangong Waner had a conflict and ended up fighting. However, his mood was not no ups and downs. Chu Wei's behavior is also not him at all. He doesn't think so either. Wei was able to kill Nangong Waner. In the original play, the more important the Lord, the more drama blessing. If he could be killed so easily, he would not be called the most important character in the early part of the book, The Lord. The main fight was a big one, colorful drama. After a light laugh, Guhan thought of another thing again. However, we should also find a way to receive. Suddenly Nangong Yaching appeared. After all, his system mission is there. As the dominant force in Taihua continent, the Taihua immortal dynasty is not weak at all. The depth of their royal tombs, there is also an immortal old emperor buried there who seems to be the founding emperor. Looks like an elderly emperor. In the previous life, Nangong Waner took this old guy out of the imperial mausoleum. I don't know what reason was used to convince the founding emperor. This founding emperor even spent his last lifespan. He helped Yi Qingyun repel the attack from two quasi-emperor realm masters, and before he passed away he passed on all his life's inheritance to Yi Qingyun. This directly led to Yi Qingyun's rapid rise to fame in that life. This indirectly led to his confrontation with Yi Qingyun in that life. The advantage is completely lost in the collision. In this life I will take over the Taihua immortal dynasty in the bag. Gu Han, the corners are slightly tilted. Let me see if that old guy is still willing to stand up for you. Chapter 241, Clues to the Creation Pond. The other side. Completely angry and losing my mind, the emperor and others surrounded and intercepted them. Yi Qingyun and others were not injured. But most of the dead were from the mermaid royal family. Luo Xiaotian originally brought nearly 100 geniuses from the merman clan, but now including him there are only 5 left. The others all died in the previous battle and during this escape. Damn it! Where did these guys go? We must not let them escape. We have spent so much effort in the deep desert. I have been looking for this opportunity for so long, but now it has been taken by these guys. It's so hateful. We must find them at all costs. From time to time the angry voices of the demon cultivators could be heard from the surroundings. Still searching for the traces of Yi Qingyun and others. Obviously they have formed an irreconcilable feud with the demon clan because of this incident. After a long time the demon monks who were searching nearby left and went to other areas to continue searching. Yi Qingyun finally felt relieved. I've managed to escape a disaster. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief. Boom! Suddenly a piercing drum sound came from behind his head. The sound voice. Yi Qingyun Noodle's big change. Hurry up! The cultivation level flashed to one side. At the same time the fist that was whizzing towards his forehead missed. He directly blew up a big tree in front of him, broken. The person who took action was Luo Xiaotian from the mermaid royal family. At this moment his eyes were red and his face was ferocious. He stared at Yi Qingyun as if he wanted to cut him into pieces. You damned human! If it weren't for you we wouldn't have been in such an unexpected disaster. While roaring angrily, Luo Xiaotian wanted to attack again. That's enough. But a scolding suddenly sounded. Luo Qinglian opened her arms and stood in front of Yi Qingyun. He stopped Luo Xiaotian. Do. Xiaotian. This matter you can't blame brother Fang Yi in the first place. He just meant well but did something bad. He didn't do it on purpose. How could you be so ignorant? Moreover, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Fang Yi was framed by a thief. You, without knowing right or wrong, put all the blame on brother Fang Yi's superior. Xiaotian, you make me disappointed. It's done. After hearing this, Luo Xiaotian was stunned. If we must talk about the relationship, it should be that he and Luo Qinglian have the same origin. Mai's younger brother should be closer, right? Now not only does his sister side with a human, she even helps this human to accuse him. Luo Xiaotian, grit your teeth, double fist grip. They were all shaking with anger. If he hadn't brought his men in time, Luo Qinglian had already died together with this human race under the siege of the demon race. Now that so many people from their mermaid royal family have died, does that mean he doesn't even have the right to seek justice? You are blaming me just for a human like this. You are my sister and the princess of my mermaid royal family. I am so happy because I have a sister like you. Arrive ashamed. When I leave Pyongmiao Fairy Island I will let my brother judge the matter. As he spoke, Luo Xiaotian glared at Yi Qingyun fiercely again and left with the remaining few members of the mermaid royal family. Let's go. Xiaotian, you. Seeing this scene, Luo Qinglian was both angry and sad. After all, he and his younger brother have been friends since childhood and they have a very good relationship. Luo Xiaotian has always respected. But after this incident a rift appeared in their relationship. Qinglian, this matter blame me too. Yi Qingyun got angry. It's my bad luck that I was taken advantage of by the thieves. The thief who used me is most likely Su Chang'e. I will definitely find him and settle all old and new grudges. And don't worry, I have some knowledge of this misty fairy island. I will take you to find some top opportunities as a remedy for my previous mistakes. In progress before the misty fairy island. The black-robed man who was suspected to be his parents' subordinate had had secret contact with him. and told him some things about Pyeongmyo Fairy Island rumor. Originally this matter he would keep it deep in his heart and try to find these opportunities himself. But for him, except in addition to life, face is equally important. Having lost so much face in front of Luo Qinglian today, he naturally has to find a way to make it back. But he didn't know. Qinglier, who had long become Guhan's spy, had heard everything Yi Qingyun said and passed it to Guhan through some special means. Left the desert. Guhan, who was running around in Pyeongmyo Fairy Island looking for clues about the creation fairy pond, also received the message from Qinglier at this moment. Do you have some knowledge of Pyeongmyo Fairy Island? After a light chuckle, Guhan didn't think much about it. He has already written a play about the original work of this book, Too Tired to Complain. The misty fairy island has never been born for countless epochs, and no one has ever set foot here. The records of this fairy island only exist in legends, there is no reference. But the protagonist Yi Qingyun now knows something about Pyeongmyo Fairy Island, and even suspected to know hidden opportunity. However, after several meetings with Yi Qingyun Fom, he also has some experience. It is most likely the god behind Yi Qingyun, the Immortal Realm family, used this incident as a prelude to further help Yi Qingyun the Invincible Road. Misty Fairy Island. The Fairy Pond of Creation. Misty Immortal Palace. These three places, they all seem to be related to immortals. Especially the Creation Fairy Pond. According to what he knew in his previous life report, the Creation Fairy Pond is suspected to have been specially built by humans in ancient times as a place to worship fairies. Perhaps among the immortals being worshipped is the unknown god behind Yi Qingyun family members. Fortunately, he has the villain system as a golden finger. Otherwise, after killing Yi Qingyun, the other party, the family behind him, was enough to give him a headache. I must improve my cultivation as quickly as possible and strive to break through to the Supreme Realm during this trip to Pyeongmyo Fairy Island. Before the age of 20 for the Supreme. Looking at the entire Xianhuang world, this is probably unprecedented. Time passes by. Previously the Moon Demon sect and the Feixian Tower's genius, it seemed as if the war had been completely ignited. The geniuses of each race may have irreconcilable feuds. Or they might fight each other because of the ownership of opportunities. The dreamlike Fairy Island has completely changed. It's a bloody battlefield like purgatory. In the end, even the major racial forces reach, they form some kind of alliance to fight against each other. For example, the Demon Alliance and the Human Alliance. At the same time, the Human Alliance station. Many of the human race's chief geniuses gathered here, seemingly discussing something. Fong Yi, is your information really accurate? Is there a legendary pond of creation on the Jojo Divine Mountain in the Pyeongmyo Fairy Island? Chapter 242, The Storm is Coming. I would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. As soon as these words came out, main hall, countless people's eyes suddenly all of a sudden to the same person. Yi Qingyun, a confident smile appeared on his face. It's true, this is something I have verified through multiple sources. Now the Demon Alliance and the Demon Alliance have all focused their attention on the eastern area of Pyeongmyo Fairy Island. This is our first step to capture the Fortune Fairy Pond in one fell swoop. Great opportunity in the bag. I'm sure you all know that the legend of the Creation Pond is that it was used by the ancient human race to offer sacrifices to the immortal emperor. In terms of significance, this opportunity is definitely one of the best in the entire Pyeongmyo Fairy Island. As a member of the human race, I naturally don't want to see such a fateful fall in the hands of people of other races. Yi Qingyun's words were firm and every word was precious. He is indeed right. In the protagonist, with the help of the ring, he has found the exact location of the Creation Fairy Pond. If possible, he would never share this heaven-defying opportunity with others. Even if we are of the same human race, it won't work. But there is nothing we can do now. The situation on Pyeongmyo Fairy Island has become completely chaotic. All the ethnic forces have formed an alliance. He is a casual cultivator and he wants to take on such a big piece by himself. It's impossible. If not added, if one of the alliance forces leads people alone to find the Fortune Fairy Pool, there is a high probability that they will be robbed. Many of the human race's top geniuses looked at each other in bewilderment. I still have a skeptical and hesitant attitude towards this matter. After all these days they have clearly understand the general situation of Pyamyo Ferry Island condition. It is known that most of the opportunities in Pyamyo Ferry Island are concentrated in the eastern region. Not long ago a sacred tree appeared out of nowhere in the eastern area of Pyamyo Ferry Island. The Great Tao Tree. The top treasure of heaven and earth from ancient times. It takes several years to produce a great fruit. If you can swallow it. Cultivators and living beings can randomly comprehend the principles of one of the 3,000 great ways and their strength will be qualitatively improved. And now the Avenue Divine Tree has produced nearly 100 fruits. If their human alliance can be in the alliance of other races win by hitting and take all the fruits of the road, it goes without saying. Therefore most of the top geniuses of their human alliance are now in that area and fighting fiercely with other racial alliances collide. Now if we listen to Yi Qingyun's words we will dispatch people to Jojo Divine Mountain. This is to let them master it makes no difference to give up the chance to obtain the fruit of the Great Tao. Nowadays most of us all the power lies in the sacred tree of the Great Tao. There are also some powerful forces have gathered together. If we want to further explore and find the fortune pond we need can't just manpower. This is undoubtedly a waste of our efforts over the past few days. Someone suddenly smiled bitterly and shook his head, alas. If Su Chang'e can accept the invitation our human alliance, I'm afraid our human alliance would have taken down the avenue tree long ago. After these words were spoken many people felt regretful and helpless. Recently Guhan's pseudonym Su Chang'e has become famous all directions. Whether it was the first sword that killed Chao Yan, the holy son of Yanlong Tianzong, or maybe it was all his recent deeds, all of which demonstrated his terrifying strength. Some even said that his swordsmanship was on par with that of Jianshan, the chief prodigy of the Tianjian sect. If their human alliance had these two young swordsmen, already successfully captured the Great Tao Divine Tree. You overestimate Su Chang'e. I admit that he is quite capable. But it may not necessarily help our human alliance seize the Great Tao Sacred Tree. Furthermore, he has a high opinion of himself as not capable enough and is even unwilling to our human alliance as a loner and an unstable factor. Yi Qingyun was already feeling somewhat dissatisfied. He is not a fool. Some time ago he was inexplicably blamed and was hunted by a large group of monsters. He was already certain that it was most likely done by Su Chang'e. He didn't know him at all. This guy was just like this, dangerous and cunning towards oneself. Such a huge blame is put on others. He will definitely take revenge. When I find his whereabouts I will make him pay for it. Control your thoughts. Yi Qingyun continued, I know that our human alliance is at the Great Tao Divine Tree. A lot of time has been spent on opportunities and it is not wise to give up. But I have volunteered to lead several cultivators from our human alliance to explore the Jojo Divine Mountain and search for clues to the Creation Fairy Pond. I have to say that Yi Qingyun is very smart and has brains. He just knows that the human alliance in an awkward position. There are not enough people to explore and search for the fairy pond of creation in the Jojo Sacred Mountain. He dared to make this suggestion because he had already discussed it secretly with Luo Qinglian of the Mermaid Royal family. Decided to rely on the power of the human alliance on the surface. He secretly connected with the people he trusted and directly sneaked into Qinsong to seize all the opportunities in the Creation Fairy Pool. In this way he can use the people of the human alliance as free bodyguards for his own plan. You can also get the opportunities you want without much risk. It can't be said that it is all good. The dangers over there at Kyushu Sacred Mountain are not too great. Are you sure you can handle all the troubles by bringing people with you? At this time a cool voice suddenly sounded. Well, I'll go too. Soon a white eyes were white-tied with a belt. The sun walked in from outside the hall. This person is Angelica de Hurica. Today's, although he is the land sword immortal Mo Wen's last disciple. But in essence he is also a helpless independent cultivator. The situation on Pyamyo Ferry Island is in chaos. The human alliance is undoubtedly the best choice. Of course chance or something don't care. But even if you can't see anything, with the blessing of Ming Jianxin, as if sensing something he glanced sideways in the direction of Yi Qingyun. But it's just such a random. This immediately made Yi Qingyun look. Once changed, the forehead is oozing thin cold sweat. After all, some time ago Tsukishima Baiji was like a madman and wanted to kill him. Now that I meet him again, if I once the exposure by Ji is crazy, people will definitely kill him at all costs. Moreover, the opponent's talent in swordsmanship was also extremely terrifying, and his overall strength was only slightly weaker than that of the Tianjin sect's chief Jianshen. Even he was not sure he could kill him. Is this guy hard to already recognize me, Cher? Yi Qingyun suddenly felt suspicious. But soon he put this idea behind him. How is that possible? It's hidden so well. Never violent since flaws. Even if Bai Ji had extraordinary abilities, it was impossible for her to know that Fang Yi was him in disguise. And if you must follow me, this might be an opportunity for me. If possible. He still wants to Angelica de Hurica resolves conflicts. After all, he used to be Baiji, also has a good relationship with me. Maybe at the beginning Tsukishima Baiji just happened to be angry. Maybe the anger during this period has subsided? If he could reconcile with such a senior sister who has great talent in swordsmanship, it would be a great help to him. Of course, if it really doesn't work, he will have to destroy the flower. But Yi Qingyun didn't know. At this moment, Bai Ji has confirmed through special means that the person in front of her is most likely the Yi Qingyun we are looking for. Mu Binghuang gave special treasure. Some kind of feedback has come. Even if it isn't, it doesn't matter. It is better to kill someone by mistake than to let him go. If it was before, it will never be because of my own affairs and killing innocent people indiscriminately. But now? In order to save my senior brother as soon as possible and solve a major disaster in his future, all necessary sacrifices are worth it. Chapter 243, Crossing the Buddhist Temple Deliverance Mounts. At the same time, certain mountain among Gu Han was sitting cross-legged. Weak, the runes of laws linger and converge. A vast ocean of bright light appeared, and the entire void was filled with strange rhythms. Suddenly Gu Han, who had closed his eyes, opened them. The corners are curved. Not bad. This guy Yi Qingyun as the protagonist of this book, I really didn't disappoint. Brought me another surprise. He received the job from Qing Lear. It was sent back by People Report. The Creation Fairy Pond is suspected to be located in the Jojo Divine Mountain. Yi Qingyun is ready to lead a team to search. Only Bai Ji is suspected to be going there as well. He since ignored the Angelica de Hurica report. He has also been looking for clues about the Creation Fairy Pond these days. But I don't know if I'm just unlucky to be a villain cannon fodder. There was no valuable gain. Fortunately, Yi Qingyun did not let him fail. As his breathing gradually stabilized, in the void, the ripples that had spread out also completely subsided. His aura now is only one step away from the Supreme Realm. Just take one more step forward, break some shackles, and then after the baptism of thunder he is the true supreme being of the Shenhuang world. The supreme being can be regarded as a watershed in the human realm. The power of laws master the charm of heaven and earth. Even through the initial, the power you possess constructs a small world. But to master this, to gain strength, one must first undergo the baptism of heavenly thunder. The stronger the talent, the more the stronger the baptism of heavenly thunder will be. If you can't get over this hurdle, you will die miserably in the thunder. The meteorite disappears. However, he did not plan to endure the thunder tribulation now. Not to mention the heavenly Tao, who was originally in the protagonist's camp, might take action against him when he is undergoing the tribulation. Furthermore, enduring thunder tribulation can also be considered a trump card. Whoever is against me, I will drag him along to go through the tribulation with me. Although this could easily cause his own thunder tribulation ritual to get out of control. But it has become so powerful that it is unimaginable. At worst, just use Xiao Haizi as the lightning rod. Speaking of Koriko, it seems this guy has become quite famous in Piaomiao Fairy Island recently. Not long ago, he seemed to have sent me a message asking me to go with him to take down the Tao Divine Tree and share the Tao fruit. Gu Han became interested. There is no need to rush to the Creation Fairy Pond. Once Yi Qingyun is found, it won't be too late for you to go there later. You can also strive to obtain this sacred tree of the Great Tao. Just at this moment, a special message suddenly came into Gu Han's mind. It was a message from Xiao Haizi. The general meaning is that he is now being hunted by a group of bald Buddhists. The group of bald Buddhists said he had a connection with Buddhism and wanted to convert him Buddhist monk. Hearing this, Guhan raised his eyebrows slightly. Buddhism. This time there seem to be several Buddhist forces in Pyamyao Fairy Island, but Xiao Haizi is also very powerful and can to the point where you even asked me for help. They should be the guys from the Dui Ancient Temple. Dui Ancient Temple. The top Buddhist force in the Xianhuang world. It can also be understood as a holy place of Buddhism. In ancient times there was a great Buddha who saved people from disasters, the status of the great emperor. At that time this Buddha who saved the world relied on his own strength to bring the Buddha spoke most of the Xianhuang world, even ordinary people can't. The people converted to Buddhism. In a short time Buddhism flourished unrivaled among the human race, the transcendent power. Even though time has passed, the Buddhist influence here has declined. But the underlying foundation is still very terrifying. These guys are still the same as always. What do you think? It is said that all things are related to Buddhism. Guhan remembered something again. Once he directly Li Wenjian's sect with magic road stirred the situation of the entire Xianhuang world. At that time the Dui Ancient Temple sent out 36 war arhats who almost converted him directly to Buddhism. He has always kept this grudge in his heart and will definitely take revenge in this life. Besides, no matter what, the little black guy is also his. How can we allow these bald donkeys to be converted? The other side. In a continuous mountain range there are sometimes Buddhas bloom. At the front there is a little black cat that has grown to the size of 2.5 basketballs, is traveling quickly between the woods. At this moment, after receiving the response from Guhan, Xiao Haizi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He regained his original arrogant look. Even remembered to look back at the Buddhist people who were chasing after them, mocked them. You bunch of damn bald asses, just wait for me. When my little brother comes you will be dead. Amitba, I am concerned about you. The pulse is extraordinary and it means I have a connection with Buddhism. If you are willing to convert to Buddhism, the Mount God that my Buddha sat on, my Dui Buddhist temple, can also gild you in the future, let you a lifetime of incense. This is a great opportunity bestowed upon you by the Buddha's mercy. Please do not continue to be stubborn and rebellious. Follow the little black. The one behind him held a 9-ring staff. The monk in the cassock was neither angry nor anxious and his voice always contained a hint of smile. His name is Jin Yuanzi. He is one of the most gifted young monks in Dui Buddhism. He is also Jin Chanzi's senior brother. Although his talent in Buddhism is not as good as Jin Chanzi's, his cultivation is definitely better than Jin Chanzi's. I am the great master Tunlai, the future leader of the demon world, and you want me to submit to a bald donkey? Bah! Don't you even let the Buddha you are talking about take a piss and look at himself to see if he is worthy or not. Hearing Xiao Haizi's blunt sarcasm, Jin Yuanzi's originally calm face suddenly, bird of prey eyes slowly opened. There is anger burning about. You are stubborn and recalcitrant. The Buddha has mercy on you and has granted you a chance to make a fortune. Not only that, but you also insult the name of Buddha. I think you won't cry until you see the coffin. Jin Yuanzi's aura suddenly rose, even emitting dazzling Buddha. Boom! As he put the gold in his hand, the staff hit the ground hard. The whole area suddenly, the mountain shook as if some huge to emerge from the ground. Blacky Noodle's big changes. The next moment a large area of land in front of him was directly top open. As the large pieces of dust fell, a radiant Buddha with eyes slightly closed, a compassionate face, the Buddha statue, suddenly emerged from the ground, blocking his way of escape. At the same time as this huge Buddha statue appeared, the entire area was dyed with a layer of gold Buddha. Even there were faint sounds of Buddhist chanting coming from the deep void. It gave people an inexplicable sacred and solemn feeling. Damn it! Blacky Noodle's ugly. The surrounding roads are already blocked. Several other monks from the Dui Buddhist temple had dispersed and blocked several other directions. Amitba. And in him later, Jin Yuanzi held a staff in his left hand. He clasped his hands and chanted the Buddha's name. If the donor does not understand the scriptures, I also know a little bit of martial arts. Chapter 244, The Blue Dragon Demon Emperor accompanied by 3 demon ancestors. The words fell. Jin Yuanzi grabbed his cassock and threw it hard, and it appeared out the upper part of the arc is quite exaggerated. His skin, as if it has been coated with a layer of gold, exists discount. Suddenly a dazzling golden light emanated from the air. What is most noteworthy is that there is a lifelike five-clawed golden dragon tattooed on it, coupled with the exaggerated the arc gives people a strong force. Xiao Haizi's eyes widened. Oh shit. When this boy was wearing a monk's robe, he gave him feeling as a kind of weakness, the skinny monkey look of the wind. Now it is directly relying on the cassock, this is exaggerated radian. He really had no doubt that even if the other party could not kill him with one punch, he would probably be able to extremely serious hurt. But he is the great Lord swallowing thunder, the true ancestor of the demon world. Born between heaven and earth, how can one be depressed and inferior to others for long? Oni special pattern woven into a basketball-like shape appeared in him beside. Obviously Xiao Haizi decided to fight to the death. Seeing this scene, Jin Yuanzi narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that if the donor doesn't use some special means, he will never turn back until he hits the wall. In the tense atmosphere when it is issued. My, how dare you to make such an idea? You are so brave to build the Dewey Buddhist temple. Along with the sound, there was also a sword energy that cut through the void with a sharp whistling sound. The sword energy was majestic and powerful, like a towering mountain falling from the sky. The terrifying power even directly Buddha the world was torn into pieces. How dare you show off your skills in front of an expert? Jin Yuanzi, he sensed that the sudden sword energy was coming towards him and his eyes widened in anger. Without any hesitation, Buddha Brilliant turn around and slap out with one palm. Roar! Buddha the scriptures overlapped and condensed, and as he slapped out with his palm, it turned into a line that opened. A huge five-clawed golden dragon with a huge mouth rose into the sky and suddenly clashed violently with the sword energy falling from the air collide. The howling laws of wind blew away the aftermath of the explosion. Guhan was not the slightest influenced, the shape slowly fell from the sky. Seeing this scene, Xiao Haizi was immediately shocked, very happy. Guhan is here, it's a sure thing. Guhan's voice was indifferent. Milliliter emotions fluctuate, this is just its mine. You, the Dewey Buddhist temple, are now trying to convert it without any reason. Aren't you showing too little respect to me, your master? The sword he just struck out was actually more of a warning and a test. But in Jin Yuanzi's eyes, the sword just now was Guhan's full strength. If the other party engages in a more intense conflict with him later, he is confident of winning. Donor, I have received a revelation from the Buddha. He has a connection with my Buddhist sect and was my Buddhist guardian deity in his previous life. Protect the Buddhist community's peace for the rest of our lives. Now our Buddhist sect has not severed its connection with him. To guide him to convert to Buddhism is to continue the connection from the previous life. Please, for the sake of our Buddhist sect, please don't. This matter is too difficult for us to deal with. After hearing this, the whole black everyone was confused. No. In his previous life he was the famous thunder-swallowing ancestor in the demon world. The human world also calls him the thunder-swallowing demon emperor, and he is a top-notch powerful being that everyone admires. When the so-called guardian deity of Buddhism? It also says that monks do not tell lies. These guys are just telling lies all the time. He had heard about it before in the demon world, and the reason why the Dewey Buddhist temple was able to last for an era. It is because of that Buddha who saves us, that whenever he sees something good he will give it to us directly, claiming that it is related to our Buddha hand seized. She is both a whore and a virgin. Now it seems that other monks in the Dewey Buddhist temple have also inherited the style of this Dewey Buddha. This kind of tradition can actually, it is ironic that he is one of the most prominent representatives of Buddhism. Guhan noodles, it sank. Difficult. Then don't do it. Since they are shameless, even though we gave them the face they deserve, let's send them to death. There was no dragging of feet. The moment the words fell, a long sword has appeared in Guhan's hand. Different from the long sword he used before. This long sword is even more extraordinary. Common sword exists down. There are various ancient gods. The cloud pattern emerges. The sword blade is as thin as a cicada's wing, sharp and bright and indestructible. This sword is the newly born Bai Xiao sword. However, his name has been changed to Han Xiao sword. Although the Han Xiao sword spirit is still sleeping. However, it can still be called a divine weapon. Necessary battles can also further awaken the dormant Han Xiao sword spirit. Furious. See Guhan take action. Jin Yuanzi's eyes widened with anger. Engraved in him, the five-clawed golden dragon on the surface seemed to come alive at this moment and suddenly took off. At the same time, from deep underground, the huge the Buddha slowly opened his golden eye. A huge character appeared above his head and he raised a huge Buddha's hand and covered Guhan in the air. Guhan below his figure was silhouetted against a particularly small size, but he did not dodge or evade but thrust his sword forward. Roar! At the same time, a sound resounded through the sky loud enough to echo deep in the soul, a dragon resounding. Shocking, a stunning scene appeared. Guhan, then a bigger golden light appeared, emitting a more suffocating. The dragon shadow emerges. To be precise, it is not a complete golden. The dragon shadow is just the head of a huge real dragon. But just a head seemed to cover half of the sky. From Jin Yuanzi, the phantom of the five-clawed golden dragon flying up into the sky looked as small as a loach in front of this huge real dragon's head. This is that Sanlong Gaian pulse breath? Xiao Haizi was struck by lightning, his face full of disbelief. The demon emperor Sanglong, one of the few great demon ancestors in their demon world, is also known as the ancestral dragon. He remembered that this guy was even worse off than him. The once powerful Sanglong clan was defeated. It was divided into 3 branches and the most powerful one continued to use the name of the Sanglong clan. The other 2 clans left the demon world and established their own. The 3 tribes did not continue to use the name of Sanglong but were named the Demon Dragon Clan and the Sky Dragon Clan respectively. The Demon Dragon Clan is now entrenched in the Demon Clan's territory. The Tianlong clan now submits to Guhan for the White Dragon Palace under his command. At this moment, Xiao Haizi also understood many things. He said that the Tianlong clan was once a clan of the Sanglong Demon Emperor. Even if he only got a part of the inheritance of the Blue Dragon Demon Emperor, the strength of the tribe is still terrifyingly strong enough to make them arrogant. But it is this group of proud dragons who are willing to submit to Guhan. It turns out that Guhan possesses the pulse. In addition to Su Lingyue, there is also the thunder-devouring demon emperor who once roamed all over the world, the 5 true ancestors of the demon world Guhan. There were 3 of them gathered on the side. Chapter 245, Grinding End Dragon Clan Source Pulse. While he was shocked by Zulong, the huge dragon head formed by the veins has opened big mouth. Not even necessary use this, the dragon energy is just a simple sound of dragon. Jin Yuanzi threw Buddha, the condensed phantom of the five-clawed golden dragon, twisted and fell apart in an instant. Swish, swish, swish. Several swords in all directions weaving a huge sword net. Suddenly the huge Buddha statue in it was cut, broken, countless fragments scattered all over the sky. Buddha amidst the fragments, Guhan stood with a sword in his hand. It only took less than 3 breaths. All of Jin Yuanzi's tricks were easily resolved in an instant. Kim Wonjan Noodle suddenly changed and wanted to speak. Snap! But by him the string of Buddhist beads in his hands suddenly broke and flew everywhere. At the same time the gold forged with the help of the abbot of Dewey Buddhist temple and failed to stop the attack just now if the current traces emerged one after another. Jin Yuanzi understood instantly. It turned out that Guhan had just made a move. Not only the Buddhist magical powers that he was so proud of were shattered. Even before he noticed, in this case he also took action against him. Plop! The sounds of people falling to the ground were heard one after another. Jin Yuanzi and several monks from Dewey Buddhist temple fell on their backs with their eyes wide open, showing reluctance and disbelief before death. With fresh from gurgled out of there, it also gradually turned cold. Xiao Haizi's pair of black eyes widened. "No, you're done for in a second? I haven't even made a move yet and you're already ending the fight." Blackie Noodles unwilling. These bald donkeys had chased him badly before. If possible, he still wanted to personally end the shame of being chased before. Another reason was that he wanted to let Guhan see what kind of style he would have after having a basketball. Long sword sheath. Guhan curled his fingers and hooked them slightly. Jin Yuanzi and other storage on the bag immediately flew up and landed in his hands. Random, after using his spiritual sense to investigate, Guhan couldn't help but shake his head and sighed. It seems that these guys have not gained much recently. I shouldn't. Under the banner of having a connection with Buddhism, are you making a big fuss to snatch other people's opportunities? He knew very well the character of the monks in Dewey Buddhist temple. Just fight for opportunity, but always have to come up with a high-sounding reason that you have a connection with Buddhism, which is really hypocritical. Next we'll go to the Great Tao Sacred Tree. There will be a chance for you to show off your abilities. After collecting the spoils, Guhan gave an order to Xiao Haizi. Rescuing Xiao Haizi is only secondary. His main purpose of coming here was naturally for the Great Tao Divine Tree. But shortly after Guhan and Xiao Haizi left, several pitch-black divine rainbows streaked across the sky and landed directly on this area. With a few people around the remnant, the dizziness disappeared in several people. The shapes also appeared one after another and come out. They have a pair of black dragon horns on their heads. The aura it exudes is like dragon energy, but it is even more evil. The leader is a proud of sun. He was wearing a dark black dragon robe, but his eyes were a pair of scarlet vertical pupils. Master Ningxin, it seems that a powerful unknown being has been with this group of people from the Dui Buddhist temple. There was a conflict between the heads and the group was beheaded. A young man clasped his fists and said the terrifying dragon energy that suddenly appeared earlier might be the source of this unknown god. Man, does it? From the various traces left, that person is not another dragon but looks like a human. I think that the human race is likely to have obtained the Zhe Mo Ningxin. Their demon dragon clan entered this time one of the peerless geniuses of Piaomio Fairy Island. Not only does it have a very pure magic dragon, there are also signs of atavism. Their first ancestor was the Tsanglong demon ancestor, one of the 5 true ancestors in the demon world. Once upon a time it dominated an era. Countless lives could not raise their heads. Emoning's heart of the pulse has signs of reversion, not to mention as the second Sanglong demon ancestor there will definitely be extraordinary people in the future at once. It can't be just my dragon ancestor Zhe Mo Ningxin just seemed to be passing special pulse, resonating with the breath that remains in the void. At this moment his eyes opened, his pupils were deep, a flash of certainty. It's arrived, the breath of the source, that guy. There must be the spirit of my dragon ancestors flowing on it. The pulse is much stronger than mine. It's even possible that source pulse. Mo Ningxin's voice was very soft. But as soon as these words were spoken, a storm of shock immediately arose in the hearts of the other geniuses of the demon dragon clan. Source pulse. Could it be that their first ancestor, the true ancestor of the blue dragon, also possessed the ancestral dragon? How is this possible? The demon dragon tribe's Tenjia, who had reacted immediately, lost his composure and exclaimed, according to the historical records of the origin of our dragon race, it can carry the ancestor dragon of our dragon race except for the direct descendants of the blue dragon true ancestor. Apart from the descendants of the bloodline, no other living being can possess it. Not to mention a human. Moreover, looking back at the history of our dragon race, there has never been a true ancestor dragon. The only ones who can detect the pulse are those guys from the Tsanglong clan. But it's just a thinner, ordinary pulse, not really source. Although the incident that year caused their clan to split, the 3 different races each continued their own cultural traditions. But in essence they also possess an inalienable dignity, the dignity of the dragon clan. The dragon clan they are most proud of, there is no one from their dragon clan superior. Instead it appeared in a weak human race. This is too ironic. There is no point in talking anymore. Mo Ningxin didn't want to be involved in this matter. Let's follow the trail to see if we can find that guy. As long as we can find him, all the truth will be revealed. Although looks like Godcom. But I still felt a little uneasy in my heart. A human race has their dragon race source pulse, which also makes unable to connect. The demon world is countless miles away. An ancient god small world. In the huge mountain that looked like a coiled dragon, an old man with dragon horns on his head and a quiet aura, as if he had completely entered into meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. The deep and vast eyes seemed to have traveled through time and space, seeing through the mountains and rivers thousands of miles away. What? There is a human race that seems to have the power of Zulongyang monk. How is this possible? Chapter 246, True Ancestors Decree. One person, one, that's enough. Although the Tsanglong clan was divided into 3. But the lineage that continued to use the name Tsanglong, the strength is still extremely terrifying. Even if you look at the entire demon world, he is well known. Due to some special reasons they did not send any genius to Piaomio Fairy Island this time. But it has long been among the demon dragon clan his own eyeliner. At this moment he also used various means and methods to learn about Guhan for the first time. The core hall of the Tsanglong clan. Many high-ranking members of the Tsanglong clan gathered here. There's no need to waste any more time on this, I'm sure you all know the news, right? An old and majestic voice replied, open it. There is a young cultivator from the human race who is suspected to have displayed the power of the ancestral dragon in Piaomiao Fairy Island Pulse. Even though many high-level members of the Tsanglong clan have made mental preparations. But after hearing his ancestor repeat this sentence again, it was inevitable that a wave of shock and anger arose in my heart. Since the death of the true ancestor they believed in and followed, no one of their dragon clan has ever appeared with an ancestor dragon existence. Although their Tsanglong clan has recently produced a remarkable genius, the purity of the veins is incomparably close to that of the ancestral dragon pulse. But in essence it still cannot reach Zulong that level. They thought they would have to wait a few hundred years before the real Zulong will appear in the world. Unexpectedly, the owner of Zulong, the existence of, has already appeared in this life. The most unacceptable thing for them, the thing is, it's not their dragon clan but the human race whom they completely look down upon. It's not their fault that they can't accept it. After all, the true ancestor they believed in and followed had left behind a decree before he completely disappeared. In the future, if the world appears, why, as you long the existence of, see, follow him. Seeing him is like seeing one's true ancestor. The foundation of their Tsanglong clan is not weak and they have a true quasi-emperor ancestor in charge. In this age when great emperors are not prominent, this kind of foundation can be considered invincible. The quasi-emperor, with the help of an ultimate imperial weapon, can actually barely exert the strength of a great emperor. Now let them follow the orders of the true ancestor and submit to a human race. In the words of the human race, this is tantamount to the current emperor abandoning all his power and wealth and submitting to a beggar on the street. How could they be willing to do this? But no matter what, that is the decree left by our true ancestor. There was silence for a long while before a voice was heard. We can't go against the will of the true ancestor, right? Humph. If someone from my dragon clan awakens the ancestral dragon, I absolutely give it a thumbs up. But soon someone refuted, but I just awakened my ancestor dragon, the one who took the pulse was a human. Looking back at our history, there has never been a case of humans awakening our dragon race, the pulse, and it is Zulong pulse. Some people also echoed this. Yes, it's true, there must be something wrong with the abnormality. I don't think it's urgent to do so. Let's first find out who that young human is. We're trying to connect with them. It won't be too late to discuss this matter later. This proposal can be considered a compromise. But it was recognized by everyone. They did not want to violate the laws left by their ancestors. I don't want to submit to a mere human race. It's best to delay first. At the same time, the Tsanglong clan is deep, certain antiquity, ancient fragrance, quite unique style in the courtyard. The environment here is quiet and peaceful, and there are many magical flowers and herbs that are unique to the demon world. There is an arch bridge, gurgling water, and in the huge pond unusually gorgeous lotus flowers are blooming. One white with a slender figure sun at this moment, she stretched out her white jade-like hands and fiddled with the cool pool water. Beautiful face 5G Wuxia not only has a pair of white dragon horns, even long hair, eyelashes, all showing snow white. The whole person looks like the first snow in winter, sacred and pure and like an immortal. Nian Shi. The current direct descendant of the Tsanglong clan, one of the veins, is also what the Tsanglong clan's high-ranking official said. For countless years the Tsanglong clan has the vein is closest to Zulong, the presence of pulse. Miss. I just heard something big. At this time outside the courtyard a maid was surprised and happy. He ran over panting. Without any reservation he told all the gossip he had heard. Nianshi's pure white eyelashes blinked gently, a pair of gray and black, but the eyes seemed unusually bright, flashing with a strong curiosity. Oh. A human race actually awakened the ancestral dragon pulse? Is there such a strange thing in the world? Nianshi also showed some interest. Soon my eldest brother will go to the human race's Taihua immortal dynasty to do some work. By then I should be able to convince him to take me to the human territory. See if you can find it along the way and see if this person is suspected to be Zulong Pulse guy. Nian, she had already made a decision in her heart. Book on a part of Zulong Pulse. Can through this pulse know? If we are lucky we might be able to find a young member of the human race. Regarding the changes of the Tsanglong clan in the demon world, Guhan didn't know. At this moment he has restrained his breath and arrived at the area near the heavenly Tao Divine Tree. It seems that the major alliance forces are very covetous of the great Tao Divine Tree. Until now they have been fighting openly and covertly. They actually set up a large array of laws in this area to prevent other forces from breaking in during the fight. Did you get a bargain in the end? While speaking, Guhan he stretched out his right hand and reached into the void in front of him. A strange scene appeared. In the area where there was originally no obstruction, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared, blocking his outstretched right hand. Sealing formation. The area ahead has been completely blocked by a special sealing formation created by an alliance force. If you want to go in, you have to recite the command to open the formation. Otherwise you have to force your way through by relying on your own strength. It's not realistic to take a detour. Because these alliance forces that are competing with each other almost all acquiesced and adopted this approach. Each different alliance force has set up a special sealing formation in the area where it is entrenched. Prevent other monks or forces from intruding at the same time. With this as the center, a battle for the great Tao Divine Tree began. Xiao Haizi, who saw the whole scene, took a deep breath. It seems that the situation is more intense than I thought. It seems that all the forces and monks have gathered here. It is extremely difficult to seize the great Tao tree. While speaking, Xiao Haizi looked around, subconsciously took a look. Xiao Han, is it just you and me? Where's the helper? No help. Guhan said calmly, just one of us, that's enough. The most important thing is that he is about to break through to the Supreme Realm. You can just pull all the people from these alliance forces together to overcome the tribulation. If you know someone who, if the people from the Moon Demon sect get involved, it would be more trouble than gain. After all, you can't let your own people get struck by lightning. Chapter 247. Participating in the dispute. Has the identity been recognized? Just the two of us. Hearing this, Xiao Haizi was stunned. The situation was somewhat different from what he had imagined. If I had to say, Guhan could, the potential is not used. Except for the White Dragon Palace, no one entered. He can influence and adjust the power of the Moon Demon sect, Feixian Tower and Red Leaf sect. There is no need to say much about the Moon Demon sect. Feixian Tower and Hongye sect, one belongs to Xiaobingli and the other one belongs to Huajieyu. According to the two of us. As long as Guhan is willing to speak. They would definitely give orders without hesitation and let the young geniuses of these two major forces fully cooperate with Guhan. With the help of three major forces, they are enough to be a powerful force that reverses the situation. But now Guhan is not going to call foreign aid but want to take him to breakthrough. How? Guhan chuckled. Are you scared? Afraid? Xiao Haizi was a little angry. In my heyday, I was able to fight several great monsters alone without losing. Even though my current strength is only 1/100th of what it was, the word fear does not exist in my dictionary at all. Fight 3,000 monsters single-handedly and conquer the 16 continents with both hands. Little Blackie holds his head high, appearing very arrogant and unruly. This sentence is used to describe me, you know. The demon world is also a vast and boundless world. According to human historical records, the demon world is divided into 16 continents. In every continent there is a demon king with terrifying cultivation. Guhan chuckled and did not choose to undermine Xiao Haizi's morale. Muddy, the breath gradually rises. The palm of his hand pressing on the invisible barrier gradually emanated a terrifying force. The invisible barrier that completely blocked this area, suddenly it was disturbed by some kind of force and waves of water like waves ripple. Soon it should be indestructible and invulnerable, the law barrier. Under the influence of Guhan's power, a crack suddenly appeared, allowing people to enter the gap. Such a large-scale sealing formation requires many young monks to work together to create it. But in front of Guhan it was completely useless. After Guhan and Xiao Haizi took action at the same time, Yi Qingyun was under the arrangement of the Human Alliance. He took a group of young monks to the Jojo Divine Mountain, preparing to find the location of the Creation Fairy Pool. Jun Maxiao was also among this group of people. In fact, according to the comprehensive strength of the Taihua Immortal Dynasty Tianzhou, even if a Human Alliance Hug each other for warmth, and you can also be completely trapped. Mix gain a foothold in the misty fairy island. But due to Nangong Wanner's order, he can only follow Yi Qingyun. Keep him safe. Does Yi Qingyun occupy such a high position in the princess' heart? Bitterness in the heart at the same time. He recalled the scene not long ago when Nangong Wanner and Chu Wei had a fight. At first He Wei dared to attack the princess to be extremely angry. I even want to go find Chu in person, Wei asked for an explanation. But I heard that Nangong Wanner was because of Yi Qingyun with Chu Wei produces after the final fight. For some reason his originally angry heart I calmed down immediately. He didn't understand why the princess valued Yi Qingyun so much. Even at the risk of death returned Chu, the first descendant of the Skyway. This made him a little confused for a moment. The princess really wants to invest in Yi Qingyun. Or have I already developed feelings for this man whom I have just met? Feelings? Could it be that I, a childhood sweetheart who grew up with him, am not as good as Yi Qingyun, a person I have just met? Yi Qingyun was very carefree at this moment. Relying on the large number of people on his side and the gambling Bai Ji didn't know her the main come up and chat. Girl, there is one thing I have always been curious. Why do you use a white vertical straps to wrap your eyes? The girl is not only gifted in swordsmanship, natural fragrance, beauty like flowers and moon. Now we use this, the band covers his eyes. While there must be some special reasons in past stories. I don't know. The girl is willing to talk to Fong about some of the past. Fong traveled around the world and acquired an ancient mental method. Yi Qingyun, he smiled, thinking that he was enjoying the spring breeze. Maybe I can help you. The girl untied the knot in her past. I have to say Yi Qingyun is indeed a smart guy. Listening to the past as a topic. It is easy to win the favor of others in the first impression and close. Moreover, you can also extract some useful report. However, the premise of all this is that Bai Jida doesn't know his true share. And now Yi Qingyun deliberately showed the warmth like a spring breeze. Let Bai Ji felt so nauseous that she wanted to vomit. I even want to take action now to give this guy a sword comes from the mouth. But no. It's not the right time yet. Let's not talk about Yi Qingyun first. Are there any other cards on the table? That Jun Mashio gave an extremely dangerous sleep. Apart from Jun Mashio himself, there are several. The young geniuses of the Human Alliance are also very powerful. Now only one person. If you attack Yi Qingyun directly without caring about the consequences, it will most likely be in vain. An excellent swordsman often has to learn to lie dormant. Learn to launch the most deadly attack at the most appropriate time. Nothing bad to mention. It's just that I was too stupid and too blind. I had a pair of swordsman's eyes, but I couldn't see a despicable villain named Yi Qingyun. Bai Ji did not shy away from it, although the smile on her face was stunningly charming. Her words were full of contempt and mockery. That mean guy praised my beautiful eyes and said that they can tell anything all can see. This is simply the biggest irony of my life, so I simply cover my eyes to avoid being bothered. Speaking of which, Bai Ji changed the subject again. Fang Yi Daoyu said that he traveled all over the world, so he must have accumulated a lot of money over the years. Connections. If possible, please ask Taoist Fang Yi to help me find out the whereabouts of this despicable villain Yi Qingyun. If fellow Taoist Fang Yi finds Yi Qingyun, kill him and bring his head to us. The three of us sisters will repay fellow Taoist Fang Yi well. Yi Qingyun, God, suddenly stiff, a little unnatural. Cut off his own head and bring it to in front of Bai Ji and others? Even a fool wouldn't do this, right? Moreover, he even had a suspicion Bai Ji is a pun that refers to a mulberry tree and a locust tree. It was as if the other party had already recognized him and was deliberately mocking and making fun of him in public. Chapter 248. Is it really that easy to kill? Finding the fallen immortal. But the other monks did not know the deeper meaning of the conversation between the two. Someone with good intentions heard. After hearing what Bai Ji said, he immediately stepped forward. Shooting Fu assured, that incident we have also heard that Yi Qingyun is essentially a despicable and shameless villain. Don't worry, Fairy, we will also pay attention to the news about Yi Qingyun. If we find him, we will take his head and bring it to you. Tenjia Zhongshan, more people. Everyone knows the three sisters of Bai Ji are from different countries. Heavenly fragrance each has its own merits. Just ask which genius doesn't want to be with these three geniuses with different temperaments? Fairy build good relationships? And Bai Ji and the other two wanted to kill Yi Qingyun. It has already become known to everyone. This is also visible their determination. If Yi Qingyun can really be killed, enhancing his reputation is only secondary. By the way, I can also meet three fairy builds a good relationship, isn't it? Oh? However, on the side, stiff Yi Qingyun himself is a god. It's getting uglier and uglier. These guys are really bold. They even dared to discuss his death in front of him. Very good. However, Yi Qingyun still control the anger in your heart. Anyway, he had been secretly colluding with the Mermaid Royal family and the Taiwa Immortal Dynasty cooperation. After finding the fairy pond of creation, share the opportunities equally. Just directly use the power of these two major forces to kill these guys directly. As for Angelica de Hurica, there will be plenty of opportunities. Kneel down and beg yourself, crying. Towering the top of the sacred mountain in the clouds, Lu Ruyan and Chu Wei gathered here. Return Tianben is a super Taoist tradition with a very long history. Enter the overall strength of the geniuses of Pumiao Fairy Island is not weak. Therefore, there is no need to add other forces or enough to rely on their own strength gain a foothold here. And the plan is Angelica de Hurica in the light, we are in the dark. Light and dark complement each other. The plan can space for work and feasibility bigger. According to Bai Ji report, it can be confirmed that the guy named Fong Yi is most likely Yi Qingyun in disguise. Shu Wei took back the sound transmission jade pendant. Exhale. The fowler controlled the various thread. Since we have confirmed that the guy is Yi Qingyun, what are we waiting for? I'm going to kill him now. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan, the mood is a little excited now. He wants to attack Yi Qingyun directly. But it was Chu Wei stopped him. Let's not talk about whether Yi Qingyun has accumulated a life-saving trump card these days. But he is now a member of the Human Alliance copy, and Bai Ji said that Yi Qingyun there is an extremely terrifying genius on the side. If we act now, the probability of failure is very high, and we may even come into direct conflict with the Human Alliance because of this matter, and finally let Yi Qingyun take advantage of us escape. And Shu Wei changed the subject again. Su Chang'e, who is suspected to be my senior brother, seems to be looking for clues about the creation pond recently. Yi Qingyun went to Jiuzhou Divine Mountain this time to find the creation fairy pond. This is an opportunity for us too. Not only can we use this incident to kill Yi Qingyun, but we can also find the source of the Fortune Immortal Pond position, indirectly help the senior brother, and even restore the relationship with the senior brother. Moreover, the Fortune Pond is also known as the Immortal Spring, which can cure all diseases in the world. If we can get some of the water from it, maybe we can improve our master's body that is about to collapse situation. As soon as these words came out, originally some emotional Lu Ruyan suddenly fell silent. Now let regret something hard to let go. There are two. The first thing is to find my brother and make atonement to him. The second is to solve the problem of master. The situation is rapidly deteriorating and mutating. Perhaps he had finally seen through Yi Qingyun's character. Or maybe it was the departure of my senior brother, that too unforgettable. I have always known that I am the one who deserves to die the most besides Yi Qingyun, regardless of whether the senior brother left with a dead heart. Or maybe master's state of mind was affected by this, severely injured. The situation deteriorated rapidly. Have unrelated. I see. Lu Ruyan said no more and just responded in a low voice. Shu Wei couldn't help but sigh, knowing that Lu Ruyan has actually embarked on an extremely extreme path. He even wanted to drag Yi Qingyun to death with him to atone for his sins to his senior brother Guhan. But Shu Wei looked up deep into the sky. Even the will of heaven was willing to step forward personally and issue a decree to help Yi Qingyun. Is it really so easy to kill such a person? Heavenly way. Future wants Fordern God, and through is the power of reboot. Go back, let your future self go back to before everything happened and kill Yi Qingyun. Heaven's way is also an element that must be addressed. Besides, the eternal Yi family that is suspected to be from the fairyland. Let's not talk about whether Yi Qingyun, who already has Taiwa Immortal Dynasty as his backer, can be killed successfully. Furthermore, Yi Qingyun is completely dead and the future will come early. Facing the wrath of heaven and the Yi family suspected to be from the immortal realm, we absolutely cannot bear it. A temporary and magnificent palace outside Pyeongmyo Fairy Island. A cold and angry voice replied, "Open it." "Bai Ling, are you trying to be stupid again? You are now. I am sure you know the situation very well. If you don't calm down and take care of yourself, you will definitely die in the future. Now that my sister has helped you find the traces of Guhan and Yi Qingyun, you should come back with me to Bingling Saint Sect to recuperate. Instead of looking for the so-called falling immortal shore." Sitting at the highest, Mu Binghuang, sitting on the ice throne, was anger boiling. Ice crystal storms rolled around, causing the temperature around to drop rapidly. Below, God haggard faced the pale Mu Bailing knelt on the ground. Unbelievably thin, the shadow swept by the icy storm was like a pine or cypress in the wind and did not bend at all. As if a certain decision had already been made. "Elder sister, you must know that it's not something that can be restored by conditioning. All these methods are just treating the symptoms but not the root cause. And Hua Jieyu was right. Instead of pestering her meaninglessly, it would be better to do something limited but meaningful for Honor in the limited time. This can also be regarded as my gratitude to Honor. Ninth life, I will return your forgiveness." Chapter 249. Did you come back from the future? IX back. That's right, already know Guhan has reborn 9 times. Every time the ending is not well. None of them had a good ending. Even if he survives all the crises, he will eventually fall into an invincible situation. A villain who is hated by everyone and wants to be killed by everyone. These days of God has always in a very trance-like state. But just yesterday, resting with eyes closed, the soul seems leaving the body, being pulled by an unspeakable force to a world that seems like a fantasy or a dream. In a strange state. In this way, I saw several completely different past lives. Not from Guhan's perspective, nor from Chu, from the perspective of Wei and others, your own perspective. Instead, he watched the stories of previous lives from the perspective of some unspeakable unknown existence. Saw a lot. More than a decade ago, at that time, Guhan was brought up the mountain by himself and lived a peaceful yet warm life on Bayou Peak. Later, Yi Qingyun went up the mountain. The purpose of all of Yuzar attracted and eventually forgot the picture of Guhan. I looked at a certain life, and Chu Wei and the other 2 completely approved of Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun, this despicable villain, his status in their hearts is even far higher than Guhan. Yi Qingyun in that life was not unexpected for the top genius of the Xianhuang world. Sweeping across the land, he was invincible and wiped out countless demonic forces in existence, praised by countless creatures in the Xianhuang world. Later, many demonic forces that were wiped out by Yi Qingyun revived, and after he left, they took revenge on his relatives and friends. Among them also included asking the sword sect. I saw that, and eventually I left the sect and fell in that life. Guhan of the devil. 1 man 1 sword, kill demon sect headquarters, die 3,000 miles. Brought back by force. Our residual like after experiencing a brutal battle, Guhan was completely infected. 1 people. It is him for himself, and a certain A tomb was built at the foot of the green hill, leaving the last bit of my miserable self in that life noodle. What's funny is that life Yi Qingyun, who has a higher status in their hearts than Guhan, came back from other worlds. I just said, "Sorry I'm late." The most what makes my heart ache is like a knife. Yi Qingyun also took the opportunity to give Guhan of that life a violent the devil's hat. Eventually they joined forces with many powerful so-called famous and upright sects to directly kill Guhan of that life. I also saw Chu Wei Zai Jin. After returning to purgatory, Guhan will experience future disasters. Yi Qingyun in that life was not completely killed, but his life was hanging by a thread. His eternal fortune was taken away and his destiny and origin were refined. Except for being hanging on for 1 breath, he is basically the same as a dead person. The heavenly Tao of the Xianhuang world was furious because of this. Don't hesitate to show real, issued a decree directly sentencing Guhan to death. In that life, Guhan was stronger than ever before. He holds the ancient imperial weapon. Later, a majestic country transformed by evil spirit emerged. When he raised his hand, the devil flames that covered the sky and the sun appeared, shatter a piece of sky. With his own strength, he instantly destroyed countless powerful people and forces who came to attack him. While talking and laughing, the mast, oars, and sails were reduced to ashes. Guhan was very strong in that life. But it's also lonely. Lonely to the point of except for a die accompanied by the magic sword. Sighed afterwards, no one fought alongside him. What's funny is, even that life they all stood on the opposite side of Guhan. In response to the will of heaven, they joined forces with the so-called famous and upright sects to attack Guhan. I see Guhan surrounded by layers of people, laughed crazily and carelessly heroic. Finally he was at a dead end and he jumped the falling immortal cliff. But what impressed me most was, it is not from a third-person perspective. After watching Guhan in that life, I jumped the process of falling from the immortal cliff. Jumping in Guhan, the moment of falling off the immortal cliff. The whole dream world changes the first perspective. He saw Guhan, who was seriously injured and unconscious, falling towards him. No. To be precise, it should be Guhan who was falling towards the original owner of this perspective. Whether it's implied or not, it is already certain that I can see these things in my dreams, the existence of in the falling immortal cliff. And that unknown existence, even hope go to the falling immortal cliff to find him. So this is also at all costs. He even went so far as to disobey his own sister in order to go to the falling immortal cliff to find out the truth. Mu Binghuang had no idea what her sister was thinking. But Mu Bailing looked determined and unwilling to give in. Still sighed the voice, the falling immortal cliff, like the misty immortal island, only exists in the records of ancient historical books. There is no accurate record of the location. Let's not talk about whether you can find this place. Even if you can find it, that place must be extremely dangerous. How could someone like you, a supreme being, be able to get involved in this? Mu Binghuang was still trying to persuade him. No hope, my sister did something stupid. No matter what, I only have this one sister, and there is only one person in the world who is like me, relatives of the same origin. Sister, I have made up my mind. If I don't find this place and find out the truth I won't be able to calm down and take care of myself. Even if I die in the end, I won't be at peace. Mu Bailing kowtowed respectfully to Mu Binghuang, who was sitting above her. I know my sister has helped me a lot during this period. I also have feelings for my sister, excitement. But this matter, no matter what, I won't give in. Strong attitude at the same time. Mu Bailing also promised that she would further improve her cultivation strength. Only then will they set out to look for the falling immortal cliff. Mu Binghuang remained silent. Although the face eased, but the pain in the eyes getting richer. After a long while he finally spoke, your behavior is nothing but just myself. I can't hold. Why don't you just blow away the sand? Why are you so stubborn? After leaving his sister's bedroom, Mu Bailing did not return to her resting place. Instead, it is cultivation towards another area rush. Soon arrived at the top of a mountain on a nearby island. But there seems to be a red shadow is waiting. That person was none other than Hua Jieyu. How? You send a message you came here to discuss Guhan with me again. Seeing Mu Bailing falling in front of her, Hua Jieyu asked with a smile. Not really. Mu Bailing's tone was calm, but her expression was but extremely serious. I just want to ask you a question. Have you come back from the future? Chapter 250, Atoning for Sins. Does that mean there is no fault? The reason for this guess is very simple. As Guhan's former master, knowing that when Guhan was traveling he saved Hua Jieyu, who was on the verge of death. Hua Jieyu has feelings for Guhan stimulati, it's actually quite normal. But Hua Jieyu is too good to Han, so good that it is even a little abnormal. Whether it is previous, he explored the environment and instructed his apprentice to do his best to solve the problem for Guhan. Or maybe it was because he had been with Guhan all the time recently, be a dedicated guardian. It's all too abnormal. Flower Son, yes, I understand. From the outside grid, jump hot and unrestrained. But in fact he is sharp-minded and does everything all with a strong purpose. Never do meaningless things, waste of time. Therefore he has been so nice and caring to Guhan unprecedentedly. A small part of the reason might be that he really wanted to repay Guhan for saving his life. But most of the reasons are definitely due to other intentions. the air suddenly froze. Originally always with a smile on my face the flowers speak. Although it will thread very well hidden. But there was still a moment of stiffness. Even if it's very subtle. However, it was all seen by Mu Bailing, who was observing carefully the whole time. At the same time, the guess in my mind was also confirmed. It seems I was right. You probably know the future, or you came back directly from the future. Tell me, what is your purpose in approaching Honor? After catching the other party's reaction, Mu Bailing instantly confirmed her guess. The atmosphere of the whole space has become depressed and heavy. Mu Bailing, who was at the center of this world, the breath began to rise rapidly. Countless flowers condensed by sword energy. White the lotus flowers bloom one after another, giving people a feeling of suffocation and fullness, forced sleep. Flower language slightly condensed. In terms of the Supreme Realm, he was a little earlier than Mu Bailing and can be considered a veteran Supreme. But for some reason, facing a newly promoted Supreme being like Mu Bailing, suddenly I felt danger. I don't know if it's an illusion. Mu Bailing, there is one more. The indescribable terrifying aura seemed to be related to the original rules of heaven and earth. But the only one who can condense the origin rules of heaven and earth is all living beings in heaven and earth recognize that this can only be achieved by the heavenly Tao, which is derived entirely from the original rules. Mu Bailing can't be the way of heaven, right? Besides, why do we have to ask ourselves if we have come back from the future? Are you deliberately testing me? Or the other party also discovered some of his own? All the thoughts in my mind were quickly forgotten. He. What does it matter if it is or not? What qualifications do you have to question me? Hua Jieyu returned to her original appearance with her hands clasped. His voice was joking and frivolous. I admit that I do have my own plans for Guhan. But I never hurt him, let alone thought about hurting him. But you, as his most trusted master, have done so many things that hurt him repeatedly. Now you look like you have come to your senses and are regretting your actions. Do you think that everything you did to him can be written off and forgotten? What kind of person am I? You haven't even figured out the details yet. How dare you come and question me? Hua Jieyu refused to give in and directly confronted Mu Bailing. And in such a sharp and direct, under the words of the heart. Mu Bailing seemed to be unable to stand the momentum, suddenly dropped, and the face a change. At that time when it happens too, don't know what happened in the past. If I knew everything, it shouldn't be like this. I was just deceived at the time and did it unintentionally. It was not my intention. If it was in the past. Hua Jieyu tells everything about Honor will disdain to pay attention. As Guhan's master, no one is better than him. Get to know Guhan better. But now, after learning about his and Guhan's past lives, already deeply aware of it, you have the least right to be angry, and you have the least right to question the existence of others. In the dreamlike scene some time ago, I saw the article about Hua Jieyu film. The heavenly Tao was enraged, and the Eternal Yi family from the immortal realm also sent strong men to encircle and suppress the group. Guhan has enemies all over the world. But Hua Jieyu in that life seemed to remember Guhan's kindness. At the critical moment, it seems that a certain condition of existence has been agreed to. Let that existence take action at a certain time, restricted the strong men of the Eternal Yi family. Although Guhan still did not escape the situation of inevitable death, the final fall, falling immortal cliff. But to Guhan was not allowed to fall into the hands of the Eternal Yi family, a cruel punishment with no chance of salvation for generations to come. And through the God's perspective that exists in that position until the end of the picture, only then did I learn the truth. It turns out that Hua Jieyu was willing a bird in a cage for a certain fairyland power, the Lord's servant, and used this as a condition to exchange for that great power one of the Lord. Explain. Guhan has been kind to me. If it weren't for him, I would have died miserably long ago. This excuse also won, the Lord agreed and finally agreed to help him once. Just after achieving your own purpose. Hua Jieyu did not for this unknown force in the fairyland, the Lord's servant. Exist Redmari that night. Unnoticed by everyone in this case, he died of his own heart disease. Having repaid Guhan's kindness in that life and also preserved his dignity. On the contrary, in that life he stood against Guhan and even pointed his sword at him. How could he be qualified to accuse someone who wanted to repay Gu Hanan at the last moment, of people? Hua Jieyu had no idea what Mu Bailing was thinking and suddenly burst into laughter. Blinded. Misunderstand. Once you can call it a misunderstanding, twice you can call it a deception, but you call it deception and misunderstanding so many times, do you think everyone is a fool? Or do you think you never felt that you were wrong but that you were just influenced by some special factors, something beyond one's control? Hua Jieyu seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. You are grateful to him for raising you, but Gu Han is not an ungrateful person. He was born for you. How many people have died, second rate? Even though you are covered in wounds and scars, he still protects you back. But you are protected by him. The people behind. He drew out his long sword and struck him with the most fatal blow from behind. You know what it's like to be betrayed by someone who's willing to die, how painful and desperate it would be? I did something wrong saying it was a misunderstanding and then symbolizing, can the atonement of sins forgive all the harm done to others? Then if I kill your entire family and say it was a misunderstanding and I burn a stick of incense for you on your death anniversary next year, does that mean I'm a good person? Does this mean that my mistakes are worthy of being forgiven by your whole family? Chapter 251. If you really don't want to hurt him, you should stay away from him. In fact, in Mu Binghuang's recent and the psychological adjustment in recent times, Mu Bailing subconsciously felt that she had done enough. I also subconsciously feel that everything that happened before was just a misunderstanding. As long as you have paid for your sins and atoned for enough sins, you can be forgiven. This will allow Gu Han to let go of the past and return to his previous life. But now what Hua Jieyu said, but trippingly revealed buried deep in my heart, the scars make my heart ache so much that I felt suffocated. If you make a mistake, you can be forgiven as long as you atone for it. Is this fair? According to this statement, if he dislikes someone, he will kill the entire family. Then every year symbolizes if you can atone for your sins, you can make up for it, remove the guilt in your heart and cleanse your sins. This is not a sudden awakening. It's self-paralysis and the self-righteousness. But in reality it is an extremely distorted concept. From the source. From the moment you make a mistake, you are no longer worthy of forgiveness. Everything we do is just experiencing it, is just a part of the pain that the people you have hurt have experienced. Hua Jieyu's words were like sharp knives piercing through the heart, recalled some previous scenes. Gu Han, you really disappoint. Might's done. Yi Qingyun is your junior fellow apprentice and he is also the hope of our Shenhuang world. You brutally killed him because of your own personal grudge, destroying the hopes of countless people in my Shenhuang world. Even fell the devil is the enemy of everyone in the world. You make me lose so much, it's done. I really regret taking you as my apprentice. For the sake of our past relationship as master and disciple, I don't want to kill you with my own hands. Please kill yourself. Just treat it as your own, leaving us the last one. Noodle. In the picture, God cold hatred. At this moment, holding a long sword, he pointed directly at Addy, a young man with disheveled hair. Suicide. Is this the last choice you give me, the mercy you offer me? Several generations, no matter what I do in your eyes, it will always be wrong. Gu Han, who was standing opposite, laughed at himself in a very self-deprecating and crazy way mixed with pain and unwillingness. In the picture, I didn't know anything, the truth. So everyone thought that Gu Han was trapped before his death. He was in a crazy state and said some irrational words. But until now, finally figured it all out. Gu Han was not saying something irrational but was simply stating a true fact. It's hopelessly stupid every time. Every time I believed Yi Qingyun. Every time he stood on the opposite side of Gu Han. According to Gu Han's cruel and ruthless, in fact it should be kill him directly. But he didn't. Not thinking about the past points up. Instead, Gu Han wanted himself to experience the pain that he had experienced before. Honor, do you want me to regret, to be in deep pain, to experience everything you've ever experienced? Is it only in this way that you can truly? Are you happy? Mu Bailing was in a somewhat crazy state, covering her head with her hands. Her eyes were red and she kept talking to herself. Yes. Flower interpretation. A smile appeared on the corner of his eyes. Millie Tun mockingly said, "You owe him so much. Do you really think that you can get rid of it all with a few words and a so-called atonement? You're just dreaming. while opening his mouth to mock. Hua Jiayu also confirmed a guess in her mind. Mu Bailing may already know the future development trend. If I were to be honest with myself, I would think that my relationship with Gu Han was pretty good. Even in the future it will definitely happen with it set. Since Mu Bailing knows Gu Han's future, she probably also knows her own. I just don't know if my future will be miserable and if I have any plans achievement. There was indeed a purpose for approaching Gu Han. Just to pose may before the unknown forces in the fairyland the tragic fate of the master's concubine. Probably a few months ago. In ancient the trace obtained a prophetic treasure. Use money after much effort he finally gained some inspiration from this treasure. Just a few words. The opportunity to change the future destiny lies in Gu Han Superior. Maybe it was really God's will. Or maybe it was a backup plan left by oneself in a certain time and space. So only then will he be unconditionally good to Gu Han place bets. In a sense. He also knows the future but only fragments of it. But now it seems. Maybe you can learn from Mu Bailing, get some of what you want. Report. Hua Jiayu, what qualifications do you have to laugh at me? You didn't hurt Honor, but you also used him and indirectly brought him a big crisis. If it weren't for you, Honor's future, the situation would not be that bad. Even if one were to live towards death, there would be no chance of changing the outcome. I know you value Honor very much and you let him go through such a painful thing. How can you have the nerve to have a clear conscience? What did you say? Flower language. I was stunned and my brain went blank because of this news. But soon, with the inspiration in my mind, suddenly I thought of many things. Gu Han's talent is very strong. If the time, place and people are right, he will definitely be able to directly a legendary emperor. Even if he hasn't yet as an emperor, his strength will definitely only get stronger and not weaker. I can bring huge trouble to Gu Han at this level. It can only be said that my mother took the initiative to take advantage of my youth, the person who had helped me get in touch with a powerful person in the fairyland host. Looks like you remembered it too. Mu Bailing seemed to have found an opportunity to fight back. A playful smile appeared. You died easily, putting an end to everything, but you left all the mess to Honor. After all, in the picture scene. Hua Jiayu, in order not to for that great power in the fairyland, the master's concubine in the wedding dress that night, he died of a broken heart. However, this also made the great power in the fairyland host, but he got angry. Also because the reason for this was that this person blamed Gu Han for his anger. Superior Jumshuaxian Cliff didn't die. Hundreds of years later he was reborn, his cultivation became stronger and he used a different method. It's the Emperor's Gu Han. Not only did it fail to achieve a Jedi counterattack. On the contrary, because of Hua Jiayu's death many years ago, he not only has to face the revenge of the Yonghongyi family. They also have to face the pursuit of other immortal forces. This also made Gu Han, who was already in dire straits, the situation becomes more desperate. I know that I don't deserve to be forgiven. You shouldn't expect to forgive yourself. But he would choose to atone his sins in his own way to prevent Gu Han from suffering further harm. Whether Hua Jiayu did it intentionally or unintentionally, they would never let Hua Jiayu continue to get close to Gu Han. From this, if the sources cut off, Gu Han may have to face another major crisis in the future. Not to mention that you also know your own future fate. If you really don't want to hurt Gu Han, then you should put away your little thoughts. Stay away from him. Mu Bailing's eyes were red pupil depth. There is sadness and regret flowing as well as murderous intent flashing. Otherwise, even if you don't leave, I will definitely find a chance to kill you. Chapter 252. Both of them are seriously ill and their dignity is no longer a concern. Hua Jiayu was shocked when she heard this. While it was ugly, he also wanted to rush up and throw Mu Bailing palm. As for future development and the so-called ending, I don't know at all. The reason why I bet on Gu Han. It depends on the prophetic treasure and a subconscious thought in my heart sleep. Gu Han is so young, but he already has an extraordinary level of cultivation. Moreover, it is backed by the White Dragon Palace and is suspected to have a great history. As long as he is given enough time to develop, he will surely have a bright future. He is the most powerful person in the entire Xianhuang world. As long as you are not a person with a mental problem, you will choose Tuki. Let's find a way to invest. Yes. In the eyes of others, Hua Jieyu the grid is indeed jumping a bit more unrestrained. But that's just the disguise is good. He is always very good at judging people. But Mu Bailing doesn't think so. Determined Hua Jieyu ansame. I have also seen the future for some special reasons. Even if it doesn't look like you will also see the final ending, but you will definitely know most of the future direction. Now Hua Jieyu is unwilling to let go looks like. This is it seems that I have lost myself the goodness and warmth of Honor. After all, Honor was in his previous life saw things and once killed the Red Dust Taoist sect alone with a sword. Face the leader of the Red Dust sect head-on means force the leader of Honchen Dao sect to cancel the agreement and seek justice for Hua Jieyu. Such a scene, even if it was once, everyone will be envious and jealous when looking at it. Not to mention now it is still looking at Gu Han I can give good and warm. Although you have provided Honor with help. But you will also cause him a lot of trouble in the future. The best way is to solve the problem at the source and make you disappear. While speaking, Mu Bailing, wisps of brilliant and sharp sword energy have begun to swirl. Hua Jieyu narrowed her eyes slightly. Anger was also rising in my heart. This guy has been beating around the bush and won't tell me what will happen in the future. Now he seems to be seriously ill and wants to kill himself again. I was so blind that I saw this guy as pitiful and gave him said a few nice words. It turns out that this guy is just an ungrateful person at heart. Hua Jieyu snorted coldly and refused to give in at all. Even if Mu Bailing is now one more abnormal origin of heaven and earth. But as an old-fashioned supreme being the successor of the Red Dust Taoist sect, nature has its own special means that it is proud of. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Then I will make you sober up now. As soon as she finished speaking, Hua Jieyu had already taken action. The wind, countless various the petals are stacked layer upon layer, covering the sky and earth, sweeping in from all directions. Those are not ordinary petals but a strange phenomenon constructed entirely by spiritual energy. Its power is like a flying knife that can easily penetrate the sacred iron. At this moment it is overwhelming and takes shape in an instant, a piece of land that is enough to a torrent of annihilation. But at this moment the temperature of the whole world dropped sharply and the sky was painted with a layer of ice blue. Click, click, click. In the heart-pounding sound of freezing, flying all over the sky, already gathered a vast ocean of flowing petals was suddenly frozen in mid-air. As the biting cold wind blew, it suddenly turned into ice all over the sky dissipate. Hua Jieyu, she's my own sister, I can take care of her myself, please don't worry about her. The cold and majestic voice resounded through the heavens and earth like a huge bell. He. Flowers understand words, he chuckled, his voice somewhat teasing. Senior, you really are protective of your younger sister, you really don't want her to suffer any loss. Although she had not seen the person, Hua Jieyu was able to identify and share. Ice Spirit Holy Sect Mu Binghuang. These two people seemed to be sick. It was obviously Mu Bailing who was looking for trouble. Must let completely sever ties with Gu Han to cut off a certain future outcome. Can't you tell future condition? Is it better to prepare early and avoid future outcomes? To put it bluntly, Mu Bailing didn't want to see herself and Gu Han getting too close. Finally, I got more kindness and warmth from Gu Han, that's it. If you insist on looking for trouble, I will accompany you to the end. Again, after taking a look at Mu Bailing, Hua Jieyu, the corners of his eyes curled up in a disdainful arc. Soon it disintegrated into petals and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Bai Ling, you are now at the supreme realm after all and past state of mind. If you are still in this state of mind, it will be difficult to control yourself even in this matter, completely abandoning your dignity. I absolutely will not agree with you to look for the so-called falling immortal cliff. Mu Binghuang did not show up, but there was some anger in his voice. Know that my sister recently something was not right, so I followed him back. Hua Jieyu's words earlier had provoked Mu Bailing. I was so upset that I almost fainted. With this state of mind, he still wanted to find the falling immortal cliff that was suspected to be closely related to Gu Han. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. Mu Bailing did not respond but just laughed at herself in her heart. In fact, there are many times I feel that I should let go and have even let go of my obsession with Gu Han. But as long as someone mentioned that past or mentioned something deeper about Gu Han, the state of mind will be unable to stop falling on the verge of collapse. And In my previous life, when I faced Guhan's questions, I feel that my state of mind is enough and is also good enough to do things. Even before in the sect, he made what he believed to be the most correct judgment. And always put their dignity first, want to force Guhan to give in. But what is the result? It becomes a mess. As a result, he lost his own honor and was lost in the abyss of pain and regret. As for the so-called dignity, I don't care anymore. If I could use my dignity to win back Honor's forgiveness and make up for the pain Honor suffered in his previous life. Dignity, even if it is torn to pieces and trampled under your feet, what does it matter? Hua Jieyu left the island and headed in another direction. The shape suddenly stopped. Because in the sea of clouds ahead it was a beautifully crafted ship flowing bright stars, a huge flying boat. It is also Xia Bingli's exclusive car. Good. Although you approached Dukan without permission, very uncomfortable. But I have to say that in front of that idiot Mu bailing in the background of people, you make this got it looks much better. As an ethereal and pleasant voice came back from the ferry boat. Hua Jieyu only felt that the space in front of her sight, when it is affected, layers of distortion and change occur. When all the strange changes stopped, vision returned to clear. It has actually appeared in a certain place in the ferry boat luxurious room. And in not fair on the glass throne he was leaning lazily against a dreamy Korea film. Chapter 253. Let everyone who approaches him people regret erosion of the immortal realm. Fiction Lo Xia Bingli. Flower interpretation. It was ugly and my head felt a little swollen and painful. I just got back from that psychopath Mu bailing sleepy. Now I meet Xia Bingli again. This famous god of Feixian Tower, but the famous control powerful. This time I stopped myself halfway. Pull immortal boat may not be a good thing. Just when Hua Jieyu was ready to take action at any time. Put aside your little thoughts. If I really wanted to deal with you, you wouldn't stand a chance standing in front of me. Xia Bingli's cold voice with a smile rang out. Of course, even if you have the red dust Daosex trump card, it still won't work. Flowers understand. The eyes flashed. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, pretending to be relaxed. With a trump card, let me guess your purpose. Do you want me to stay away from Guhan? Cut off the connection with him. That might make you lose. Oh. Xia Bingli sneered. I did have this idea before. I didn't want anyone to be affected except me. The man approaches Akan. I even made a plan to kill those who dare to approach Akan casually. How can I torture him to death after I catch him? We will regret it forever. Tell Dare, what price should I pay for my things? Flower's face frozen. The person in front of me let all feel shock. Soul, how could someone say such cold and vicious words? Shocked and horrified Noodle, it already seems a little unnatural. Could it be that Xia Bingli deliberately told me so much to explain the ending I would face in the future? But now. Soon Xia Bingli changed the subject. You've been really good to Akan and you'll also play a good role in the final plan. So I don't plan to kill you for now. I want to discuss a cooperation with you. Flower interpretation condition. It has already been investigated. My mother is the leader of Hongchen Dao sect. Although it is suspected to be related to a force from the fairyland. But it's not like there are no people in Feixian Tower in the fairyland. Not to mention completely destroying the power of that fairyland. It should not be a problem to restrict the power of that fairyland. If the arrangements are appropriate enough and the layout is long-term enough. Maybe it can be reversed through flowers. He devoured the Red Dust Taoist sect and even the power of the immortal realm and turned them into a force in his own hands. Since I have already decided to face the end of becoming the enemy of the whole world for Guhan. Then you need to accumulate enough strength. Pyongyao Fairy Island Eastern Area. In recent days the situation in this area is completely chaotic. The reason is simple: the fruit of the great Dao tree is about to. It's the most suitable time to pick. All the allied forces guarding nearby are extremely jealous and they want to reduce their competitiveness and be able to allocate more fruits of the avenue. Many geniuses from all the alliances fought fiercely here. Fishy collide. The top of a high mountain. Guhan stood with his hands behind his back. It rustled in the cold wind. Xiaohan, the fruit of the great Dao is about to. This area is completely messed up. Our best moment to take action has arrived. The little black guy standing aside was chattering, looking like he was ready to start a big fight. Well, it's time to take action. Guhan nodded slightly and did not refute. This is also the opportunity he has been waiting for a long time. He was too lazy to pretend anymore. Anyway, Suchenga, the copy was fake in the first place. There is no need to make any more trouble. Muddy the breath rises, the line word being urged. Guhan brought Xiao Haizi. The figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. At a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye, it was rapidly approaching the direction of the Great Tao Tree. The area around the Avenue Divine Tree is also the most chaotic area. Human race, demon race, devil race, ancient race, and even some mixed races, the pride of the race, all fought fiercely here, collide. From far look all kinds of terrible magic, they complemented each other one after another and were going to completely destroy that area. However, the most advantageous force among all the racial alliances is the demon race. The demon clan values pulse inheritance. Self-perception. The demon race with pure and noble veins completely disdains cooperate with the demon tribe of low pulse level. This also led to a very awkward situation for the demon clan, with the strong joining forces and the weak joining forces. Powerful and ridiculously strong. Weak and pitifully weak. Although it is also aid is a strong force, but it cannot influence the final development of the situation. The same applies to humans. The human race pursues different ways of chain repair, which has also spawned various factions. For example, the so-called famous and upright sects and the evil sects dislike each other. It was good enough that there was no fierce fighting on the Misty Fairy Island, let alone cooperation. Moreover, for example, Taihua Immortal Dynasty return this top force. I don't even bother to add the so-called Human Alliance dispatched by the Human Alliance. Therefore it is perennial in the dark and desolate land of the Demon Clan at this moment. All the powerful geniuses of the forces have reached cooperation. They cooperated with each other and fought with all their strength and soon gained the upper hand in this melee. However, this also caused other allied forces to become jealous and fearful, fearing that the demons would take away all the opportunities of the Great Tao Tree. He then joined forces with other forces and began to attack the demons. This also makes the battlefield more chaotic. But in such a mess on the battlefield, there are two shadow completely ignored the chaos. The battlefield was rapidly approaching the direction of the Avenue Divine Tree. But with the geniuses of many races gathering together, naturally some sharp-eyed people noticed it. But you can see clearly those two. The actress was slightly stunned. One per person. What kind of weird combination is this? And judging from their appearance, they seem to want to take advantage of their melee and sit the fisherman benefits. Court death. The geniuses of the Demon Clan, the Monster Clan, and even the Human Clan who had reacted suddenly became furious and immediately used their magical powers to kill Guhan and Xiao Haizi directly. Under such circumstances, all the geniuses of the major races were bloodthirsty. You can't go to the Great Tao Tree to pick it yourself the fruit of. Then we can't let other people go either. Anyone who dares to approach the sacred tree of the Great Tao will be the enemy of all of them and must be killed first. Anyway, if I can't get it, no one else can get it. For such, besides, Guhan was not surprised. As a casual practitioner, I want to directly participate in this melee for the final winner. The trick actually doesn't work. Crush with absolute strength everything. Besides, he had already done it. Be prepared to be the target of public criticism. Guhan stopped. With a powerful kick, he sent the black guy running in front of him, flying away. This will give him a ride and allow him to get closer to the Great Tao Tree faster. I will try to stop them as much as possible and get everyone's attention. You go first and find a chance to get close to the Great Tao Divine Tree. Don't worry. I will never let you lose off. But you please don't die here. The little black guy is like a game on the blue planet, turning into an angry little, and flew quickly towards the direction of the Avenue Sacred Tree. Chapter 254, If you don't want to be shameful, then I'll send you to death. Stop that little black. Tianjiao, who had reacted, immediately shouted, that little black, they are in the same group with that human race. But before any, Tianjiao responded and took Actiondo. Boom. The next moment, a huge and dazzling sword energy like a towering mountain fell from the sky. Suddenly, the power released by the exploding sword energy directly caused a large area to collapse and a huge bottomless abyss immediately appeared. As early as the moment before the attack, Guhan waved his sleeves and threw out several talismans engraved with the heaven seal. Thunder exploded. The frost spread. The flames are boiling. But in a flash he neutralized several other magical powers that were targeting him. The battlefield in this area was suddenly in solidification. Everyone is god-stunned, subconsciously heading in the same direction. The center of attention is Guhan. After all, he made a scene. The silence is just too great. First, a sword energy killed several demon monks. He raised his hand again and easily broke up the joint attack of geniuses from several races. When did the human alliance produce such a powerful general? Su Chang'e. He is Su Chang'e. Suddenly there was a cry of surprise from the crowd. He is a top genius from the human race. During this period of time, the reputation of Su Chang'e, the pseudonym used by Guhan, has spread throughout the major among the geniuses of the Pyomyo Fairy Island race. They are not unfamiliar with this name. Su Chang'e. What exactly do you mean by this? But at this moment, one gold battle shirt exuding a terrible smell, the genius of the land, came from the sky, stood above the sky, looked down at Guhan below with indifference, and his voice was like a thunder. If I remember correctly, you rejected the proposal of the human alliance before. Now you suddenly appear here again. Is it possible? I want to take advantage of the chaos while I wait. Take our fruit. The human genius standing above the sky is named Tai Pokang. He is the top genius of Kaitian sect. He is extremely powerful and has extremely terrifying attainments in the art of boxing. Not long ago I used my fists to killed the top geniuses of several races, shocking everyone. What? Su Chang'e is not a member of the human alliance. The geniuses from all the major races were a little surprised after hearing these words. They also thought that Guhan was deliberately a hidden trump card that is deliberately used at the critical moment. Unexpectedly, Guhan was actually a casual cultivator add into this melee. This guy is so confident that he is a little arrogant. Now the dispute involving the great Tao Divine Tree has completely fallen into chaos to a point where it was almost heated. Even the top geniuses could not stand this terrible battle hit. Ben, the energy is totally insufficient. Therefore everyone can only add alliance forces to gain more benefits. Guhan is just a casual cultivator, but he dares to go alone. They are fighting for their own rights, and they also want to seize the great Tao Divine Tree. They are truly not afraid of death. Take your fruit? Guhan stood with a sword in hand. The corner of his mouth raised a smile, and he responded without hesitation. He mocked, since ancient times opportunities have been obtained by those who are capable. If I have the ability to take it, then it's mine. How dare you say I am? Although he is a human. But he also won't give the Terran Alliance a good face. After all, to put it bluntly, the Human Alliance under the name of race unites more humans to gain a foothold on Pyomyo Fairy Island. In fact, it is just to seek more benefits. Essentially, there is no difference between him and me. Tai Putsong narrowed his eyes slightly, suddenly became sync. This guy is really more rampant than the rumors. From what Guhan said, he was confident enough to obtain the fruits of the great Tao that he wanted in this melee. And his strength is far stronger than anyone present. But before he could threaten, the other ethnic geniuses who understood the meaning of Guhan's words were also angry. This is so outrageous. A mere casual cultivator of the human race with no background or support actually claimed that he could take away the opportunity right under my nose. When we are all dead. I really thought I would. After attacking and killing a few unpresentable guys, you dare to ignore all of us. We can put our dispute aside for now and kill this guy first. The current situation has already made them feel confused, emotional and irritable. Now I see this guy Guhan being so rampant again. Immediately many ethnic geniuses who were bloodthirsty cast unfriendly looks at Guhan. He. Suddenly a teasing laugh was heard. Some people really think that by relying on luck and killing Chao Yen of the Flame Dragon sect they have the capital to act recklessly on Pyomyo Fairy Island and ignore other people. I just like the way you have no clear idea of your own strength and are inexplicably arrogant. Because to step on a guy like you, it really makes people feel very comfortable. The violent winds of law blow from afar, scrape it. 1Y5A handsome man with a slightly evil look gently waved a jade fan and slowly fell from the sky. What is striking is that the man is holding a beautiful girl in his arms. Build. He Huan Dao sect Ling Hu Xiao. Someone who recognized the man exclaimed in surprise. He is the top genius of the Huan Taoist sect. His reputation is also quite great. Specialties: the Great Tao, the unique magical power of the Huan Dao sect. He almost mastered them all. The only downside is that it's too good. But you can't blame him, it's because of the nature. After all, the magical power of chain repair just need too much assisted by the energy. Seeing this scene, Gu Han was still stunned, indifferent, just looked up and glanced. The person in his arms seemed like Ling Hu Xiao, who was high above him. I can give you 3 breaths of time to get rid of that guy, sighed leaving. Gu Han's words were incoherent. But at this moment, leaning on Ling Hu Xiao's arms, the child is the face slightly stiff. Others might not have understood what Gu Han meant at first. Booty, don't know. Gu Han, this is for warning, let get away from me. Otherwise, when he attacks Ling Hu Xiao later, his sword has no eyes. This uninvolved passerby might die tragically on the spot. What a big mouth. However, Gu Han's kind reminder was not keep it in mind. Instead, his face was filled with anger. After all, he is a Daoha realm cultivator looking at the outside world. Others also call him a voice of pride. This guy is real Iwan roadside weeds. Just a slight move can trample to death? These days any clown dares to show off his skills. Z didn't take Gu Han's words to heart at all. After being ridiculed in public, his whole expression changed instantly. His body was boneless and he leaned lazily on Ling Hu Xiao's chamber. Beef punched Ling Hu Xiao's chamber. Son, look at him. You threatened us in public and wanted to kill me. I'm so scared. Ling Huxio, the corners of his head curled up in a confident arc. He gently waved the feather fan with his right hand and patted the beauty in his arms with his left hand to show his comfort. Down he raised his head slightly and looked down at Gu Han below. Oh, you are so arrogant, you really think you can kill? But before he could finish his words, God suddenly stiff. Strong crisis-like hit spread like a torrent of water. Gu Han, there had been some change in their aura and their cold eyes looked at them as if they were dead people. Shame on you. Then I'll take you on your journey together. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Han had already taken action. Chapter 2 aroused public outrage and everyone attacked and killed Gu Han together. Almost in the next moment. Including Ling Hu Xiao, everyone saw an extremely shocking scene. Gu Han's sleeves were drummed, holding a 3-foot-long sword, walking between the glances, black hair flying, white, hunting as if a banished immortal. It's obviously just a simple, however, countless different ghost images have appeared around. Slash horizontally, chop vertically, lift the sword, pierce, smash the sword, and chop the sword. Different ghost images all give people a feeling of being as erratic as lightning and as fast as flowing water, the ethereal. When the 6 shadows completely become one. Swish swish. The sword is as swift as. At this moment the 6 sword energies rose from the ground like a divine rainbow with 4 wings that pierced through the sky, piercing the sun and breaking through the air. Bang! At the same time, the rude taunting from the previous moment buried itself in Ling Hu Xiao's heart, talking in a coquettish way of build. Suddenly there were bloody sword marks all over his body, his eyes were wide open and he had completely lost his life. He fell to the ground with a thud like a dead dog. Phew! At the same time, Ling Hu Xiao's limbs and even his head were cut off by the sharp sword energy, and his face still showed fear and disbelief before death. He, the top genius of Huan Dao sect, Zongheng hunter of the field. Now after just one encounter he was killed instantly. Damn it! I should have known better, should have stopped immediately upon appearance. Make a move with all your strength. Now everything hasn't even begun and I've already been slaughtered like a clown. If he could do it again, he would definitely try his best to make this old man quit the disease. But in this life there is obviously no chance. Gu Han knew that he had an opportunity to seize the great Tao divine tree. I am destined to be being the target of public criticism, the joint siege by geniuses of many races. If you don't want to take action, then don't do it, but now that you have decided to take action, you have to make a big splash and scare everyone present. Think about it, if you want to kill him, is the portion enough? Without waiting for the many geniuses present to come back to their senses from their trance, A series of set the sounds of cutting bones breaking, people falling to the ground, and screams rang out one after another. Not only Ling Hu Xiao but several other geniuses in the crowd were either cut in half by the sword energy or had their heads chopped off or were directly pierced through chamber. Shocking read the water is like a burst of fireworks and it's heart-pounding. As Gu Han put away his sword he stood up. Several geniuses of different races lost their lives one after another and fell to the ground. The reason why he killed this man. This was because he had already seen through various details that these guys seem to want to strike first. He doesn't think the other party's behavior is attack. All I can say is that he reacted quickly and knew that it is better to strike first and avoid being at a disadvantage. If it were him he would do the same. But unfortunately his behavior be more decisive. Including Ling Hu Xiao, several geniuses suddenly lost their lives. Just like thunder suddenly appeared in the sky and then returned to silence in an instant. The collision hadn't even started yet but it was over in a flash. Everyone's pupils widened slightly open godtrance. Gu Han was seen standing there casually holding a sword with not even a trace of fresh remains, a white still better than snow. Not even a step has been taken, half a point. Look around him again. Possession, the person in his arms Ling Hu Xiao who descended from high above at this moment, it's already cold, it's done. This sword art is probably not much different from that of Jian Shen, the chief successor of the Heavenly Sword sect. Not only is the difference almost the same, his sword drawing speed is definitely much faster than Jian Shen's. That person was just in front of me at the same time I realized that when Su Chang'e made his move the man was already dead. The crowd suddenly panicked. Many monks faced in fear. He subconsciously took several steps back, moving a little further away from Gu Han. Ling Hu Xiao. He was a well-known genius but he was treated like a small fry and slaughtered like that. The strength of this guy in front of me is definitely beyond the top sequence among their group. Tai Put San Yi Neon A change. Fear on face, plus I didn't even realize that my back was soaked with cold sweat. He was also angered by Gu Han's words, attack in anger. But now I see it's completely cold. Ling Hu Xiao. Tai Po Kang couldn't help but feel relieved. I can only say it was a close call. The strength is very strong. But Gu Han's sword was drawn so fast that it was completely invisible and he swung out several swords in an instant. Even if he is strong in this, he will surely die under the sword energy that cannot be captured by the eyes. What are you all standing there for? That little black, obviously he is in cahoots with Gu Han. If we don't stop them, the Dao fruits will be snatched away by Su Chang'e, who shows up unexpectedly. Another voice of a genius was heard from the crowd. Then what's the point of us working so hard for so long? This guy is strong but I don't have that many people. Are you still afraid of him? As soon as these words came out, everyone who was in shock and trance suddenly came to their senses. After a flash to Gu Han's eyes becoming unkind again. Yes. The strength that Gu Han had previously demonstrated was terrifying. But there is an old saying, a good man cannot defeat four hands. Not to mention there are so many of them. Furthermore, the various ethnic groups have different the geniuses gathered nearby. Gu Han must have taken such a strong move it has already spread. As long as they delay time, a genius more powerful than Ling Hu Xiao will come to support them. Yes, there are so many of us. Are you afraid that he is alone? Why don't we put aside each other for the time being? See a group of people caught up with the little black, kill him. Su Chang'e will be dealt with together for the time being. Boom. But before they take action, Gu Han raised his hand and slashed out another brilliant sword energy. I think I'm hiding in the crowd. The Tianjiao face that cannot be attacked by Gu Han. Big changes. The defense he subconsciously gathered, the magical powers are useless. The huge barrier of laws suddenly collapsed, the brightness dims. The last moment before losing consciousness, the dazzling sword swallowed up the entire world in his vision. Accompanied by the fleeting dazzling sword. Everyone was subconsciously terrified. Just see fresh splash, a demon clan genius hiding in the crowd with an expression of disbelief on his face. His head flew high. The headless man who has completely lost his vitality fell to the ground with a thump. Xing Wushang of the demon clan is dead. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and angry and subconsciously dispersed around. Yet another well-known genius was inexplicably slaughtered by Gu Han. Moreover, the other party did so it has been shown. He just wanted to be his enemy against all of them by himself. To the little black by time and then collect all the fruits of the avenue. Chapter 2 aroused public outrage and everyone attacked and killed Gu Han together. Almost in the next moment. Including Ling Hushao, everyone saw an extremely shocking scene. Gu Han's sleeves were drummed, holding a 3-foot-long sword, walking between the glances, black hair flying, white, hunting as if a banished immortal. It's obviously just as simple, however countless different ghost images have appeared around. Slash horizontally chop, vertically lift the sword, pierce, smash the sword and chop the sword. Different ghost images all give people a feeling of being as erratic as lightning and as fast as flowing water, the ethereal. When the 6 shadows completely become one. Swish swish. The sword is as swift as. At this moment the 6 sword energies rose from the ground like a divine rainbow with 4 wings that pierced through the sky, piercing the sun and breaking through the air. Bang! At the same time the rude taunting from the previous moment buried itself in Ling Hujiao's heart, talking in a coquettish way of build. Suddenly there were bloody sword marks all over his body, his eyes were wide open and he had completely lost his life. He fell to the ground with a thud like a dead dog. Phew! At the same time Ling Hujiao's limbs and even his head were cut off by the sharp sword energy, and his face still showed fear and disbelief before death. He, the top genius of Hahuan Dao sect, Zonghang hunter of the field. Now after just one encounter he was killed instantly. Damn it! I should have known better, should have stopped immediately upon appearance. Make a move with all your strength. Now everything hasn't even begun and I've already been slaughtered like a clown. If he could do it again he would definitely try his best to make this old man quit the disease. But in this life there is obviously no chance. Gu Han knew that he had an opportunity to seize the great Dao divine tree. I am destined to be being the target of public criticism, the joint siege by geniuses of many races. If you don't want to take action then don't do it, but now that you have decided to take action you have to make a big splash and scare everyone present. Think about it, if you want to kill him, is the portion enough? Without waiting for the many geniuses present to come back to their senses from their trance. A series of the sounds of cutting bones, breaking, people falling to the ground, and screams rang out one after another. Not only Ling Hushao but several other geniuses in the crowd were either cut in half by the sword energy or had their heads chopped off or were directly pierced through chamber. Shocking red, the water is like a burst of fireworks and it's heart pounding. As Gu Han put away his sword he stood up. Several geniuses of different races lost their lives one after another and fell to the ground. The reason why he killed this man. This was because he had already seen through various details that these guys seem to want to strike first. He doesn't think the other party's behavior is attack. All I can say is that he reacted quickly and knew that it is better to strike first and avoid being at a disadvantage. If it were him he would do the same. But unfortunately his behavior be more decisive. Including Ling Hushao, several geniuses suddenly lost their lives. Just like thunder suddenly appeared in the sky and then returned to silence in an instant. The collision hadn't even started yet but it was over in a flash. Everyone's pupils widened slightly open, god trance. Gu Han was seen standing there casually holding a sword with not even a trace of fresh remains, a white still better than snow. Not even a step has been taken, half a point. Look around him again. Possession, the person in his arms, Ling Hushao, who descended from high above at this moment. It's already cold, it's done. This sword art is probably not much different from that of Jian Shen, the chief successor of the heavenly sword sect. Not only is the difference almost the same, his sword drawing speed is definitely much faster than Jian Shen's. That person was just in front of me. At the same time I realized that when Su Chang'e made his move the man was already dead. The crowd suddenly panicked. Many monks faced in fear. He subconsciously took several steps back, moving a little further away from Gu Han. Ling Hushao. He was a well-known genius but he was treated like a small fry and slaughtered like that. The strength of this guy in front of me is definitely beyond the top sequence among their group. Tai Put San Yi Neon A change. Fear on face, plus I didn't even realize that my back was soaked with cold sweat. He was also angered by Gu Han's words, attack in anger. But now I see it's completely cold. Ling Hushao. Tai Po Kang couldn't help but feel relieved. I can only say it was a close call. The strength is very strong. But Guhan's sword was drawn so fast that it was completely invisible and he swung out several swords in an instant. Even if he is strong in this, he will surely die under the sword energy that cannot be captured by the eyes. What are you all standing there for? That little black, obviously he is in cahoots with Guhan. If we don't stop them, the Dao fruits will be snatched away by Su Changa, who shows up unexpectedly. Another voice of a genius was heard from the crowd. Then what's the point of us working so hard for so long? This guy is strong, but I don't have that many people. Are you still afraid of him? As soon as these words came out, everyone who was in shock and trance suddenly came to their senses. After a flash to Guhan's eyes becoming unkind again. Yes. The strength that Guhan had previously demonstrated was terrifying. But there is an old saying, a good man cannot defeat four hands. Not to mention there are so many of them. Furthermore, the various ethnic groups have different the geniuses gathered nearby. Guhan must have taken such a strong move, it has already spread. As long as they delay time, a genius more powerful than Linghu Shao will come to support them. Yes, there are so many of us. Are you afraid that he is alone? Why don't we put aside each other for the time being? See a group of people caught up with the little black, kill him. Su Changa will be dealt with together for the time being. Boom. But before they take action, Guhan raised his hand and slashed out another brilliant sword energy. I think I'm hiding in the crowd. The Tianjiao face that cannot be attacked by Guhan. Big changes. The defense he subconsciously gathered, the magical powers are useless. The huge barrier of laws suddenly collapsed, the brightness dims. The last moment before losing consciousness, the dazzling sword swallowed up the entire world in his vision. Accompanied by the fleeting dazzling sword, everyone was subconsciously terrified. Just see fresh splash, a demon clan genius hiding in the crowd with an expression of disbelief on his face. His head flew high. The headless man, who has completely lost his vitality, fell to the ground with a thump. Xing Wushang of the demon clan is dead. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and angry and subconsciously dispersed around. Yet another well-known genius was inexplicably slaughtered by Guhan. Moreover, the other party did Soit has been shown. He just wanted to be his enemy against all of them by himself. To the little black, buy time and then collect all the fruits of the avenue. Chapter 256, if you don't work hard to cultivate immortality, you will become brothers in the Emperor's banner. This is so outrageous. Guhan's move like the match completely ignited the powder keg. Of course, the more important thing is that they found that Guhan was determined to go against them. Let's go together. Kill this guy first. Then we can talk about how to distribute the fruits of the great Tao. As the geniuses of the major racial alliances expressed their views one after another, everyone present reached an agreement and first killed Guhan, who showed up in the middle of the road. Instantly, the demon race, the devil race, and even the human race all took action one after another, offering their own treasures. The breath of law surges. Kill, kill, kill. The first to attack were four geniuses from the demon clan and the monster clan. Boom. Demonic and demonic energy are boiling, covering the sky and the sun, and the world is in chaos change. Among the four geniuses of the demon clan, the weakest one has reached the 4th level of Daohua realm, while the strongest one has reached the 8th level of Daohua realm. Cooperate with several demon clan geniuses to attack together. The magical power released can be said to be devastating. All kinds of hideous and terrifying demons appeared, bringing a dark world. Kumhao and put Guhan below. The shadows are insignificant. But no one thought that Guhan would be taken down so easily. Should he used some powerful sword skills to forcibly break up the joint attack of several geniuses. But in the next moment, something happened that no one had expected. Guhan actually did not choose to use his sword skills. Instead, he took out an ancient weapon from the vortex of the void. The golden banners are extremely gorgeous. The 10,000 Souls banner, also known as the Human Emperor banner, is a treasure that Guhan had previously exchanged in the system mall using villain points. People did not know what the 10,000 Souls banner was, they just saw that the banner was gorgeous in appearance and well-made and had a kind of noble and upright charm. Subconsciously, I felt that this banner was a defensive banner that Guhan had deliberately taken out to bluff people. Magic weapon. But little did people know that beneath the gorgeous appearance of the 10,000 Souls banner, it actually contained endless resentment and wailing. Guhan's smile appeared on his face. Since you fellow Taoists are so enthusiastic, unite to fight more. Then Su naturally cannot hide his incompetence. Today I invite all Taoist friends to come sit inside the human emperor banner. While speaking, Guhan raised his hand and waved the human emperor banner. Guhan waved it vigorously. A scene that subverted the cognition of many geniuses appeared. It is obviously extremely gorgeous and looks quite shocking. The most precious human emperor banner suddenly emitted a billowing black aura. With the dark air, the rolling waves, each with a terrifying face, the ferocious ghosts roared and howled, layer upon layer, pouncing and biting at the many geniuses. This is a part of the monk puppet undead that comes with the human emperor banner. Although the number is not large, there are still hundreds of them, and each of them has the cultivation level from their previous lifetime. Many geniuses attacked Guhan with their magical powers but were swallowed up by the ghosts that followed one after another halfway. Don't say anything about Guhan's injury, even no corner can. When it arrives, it has disappeared. What on earth is this? How can a mere ghost possess such terrifying power? This is not an ordinary vengeful ghost, but the soul of our generation of monks that has been suppressed, transformed into a puppet. Many Tianjiao noodles, there is a great change and all the dead souls emerge. Because they discovered that these ghosts and undead spirits all had cultivation, and their cultivation was not weak. Plus the cumulative number, there is no way to contend with it. Some geniuses have already been overwhelmed by the influx of undead and are emitting heart-wrenching wails. What is even more frightening is that the monks who were swallowed by the undead turned around for one of the countless undead souls driven by the human emperor banner. This has created it was a terrifying phenomenon. Their attacks were ineffective and the people who died on their side were killed, a member of the army of undead ghosts. Run! Run! This guy Su Chang'e has such a terrible treasure in his hands, there is no way to compete with it. Tianjiao, who had already realized something was wrong, wanted to escape. Want to leave? It's too late. Guhan naturally would not give them this opportunity. He raised the human emperor banner in his hand again and waved it vigorously. The indescribable terrible power turned into ripples and spread out. The many geniuses who escaped were suddenly horrified. Because they suddenly found there as if being an invisible force bound play every bit. More ghosts and wraiths came from all directions with grim laughter tearing devour their souls. Miserable, the sounds suddenly resounded throughout the space. Su Chang'e, you are at least a human swordsman. Sword cultivators are upright in their conduct, but now you are using the magic sect's most precious treasure to attack us like this bloody massacre. You are unworthy of being a swordsman of the human race. A monk from the Human Alliance let out an unwilling roar before dying. Do you dare to take back this treasure and fight me in a fair fight? Idiot! Guhan just glanced at him coldly and ignored him completely. Sure enough, compared to other races, some human beings are actually the most disgusting. Mingming Benit is also for one's own benefit. You have to find a high-sounding reason to justify your impure motives. When the geniuses of many other races joined forces to attack him, why didn't they consider that he was a human? Now that you know you're going to die, you're still talking to yourself about these things. Take a deep breath and relax. It's normal to feel dizzy. If you don't work hard in cultivating immortality, it doesn't matter if you die, you can also be brothers in the human emperor banner. Guhan chuckled. Wave again the human emperor banner and the overwhelming vengeful spirits roared out again, engulfing all the remaining geniuses. With the tragic, the sound is getting louder. After a moment, the only ones left on the battlefield were Guhan and the human emperor banner in his hand. Also, there are many more good brothers in the human emperor banner. But this is not the end. There are many geniuses from various races gathered in this area. This area is also one of just a battlefield. I guess it won't take long. The geniuses of other races in other regional battlefields will receive the news and rush over quickly and may even come into conflict with themselves. Guhan didn't care about this. Since we have decided to collect the Great Tao Divine Tree in the bag and this large group of geniuses collided is inevitable. However, he still hopes these guys can remember retreat when knowing the difficulty. If they were all wiped out. Let's not talk about whether it will be created a huge sin of murder is also a troublesome matter. I now understand why Buddhists always use the excuse of having a connection with the Buddha to seize opportunities. If anyone doesn't give me face, I will directly convert him to Buddhism through Buddhist teachings. Guhan seemed to have thought of something and chuckled, so it's self-produced and self-sold good take all. No more hesitation. Guhan put away the emperor's banner and quickly moved forward in the direction of the great Tao divine tree, preparing to meet up with Xiao Haizi as soon as possible to end this matter as soon as possible. After all, there is an opportunity waiting for him at Yi Qingyun's place, the fairy pond of creation. Chapter 257. This is to save your lives, don't go up and die. As expected, the news that Guhan killed many geniuses has spread. The Demon Alliance, the Monster Alliance, the Human Alliance, and many other racial alliances suddenly, but he got angry. For this sacred tree of the great Tao. All of them were bloodthirsty and they fought brutally in the form of racial alliances collide. Guhan is just a casual cultivator, yet he dares to act so arrogantly. Not only did he get involved in this matter, but he also killed so many of them. He was simply courting death. This person is so arrogant. We must kill him for killing so many of our people. Lend me the souls of my dead relatives in heaven. We can put our dispute aside for now, but Su Chang'e must die. Various ethnic alliances angry and united against a common enemy. Not only did Guhan kill countless of their clansmen, he also created a feud with them. More importantly, Guhan's strength has indeed reached a level that is unimaginable. If he turns a blind eye, continues to fight against each other and ignores it, the Tao divine tree will definitely fall into Guhan's hands. In the end, they will definitely tell a foray clown who can't get anything. Are you telling the truth? That human cultivator is suspected to have the most precious treasure of our demon race. The Demon Alliance headquarters. A leather iron black, the demon genius with a pair of bat wings and an appearance like a yaksha, was shocked and angry when he heard the report from his subordinates. His name is Mo Wuiying, the prince of the Yesha royal family of the Demon Clan. He is also the leader of the Demon Alliance. After learning that Guhan had an incredible magic treasure in his hand, he did not hesitate and went with the other demon leaders to there was a discussion. They reached a unanimous decision to temporarily put aside the alliance with the human race collide. First, concentrate your strength to kill Guhan and take away the human emperor banner from his hand. On the other side, the human race of Piaomiao Fairy Island. The department is not a monolithic entity. Many independent human forces turn a blind eye. Anyway, Guhan didn't kill any of their people, so no matter how much trouble the other party made, it had nothing to do with them, so there was no need to spend effort to clear them out. Some independent cultivators regard Guhan as a hero. They thought that although his actions were cruel, he had won a place for them as they were returning for repairs, and it even allowed them to vent their anger. These scattered brothers went through untold hardships to get through the arena competition and get into an opportunity to explore the misty fairy island. As a result, because I had no one to rely on, without this background, it is difficult to make any progress in the exploration of Piaomiao Fairy Island. No, the Alliance forces will be slaughtered like sheep by other races and even by fellow humans. Add the Human Alliance, because they have no one to rely on, is often thrown to the front to serve as cannon fodder. Guhan, a casual cultivator, is the things they dare not even think about. Human Alliance Station. This guy is a traitor to our human race. He used an extremely terrifying magic treasure to massacre many of our human cultivators. He is an extremely cruel and unforgivable demon. In my opinion, we should take this opportunity to work with the other major alliances to kill Su Chang'e, this unstable person factor. A man carrying a big knife exuding of the black-robed man with surging sword intent slammed his palm heavily on the table. The sound was like a bell. Dugu Dao, the chief prodigy of the Tian Dao sect, possesses extremely high attainments in the way of sword. In the recent hit within the huge moon-slashing sword in the uninhabited area, he killed several geniuses of the demon clan in succession, and his fierce reputation was feared by all. At this moment, another clear and indifferent male voice sounded. Although Su Chang'e used the magic sect's treasure, it's a bit bloody and cruel, but there's nothing wrong with it essentially. Since ancient times, the opportunity treasure, those who are capable will get it. He has that ability, so what does it matter if he takes away all the Tao divine trees? The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became quiet and everyone's eyes subconsciously towards direction go. There was a man sitting on a mahogany chair, white, a handsome man wearing a jade crown. He is none other than the chief of the Tianjin sect Jianchen. He is also the leader of the Human Alliance. Oh. Dugedao narrowed his eyes slightly and sneered, Jianchen, this guy has bullied us and you are still pretending to be so-called sword cultivator. Or why are you so protective of Su Chang'e, who is suspected to be a disciple of the demon sect? I saw that he had excellent talent in swordsmanship and you don't want to make a move, so you say these things to show off, right? Speaking of this, Dugudao's smile became even more sarcastic. If I remember correctly, you seem to have always hated the so-called demon sect disciples. If it weren't for the demon monks, your sister wouldn't have died. For this reason, after becoming the chief of the Tianjin sect, he practiced swordsmanship hard in order to one day kill all the demon sect disciples in the world. Now you. Without waiting for Dugedao to finish his words. Boom. Jianchen, who was originally sitting upright on a mahogany chair sipping the hot tea in his cup with his eyes lowered, suddenly raised his eyes. Suddenly the aura changed dramatically. Like a peerless divine sword that appeared, just one look at it can make one's eyes and heart feel a piercing pain. What's more terrifying is that the air has become sharp. It was as if countless invisible swords were constantly slashing at my body. Why should I, a sword cultivator, explain to you what I do? If you say something irresponsible again, I will kill you today. You Dugedao Mianit suddenly became ugly. Let him know that he is no match for Jianchen and dare not say a word. Jianchen also ignored it. Finish the cup of hot tea. Take your sword and start. Walked out of the hall. He didn't look back. His voice was calm yet with a certain confidence. Besides Su Chang'e's matter, I will fix it. If he is no match for me, I will defeat him, ensuring that it will not affect our plans. If he beats me in swordplay, then the matter is over. If you are not as skilled as others, you should accept the defeat. If anyone else from the Human Alliance attacks him, I will kill him. The figure completely disappeared outside the hall. Only left to the shocked and dazed people a tall figure from behind. This guy simply doesn't take any of us seriously. Until Jianchen's back completely disappeared from their sight. Dugedao, who had recovered from the intimidation of the sword energy, dared to spit fiercely to vent his previous grievances, ugly and ruthless. This matter, it concerns the interests of all of us. Who the hell is he? How dare he decide what we think without permission? Dugedao is actually not stupid. He seemed to be venting his anger by saying this. In fact, he also pulled other people on board, directly ignoring Jianchen's proposal, and continued to discuss how to deal with Guhan. Not only is he rubbish, he's also an idiot. At this time, a pleasant voice sounded. Not far away, sitting on a material small pretty face. A disciple of the Tianjin sect. She is also Jianchen's junior sister, Xiao Linglong. At this moment, he was puffing out his cheeks and eating a string of candied haws comfortably. Headlight towards Dugedao and all the proud people of the Human Alliance around him, he said mockingly, "My senior brother, this is to save the lives of you idiots. Don't go up there and die, you idiots." Chapter 258. It turns out to be the old man with hidden strength. Notice the clues. Xiao Linglong. Do you really think that you can ignore all of us just by relying on that guy Jianchen? Dugedao was already angry. Now that Xiao Linglong had ridiculed him again, he became so angry that his face turned red. However, Xiao Linglong also did not take Dugedao's threat seriously. The jade lazily resting on the armrest of the seat, shaking gently, he continued to nibble on the candied haws and said with a smile, "What I said is the truth. Such a simple and clear thing. If you can't see it, then what else could you be but an idiot?" Ignoring Dugedao's intention to kill people, Xiao Linglong continued to smile and said, "Let's not talk about Su Chang'e's original. How strong is the strength? Among all of you, is there anyone here who can be a match for my brother? If senior brother goes out in person, even the opponent could not defeat Su Chang'e, which already shows a lot of things. Also, don't forget that the Monster Alliance, the Demon Alliance, and the other alliance geniuses are all preparing to take action against Su Chang'e. One more of our Human Alliance will not be enough. None of our Human Alliance. If Su Chang'e is really confident in himself and has an absolute trump card, do you think that the people from our Human Alliance will go up there to seek revenge or just go up there to die?" As soon as these words were spoken, there was a sudden silence around. Yes. Even Jianchen, the strongest person in their Human Alliance, is no match for Guhan. So what role can these people play? Furthermore, how could Guhan dare to be so ostentatious as a casual cultivator? ADDTHAS dispute was definitely the result of being prepared to become an enemy of all of them. This can only mean that this kid Guhan has some extremely terrifying trump card or means in his hand. Already have a face. The changes were so intense that a cold sweat broke out on my back. It was a close call. I was almost fooled by the appearance. It's done. Guhan is probably also an old man who likes to hide his cards. Dugu Dao obviously also thought this through. Although I still wanted to refute, I couldn't find a reasonable excuse. Ba, I will not object to the decision made by donor Jianchen. But let's be clear, I have already done my research, and it was this Su Changda who killed my senior brother Jin Yuanzi. My elder brother was killed and I as his junior brother avenged him. Makes sense, right? Another voice sounded. All gather together again. I saw Jin Shanzi holding a 9-ring staff. Red. He was wearing a cassock, twirling Buddhist beads in his hands with a peaceful and compassionate expression on his face. Xia Linglong frowned slightly. But he didn't say much. This involves other people's private affairs. Moreover, it is indeed true that Guhan killed Jin Yuanzi. Revenge when revenge is needed, complain when grievance is needed, debt compensation. This is also normal. Seeing this scene, Jin Shanzi's face was filled with compassion and peace. Getting richer. In that case, I will go ahead. He chanted the Buddha's name again. Golden Cicada walked out of the hall. And follow him there are 12 more, a young monk wearing a cassock and having an extraordinary aura. They are all top monks of Dui Buddhist temple. The 12 people cooperated with each other and formed the 12 demon subduing formations, which were invincible and could fight any battle. Dugu Dao sneered, feeling somewhat gloating. Su Changda is too arrogant. He is just a casual cultivator, but he doesn't know his limits. He will definitely be doomed today. I Dugu Dao swear here today that if Su Changda can fight back and survive this crisis with unimaginable means, I am the man who cuts himself off with a knife and converted to Buddhism. The other side. Yi Qingyun and his group have already set foot in the Jiuzhou Divine Mountain area. Brother Qingyun, are you sure that the legendary fortune fairy pond Isis had hidden in those mountains? As a monk spoke. Everyone's goal, they all converge on the skylight curtain in front of the field of vision. There is no end to the mountains in sight. Jiuzhou Shinshan can be said to be a core mountain range of Pyomyo Fairy Island. Wrong, it runs through the east and the west. Enter behind this mountain range is a whole new world. In the past, many people of different races believed that there were special opportunities hidden in the Jiuzhou Divine Mountain. Take the time to explore. But the Jiuzhou Sacred Mountain is too huge. In addition, there is a kind of shrouded in a special white mist. Most people I didn't dare to go deep in. Pull number of depths. It is also easy for people among them to get completely lost in the Kyushu Sacred Mountain. Rumors are just rumors after all. Now that they have heard and seen it, many monks in the Human Alliance have retreated, meaning it's not a big deal if we can find the legendary fairy pond of creation. If I can't find it and end up getting lost in the sacred mountains of Kyushu, I'll have no place to cry. Don't worry, I know what to do. Yi Qingyun, he smiled confidently and then waved his hand, and a jade sculpture with ancient craftsmanship appeared. A special compass appeared in his hand. This is what I saw on Pyomyo Fairy Island. Land income. According to the information left on the murals, this compass in my hand can help us. You won't get lost behind the Kyushu Sacred Mountain. Yi Qingyun actually deliberately kept a watchful eye. The compass in his hand is actually just for decoration. Enter behind the Kyushu Sacred Mountain. If you don't want to get lost, you need to take a special route using a special method. Otherwise you will be completely lost in the white fog and it will be difficult to sleepy. The reason why he put up such a pretext. One is to mislead people. The second is to keep something in reserve. As long as someone dares to, they may have bad intentions towards you and even attack you. Then he could find an opportunity to trip him up and make him completely lost. He killed people with a knife effortlessly. Just in Yi Qingyun, the corners are slightly bent, thinking that you can take it at will. Everyone, especially Angelica de Hurica, time. At this time a Kula voice suddenly sounded. Fang Yi Dao Yu, how can Ido you think you are lying? The compass in your hand gives. It felt ordinary without any strange smell. You are not really hiding as a way to avoid getting lost in the sacred mountain of Kyushu. Are you using this cover to fool us? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding atmosphere was briefly stagnant. Everyone's goal, also the one who suddenly spoke, Angelica de Hurica. Baiji held a long sword white. The straps cover a pair of eyes in the breeze, the beauty hidden under the white robe. The material is outlined if present. Xinglier's pupils shrank slightly in the crowd, shocked and unbelievable. Others may not know, but to be sure Baiji guessed right. Yi Qingyun didn't know he had long been Gu Han's spy, waiting to stab him in the back at the critical moment, delivering a fatal blow. Not long ago I foolishly told you how not to get lost in the Kyushu Mountains. Therefore, what is Yi Qingyun thinking about now? What plan does he have? It couldn't be clearer. I just never expected it. Baiji, an outsider, was able to. Some clues had already been detected in front of the Jojo Sacred Mountain. Chapter 259. My senior brother must have been in a lot of pain at that time, right? Fellow Taoist Baiji, what do you mean by this? Yi Qingyun was only dazed for a short while, and this state was almost fleeting. Almost no one noticed that he was different. He pretended to be angry and said, I am kind enough to take you in. Jojo Shinshan is looking for the fairy pond of creation so that you can for the first batch of people to eat crabs. Now I am showing my sincerity to ensure that you will not get lost in Jojo City. Miss Baiji will not. I am so excited and I'm still so suspicious. If Miss Baiji doesn't believe me, you can just wait outside the Jojo Divine Mountain. The crowd, who also did not know the truth, were also immediately shocked by Yi Qingyun's performance. Scared me. They all believed his words and stood beside him. Side accusation. Baiji said no. Yes. Miss Baiji, how can you say that? Brother Feng Yi is kind-hearted and righteous and is willing to take us in searching for the fairy pond of creation in the divine mountain of Jojo is a great favor to us. You and we are both beneficiaries. Not only will you not, it is really unbecoming of a monk like us to doubt and accuse others without authorization. Ms. Baiji, as a sword cultivator, you should uphold the principle of doing the right thing instead of slandering and accusing others without any evidence. I originally thought that Miss Baiji was a sensible person, but now it seems that I can only say that you can't judge a person by appearance. I didn't expect Miss Baiji to be such a cunning person. Intestine man. This moment, almost everyone is blaming Yi Qingyun. Angelica de Hurica. The words are full of weirdness and groundless accusations without knowing the truth. Baiji frowned slightly. The sword heart that shouldn't have any ripples was now stirred up by an unstable thread. A little angry. I am just raising my doubts reasonably. Besides, as long as you are not a fool. I felt that the compass in Yi Qingyun's hand was just an ordinary. There is nothing special about it. Don't I even have the qualifications to raise doubts? Don't these guys also have nothing figured out? How dare you make such a pretentious accusation? While feeling resentful, suddenly I thought of something. The anger dissipated quickly. Instead, there is a kind of sadness and self-mockery, such as like water flooding my heart. What qualifications do you have to be involved in this matter, up in anger? Previously in the sect. Or maybe according to Chu, the previous life that Wei mentioned. It seems that he is the one who obviously doesn't know the truth, however, is with countless people who think they are on the moral high ground. He even turned around and doubted and blamed his own senior brother. At this moment I truly understood. What, make the knife fall on yourself, it will hurt. And my brother at that time territory. Accused by everyone. Being doubted by people you trust and are close to. No one is there. Explain for yourself. No one argued back. No one believes in himself firmly even once. My senior brother must have been in great pain at that time. Buried in deep hard-off pain, suppressing the self-blame, he couldn't help but surge out again. Slightly hold the sword that my senior brother once made for me. The mood seems to have reached the edge of the hair. That's enough. At this moment an angry rebuke sounded. Doubt you, Baiji. If you feel something is wrong, raise your doubts. This is actually a small matter. The road to the Great Road is extremely dangerous. If you want to go far, you must do everything you can. Be careful. Jun Maxiao couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Stand up. Head. He glanced at the others sharply and dissatisfiedly. It's you this matter. It has nothing to do with you in the first place, so what kind of ability is it to come out and blame others at will? Many of you are tall and strong men. He is also Nangang Waner came to protect Yi Qingyun under the order. Naturally, he also knew Yi Qingyun's arrangements. Also, no Baiji's suspicion was correct. Maybe I feel guilty. Or maybe I just couldn't bear to watch it. He couldn't help but stand up for Baiji stepped forward. Baiji was also very surprised. Unexpectedly, Jun Maxiao would actually stand up to defend himself. But let's put it this way, if Jun Maxiao tries to stop us our plans, I will still find a way to deal with Jun Maxiao. Yi Qingyun, who had seen the entire scene, narrowed his eyes slightly as if he was somewhat dissatisfied with Jun Maxiao's behavior. I really like to find existence. A disgusting guy who likes to meddle in other people's affairs. I don't know why Nangang Waner would allow such a guy to stay in her house side. Wait until you get to the top later. Just get rid of Jun Maxiao, whom you dislike, first, so that he won't always ruin your good deeds. At this time, Bai Lao, who had been silent in his mind, suddenly said, Xingyun, I have a sleep. You, my former senior sister Baiji, 9 times out of 10 you may have already guessed your share. You can tell from some of the subtle reactions. Besides your other 2 senior sisters Chu Wei and Lu Ruyan, this time they also entered explore the Misty Fairy Island. According to the 3 of us, the information is shared with each other. As long as one person knows it, the other 2 will definitely know about you. Then Lu Ruyan and Chu Wei has not appeared yet. Maybe it was intentional, hide in the dark and catch you off guard when you are not paying attention. This Jojo Divine Mountain is extremely beneficial to you now. I don't know how to avoid getting lost in the sacred mountains of Kyushu. Why not take this opportunity to kill them all to prevent future troubles? Hearing this, Yi Qingyun's eyes darkened. But he still responded coldly, I know these guys are actually looking for death. If I have to be my enemy because of Guhan, then I will just stop thinking about the past. Noodles ruthless to the flowers. When talking about Guhan, the murderous intent in his tone was obviously stronger. In fact, compared to hating Lu Ruyan and the other 2, he hated it even more and even wanted to tear Guhan to pieces 10,000 sections. Because he had always suspected that Yi Hajing was framed inexplicably and had something to do with Guhan no contact. Moreover, he had originally gained the recognition of the Dragon King of the White Dragon Clan. And there is an opportunity to get direct help from the White Dragon Clan. But it was inexplicably taken away by that kid Guhan. This is something that he would think about every night and would be so angry that he couldn't sleep. After all, the White Dragon Palace, founded by the White Dragon Clan, is already considered a top force with a great reputation. He even dared not offend many powerful forces that he found terrifying. If at the beginning to find someone recognized by the White Dragon Palace clan and get their help. I don't want to be like this anymore. When for a wandering cultivator without any background or support. Even have to rely on others and look at others' faces? Also, if it weren't for that damn guy Guhan, Shu, how could Wei and the other 2 as well as his former master Mu Bailing all be so crazy as to want to kill him? Chapter 260, A Way to Avoid Getting Lost. A group of young monsters with no martial ethics. It's all this damn Guhan's fault. Yi Qingyun roared in his heart. Deep in my heart the raging anger was ignited again. When I have, well, I will kill him first. To vent my hatred today. He had felt it in his heart a long time ago. Guhan can be so. Even the famous Bingli god treat it as a treasure in your hand. Because in Zhongzhou, when he was in the state of enlightenment, the opportunity of the Tianlong clan that belonged to him was inexplicably snatched away. With this for the object, followed by the Tianlong clan, he obtained share. Finally, this matter as a springboard to rapid success. But all this should have belonged to him. This feud is irreconcilable. Get ready now, enter Jojo Sacred Mountain. You'd better follow. If I get lost in the Kyushu Sacred Mountain later, I won't care about your life or death. Control your mind. After the conversation, Yi Qingyun gave a cold order. And symbolizes, he made some gestures on the jade compass to confuse the people who did not know the truth again. After making the necessary preparations, Yi Qingyun no longer hesitated and led the team directly into Thane, the sacred mountain of Kyushu. Although things it has subsided. But Baiji was also deliberately isolated by everyone. He didn't care about it and just followed quietly at the end of the team. But face very ugly. It's not because of being isolated by everyone. Instead, the method to avoid getting lost in the Jojo Divine Mountain lies in Yi Qingyun's hands. This factor imposes a huge restriction on our plans. Want to be with Chu Wei Lu and Ruyan cooperate with each other perfect the hunt for Yi Qingyun, it's not realistic at all. Because there is no compass in Yi Qingyun's hand. Let's not talk about finding Yi Qingyun. The Kyushu Divine Mountain is a road to self-destruction. Just Bai Ji was in a dilemma. Suddenly, a special method was used to transmit the sound which could not be detected by others arrive in the mind of. You guessed right earlier. Yi Qingyun is deliberately deceiving you. The compass in his hand is just for decoration and to deceive you who don't know the truth. If you want to truly not be in Kyushu Sacred Mountain lost in need, use some special methods and find a special path in the Kyushu Sacred Mountains. I can tell you this method. Who are you? The sudden sound also made White Angelic a pupil contraction. He was suddenly startled and subconsciously asked back. It doesn't matter who I am. Qing Lier is not ready your own to avoid causing some unnecessary changes. The important thing is that you just need to know that our goal is the same. We all want to find an opportunity to kill Yi Qingyun. But during this period of time I found that Yi Qingyun is becoming more and more complicated. It seems that there is some kind of god protected by an unknown force. It would be very difficult for me to kill him alone, so I need help. Therefore I think you are a very good partner. There is no need to say more. I will now tell you how to a way not to get lost. Not in Kyushu Shinshan. The way to get lost is also very simple. In fact, it is necessary to spiritual consciousness know and constantly identify changes in the surrounding environment. Every time you travel a certain distance, a strange-looking tree will appear. As long as you follow the direction of the branches of this tree, you will not be in Kyushu Shinshan lost. On the contrary, if you walk in the opposite direction of the tree, you will walk out of the Jojo Divine Mountain. I see. Knowing the method, Bai Ji did not hesitate. He directly passed this method to Chu, who was heading towards Jojo Shinshan Wei and Lu Ruyan. There are still people who want to kill Yi Qingyun. On the other hand, I just received the news from Bai Ji. Chu Wei was also a little surprised by this. But let more concerned about from this matter another detail that comes out. Exist in recent investigations. Yi Qingyun disguised the square leaves not only add the human alliance and is also very close to the mermaid royal family and the Taiwa immortal dynasty. Although this guy is selfish, he is not stupid. To be on the safe side, we will definitely pull in people from these two forces to their own camp in order to gain more benefits. However, this time we have also made adequate preparations. If he doesn't say it, Yi Qingyun will definitely be killed. It will also take away half his life and leave him with a painful and unforgettable memory. Today, no matter what method you use, you must kill that famous Fang Yi guy. He turned around and ordered whoever can take his head will be rewarded handsomely, and I will make sure he does not suffer any loss. Sister Wei, rest assured we will do our best. And in after that they have gathered return. Tianyi is one of the top geniuses. As no return, the first successor of Tianqin Resources Training. Qualified and capable, use these geniuses for your own benefit. The other side. The eastern area of Pyamyo Ferry Island. After clearing a battlefield, Guhan did not choose to stay any longer and turned into a long rainbow. He walked quickly through the forest trying to catch up with Xiao Haizi and meet up with him. Boom boom. But at this moment a demonic aura suddenly rose in front of them and dark thunder with terrifying power roared hair. A moment and a purple the thunderous ocean produces intense collide. The crackling current exploded, weaving sound through the drums. But soon another huge monster Hashikai raised his fist and hit the purple of ocean of thunder. There was a loud bang and the shadow seemed unable to withstand the attack. Suddenly the terrifying force directly flew away, leaving a perfect streak in the air. The line fell straight towards Guhan's direction. That's... Guhan looked closely and saw that it was burnt, all electrocuted. The little black guy? The little black boy fell down not far from Guhan with a thud. But he soon climbed out of the pit cursing. Look at him alive, judging from the way he's jumping he's probably not dead yet. Young demons have no moral principles. Attack. Xiao Haizi covered his bruised left eye socket, his voice full of resentment. While I was confronting another demon, he came up with a left kick and a right whip, a left jab. Suddenly attack me. The little black guy seemed very unconvinced and stroked his wing. A piece of nothing Orlean swing. Xiaohan, you came just in time. These guys are determined to stop us. Let's join forces and kill them. Road. Gu Han did not respond. Just stop and stay where you are. Look up to all around. Are you here already? The reaction was faster than expected. Almost the next moment after Gu Han finished speaking, the sky seemed to be covered with a layer of thick ink. It was dark and a strong wind was blowing. The air suddenly became heavy like a mountain-exist mouth suffocating. But the terrible changes go far beyond that. Accompanied by waves of heart-pounding, shattering sounds, several rays appeared out of nowhere in the sky-shocking space crack. The devastating evil spirit spread. Demon Alliance Rui Tianjiu has arrived. The demon Wu Ying, wearing black robe, leather iron black, looks like a yiksha. Gold vertical pupils look down from above, coldly overlooking Gu Han below. Su Chang'e, you have killed many of my demon clan's geniuses before. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, you will surely die. Mo Wu Ying and other demon clan geniuses. Later he was followed by the genius of the demon dragon clan. As the chief genius of the demon dragon clan, Mo Ningxin, was looking at him with a look of shock and curiosity, constantly looking at Gu Han. Because in Gu Han's superior arrived Nopal's breath wave. Ink and mind flashing, he was certain of his own thoughts. No doubt this guy, there is a high probability that I have the ancestor dragon of my dragon clan pulse. The dragon clan, the newspaper network, is not small. Jin Chuanyuan and others were able to investigate clearly and found out that it was Gu Han who killed Jin Yuanzi before. They can naturally investigate it as well. But they didn't expect that they would meet in this way. To be honest, some thoughts take Gu Han's own pulse. But Gu Han is too arrogant, it's too much trouble. There are many people and many eyes here. As long as you dare take Gu Han's own pulse, it will inevitably cause a fire. Boom! At this time in another area, a terrifying evil spirit was rising, and eventually it turned into a dark cloud of thunder and lightning and spread over. In the dark clouds there is a terrifying demon clan genius shadow if present. There are two geniuses from the demon clan leading the team. One man and one man. Men's leather, fair skin, pretty face. But his eyes always seem to be narrowed with a faint smile, giving people a dangerous feeling of a smiling tiger sleep. Thousands of jade. He is the demon king of the demon world, the son of the phantom demon king. Rumor has it that the quality is very special. It can make your face and even your body breath camouflage anyone in the world. But this person's strength and cultivation cannot be much stronger than yours. As a disguise, he will inherit nearly 7 strength. In the demon world he is also honored as the thousand-faced illusionary lord by many demon tribes. Exists side appearance abnormal, plied with neon clothes and feathers, with a pair of colorful feathers behind the ears, long and curly, filled with a strange black feather. From the demon world, the powerful Suanio. The demon world is truly home to countless great demons and even top demon clans, the place where the veins are entrenched. Be able to be there, the world has established a Taoist tradition, and it can also be called a major force. His strength is obviously extraordinary. Likewise, top talents from other races also arrived one after another. For example, well-known a race of giants with huge bodies bearing the power of heaven and earth like a huge mountain. He wears strange clothes and is good at all kinds of weird things since he was a child, style, and even the evil witch clan of witchcraft. The prodigies of all races, the sharp ones, came out, and the shadows were everywhere. The aura they exuded was overwhelming, making people suppress suffocation. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye can understand it. Hunting down a Gu Han is far from worth it. So many people. The main purpose of these geniuses gathering here is to take advantage of this matter to further discuss and completely complete the distribute the benefits to avoid further disputes. As for Gu Han, they didn't take it seriously at all, and in their eyes it could even be considered a delicious. I'll just send some later. Rui Tianjiu could go out and kill him easily. After all, he was a genius who was previously eliminated by Gu Han as a trash. In fact, they are all their subordinates and most of them are dispensable. Even if they were all killed by Gu Han, they would not feel sorry. Once Gu Han meets these people sharp, then there is nothing to watch. I don't care what you want to discuss with us demons next. But I only have one thing to say: the treasure in that kid's hand belongs to my demon clan. Mo Wu Ying spoke first. He even had his eyes on the human emperor banner in Gu Han's hand. Humph. I'm so sorry Weezone for the treasure in his handsome interest. Suna the demon sect monk, who was thin but looked strangely pale, sneered and said, if we want what he has we can just use our strength to take it. The man who speaks is addicted Zong shows no morality. Already addicted Zong de Dafa cultivation has reached its peak. Rumors can be random among the monks, causing it to die suddenly invisibly. I don't know what you want to do, interest. At this moment a voice full of compassion but with a hint of laughter sounded. But I must take this guy away and convert him to Buddhism. I will let him atone for the sins he committed in his lifetime. A rustling sound of tin rings, there was a crash. Dazzling Buddha from far getting closer. Jin Shanzi and a group of people from Dui Buddhist temple also arrived. Seeing this scene, Gu Han was stunned from beginning to end. Indifferent didn't take it too seriously. It's not like he doesn't have a trump card. At worst he could break through to the Supreme Realm and drag these guys along to endure the thunder tribulation with him, killing as many of them as he could. However, those few people who were against other people's imperial banners, he will definitely pay special attention to the guys he is interested in. Golden Chanzi, what do you mean by this? Are you representing our human alliance, or do you mean by this? Are you representing our human alliance, or are you representing yourself, own? Did you take what I said earlier as bullshit? Another cold and indifferent voice sounded from the horizon. The frightening sword energy suddenly came from the depths of the sky, overturned and fell. Then a tall man with his hands behind his back stood on a long sword pool. The sword slowly fell from the sky. He